morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Hi, welcome. It is the Perfect World America's RMR. We are kick-starting day 1 of 4 to find out which teams from the region are going to be making it through to the Perfect World Shanghai Major. My name is Sam, also known as Tekel. I'm going to be your host for the next few days, and joining me to break down all the games you're going to be seeing on the first shift, we have Maui, Snake, and Blair. Blair, your first time doing an America's RMR. Welcome to the Americas.
Thank you. I'm excited. I'm very excited. I'm just happy to be here alongside my dear friend Maui from the Americas.
From the Americas.
We need some representation, obviously.
Absolutely.
I just love that little guy, you know?
Hi.
I love Hi, you know, the mascot of this major. Honestly, whatever he's doing, I need more of it. Like, he's just skating around, what is it, Shanghai or what? What is that?
He's skating around Shanghai.
It looks like
He's super
Shanghai.
happy. He's super positive. I thought you were dead inside, so I'm excited for you if that's where you're going now with your life.
Honestly, like, I mean, you know, after not having a job for a while, I just take, you know, the little things and I see the beauty in everything at this point.
That positive life.
And look at the bright side. No more male loneliness.
Exactly. We're trying to cure that every single day.
Every day, every hour, every second.
America lost, though, at that.
I love this. I love where we're going. We've already started. It's going to be tons of fun. This region, I would argue this RMR is the one that can allow the biggest upsets, right? This format is going to allow absolute chaos with these teams. You ready for that?
Oh, I mean, every time you watch Brazilian teams playing North American teams, domestic matchups, I do feel like in the European space, the whole idea of domestic rivalries has kind of fallen off because everybody just gets to play each other. Like, it doesn't really mean a lot if someone from the Czech Republic is playing someone from Denmark because they're probably scrimming them all the time. But Brazil is an isolated region where they are actually competing against each other in cups on a very regular basis. So the level of familiarity is at a much higher level than just taking any two teams in Europe, for example.
I have to agree with you on that. And it feels like the amount of variation, the results, compared to all the RMRs. If you're talking about the EU, look at the Asian RMR in the past, like 3 or 4 iterations we've seen so far. It's been the Americas. We had some massive shockers, some big names not really making it. And I think it's going to be the same here again. It is the final RMR, you know, as a lot of people have said time and time again. And I feel like we're going to be seeing quite a few heartbreaks here.
Quite a few heartbreaks. You know, let's take a look at the teams that are going to be playing, and then we can talk about the heartbreaks, because I like all that sadness to start the day. These are the teams that you're going to see playing over the next few days. And I mean, gents, let's just jump right into it, right? 7 spots up for grabs here for the major. How is this going to go down, Blair?
I mean, logic dictates, you know, the teams coming in from the Valve regional standings. They should be the ones going to look at some of these names. They're pretty much household names. And sure, you might have a few outliers like your M80 or MIBR and Imperial, but they have shown that they belong here. And you look at the qualified teams, and you know, if you're not a big fan of the region, you can be forgiven for not recognizing a lot of the logos, a lot of the teams over here. But I'm just gonna put my money in the hat right now. I want to say it. We're gonna be losing a few teams on that left-hand side here at the end of the RMRs. I'm gonna see some surprise teams making it from the right-hand side of that bracket, right, of that group right there.
No, I totally agree with that. I really feel like this is one where, even though obviously in the previous season, the ones that have qualified through the Valve regional standings have proven more over the longer courses of time, the teams that actually went through the qualifier have shown pretty meteoric rises among some of them. A couple additions from European teams like Wildcard, obviously adding a few players there. I'm sure we'll get into some of the details, but you just can't count any of these teams out too quickly. So really, like, we are in for a lot of upsets, and I think that's going to be the theme going into this entire RMR.
That was funny enough. JT from Complexity, I read an interview with us. What he said, he was like, "With this format, upsets galore. That is what could potentially happen here, which is a little bit scary." Let's get straight into it, though. Like I said, 7 spots. How is this playing out, gents? Put your money where your mouth is. Which teams are making it through to the major?
Yeah, I mean,
I have mine.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see what Blair and I have chosen through this event. I mean, we're aligned on the first 5 picks right there, but we differ actually on only 1 pick. Okay, I'm a little bit surprised by that.
No, but here's the thing, right? Like we did preface this entire segment saying, oh, there are going to be a lot of upsets and whatnot, but we need to still stick with what the information that we have, the facts that we have, and the facts are the majority of teams we picked over here are the favorites to make it through to the major. Yes. We can't deny that. And then you can start having a bit of a discussion. You would have read Canids, and I can see why.
I love them.
And for me, it's 9Z, man. I can't believe a team who hit the peak they did early this year has fallen off so much. They're in EU, they're cracking all this while. I'm just saying it, Maui. They're going to peak here. They're going to shake off the shackles of whatever issues been plaguing them all this while. They're going to kick some ass.
That Dallas run it ain't coming back. That Dallas run was a fluke, okay?
All right. Oh, you saying it?
Yeah,
All right.
they fluked that Dallas run. They beat Vitality. They surprised them being good
Red
against
Canids
the French
don't even
team.
have a fluke yet.
Oh, okay, come on. Yo, they got fluky. They got players. They got, what are you talking about?
Okay,
What are you talking about?
got
Of course
some
they
players.
didn't fluke. Of course they didn't fluke. They're not flukers.
But have they had any results where you can be like, I don't know about this, you know? I don't know. I don't. You can even throw in a Bestia over
Cold
there.
Zera. Come
right.
on. The least fluky player.
Or-
least fluky player.
Fair enough.
Era.
Let me just jump in here. I'm glad you're having.
It's pretty early here, by
What's
the way.
wrong with both of you choosing MIBR? Did you see how trash they were at ESL Challenger? They
Yes,
completely
yes.
fell off when Lukowski got in there.
Hey, Lukowski's getting better every single event. Okay, there's only
I've
been
seen
2
him do
events.
one event and it was terrible.
He's done 2 events and he's gotten better every single time.
And
Okay,
you know what they say,
he's
third-
figuring
third-
things out.
third's
Give
a
him
charm.
time. Give him time.
Third's a charm, right?
Third
And
time's the charm.
to be fair, they're like, just trying to address that. I won't lie, I was a little bit surprised. Obviously, the pick made sense. Look at his stats and what he was doing in Fluxo. I believe he was on. Yes, I believe he was in Fluxo. It makes sense to pick him up with the numbers he's been putting out.
Yes.
But at the same time, doing it so close to the RMR, that was a big question mark. That was them having a lot of faith that he's going to be slotting in with a few switch ups and the way he plays as well, considering it's a new team. You have Insani as well in the team. It hasn't clicked. And if it doesn't click here, Maui, oh boy.
And we both
rough.
think that it's gonna click though. We both think that
it should.
I like to judge a team after 3 events, and this is that event for them. I believe.
What wasn't working then in the first 2 events with him?
He had to play a couple different roles. He's like kind of semi-lurking. He used to be hella aggressive next to Art, and now he has to do something that's a little bit more tempered. And I feel like he's not really sure of how to get himself involved, but he's starting to find a little bit more explosiveness here and there. And honestly, I have a lot of faith in him because I've seen this guy just run through the Paris RMR in a way that really just single-handedly carried Fluxo to that major.
Yeah.
And so I feel like he's going to figure things out, even if he doesn't get his perfect comfort role on every single
Also, the level of opposition they're going to be facing here, right? Nothing against some of the teams playing over here, but if you look at events they played at, there's some pretty solid teams from EU and whatnot. Here it's going to be some of their teams that are way more versed playing against in the region. So I'm saying it's going to feel way more comfy here. Am I ever going to make it?
I don't know if I can believe. I mean, because I saw them at Challenger.
How much more do you want us to pitch you?
I'm just saying, I saw them lose hard. I have my
Yep.
doubts. But let's move on.
Yep.
The Red Canids discussion is exciting for me because
yeah.
I've been watching them for a while, and everyone in Tier 2 has been saying, like, this is the team that can cause the upset. But I thought they had a bit of a drop-off coming into this as well, Maui.
I will say that, I go pretty hard on IGLs that are just dead weight in the server, and unfortunately, Nithon might be that guy on this tournament. However, I have a lot of faith in David Deus. I have a lot of faith in Venom Zera when he's on an island by himself. I think Cold Zera has actually looked pretty sharp this year, all in all. Like, versus top 20 teams this year, Cold Zera's got like a 1.09 rating on LAN. Like, this guy's not too shabby. And that's with the drop-off from rating 2.0 to 2.1. And also, Henny, I can't give him up. I can't give him up just like the bottle.
I feel like even if you look at the team as you described as a whole, right? For me, it's about the experience. It's about the pressure being on. The pressure's going to be on, baby. The pressure's going to be so high for a lot of these teams, a lot of these players, and we're going to see some of the big names crumble. We've seen that in the past as well, right? Like in Liquid, for example, comes to mind, and that could indeed happen. But when you have someone like Cold Zera in that team, when you have someone like Henny who doesn't give a damn, just going to be running at you. Well, maybe not with the AWP, but he's going to be hitting the shots, right? He's got to be taking those fights. I think that is going to be the difference maker when it comes down to making it or breaking it against some of the more, shall we say, inexperienced players and teams.
Neither of you, did you have Pain in your prediction?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
You did? Okay.
We did.
Because
We
I was
like
going to say,
Pain.
I'm quite a fan of Pain, and I
Yeah.
feel like they've peaked at the right time. We keep talking about this young roster, but I feel like now is the time. They're no longer the young roster. They're ready. Like, this is their moment to step up.
Right. I mean, I obviously liked them too at the previous major. Obviously, they had Nissim back then, who I thought was playing an instrumental role in causing some of the upsets that they found in that. But I gotta like Snow. I think Snow's been a good pickup for them overall. I feel like when a couple teams were making roster moves in the Brazilian space after the Copenhagen major, Furia got Kai. Where the hell is he? And then we had obviously
He's on
Still
another
catching
team.
strays.
Still
Months
catching
later.
And then we got Payne, who actually went into the weeds. They went to Kaze, they got Snow, and
Yeah.
Snow's been a great addition. He brings a lot of energy. He's a morale booster. On top of that, he's actually a pretty solid player, and I feel like he's finding comfort in this kind of system. And on top of that, we didn't even mention Big Azera yet.
Big Azera. That's
Exactly.
the name. That's the name. Pain, Big Azera. That's all I have to say. One of my favorite players ever from the region. I feel like he's been that guy, like, oh, he should be picked up by a Furia. We've been saying it for years, but it's finally found not finally. It seems like no matter what iteration of team he's able to assemble around himself, they are competitive. They can take down some of the big names, not just from the region, but internationally as well. So for me, Big Azera is that guy. And I want to just to pitch in as well when it comes to Snow. When he joined in, I'm like, all right, he's a young kid, you know, a little loud. I don't know if he's going to really be able to sustain it, but he's done it. He's surprised all of us. So I think like Payne, for me, I think a shoe in. I think 100%. Maybe not for MIBR. I'm not very sure about MIBR either.
MIBR is a fringe.
But I think Payne?
But no, MIBR is a fringe team.
But Payne, 100%, I think they're locked in.
So one of the things that Blade from Navi always likes to talk about is prepping his team to peak at the right time, right? And he kind of like, he wants a big loss before the RMRs to shake them up, or he wants them to start doing really well. And it's something I've been watching a lot of, because you see it in traditional sports, this concept of like, we need to get to a certain level so that when we hit these qualifiers, we're at our peak. But a lot of the teams that you've listed here, and we've mentioned them, the Red Canids, the MIBRs, looked a little bit shaky. Another one from North America, M80, I was super in here. Like, I was committed to this team, but the last few events I've gone, ooh, what's happening here? I mean, they lost to Wildcard, and Wildcard had a sub.
I think it's good to fail, and I'm trying to be positive here. I think it's good to fail there, and you realize, look, I think M80 are easily the better team, obviously, compared to Wildcard, for example. So you're able to easily isolate what went wrong there. Was it a mental thing where you're not ready enough? Where did you just not wake up and warm up enough? It could be something very simple. But if you're able to kind of zone in on those issues you had in these, I wouldn't say inconsequential games, but obviously RMRs are way higher, much more on the line. I think it's a good thing overall. There's a better takeaways rather than, as you pointed out, having a great time and suddenly coming to RMR and just completely crapping the bed.
I feel like losing before the RMR is actually better. I've seen teams that get too confident when they win something like a ESL Challenger event, and then they go into the RMR and they're not really up to snuff in the same way that you would expect. And I feel like when you lose, like so many times we have seen teams come out of bad practice sessions, a bad tournament, they say everything wasn't working, but then they're going to learn more. And I feel like for teams that have good player quality and aren't winning right before the RMR, that's a good place for them to be. That's okay. Like, I feel like the player quality on M80, for example, is going to back up the fact that they will bring new things to the table. They know what they need to work on now, and it's going to round their game out a little bit more instead of being this singular style that did work for them. And then everybody's going to be studying their demos, and people are going to think that they're less of a threat too. Everybody in CS always wants to be the underdog all the time. It's like the weirdest mental game ever. When in sports, you probably just want to be the favorite so you can just pummel them. In CS, you'd be like, oh, if we're the underdog, we play better. It's like, I still kind of can't wrap my head around that, but that's good for a team like M80. It's good for a team like
And let's not forget, they lost to Bestia twice as well in Thunderpick, the online stage and the group stage, right? Again, a team they might be playing here, likely going to be playing in the RMR as well. So I definitely feel, apart from the wildcard loss as well, they tend to kind of have a slow start, so to speak, at events. And I feel that's something they can't afford to have, right? You don't have too many chances here. So hopefully they woke up early, like us.
Yeah.
Warmed up, had a coffee, energy drinks, whatever they have.
Well, that's the thing. The format is like unforgiving for a lot of these teams. And I do worry, because I do think that some of these teams, like a Complexity, like an M80, they take a little bit of time to like get into the flow of things. There's no time here. Like, you lose that first best of one, you're in trouble.
We still are using BL1s, aren't we? Yeah.
We are.
I mean,
Welcome,
okay. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be rough. I'm not saying that everybody's going to adjust. That's why we also are setting this thing up, though, as in, like, yes, we put our predictions down. I believe those 7 teams will make it. Like, if I had to make a 7-team pred, we did it right there. At the same time, they're in China. There's going to be jet lag excuses coming out. These teams are domestic rivals in general. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Bleh and I both only get, like, 3 or 4 right. I think 4 maybe. I think there's like 4 locks in my eyes, but then the other 3 teams
I'm going to give
really
my locks.
switch up.
I'm going to give my locks here, right?
Yeah.
I think FURIA 100% locked in.
Yeah.
Like, they look so good right now, even though they haven't really won anything. Their ascent has been phenomenal. I think Liquid should be a lock in.
Yeah.
I think they'd be mega disappointed if they don't make it. Payne for sure.
Okay.
I'm writing these down so I can throw them in your face.
Yeah,
go for it.
Do it.
I'm going to throw in Complexity.
Yeah, those are my 4.
Those are my 4.
Those are my 4.
I am going to go out a bit on a limb here and throw an MIBR. I know we said it that they're a periphery team, but I'm going to throw them in. But apart from that, I really don't have much faith in anyone else. Like, anything could happen.
The thing is that I would love to put M80 in the mix as a lock because they've been doing some damage on the international stage. but these kids haven't done it before. That's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
the pressure in these RMRs,
Insane.
It's swallowed up some of these children before, and they are children. They're teenagers. Like, they don't even know their ass from their mouth sometimes. Okay, they are literally playing Fallen, and he's just like dancing around, just no scope shotgunning them through the server, and the entire structure of a team that I've seen play well online for 5 months leading up to a tournament, it falls out the window because there's so much pressure on the line here. So that's why I think it's a little bit safer to say for those locks, like, we've seen Pain make it. We've seen them have decent runs after that. We've seen Complexity make it over and over and over again. FURIA have won, what? They've qualified for at least 4 straight at this point.
Yeah.
And Liquid themselves, I mean, yes, they did fail at the last one. That team was a mess. I'm not like, we'll get into Liquid sometime later, but for how they've been playing lately, I'm so confident.
And the thing is, like, by the way, that's the reason I didn't pick M80, right? Like, this is kind of untested for a lot of the teams playing here as well. And sure, some of the individuals in certain teams have the experience, like Cold Zero, for example, comes to mind for me. But it's the whole, right? It's a whole picture. It's a whole, the team as an entirety. And I feel like I've seen at least a little bit more from MIBR as a unit over this year, where I can, okay, maybe they're through. It's a shaky 5 for me, but that's my lock-in right now.
I'm still in doubt, but here we go.
That's fine.
The 3
fine.
favorites. Let's talk about them. Liquid, FURIA, Complexity.
Yeah.
No upsets here. These 3 through. I worry about Complexity. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, it's time to, there's reason to worry.
Shaky all the time.
But they're going to scrape through. Even if it gets rough at the beginning, I feel like just going to scrape through, you know?
And also, I mean, last time around, it showed a lot of resilience to beat Liquid in the Decider to qualify for the previous major. And I feel like the Grim, for example, has been on a nice rise lately as an individual. And on top of that, like, he is usually an RMR farmer. Like, if anything, I feel like the majority of Grim's contract comes from the fact that he gets them stickers. Like, this guy has been so consistently good in these kinds of tournaments that I do have a lot of faith. And also, on top of that, come on, like, Elige will probably end up this tournament being the best player here. So if you got the best player in the entire RMR, he's the only person along with Twist that's competing for maybe a top 20 spot in the world right now. I have extra faith because of those kinds of reasons.
Is Elige capable of carrying this whole team through to the major?
Yes.
Literally, yes.
Especially the America's RMR. Absolutely. That's the thing. The guy is on an above average day, probably the best player in the entire RMR, in all honesty. He is sublime. For me, it's always been the floppy situation, right? Like how up and down these guys are. But I feel like even if they don't necessarily peak at the same time, as long as they're playing at a little bit above the base level, looking at, considering it's America's RMR, not the major itself, they should be fine. They should be fine.
Is Liquid and Twist, I mean, is Twist the leader to take Liquid through?
Shit.
Through the RMR, yes. Through the actual major, we'll get there when we get there, okay? I want to just focus on one day at a time. It's what they're saying in the prac room every single day to themselves, one round at a time. And, you know, I've seen the flaws in Twist. We've seen them magnified on the big stages against top European opposition in the world. But against this level of competition, like, Ultimate's going to be able to farm these kinds of teams. This is going to be a confidence booster for him. This might even be a confidence booster for your Kindar as well.
Which he desperately needs.
I think that's a really good point, because, like, when it comes to Liquid, everyone's like, oh my God, they've been failing. But look at who they've lost to. Look at the teams they've lost to on LAN. Again, this should be a farm city for these guys. My only worry is Ultimate has been kind of, it's fallen off a little bit. You got to be real here, right? But I don't want that to affect his style. I want him to be, just play the way he used to earlier on. In your face, aggressive opping, combat opping, just going for his multi-kills. Maybe sometimes going for unorthodox plays where, I feel like slapping him. And like, don't go for that repeat, but he goes for it and he still outduels your Fall and your Halls or whoever it is in a server. If he has a mentality and doesn't get cowed because of what happened earlier, rather later in the year, and starts playing a little bit more static, a little bit more safe, I don't want to see that. I really don't want to see that. I hope that is not what we're going to be seeing coming out from Ultimate, and even Yakindar for that matter.
Gents, you've given your predictions, you've given some insight, so now your opportunity is obviously to agree or disagree with them, but we're going to actually see how this plays out, because we need to start all of these matches. So remember, there are 2 streams running during the America's RMRs. What you're seeing right now is what's going to be happening on the B stream. We are all over the place: Twitch, YouTube, Kick, I think even TikTok. So you can make sure that you don't miss a single game. Watch one on your phone, the other one on your PC. There we go, I got you sorted. This is the B stream. That Liquid Wildcard game, which is the one that will be starting the day, I'm actually pretty excited for. I think that might be an interesting one, because Wildcard for me has a tendency to come in big mouth boys, and cause some upsets.
Listen, they're a plucky bunch of guys, right? Like, I love them. Yeah, it's a fun story, but listen, you're going up against Liquid. You have NAF, Twist, and Ultimate in a best of one. Even looking at the map pool and whatnot, it's not going to be favoring you in any way, form whatsoever. So, yeah, I think the favorites are obvious here.
They got the better in-game leader on Wildcard. I'll say that.
The more tenured one, but does he have the firepower, Maui? Does he have the guns? That's the thing. They can just deathmatch them out.
Yeah, I feel like Wildcard, it really falls off pretty quickly off of Fozy, Jaba, and then Sonic's been solid. I've liked them. You know, Wildcard are a story right now where it's like, you know, I'm a fan. I'm growing as a fan for this team, but in terms of Liquid, I mean, player quality alone is just so much higher.
And I feel it's a little too soon for Wildcard right now. I like what they're doing here, you know, pulling off a few wins with stand-in situations and everything, but I want to see them like down the line, you know, a few months down the line, how they really shape up, but they've got a good thing going, but not against Liquid.
Not against Liquid. Let's take a look now at what you can see on this stream that you're watching right now. These are the matchups, the first 4 matchups of the day. There's going to be 8 best of 1, so there'll be some later. Obviously, you can see there the MIBR versus KRÜ. That's a nice start for them, I think. And then I love that we get to see Nounsy up against Red Canids.
For us.
That's going to be nice after your predictions, boys. We'll get to see them match up right off the gate.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We finally have, you know, something on the line right here, Maui and I. The complexity Bestia game, dude, low key.
Yeah.
That's a little worrying if a complexity bad. I think Bestia could easily pull off an upset.
I feel like the first and the fourth one are pretty straightforward in my eyes, but the second and third, that's a nice little filling to this schedule sandwich we got. So
that's a meat right there.
Yeah, no, it's hefty. So yeah, stay locked in for those ones in particular, because honestly, like anything, this is what we're talking about with the upset potential of this event.
Yeah.
Of course, though, we start the day with FURIA up against Legacy, 2 Brazilian teams, but I don't know if they actually get to play as much together because Legacy obviously bases themselves out of North America. Interesting choice for a Brazilian team, but it allows them some qualification into various tournaments.
Right. Legacy lately have, I guess they've shown some decent sides to themselves at ESL Challenger Katowice. They looked like a pretty solid team. They obviously went through kind of a weird period earlier this year where from April to May, they were playing with Stewie 2K.
Yeah.
And like, don't get me wrong, I love Stewie 2K. He had no business anywhere near any of these players at all. Although he may have imparted some of that winner's mentality.
I mean, he did win a tournament.
Yeah,
some tournament.
He did win a big tournament on top of
Yeah.
that. But if I want to talk about what's actually cooking there for Legacy, like we have been looking at the duo of Lado and Dumao for 3-4 years at this point, and the growth in these players and how they could be on one of the best teams in Brazil. But it's just that the pieces haven't necessarily always fallen into place around them because they were playing with Taco. He was their in-game leader. He had some health issues that arose out of seemingly nowhere. Neck has had to take over the in-game leader role for these guys. And I'd say since then, that it feels like they just really haven't moved up or down too much in my eyes.
Yeah, it's for me very reminiscent of some of the older iterations of Pain, right? Like I'm talking when Big Azera had like some players like, oh, this almost clicking into place, but it just haven't found that full 5-man piece. I think they're one of the teams I'm going to be very surprised if they make it through, in all honesty, to the major. Inferno, FURIA are going to be very comfortable with this. Nothing too crazy here.
Is FURIA at the point where you feel like they confidently are skating through this one?
Yes. I feel like FURIA at RMR is also one of those teams that just becomes a different beast. Everybody just seems to quake in their shoes when they play against people like Fallen, who against world competition has been, I would almost just say, mediocre as an opera at that stage. But in RMRs especially, he is just such a different animal. I will say, one thing that's a little bit curious about this RMR, though, is that they're playing in prac rooms. And so that feeling of sitting across from the legends that are FURIA at this point in Brazilian CS is a little, it doesn't weigh as much on you.
I can see what he's
And I feel like Legacy can at least kind of, they don't have that sort of mindset that, oh my God, this is so much pressure, we're against FURIA in our opening match. It's like, no, if you just take away the nameplates and stop pressing tab, it won't feel that bad.
Yeah, but that's the thing with playing Counter-Strike, Maui, as a player you would know, you like pressing the tab all the time, but jokes aside.
Unbind it.
Yeah, jokes aside, look, not having Cello yelling at your face every round would definitely make things very easy. But that being said, that's the thing with FURIA. I feel I like the path they're on right now, because if every interview I've had with Fallen, even the upwards trajectory they've had ever since they added Skull to this lineup at the beginning of the season has just been better and better every single time. Sure, they've fallen short, like in Rio, for example. I think they could have potentially gone deeper, but they're taking on some big names out there. So I feel like you touch upon how a lot of teams think of themselves as underdogs. I think FURIA come into the RMR being the actual apex predator in the tournament. And that's the way they play. And that's why, for me, I think they're my shoo-in to go 3-0.
There's a lot of pressure on this team. I know Art did an interview recently where he said being on FURIA is terrifying because every single tournament there is an expectation to win, which they haven't.
Is that
done
why he
yet.
wanted to just die so fast every round?
Probably. That's
was
probably
just too
what,
scared.
Yeah, just too scared.
He's like, I don't need to clutch anymore.
But I mean, so he mentioned that expectation, but now when you take a look at this team, they haven't won yet. So obviously, I'm presuming the pressure is cranked up even more now coming into these RMRs.
Yes, there is a lot of pressure on FURIA, but I feel like those kinds of those cracks emerge much more so later on in tournaments. They're in the last 3 RMRs, they are 15-1 in series. Like they have only lost a single map in a series
gents,
to Evil
I'm actually going to stop you because I've just got a note that we're going straight into
Let's go.
games. So Jackie and Vince are ready. Woo! Let's hit it off. The first game here in the Americas RMRs.
Oh, starting it off with a bang. Thank you, Sam. It's going to be amazing. I'm so glad, Vince. We're strapped in position, bright and early for the games. You looking forward to it, mate?
I can't wait. I can't wait, man. Get me straight into this first game. And we don't have to wait long, Jackie.
No.
Straight into Inferno. I think there is an obvious winner here in terms of favourites as the desk already broken down. But let's see if Legacy on this T side can get any early success.
Yeah, see what they got cooking, what they're going to be able to bring out and show us here. First game of the Americas RMR underway, and we're slipping into it. Legacy over on the T side to start things off. CTs will be FURIA. Back at the bomb site, it's Cello with the Julies. Ooh, always fun for the Julie enjoyers, and he starts it off well. Damage done back from Lato, though.
That's going to hold the line just a little bit longer, and it leaves them a little bit more susceptible to getting that retake to come into play. Yuri through the smoke, going to part another player off. And it leaves Lato and Bartin. They got the Julies, but they're taking stray bullets, and down goes Lato. Bartin against the world, instantly evaporated courtesy of K Serato. And that'll be FURIA onto the board, lightning fast. Good news for Legacy though, post-plant does give them a few options to play with, but you just saw how crisp the aim was for FURIA. That's one of the reasons why you heard Blair, they're calling the Apex Predator, because that's what they can do at any given time.
Absolutely, dude. This team feels like when they're on form, when they're absolutely playing to their best, Vince, they can be so explosive to watch, so enjoyable. And K Serato, right, like he literally creates art on the server with the way that he's playing. It's always very enjoyable. So I'm hoping we're going to get shades of that throughout the course of this BO1. I think it's going to be a bit ruthless, mate. I'm expecting sort of bare knuckle kind of action, Vince. You know, maybe the knuckle dusters will come out later.
Definitely. Blunt them off. Full blunt force trauma, I'm assuming, from FURIA. But the thing is, though, they can't take their eyes off the prize here, though, Jackie. Like, you've got Mac 10s, you've got a Galil, couple of Tech 9s thrown in the mix as well. That's always going to be a little bit of a sketchy endeavor for the CTs, especially considering at the moment they are eyeing up the site that only has 2 of the 5 FURIA players, but a rotation coming through. Fallen is going to join his teammates here in the form of Skulls and Yuri. So should be able to see this one off, especially with the smoke down in apps. That's really going to pump the brakes.
Got a bit of time to play with, and nades to set yourself up at least. It's not really going to work too well. No flash in the sky. Round on quad, and Yuri sprays into him. Easy pickings up to this point, but Skulls will at least fall down, and now problems start to arise. If it goes wrong for Yuri, this is where it could really start to sound the alarm bells, Vince. So all of a sudden, there's only 2 CTs left. FURIA on the back foot here. Legacy looking to make money and get out like bandits with a round.
Oh, those sirens are getting louder and louder. Deciding not to go for a save, going to be going in for the actual retake. They've got the kit in the hands of Cello, but K Serato is going to have to do most of the heavy lifting here with that A1S. You have to feel Cello needs to burst out of this position, springs down onto the first, but Neck is there to send him packing, and now K Serato, low HP, 30 to his name, and low time on the clock with no kit. Surely no hope. He's going to go for the full defuse in amongst the smoke. They'll be thanking their lord right now as Neckis comes in with the knife. Surely he's going to hit one of these. Not like this. Legacy, you can't lose. Oh my God. K Serato with a full 10-second defuse and Neckis with egg on his face.
Oh, Vince, what's going on? He's lost in the smoke. The blade was going everywhere but where it was supposed to be.
Oh. So early in the map as well, like
so early in the RMR, Vince.
It's such a tilter. I don't know how you can recollect yourself after that. A full 10 I was saying he's thanking his lucky stars. KRÜ didn't have a kit. It didn't matter.
He didn't need it. He is familiar with a set of pliers, got in there, snipped all the wires. Oh, mate, it's so brutal. It's so brutal. Even the X-ray through the smoke, he's just tagging the wall up. Oh, dear.
And the insult to injury as well is he gets the knife. Half a second after it's defused, he finally gets it, but it's too late.
It's like the next tick and it's over.
Well, Legacy can at least have some form of safety in terms of they've got the full rifles again, they've got the SMGs in play, and they know that Furia's economy is hanging by the slimmest of margins. So if they get success here, that last round's not going to matter. They line up, and Nekis nearly gets them both. A 2-for-1 trade, looking good for Legacy.
Shake off the previous round, reset, and focus on the here and now. Yuri on the bomb site, though, he's the one to put the defense down. First frag's good. Ooh, fragmented between two different angles, though, and it gets a bit awkward. And you've got site control in your favor, time to work with. Bomb can be planted, and they can set themselves up. Retake-wise, KRÜ and Cello is all that remains. 2 flashes and a smoke in the back pocket. And there is a kit this time.
This is the exact same 2 that were alive last time as well, Jackie, but they don't have Cello and Apps to jump down and open up their account. So it's going to be the save. Finally, Legacy, they get their success. They're going to have their first round. Nekis can sit back in his chair. He's had a good start. I mean, it's just unlucky, really, at the end of the day. He can shrug off those cobwebs, and it is going to be 2-1 with FURIA on a very rough economic standing. Ooh, that's uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's the scorpion. Or maybe more the triangle, actually. Or the Y, Vince. Depends how you look at it. All about perspective. Fair play, though, Legacy. Instant reset off the back of the... I don't really know how you describe the previous round. We're even going to go back to it again. just to rub it in. Make sure you remember exactly what happened. But they did reset off the round. Okay, this is the pop-off. This is the actual reaction from it. Oh, man. What a round, bud. What a round.
Well, with a saved couple of weapons, they're going to have a fairly decent buy coming in, all things considered. Yes, they have fully invested in this round. They're going to have 5-7s. And they're going to get aggressive as well, falling straight through the smoke with KRÜ deciding to take the fight to Legacy, who are way more passive in this round, understandably so, but it's allowing them to get early access in. But there is the spray. Nekis once again lighting up the scoreboard with 2.
It's a sick double as well. Smart read. You get that opening pick, instant spray into the smoke, finds the follow-up. And that's your hero play, really. You try and establish the control towards middle. You want to find a frag, be able to get the manpower advantage, and then fall back. Instead, it starts to crumble early. Only real firepower is the 1 AK on Cello, but losing it's probably far worse than it would be to play a slower round out of this. Maybe, though. Just maybe there's opportunity for a bit of a late rotate back from Legacy. If they go B, there's a timeline here where maybe Cello can still do some damage. You've got the lurk from Yuri just waiting. Oh, we're trying to get the boost up as well. Cello's in position, Vince. The turret on the back of the bomb site.
He's going to have perfect accuracy here. First head has been snatched back. Call now comes through. All those eyes staring at the double stack. And it has been dealt with. Sadizim opens it up. Nekis gets his 3rd. And Yuri can do little but hold on to that 5-7. And of course, as I mentioned, with this being a full-on investment, Legacy now really have the coins to just throw into the well and wish for more rounds coming up here. They're in a great position, Jackie. Like, FURIA struggling early on. And when you consider that crazy full 10-second defuse, you could be looking at a 3-1 scoreline quite easily at this point.
Felt like that was the way it was going to go. In the end, though, we get a 2-2 split off the back of it. Shenanigans already on the server. I'm living for it, mate. This is interesting. This is fun. This is the sort of fight we wanted between these two. Obviously, FURIA coming into it. They're on good form. But for Legacy, it's all about the upset potential. Establish it here, get a big win under your belts. The difference for the mentality as well, Vince, every time with the RMR is right. Just staring it down, seeing that 1-0 versus the 0-1. How it gets to you, man.
It's huge, man. I think most people expect FURIA to make it through. This would be a huge boon for Legacy if they can get this first round. This first map, pardon me. It does alleviate the pressure 100%. Obviously, you guys have seen many in RMR over the years. 1-0 doesn't mean a great deal of much in the grand scheme of things. You can still bow out 1 and 3. It does give you that huge opportunity. Speaking of 3, they have triple stacked up on the backside of B here. Fingers crossed, hoping to maybe nail an insta headshot onto Dumao, but he spots them all, and he's greedy, he's hungry, he wants the frags. He's tired of seeing Nekis steal them all away. But this round is going the way of Legacy, that much is pretty much guaranteed.
And the bomb site, it isn't dead as a doornail, but it is dead by Dumao. On entry. Good stuff to make your way through the eco. Don't let anything crazy happen off the back of the minor tank. Maybe like a half track, really, on the back of the bomb site with the 3 players in position. And now just find your way through this one safely. Keep the casualties to a minimum. Skulls and Yuri with no investment into the round. You can have a little bit of a look in. See if there's an AK to be found potentially. Barton's on it, though. Got the back covered. Is there room for the timing?
I think they're going to be sat in this off angle instead and try and catch these players off guard, and they've done exactly that. So there was no real hopes of Yuri saving the M4 out of the round. They got the kill they were looking for. Legacy get the 3rd round that they were pretty much promised. How do FURIA bounce back? Because their money's still not great. We know that Fallen wants the AWP wherever possible, so he's got his hands on it finally, but it's at great cost to utility across the board. So this feels like a really pressured round here, Jackie. Like, you've got some weapons, but it's 4 MP9s. They haven't fully invested on all the players, but this is such a good opportunity for Legacy to grab that advantage and really start to run towards the finish line with it.
Yeah, this is another round where you can extend your lead and start to seize that initiative, especially with the Battle of Banana. Early exchange of utility, and FURIA take the brunt of the damage on KRÜ down to 29. That big ticket item, though, it's the AWP on Fallen. That's where you need to see the fireworks coming out from them in the round. At the minute, posted up round towards quad side, got support from Yuri close, but it's Barton in the back line. Oh, he's walking his way out. No one's ready for it. Instant contact, free frag. Fallen looks to reposition to try and snipe back. Hits the head, puts it back into the 4v4.
He's anticipating a boiler peak, but no one was there for Legacy, so Fallen's now given a little bit more free room. Free reigns to have a look. Whittling a lot of the time off the clock as well. A minute left, plenty to play with, especially considering that they have the forward position of Lato. But if Fallen can get this pick on the cross, especially if it's Nekis, who has been the talisman so far of Legacy, this round starts to get really interesting.
Jump scare maneuvers. Seeing the barrel fire out the warning shot. Fallen paranoid about it, forced to reposition. Tried to set himself up for the quick peek, but the AWP won't deliver. Nekis replies with the AK. And now you can seize control of that bomb site. This is what they were waiting for. Play it cautious. As soon as you get the pick onto the AWPer, you know they've got the advantage to work with. Site's clear now as well. Everyone's backing off. At most, it's 3 MP9s you're going to carry over. Getting that AWP back just ain't happening.
Exactly, and especially as we touched on, with this being more of a half buy with round loss bonus accruing for FURIA, gives them more options for those extra 2 players. They're going to be, I think, maybe a little bit short on the AWP. Maybe KRÜ can afford it actually with some round loss, especially if he gets a kill beforehand. So Legacy need to tread lightly here. But they're in a great position. 4-2 in the lead. FURIA came into this massive favourites. And right now, Legacy are putting them to the sword.
Oh, yeah. It's why we were surprised, right? Looking at the veto, we were kind of saying, oh, this is sort of the best battleground we could have between these 2 teams. FURIA, you've been on a bit of a win streak. You've taken 4 games of Inferno in a row. Whereas on the other side of things, it's Legacy that just continuously pick it. They love playing Inferno, and they're showing us why. Coming out with some smooth plays at the minute. Some unclean ones, but we'll forget about those at the back.
Yeah, I think you've painted a very interesting picture there as well, Jackie, that it has been a bit scrappy, a bit tense, a bit tentative from both teams. It's not been the cleanest of Counter-Strike. Nekis has popped off early doors, but it has felt very much like the opening match of a very important tournament for both teams.
It's reflected here early as well. Tactical pause coming in. And fair play, you've got to do something with the investment you've got on this, right? They've rejigged the cash to be able to get the AWP back out on Fallen. Far better utility as well. So they've got the bells and whistles this time. It's still just that issue of multiple MP9s in place. They've got to be a bit sneaky with it. They were trying to go aggro a KRÜ towards Banana in the previous round. Obviously, if you get up close, it could be a meme machine, right? Shred him. But he just ate all the nade damage, was left on like 30 HP first few seconds of the round. Kind of crippled the play that he wanted to go for. Round 7 live now, though. Legacy leading by 2 on the T side.
Newest player to the roster, Sadzin, with his hands on the AWP. Some of you, of course, may be remembering that Cold Zera used to play with this Legacy squad. We'll see him later today in the RMRs of the Red Canids. But let's see what Sadzin can do with it. Molly down. Not extending to the out though. It could bait them into a false insecurity, but they do their due diligence. Toss in a grenade and clear their angles. MP9s rip through 2. This is much better start on the side of FURIA.
This is what they wanted. Left and right hooks swinging in unison. Get the stereo frags at the bottom of Banana. And make it far harder for Legacy here in the 7th. Still a ton of time. Don't count them out. Fallen. Scoped in on the angle towards mid. A little bit of commotion being thrown out. Dump some of the utility, see if you can draw the attention. It is only KRÜ on Banana at the meanwhile. He's making his presence known as well. Doesn't want to come running through that smoke. Pre-fire for now.
He's got an extra smoke as well that he's looking to toss down as soon as he sees a pixel. Can replenish that smoke, and with only 35 seconds, that could be pretty much the GG for this round. There it is, tossed down. They're going to have to push through into KRÜ's embracing arms if they want any shot at taking this round and making it theirs. And you'd expect KRÜ's good for at least 1 kill in these positions, if not all 3. That's the kind of caliber of player he is. They have a second rotational unit in the form of Skulls coming round as well. 15 seconds starting to push and pierce through that smoke. They're getting up close with KRÜ with the spray. Not quite finishing off the shot, but tenderizes them up for Skulls to come in with a triple. And the MP9 sprays all 3 down. Well played, FURIA.
Really nice control from Skulls there. Good aim, on point in the back line. Distraction was enough to keep him busy. And he'll hit him with a home run. That's the sort of round they were looking for. Straight off the back of the pause as well, you could see, right? They were a little bit, like you were saying, kind of tentative. It seemed like they were playing, I don't know, in your own head a little bit with the aggression. Whereas there, you just go back to basics. Hit them really hard early on. Banana control worked perfectly. And now you get the upgrade off the back of it. There's some AKs in their hats.
Oh, yeah. Tumao decides against that one. He was the player that got utterly destroyed by grenades in the previous round, stuck on the barrels. But he's going to just wait a little bit longer and now starts to push on through. He may try and catch them off guard, but that's going to give his position away. Flash into the peak, and there is Yuri. And this is really important as well, I think, for FURIA. You are a team that is so mechanically gifted with Yuri, KRÜ, Cello's another very solid player in that regard. So it's good to see them take the fight and be like, listen, guys, what are we doing? We're playing passive? Like, we're actually a super talented team. Let's take the fight to them instead.
That's where they're at their best. It's the sort of plays that you want to see coming out from them. Oh. And off the back of a chunky nade as well, you soften them up, make it far easier for the quick kills on contact. They're revving their engines for it. Sights ablaze, smoke blocking off the angle for the quick rotate as well. Skulls again towards CT, looks to spray. KRÜ in the back of the bomb site assisting, and it's only 1 man left. All up in the 1v3, fast peak but not quick enough as Cello gets domed. 40 seconds on the clock, tries to bait it on the peak. Thought he was quick enough to strike against Fallen, but he's ready.
Nice effort though, Sadzin warming up a little bit, showing us what he's got up his sleeve. There's too many players for him to deal with this time around. Can see what he's going for, can see the cogs turning in his head. That Fallen is too grizzled, too experienced to fall for that one. 4-4 the score. And now Legacy with their full-on AK-47s. Plenty of utility alongside it. Curious to see how this story is going to unwind here, Jackie. If we can see more aggressive from FURIA, try and take that under control.
Running it down early, smokes up. And go for that rotate off on KRÜ as well, and it might be the right call to make as already problems are being made at middle. Brackets control lost. Yuri up on a balcony. Can he hit him with the elbow? No, just the dink. No connect for the full kill. So Doomau straight in. Bomb site's taken, Vince. And this is what we were saying, right? This is going to be one of these games where it gets really scrappy. Obviously for FURIA, you start to come out with the aggression. Legacy counter it with a bit of method of madness of their own. Cello at least sneaking on through the back here. Maybe there's an open window. At best, you could find yourself an upgrade, but the round itself, that's destined for Legacy.
Yeah, it's always a sad state of affairs with the best you can hope for is an upgraded SMG to maybe an AK-47, but you are going to be behind once again. Headshot dealt instantly. That grenade actually could finish off Sadsin, who had to push forward. They're making this costly. There's not a lot of funds either on the side of Legacy, so these kills actually are going to catch up just a tad, but it's not as if the economy from FURIA is going to last forever either. Yes, they got enough for this next round, but if they continue to lose out coming towards the end of the half, may not be the case, but they've at least wounded Legacy to a certain degree.
Couldn't recover the AWP at the end either. Went running back towards it, lost it in the bomb blast. So only a round of difference between them. Just enough cash in the bank to squeeze another AWP back out. For FURIA. See if they can reset things again, or if this half is going to get a little bit more lopsided in favor of the underdogs. Legacy revving up.
Now down to the Galil. Everyone else, though, looking pretty solid. Early confrontation, but a flirtation up on the app. Spartan forcing back the CTs. This is where they pretty much stamped their flag in the ground last round with a straight-up hit through middle. So FURIA obliging from that one, tipping their cap and saying, fair enough, we're not going to get too aggressive this time. Maybe I spoke too soon. Form pushing through. The Molotov misses everything and punished with his life.
Full-on rude boy maneuvers. Goes wild at mid, looking to take the fight on his lonesome. You suffer a casualty because of it, and KRÜ's dabbling with the idea of them coming back towards the B site, so he's sticking around for now. 48 seconds on the clock, that's a rough fight to lose. Skull's going down as his skull shattered, and now they're collapsing, Vince.
Yeah, I think he just peeked too early and basically peeked into his teammate's flash. Like, that is... oof. That's straight up nerves maybe coming to the forefront. They're down to Cello now. Can he hold the line? Double tap. First kill goes his way. And a second on top of it. Denies the bomb plant. Additionally, 20 seconds left. And Barton needs to cartwheel his way out of apps and get this kill quickly. Can't do it. Cello with a 4K. Saves the round. Saves the day. Beautiful.
Instrumental plays. That's big. Huge round. You could see he was feeling it as well. That first shot, right, as soon as he gets the double tap off, the opening frag, it's one of those rounds you know he's going to pop off in. That's what it's coming down to at the minute. It's the individuals having huge rounds. It's all very scrappy. It's the sort of Counter-Strike you want at this time of the morning. Cello, though, taking that one to the bank. Energy's back.
He was the Fuse master earlier on, and now with that 4K from Pit. How instrumental could those two rounds be at the end of this map? 5-5. And it has also forced Legacy into a horrific buy or lack thereof, realistically. Galil, Mac 10. Cello Molotov'd off. Molly in return as well. That's going to be on the right side of the smoke, so they're going to have to sit behind that. That's a brick wall that's basically been built up. And Cello, he can sense the weakness. He can sense it. He wants to get in here. Slaughter as many of these T's as possible. HG now comes in, spray through, gets one. But so much damage has been inflicted.
HG's absolutely rinsed them. All the way down Banana, painting them, basically. So much easier to convert all these kills now as well on the push. And for Legacy, not really having too much to work with in terms of the util either. At least there's flashbangs to play with. That's the most important part. You've got those you can pop yourselves in, try and go for the play through the smoke, see if they can hit their shots. Cello tries to turn it up close, good with a read, and the response is nice on the spray as well. Burning bright in the round, and leaves it down to the rest of the team to finish things. Only one casualty. Perfect round for FURIA, that's what they wanted. Put themselves at 6 of the half.
Yeah, really solid hold in the end. Surprised Legacy even got a kill, realistically, considering how much damage was being inflicted when they were stuck at arm's reach. Considering that you're expecting a very similar buy of just Tank 9s, more than likely 7-5. Man, if I'm Legacy, I'm kicking myself at that halftime break, because this could have been such a different outcome.
It felt like it was going to go that way. They'd be on form for Legacy. They're no strangers to causing upsets when they meet FURIA. They won the last time they played back at Copenhagen. And here now on the server, they're looking to try and do it again. But they don't have the guns for it, and they don't have the manpower either. Barton's the only one. Tap him with the tech. Gets the tag off. Fallen, forced to retreat. 21. Time on the clock, still giving them room to breathe, but it's the manpower you're worried about. You can slip onto the site, punch in the digits, at least starts to force the issue for FURIA, and they're walking on in, straight through the smoke. Back of the bomb site, you're burning, and KRÜ made it look easy. Blink and you'd miss it, and that's how they get themselves 7.
As soon as they saw, or heard, I should say, the bomb getting planted, they realized that the two players had a couple of seconds to reposition and relocate before they could get themselves established with a crossfire. That's such a cool call from Fallen. Flash through, and then the Molotov after it. And divide and conquer. There was no chance of them getting themselves established at that point, so really well played. But yeah, go back to that point earlier, like 2 huge moments in this map. The first is that 10-second defuse, of course. Yeah. The second is that 4K and Cello in pit. And if either of those had gone against FURIA, we could be looking at like an 8-4 score in favor of Legacy here.
Oh, yeah.
Man, they're going to have so much mental clarity to just push that away and just focus on the task at hand.
It's crazy as well, right? Because KRÜ did an interview with HOTV coming into the event where he was saying, like, we love to play RMRs. They're always ready for RMRs. Him individually as well. Like, he thrives in that environment. And they've got the stats to back it up. You've only lost 1 best of 1 to EG back in 2022. Over 15 matches, Vince. It's a pretty big record to work with. So they're trying to live up to that and keep their legacy going, right? For FURIA, ride that high. See how far you can push it. It's been an interesting game to this point. Second half Pistol is going to have a lot to say for it.
I don't think either team will be feeling 100% happy with their performance in that first half. But it is the very first map, the very first match here on the A stream. So you can let them off just a little bit. There's so many Julies in play as well. 2 sets, Dumao and Lato both donning them. Dumao's making the move up onto the banana side. And actually baiting Lato, and he's just sat back. With a flash maybe looking to try and pop that out if the rush comes through, but FURIA very slow and steady. Classic Fallen.
Dial it right back. Subvert the expectations, try and keep them guessing. And let the plays speak for themselves here in the second half, Pistol. Utility being held. Everyone primed and ready. 2 pop flashes there for Lato. Want to set your teammates up if they go for this push in towards the site. KRÜ lurks for the hold, everyone else revs their engines and they begin to make their descent down out through the site. Nekis is good for 1, but Fallen trades it back on the Glock. And it's starting to turn into a stalemate. You're giving the CTs room to peak. They're getting confident on it. And one by one, FURIA are starting to fall. It's only KRÜ that remains on the bomb site. He's got the Glock. Smoke blocking his vision, looking for the angle, reads it well, hits the headshot. Okay, how far can you take this one, KRÜ? He's looking to deal damage on it. He's still got ammo in the mag as well. They're pushing onto him, and they'll steal that one away. Legacy needed the pistol, and they grab it through the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, KRÜ was playing that so well. Like just shoulder peeking, knew exactly where both players are, but impressively, Legacy made sure they played together. They didn't go 1 by 1. They didn't give him those 2 confrontations. Some really nice pistol work though. Barton with the aggression and Sad's in there to just clean it up. Nice effort. But Legacy have picked up the second pistol and go straight in for 3 for Mass. So it's interesting to see what the preference is on these players. I feel like you don't see as many FAMAS around now as maybe you'd expect.
It's become quite unpopular, Vince. In modern day media, everyone hates the FAMAS. If you buy 3 of them, that's collective term with FAMI, I believe. A family of FAMASes, perhaps. I always love seeing it. A bit of burst fire action. Bit of a burst fire round, really. MP9 just slaughters everyone. Abattoir at Banana. And just like that, it's all tied back up. 7-7.
I blink and you'd have missed it, really. And tons of cash to Dumao, who got 4. So an upgrade. Effectively a bonus round here on the side of Legacy. It's all up to FURIA to make them blink and make them a little bit uncomfortable. Didn't play their best CS, especially in those first 4 or 5 rounds. It was very sketchy. On the T side, you're not going to be offered many opportunities here. So see if FURIA have awoken from their slumber a little bit. Carpets of grenades being tossed down on Banana, smokes and HGs alongside mollies. Bit of a stalemate though, and the CTs aren't really that interested about playing for it. They've actually decided to go for a 4-player stack over on A, leaving just Dumao by himself with that MP9.
They know he's in safe hands. Trustworthy fellow. Smoke up. Round on Arch side. Slow round from Furia, though, just seeing if there is any opening opportunity. If Legacy go for the info play, if they try and get a bit overconfident, shut that down, build the round off the back of it. Don't need to rush things particularly. They've got the nades in the back pocket as well, so they can set themselves up for the late round. And that's the smoke thrown out towards Banana. Dumao dashing that one just at the 60-second mark.
Now they're going to start looking for a little bit of intel. Nekis scouting out through on second mid in the apps. That's going to allow this rotation to come through, and it's just in the nick of time. The T's haven't managed to expunge through here just yet. And Dumao's still up. They're going to blow open their own smoke, and the flash is on point, blinding most of the T's, keeps them in position, but none of these MP9s have really built on the promise. The bomb's starting to get planted down. Yuri is low, 1 HP to his name. There's a way back in here for Legacy, but Nekis and Barton are going to have to come through with these FAMAS.
Nade should be huge. Right on target, breaks the back of Yuri. He collapses. And that's just what they want to do on the bomb site now. Fallen finds the pick back up. All on KRÜ. 1v1 versus Nekis. Lurking in the smoke and playing with the subversion. Just waiting for him to walk on in. Paranoid about the back of the bomb site. Shot from CT. Another scrappy round. But it's Furia that find their way back in.
Impressively as well, because everything was pointing towards that being Legacy's round. They were like just wasted so much of the time. They're stuck behind smokes. There's rotation coming through because of Nekis' push around the apps. It felt like the superior weaponry was kind of the difference maker, though. Those MP9s, they were tagging tons, but they weren't getting kills. However, it was a bonus round. They took 4 players down. So Furia's economy is a little bit grim, and they can come straight back in with upgraded weapons now. I think they can even afford an AWP if they want one. So a very interesting moment in the game, bit of a fulcrum point perhaps.
Yeah, I think we caught it just before they cut away to obviously show us the player cams here. I'm pretty sure they did go for the AWP pickup, so they should be in play in the next round. See what you can get done with it, come out early. It's always nice though, get a bit of an overview, see what the vibe's like. Temperature check on both of the teams. Energy's been good so far for Furia. Obviously, Cello's been giving him a lot to be excited about. 14 frags to his name. And 2 both ridiculous clutches, really, in the way that he played it.
Very different clutches, too.
Yeah.
Doesn't get us opposite ends of the spectrum.
The duality of man, Vince.
Yes. So, Mac-10 also picked up Skull's the man for the job. Sazin watching the angle with his AWP. KRÜ is on the prowl, but the smoke is going to keep Dumao safe for the time being. A couple of bullets do just tickle KRÜ down to 90, but he is undeterred. However, maybe he should have been. Sazin had the warning shot fired out from Dumao and picks up on that promise and backs off with his scalp. Very nice pick from Legacy. Furia, they'll be struggling to crack open the sights now. KRÜ typically is that kind of guy that can get his hands dirty early on.
KRÜ started the round happy in, but unfortunately after being killed, he's now sad in. We'll workshop that one. We'll work it back in later. There's something in there, Vince. There's a joke in there about being sad. Let's see if they're going to remain happy, though. It's Legacy. You get the first pick, but how far can you take this one? Still got smokes to work with as well. You can burn a ton of time off the clock. Good angles to play off one another. Furia throwing over the early util. 36 seconds left on the clock. Sadzin just waiting at the back of the bomb site for go time. Molotov's up, trying to force him out of position. Close fountain as well, assist. It's Dumao that does the opening damage, even gets away with 2, and perfect assist onto Fallen. That's a clean hold.
Surgical in its precision, really well played between the two of them. Dumao is lighting up the scoreboard. A 4K with the MP9, another 2 added into the mix here, and they can upgrade to a couple of AKs. Skulls is going to keep this from being a flawless clean sweep round, and will afford his team a glill into the next one. But Legacy have tied it up once again. Every time it looks like maybe Furia are about to pick up into that 3rd, 4th gear, they just snatch back to reality again. The warning shot unheeded by KRÜ, punished, and just so clean on this hold, man. It was cool to see as well, Sadzin kind of looking down so the barrel of the gun wasn't round the pillar, and he was anticipating the flashes behind the Molotovs. But Dumao was like, nah, I've got you, bro. I'll just spray down 3. Don't have to worry about it at all.
been some nice shots as well from Sadzin, right? Like, he looks like he's really on form with it at the minute. Mechanically, he's feeling good. He's playing with confidence with the fights that he's willing to go for, but it's not overly audacious. He knows when to call it quits. Round 17, going into it with basically nothing. More of a formality. For Legacy, it's just about keeping it as clean as possible. Don't rack up that laundry bill.
And really, if you were new to Counter-Strike and you didn't know much about these players, and you came into this, you probably think that Legacy were the veterans, were the team that was maybe the favourites, because you think of some of the mistakes we've seen from FURIA, some of the audacious, aggressive plays, like that Fallen play on mid when he took the AWP through 2 Molotovs.
Just went running in for the fight, yeah.
It felt desperate. It felt like he wasn't quite as comfortable as you'd expect from a player as cool as he is, that's been around the block as many years as he's been. So it's been a very interesting game between these two. Not really panning out the way I was anticipating. But Legacy have the advantage, make no mistake. I mean, they should be taking this round fairly convincingly. It's effectively a few Tech-9s thrown in with the save Khalil, and the opening pick once again is KRÜ on the receiving end. This time Dumao dishing out death, and Sadzin may have missed the second shot, but he already nailed the first. And this round, with 25 seconds, is going to go the way of Legacy. There's no real way forward for FURIA.
Might have been a miss. It was still a good-looking shot, though. Made you feel like he was going to hit it, and that's what matters in an AWP event. You know, he convinced me he was going to get that
Confidence,
one.
right?
Exactly, bro. Counter-Strike is confidence.
Even when I miss, I hit. So
Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah.
Oh, second timeout for FURIA as well. Obviously, the respite they had from the previous one, it did give them the belief to go back in, play their style of CS, right? Kind of reset them a lot, help them out. Cash flow is another topic of conversation for that round, but similar sort of scenario here. Take a bit of a brief pause, going into it with a buy. You've got weapons to work with now. Curious what the form's going to be looking like.
I mean, you mentioned that if there was a team to look out for maybe an upset, it would be Legacy. They've done it before.
Yep.
The last RMRs, so they know what this feels like. Now, obviously, the last RMRs, that was with coldzera, who's no longer a part of the picture. But doesn't seem to make a whole bit of difference here, because Legacy are playing some really solid Counter-Strike. Some good protocols. Let's see how FURIA are going to come back into this after their second tactical timeout. What ideas has Fallen managed to hatch in that mastermind of his? Well, it's more of the same. KRÜ bypasses the first Molotov, though. Not that much damage, all things considered. That could catch the CTs off guard if they're not careful. They may not anticipate him to be this up close and personal.
KRÜ has been eager for these early fights. It's in his blood. It's the way he plays the game. Dumao, though, hits back, and the spray damage is good as well. Fragments the push, makes it more uncomfortable. They waste a bit of time on contact. Dumao still stays alive, and the round itself is dead in the water, Vince. It's getting more awkward the longer this one goes on. Opportunity was there for the quick play, but not finding the opening pick has just left them stuck.
That felt like a KRÜ go kill type round.
Seemed like it, right?
Unfortunately, was never a possibility. Like, he peeks through, there's 2 players around coffins, also on the fountain, they just spray it down, they lock it. It was a bit of an ugly spray, if I'm being honest, from Dumao. Not one I would like to see again anytime soon, but he got it done, so it's successful. And now he's got himself that AWP as he's down on the 8 HP, allows Sadzin to come through with the AK. And it would be a bit of a miracle if FURIA were able to pick this one up from this position. 2 players low, straight into the lion's den, and they have been devoured by Lato. Legacy with a 2-round lead.
It would be fitting if the second time these two teams go head-to-head versus one another. Legacy again. Repeat what happened last time and shut down FURIA with an upset win. There was a lot of potential storylines coming into this one. And this is something maybe we didn't expect to see, but it's turning into a bit of a page-turner. And here's the energy coming back as well, right? Obviously, we've seen a lot of it from the FURIA camp, the way they're getting excited, trying to fire each other up. But that was all the first half. Then second half, new territory. For Legacy, they're feeding off the energy of these rounds. You know you're within touching distance at this point.
Oh, you are. And you know, additionally, the FURIA aren't, you know, fielding their best kind of weaponry either. You know that they're low on economy. You know they're having a struggle right now. Their T side has been pretty toothless, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
From what we've seen thus far. So I think Legacy will be brimming with confidence. I said coming into the second half, they'll be kicking themselves. How can they just mentally reset? Well, here's your answer. Win. Win rounds, get that second pistol underway, and do not let go.
Don't drop the ball. Keep your eye on the prize. Minute on the clock, smoke up on Banana, burn time off the clock. Dumal's able to slip back on out. Support on the site. Boost up through the smoke, Fallen up on top. Just Tech 9 in hands. That's round towards Banana side. So you've got the two players set up there, obviously just lurking, seeing if someone does come out through mid, go for a bit of an info play off the back of the contact on B. Smoke's up though, Vince. Time's going to be about 5 seconds off the back of it. Dumal's just holding for the push out, trying to play anti-flash close on the angle. First one's clean, second one doesn't land.
Timing slightly off as well. Lato not quite there quick enough to deal with one of the crossing players. And so it should be a post plant. This is looking a little bit cleaner from Furia. They have lost Skulls though, that was on the long flank, the long con to try and wrap into a backstab. His knife blunted. And now considering there's a Tech 9 in play and not really any utility to speak of between the three of them, there is a way forward for Legacy. Already half that timer though on the fuse has ticked off. Need to get in there quick, looking for a flash into a peak from two players on Coffin, and here it goes. Fallen's going to need to hold his ground, playing that kind of linchpin player between the two of them, and he's got one kill. There is Yuri, and that probably puts this round to bed. It's going to end up being a costly one for Legacy. Furia have got their 9th.
Nice taps with the Tech. Big round from Fallen, they play off one another. Good communication on the bomb site, even in the carnage of it. And he gets the cherry on top as well. Final frag on the walkout. Sadzin couldn't hit the important shots. You give away the free AWP. Help bolster their economy and also give them the weapon they would want on the man.
That potential retake could prove so huge come the end of this game. That could have been an 11-8 scoreline. Coulda, woulda, shoulda though. It means absolutely nothing in Counter-Strike. What we do know is that Legacy have to deal with Furia getting aggressive through an apps, but it feels like more like a bait than anything else. The bulk of these players now pushing up on the Banana side. Or perhaps not. Coming to top of middle.
Dumal with a back out. Molly back over the top. Don't concede the Banana control. Giving as good as they get at the minute. Again, it's similar to what Furia have been playing throughout this T half. Slow pace, you're looking for the opening pick, want to roll off the back of it. They've been favoring their hits towards the B bomb site. Similar situation here. Nades passed over. Cello given the close HE. Could break the smoke. Meanwhile, Sadzin posted up. Could have the 1v1 versus Fallen. Sees the shadow, ready for the shot. It's a good connection in the Battle of the Orpers, but it's the B bomb site where it's about to go down. Lato with the connection. Cello, his strings are broken. Yuri on contact, good for the clap back. And they survive through the first test. You get on the bomb site, but what can you do from here?
That's the question, isn't it? They're going to have a post plant for sure. There's no grenades going to be finding themselves. And with KRÜ on 4 HP, he's playing a bit of an off angle, watching for the Coffin push. Sadzin down now on Banana. 2 players in total on this position, and it's going to be Nekis watching. Are they setting up for exit frags, it looks like? Yeah, they're giving this one up, Jackie. They're not going to go for this. It's going to be 10-10. And again, it comes down to that entry.
Yeah.
If Yuri misses out on that chance, the round is probably done, because KRÜ is going to go the same way afterwards at such low hit points. Really, Furia are living by their individual prowess right now. In terms of teamwork, not really there. It feels very shoddy, but they're making it work, and that's the test of the big teams. If you want to make it through to the major, if you want to progress through here, you're going to have to win even when you're not playing well.
Would be a 16th major appearance for Fallen.
It's crazy.
It's mental to think about, right?
16th. Wow.
An incredible run of stats, really, for the man. But hey, that's a long way to go. This is only day one. It's only just kicking off here with the Americas RMR for the Perfect World Major in Shanghai. 10-10 being the scoreline. And for FURIA, they found their form again. Their bites back and they're playing with that confidence that we wanted to see. Cello certainly showing that. Runs straight on in. Nade's going to slow him down with the tagging, but he still gets his man.
Looking to cultivate some chaos with Legacy, but it's backfired tremendously. FURIA will be elated to see this outcome. 2 players down already, and although Barton may hold on for 1, Nekis needs to go above and beyond with Aftermath. He's getting himself 1 kill, but there it comes. Eventually, the superior manpower and firepower will rise to the top, as will FURIA. They'll be ahead for what will feel like the first time in forever. But while the finish line is close, this is where they begin to pounce.
It feels like they are playing up to the emblem, sort of the style of the team, really, right? You kind of lay low, pounce like an animal in beast mode, and then just see how far they can take it. And these are good rounds to get back into the game massively. Huge boost in confidence, complete flip-flop of the way Legacy would have been feeling just mere moments ago. And now you've got to strap in, do or die territory. It's been a bit uncomfortable as well, of course. You know, obviously we saw the round where they had to play basically for exits. Money was rough. It was worse than I thought it actually was for the CT side. So Legacy in a bit of an uncomfortable position in terms of what you're really going to be able to field here. They need the nades. Banana's been a problem with the late takes from FURIA. So if you don't have them, it's going to come back to bite you in the bottom.
That's a very difficult call, isn't it? Like, do you want to just tap out here and effectively allow FURIA to get onto match point, play for OT? Or do you plant your flag in the ground and say, nope, we're going to fight. We win or lose in this very moment. They've called a tactical timeout to figure out what to do next. All around 2,000 to 3,500. It's really grim kind of territory.
Yeah. It was like actual firepower is just out of reach. And like you say, man, it's always a toss-up of trying to figure out if it's the right decision to make, if it's just going to come back to haunt you afterwards. Let's see how they go for. Okay, so the investment's there. Money comes out. MP9's got the M4 buy onto Barton. Full nades, though. Good utility across the board for the most part. Lacking in some areas in terms of the offensive utility, but it's the smokes that matter, especially with those flashbangs. You can slow down the early pushes, and if FURIA change the pace, that might be perfect. It's Fallen that's running straight up. He looks for the quick peek. No one in the scope right now. They're setting up with a boost instead, playing it a little bit slower, switching up the angles.
Taking point wants to be the spearhead of this push. Flash through. Oh, they know 2 players on CT side now, but he's taking quite a bit of damage. Chipped down to 49. And he'll be cognizant of a straight grenade landing on top of his head, so he's going to back away here. Cello juggling those grenades. Make sure that they can try and stack onto one of these sites and blow away one of these defenders. They have done fair damage to Dumao as well, so both teams feeling it just a little bit. And the War of Banana has been won by FURIA, and pretty straightforwardly so.
Even now, their presence being felt, paranoid about the potential of them still being there. Another smoke going to be thrown out because of it. And it comes down to Legacy's hold towards the A site in reality. Slightly down numbers, but at least they're pushing for the info back. Try and get the read towards Banana. Depends on the timing, though. Going to be really tight for the rotation to catch back around, especially with KRÜ just watching for the lurk. If they go too fast, it could be problematic. There's the first hit. Meanwhile, Stereo coming back in has Fallen. Turns up the base on the response back. It's good at least with the MP9. Sadzin doesn't need the orb, but he needs to be breathing, and his teammates try and revive him. Lato makes the play. Legacy. With the Lazarus effect, Vince, they keep themselves in the game for now. 11-11, tie it back up at a pivotal point.
Lazarus apt considering they ended in the pit, and Sadazin with those 2 kills in the MP9. We saw him fall off the balcony. I thought he missed his window of opportunity, but apparently not. Stayed alive, sprays down 3 alongside Sadzin, and it saves the day for Legacy. So their choice to force it up, get themselves in the mix, has proved to be a valuable one. And now it's FURIA's time to sweat it out just a little bit. Their 3rd and final tactical timeout called in regulation, as the tables have well and truly been flipped.
And again, you look at that sort of duality we were talking about, right? We say Fallen's gunning for his 16th major. For Sadzin, this would be his first time qualifying to a major. Obviously, it's always hard to think for some players how you kind of run your head through that in the morning, you know what I mean? Sort of each and every game. You imagine some players probably don't even think about it, just put it to the back, take each game as it comes, think about the bigger picture later. We'll see how that develops over the course of the Americas RMR. For now, tuning back in with round 23, all tied up. Nades out at middle, break the smoke. Sadzin, he saw an opportunity to maybe go for the play out on the peak. Doesn't quite get a chance to take a shot. And they start stealing away space, edging their way up, round through quad. It's Barton with the M4. He's got backup at least, but they're catching contact. And Cello, he's throwing out hands, Vince. Straight through the barrel. Nekis is slain. And this is looking worrying. 3 players alive after that initial damage. They've got the bomb site. You throw away your weapons, it's cooked anyway. So they have to concede the round. FURIA, that's how they get themselves 12, just off the back of 2 simple entries.
They're not just throwing the hands, but connecting. Not quite the KO. He's staggered Legacy. They have to save, but it looks like they'll be able to hold on to these rifles and the AWP, which is so important because their money is in the bin. Sadzin holding on to the AWP for the time being, and with money still allowing FURIA to go for a little bit of the hunt, they're going to find themselves Dumao, who would have been feeling like he was the favorite to win that fight. There's a congregation of T's pushing towards him. And now they'll be praying in the church that maybe a miracle can come through here and they can hold on to these 2 weapons, because if they lose them, this last round is going to be incredibly dicey. Yuri goes in for another one. Sadzin tacked down to 18, but will survive just about by the skin of his teeth. The problem is, though, there's barely anything to supply and support the AWP. They have nearly no cash in reserve.
They made the decision to save so they could keep the weapons alive, have firepower going into this next round. See if they could force the overtime. See if they could get themselves into a position to once again have a chance to take this map here on Inferno. Off the back of it, though, it results with just the 1 player staying alive. Feels like it was frivolous. It was all for naught. So you've got to switch up your style of play, and they do that by barreling down middle. Catch them off guard, but Cello is still so slick with it. Hits the AK tap onto Dumao. Is not caught off guard by the rush. And this is looking scary now. 3 players left alive, 2 MP9s, only Sadzin that really has the hero mark in this round. He has to step up to the plate, do something unthinkable, really. That's the way you force yourself into overtime. For FURIA, on the cusp of claiming their first win.
It's not been an amazing performance for FURIA. I'm sure Fallen will be the first to admit it. But it does not matter. It's all about getting that first W in the RMRs. But Sadzin is going to delay that just a little bit longer. Barton catching skulls, peeking through the smoke. And suddenly, FURIA up against it. Suddenly, overtime looks more likely.
Is that the playground for Legacy? Can they find a way to keep this one turning just long enough? 46 seconds on the clock. Yuri and Fallen, they've got to work in unison. You've got the close angle warp from Sadzin. It's in an off-angle position as well. Try and keep them guessing on the peak. If they're not ready for it, it could be a pivotal first frag. P-Fire comes out slightly early, though. There's the warning shot. You know the position. The repeat's not clean enough, but the response from Barton is exactly what they wanted. MP9 up close, rips them to shreds. 12-12. It's not over, Vince. It's only just getting started.
It's only just begun. Yes, that's in a couple of nervy shots towards the end.
Ones. He can have those ones.
Yeah, it's fine. Barton had his back. You know, you mentioned before about how it would be his first time. And you have to assume, look, he's grown up idolizing Fallen.
Oh, 100%.
As most Brazilian players do. He's the godfather in Brazilian Counter-Strike for a reason. So you've got a chance that you're playing against this super legendary Brazilian player, probably a guy you've been a huge fan of, especially as an AWPer, right? Like, you look at Fallen probably inspired him to start things off, and now you're playing against him with a chance to go 1-0 up and knock him down a serious peg. That would be an incredible outcome. And although he did miss the last 2 shots, the kill he got there on tunnels was so valuable. And Barton just sealing the deal. The cheer, the elation, the relief. But like you said, Jackie, we're only just getting started here. Don't take your eye off the prize.
No, this is where it gets real. This is where it gets real, Vince. It's a good first day, mate. Exactly what we wanted.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Definitely. I got to be honest, I came into the day, I thought this would be a fairly straight game. Straightforward game.
Yeah.
Like pretty quick, but Hey, Legacy are here to fight, man. That's impressive stuff.
Oh, dude. What a story. Crack the book back open. Let's see where the next page is going to be written. Who's holding the pen on this one? Early utility damage out, but most of it connects straight onto KRÜ. Half HP instantly. The follow-up nade's nice, though. That's going to trade back onto both of the B players.
Shrapnel in the kneecaps of Sadzin down to 46. Is just behind Dumao, who is top fragging right now on the server, alongside Cello. Both of them have had a ton of impact as well. Some big individual rounds. It's been a while, though, since we've seen one of FURIA players really pop off and grab around and make it theirs. Barton flashed multiple times, but it's Lato that steps up alongside Barton. Headshot also onto Fallen, drops him down to 1 HP. And when Molotov is tossed in, there is the sanctuary of the site for Barton to fall back into. FURIA struggling once again on this T side. Can't really get a foothold.
It's slippery out there at the minute. Gotta find some traction. See if they can dig their heels in. 30 seconds on the clock. If you don't find the next frag, it's really going to unravel. And with Barton continuing to demolish, it looks like things should be over fairly quickly. No real health to work with. Fallen's on a single digit. And Barton will take that one. Another for the total tally. 4K in the round. 17 frags to his name now over the course of the game. And Legacy getting the first round of overtime, putting themselves on 13.
There's that stack up on the quad with Lato hanging around middle. It seemed to be the step up that was just a little bit too far for FURIA to hold on to. Now a triple player to kick things off with Legacy, maybe going to try an early nade down here to tossed in. No one home, way more passive from FURIA here. Fallen has been playing a lot off his spawns, trying to get aggressive with the AWP. This time had spawned towards the back of the pack, so it's KRÜ's job to try and see if he can maybe give them a glimmer of hope to pick something into this round, but instead just peeks around slowly, and Sadzin's having that all day. Yuri also gets tagged.
Dude, that reaction was ridiculous.
Crazy.
They still got it on the fadeaway. My God, Sadzin. What have they been feeding you? He's on it today. Breakfast of champions for him, apparently. Taking snapshots wherever he can. That's what I'm saying. This guy keeps tricking me. Whenever it's a miss, I still think he's going to hit it. Like, the reactions are just ridiculous.
It could have a breakfast of a former champion in the form of Fallen, of course, as well. But Cello is keeping FURIA in this round. Dumao through the smoke. And it's going to be down to that man once again. Sadzin backs off to the site. He's all alone. He needs to go above and beyond for his teammates here. This could be a huge moment for Sadzin. No one is rotating through. They're not buying this. They assume it's a fake, but Sadzin's about to see action.
Sadzin, 3 bullets in the clip, down to just 2, and unfortunately there's one primed and ready for Yuri, and his body turns cold. Entry on the back of the bomb site. If FURIA thought this one was slipping, they put the foot down and grab it straight back. For Legacy, you're going to be caught on rotation as well. Barton, though, never sleeping at the wheel. Good movement, hits the head. 2 versus 3 here in the overtime. Oh, mate, claws are coming out, Vince.
They've been sharpened. Straight for the jugular. They're looking to try and deny these 2 save weapons. It's Lato and Barton that are going to take the call here. Low time, and Yuri lines him up, sprays him down. Legacy will not be seeing any further success in this round. However, they're going to be able to come straight back into this one. They're going to have a bit of a lack of utility. No, they're actually dropped across the Lato, so never mind that point. He's a little bit low on funds, but his teammates helped him out, no problems. Some nice entries here, though, Jack. I mean, we've been missing this a little bit. I said before, it's been a while since we've seen one of kind of FURIA individually pop off and have a really big round, but that was more of a team effort.
I think you've also got so conditioned as well. They're just playing slow CS early that you're not expecting the sudden turn of tempo. It's where they hit them fast, caught them off guard a little bit. Sadzin's always looking for an opening opportunity, knows how to utilize that orb in the opening moments of the round. Really good with it in the way that he's taking space. Oh, for Fallen though, it's an absolute barbecue. They've turned up the heat, Vince, but it's not the sort of sauna you want to be in. Dumao running through the smoke on response, though, looking for a pick back in case Serato grabs that one. So you equalize the situation. Sadzin up close with a shotgun orb, good for one. Barton's in a back line to support as well. And it's another round where fists are being thrown out. Slobber knockers everywhere, Vince. 3v2 here, minute on the clock.
It looks a bit foolish from Fallen, but he was fully flashed.
Yeah.
Full flat, the perfect flashbang straight to both of his retinas. Burnt out. Couldn't see anything. But that push from Dumao was a little bit strange. I assume he was expecting that it was Fallen alone, went for that peak, and they could try and take top one out of control and like make the most of that momentary weakness. But instead, he effectively gave Fury a chance. Which is still not over, because let's be fair, KRÜ and Yuri, two of the most individually talented players on the planet, especially hailing from the Americas, they're still alive. There is still a chance. We haven't seen either of them reach critical mass just yet, but who knows? Maybe this is their moment to shine.
Spam's good for the first contact. Neck is down to 54, but it's Lato that looks to let himself loose with a spray. KRÜ, Buchholz, and Yuri is gone. At the end of the first half in overtime, Legacy leading by 1 round, 14-13. And Vince, I know we said it was kind of fitting, right? That if Legacy were going to win this versus FURIA, it would be another one of those upsets. It's a major cycle. It's where they had their last encounter and they won that. But that was 16-13 in overtime. And this is a similar situation we're now edging towards here.
Yeah, history very much could be repeating itself. And it would be an unbelievable start to these RMRs. When you consider how competitive this RMR is as well, like you got to see Liquid, Complexity, Pain, M80, the list goes on and on and on. We're going to see many of those teams as the day progresses.
I feel like it's far more split this time in terms of like everyone thinking who's going to get through, right? Like, yeah, it's definitely way harder to call. I think it's probably been one of the most competitive America's RMRs we've had for some time. Like, it's really stacked with the competition you can get out of these teams.
So they're again Fallen fully flashed, and Dumao got pop flashed out by his teammate. KRÜ didn't get fully affected by it. I think they expected him to be on the other side of the half wall, where it would have been more potent. It would have fully flashed him. Unfortunate timing. They still got the win, so it doesn't really make a huge deal of difference. I'm sure they don't care. How evenly spread the kills are as well for Legacy is very impressive to me. Like, realistically, you have a 4-kill spread between multiple players on 20, and Neck is down at 16, who, by the way, at one point was 9-2. He started off this map really well. So it's good that once he kind of went off the boil, the entire team didn't completely collapse. And look at this double stack. Yuri and Skulls wanting to make apps their own.
Using the verticality in the round. The off-angle boost, try and catch him off guard so you can't get the clean spray down either. Boosted up on top of quad. Double peek from apps could be just what the doctor ordered to deal with it, but they still find the frags. Cleanly too, even Fallen getting the pick up back onto Nekis. That's the way you want to start off the second half.
Damn it, Skull's got both of them? Jeez. He's had a bit of a rough game so far, but that was a beautiful flick to the second transfer spray. And FURIA immediately land the KO, the uppercut from nowhere, leaving Legacy staggered once more. Dumao and Sadzin both having solid turnouts here. This is a huge amount to ask, and Yuri straight through the smoke puts it down to a 1-on-5, and Dumao's not going to wait around too long, trying to dive and dance. See if he can try and take that bomb through on middle, but Cello's watching the cross. And there is nothing between these two teams. It's just blow for blow, back and forth.
No one's going to concede. Fight until the bitter end. Oh, man. Yeah, that's nuts. The fact he gets away with both of them inside the apps, it seemed like they had the right read as well for the peak. Double-sided, but not clean enough. Momentum's been good for FURIA. Pivotal round resets things entirely. There's no cash flow problems, though. Don't have to worry about that here and now. So Legacy, armed once again with the AKs, full util to their name. You go running up on towards middle. Skulls tucked into the corner. Target priority. Didn't take down the first man, flicked off too early, and now you've got a way in. Low HP, Cello, he goes running in through the smoke, surprising the back line with the AK spray, and it's getting really bumpy. Up close and awkward. Fallen strikes down onto Barton, gets one, puts him in the 2v2. Cello's looking to make plays, but Fallen's doing it for him.
They must know that Dumas was last spotted around the arch side, so they can have a good idea to his position there as Fallen. We've all been there, Skulls. You bite off more than you can chew. His eyes lit up. He's like, oh, I'm going to have a highlight reel moment. And then brought back to reality. I think it was Cello that pushed the smoke very well, made the most of that momentary weakness over on Arches. And Furia, they've been battered, they've been beaten, they've been bruised, but they now have yet another match point to try and put themselves through into that 1-0 bracket.
Dig deep now for Legacy. That's all you got left to contend with. They switch up the pace again. Early play out towards Banana, come out relatively unscathed in terms of the initial offensive utility thrown in at least. Cello with a little jiggle, getting reads. Yuri getting confident, but he walks into the bullet of Barton. It's a fast peek and a first frag. This could be the stepping stone they need.
They're going to make the most of this as well. They're picking up the pace. This forces Cello into basically a 1 versus 5. Gets the off angle, sprays good from Skulls. He just needs to survive for Cello. Give them that linchpin to play off. Instead, it's a lineup and Dumas sprays them both down. Are we headed to second OT? Only KRÜ stands between Legacy and that being a possibility.
They want to run it right back, reset the record and go for another spin. And for KRÜ, an opportunity to win this one is few and far between. Angles covered, bomb ticking. Is there anything he can do at this point? Legacy locking it in, feeling like they're ready for another run at things. And that's the final tap. Sadzin connects 15-15. One overtime just wasn't enough. We told you we're just getting started, Vince.
We did warn you. Oh, man. Furia, another opportunity to put it in the W column, and they cannot get it done. And it will feel like a really odd decision that they go walking out on second apps and try and get aggressive again, but Yuri's alone. It's the freest of kills for Barton. Of course, if it works, he looks like a genius, or whoever made the call, maybe Fallen's made the call early on, but it just horrendously backfires. And to be fair to Legacy, they make the most of it. They don't slow down. They don't assume any kind of stack again. They got burnt by that, obviously, with the Skulls stack beforehand. They just push straight through. But I felt like if Cello survives in balcony there and allows those 3 players from Library to have someone to play off, he doesn't have to get kills. He just has to keep them busy, looking over their shoulder constantly. Then there was a way back, but it's the way it goes. That's Counter-Strike.
It's mad as well, because I'm pretty sure, obviously, I think Bomb was dropped in apps off the back of the frag, so it was isolated from everyone else. So the fact that he just went for the heads-up play of taking the fight towards them, I mean, like, fair play, right? Dumas just goes in, knows the win condition, hits the shots. Awkward angles sometimes as well. It can feel really rough, but made it look clean, and 15-15, it's tied back up. We run it right back. Fallen on the AWP, Sadzin being his counter. We've seen what he can do. He's been good on the weapon. Big green gun's been coming out. He's been leaving Furia green with envy on some of the plays. Can he do it again here? Has Fallen been saving up his power for another big round?
A ton of grenades tops straight onto the car area, but nothing really there forthcoming. Fallen wants to get aggressive. Had the right idea, just slightly off on the positions there. Bullets whizzing past the eyes of Dumas and Ekis. Are they really going to think about pushing middle here? It looks like they're setting up for it. They're going to go for a late mid push. And they get punished. Lato one-tap of Cello.
Oh, the wheels could be coming off. KRÜ realizes he needs to pull out the wrench. Swings it straight back. Dumas down and out. Coming close towards a minute on the clock. They've still got nades to make plays with. So Legacy reset the round. Smokes up towards A. Paranoid about the peek through the back. But it's the full frontal assault they've got to worry about. Mini pit set up for Skulls, jiggling on contact. Oh, turns his attention at just the wrong time on the re-peek back in. Lato's given a window of opportunity and he'll seize it. In the pit, it's Yuri. Here's the footsteps. He's got to divert his attention. It's a window of opportunity, but it's starting to close. They've slipped onto the site now. Fallen stays alive, but barely.
That could have been the round-winning moment. But there's still a lifeline. Fallen low. KRÜ going to have to do most of the heavy lifting. Has a Molotov. Tossed in right now. Smoke alongside it. Forces Nekis away, and they would have heard that singed footstep as Nekis scampers off. The flick on the Fallen. He was the weaker player, but Sadzin will not miss. 3 kills in the round, up to 25 frags. And Legacy will take the lead once more.
You could see him popping off as well, feeling the energy on it. Throwing out the cheers, the fists are coming up. Fair play to him, right? Like the shots he's been hitting, some of them have been such pivotal impact frags throughout the course of this game. And again, it's also now just the quantity of them he's starting to get. He's ready, Vince. He's like a Beyblade. Just let him off, let him spin. He'll do some damage. Maybe you have to pick him back up again, but it's fine.
Because once you pick him back up, there could be 2 or 3 bodies on the floor for Furia, and that could be just enough.
That's why they ban Beyblades.
That's exactly exactly it. Sadzin showing us. But we haven't seen Legacy have a match point so far. Maybe they're going to punish Furia here. Maybe they're going to be a bit more ruthless, clinical. Fallen Molotov'd off, and now Sadzin can go and peek into the position. If Fallen goes back in here, he's going to be in a world of hurt. Decides against it. Oh, here come the nades though, Jackie. This is going to be a full-on execute. Effectively a 5v3. And a Molotov outskulls, but he manages to survive. Pulls the plug and lives to tell the tale.
I thought that was a freebie. It seemed like Sadzin was set for that one, right?
Yep.
Play was perfect. You forced him out of position. Should have hit the shot. Same could be said potentially for Fallen here. It looked like he read it well, but Lato is reading them like a book, bit by bit. Finds the headshots. Each and every time they go for a walkout, they try and do something to reel the round back in. Legacy are winning in the 1v1s. Cello's made some major plays, but dinked here on the peak back towards CT side, and you feel trapped. Meanwhile, Yuri literally is isolated. The man on the island, stuck towards the A site. The last-ditched attempt, really. Time's tight on it. If you can do something big, maybe there's room to breathe. Okay, first frag found. Sadzin goes down. Trades clean, and they've still got time to tick the bomb.
And what does Cello do? I mean, you have such low funds left. They've depleted all the money from Fallen. Yuri's below $1,000. Yeah, Cello has to save. How horrendous and gut-wrenching is that? In overtime, that you have to go ahead and just say, nah, can't play anymore. I have to save this for the next round, and even that's going to be pretty horrible. Also saw a bit of a shout out there to Fallen's play, casted amazingly by Machine, of course, to stop blowing my mind. It was on the M4A1S. I think it was a blue phosphor skin, if I'm not mistaken.
Has he done it in the stickers? Has he recreated it?
I think I saw the name tag. Yuri had it in his hands. But I'm not sure if it's Fallen's or not. 17-15, Jackie. It's the first time in a while we've seen Legacy have a bit of daylight between themselves and Fury. They've typically been chasing from behind, trying to catch up.
Probably feels nice to be leading for Legacy as well. It was a round where there was potential for things to get a little bit awkward. The Skulls fight round towards Arch side. Fallen as well on the walk back out from Library. But Latte makes the world of difference.
Fury are running out of steam. I just expected that as the game went on, they'd just get better and better. But you could make the argument realistically for Legacy here. Key players starting to show up. 24 frags for Lato, 26 for Sadzin, of course, who's been on point the entire game. KRÜ, bit of an off game. Hasn't had the kind of impact that you normally expect to see from the man. Maybe a victim of his own success, but he's typically up there as one of the heaviest hitters in any tournament he plays at.
Talk of heavy hits. Oh, this could be a bit of a messy one. It's the spray down that leaves them slumped at Banana. Fallen looks to catch them off guard, see if they're sleeping at the wheel, but they're firmly wide awake, and Lato with the spray takes another. Skulls stuck behind the wall of smoke, looks to break it. Nade over the top, actually looking for the peek in. He sees the outline, but can't strike onto Sadzin. And this is another one that Legacy are licking their lips at. An 18th round now in the double OT. An upset on the cards and a dream way to start the Americas RMRs for Legacy.
3 match points Legacy on the CT side. Taste success once, and you have just landed a huge win in the early stages of the RMR. Sadzin rubbing his hands together.
He knows, man. He knows what's coming, Vince.
Let me at him. He's thinking right now, give me that up.
Give me the stickers. Give me the stickers.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It'll be life-changing for a young man like himself. This is what it's all about. A chance at glory, a chance of making a real impact in your own life, your family's lives as well, of course. It's part of the spectacle, part of the romance of the RMRs.
The heartbreak and the dreams being fulfilled for players that have thought about this for years. Like you say, grown up watching it happen, now in a position where it's you. It literally is you in this environment that's about to make a name for yourself. See if you can write your legacy in stone. Looks like we're getting ready to go back into things now, though. Bit of a different vibe. Everyone very focused up on both camps, really.
Best of ones always can throw a few curveballs here and there. Let's be frank about this. There very likely will be many more upsets as the RMRs go on. It is a classic part of the RMRs, but I don't think many people expected the very first game here on the A-Stream would end this way. Maybe it won't, Jackie. There is a way back for FURIA. They're not done just yet. They still have opportunities, but their T-side looks shaky at best in regulation, and Dumas is getting so aggressive. Fully flashed and finalized by K Serato.
Oh, K Serato as well through this smoke. It makes Lato disappear. All smoke and mirrors. Broken glass all over Banana, so they reply with even more shrapnel. Throwing in the HE. Just trying to soften them up, give yourself some kind of lifeline on the site defense if they commit to it. You're paranoid about the potential of the B hits. So Barton's on the move, looking for the wrap back over.
This is where you're leaning on a player to really take this game and make it theirs. Neck is trying to play around the smoke. Another one will be forthcoming. This actually does favor him. He wants to try and thrive in that chaos. Oh, K Serato! He can't even fault Neckis. He's just vibing and suddenly a bullet in his face.
Hey, that's mad. He is literally the smoke king right now. Just smoking everyone with the AK. 3 kills to his name, doesn't need no vision. As right now they're envisioning a chance to keep themselves in this game. It's OT, it's not over. It's up to Legacy to finally close it. If you leave that door open, you know FURIA is going to kick it straight down.
Yeah, they may be having a really slow start to the tournament, but you cannot assume anything with this squad. And that's why K Serato, until that moment, hasn't really had many moments in this matchup. And yet, there we go. 3K through smoke. Perfectly timed, perfectly placed. Barton is going to fall down, and Sadzin now. It would have been a beautiful flick, didn't land it, and will be put down regardless. FURIA, there's 1, 2 more to go required to save themselves in this opening best of 1.
Man. This is the one that's so brutal as well. Great visualization from him. Knows exactly where his crosshair needs to be, finds the shot. And for FURIA, dream round really. 2 to go though, and that's with no mistakes. You can't afford a single mess up, and Lato's going to catch Skulls off guard on the run up towards second mid. So a first pick this time around. You establish yourself early and can back off because of it.
This is huge as well because they don't know that Legacy is backed out right now. As far as FURIA are concerned, there's a player or two on second mid hiding on one of these little angles, one of these alcoves. This is going to take a lot of time for them to clear out. They're doing it right now in the form of Cello. And they also need to deal with second apps too. So you got Yuri moving through there. This is all taking valuable time and resources away from FURIA to finally clear this out. So Legacy, the perfect start to this round.
Quick check of the utility, and there's still that Molotov in the back pocket. Dumas with the incendiary. And for Fallen being so low with just 2 points of health to his name, That can be a whole lot more terrifying if he's caught out of position. Time starting to tick as well, getting down to about the 40-second mark here. Still applying some pressure towards middle, trying to keep them guessing where the final play will be. Barton drops the smoke out. Legacy looking to lock it in. They know that they're close now, Vince. This could be the game-winning round for them. If they can just climb to 19. You've got an all-important flashbang on Fallen. That's for pit side. That goes over, blinds Barton, but the response off the back of it doesn't come out. The flick's good. Yuri with the trade on the AK, but you can't afford the trades. It's got to be clean kills.
Time, 12 seconds. Fallen gets the first. The spray is good for Lato, but they just got it in time. Fallen comes through clutch. 7 seconds, enough time for the plant. Her FURIA just snatched this round away. Kept themselves alive when it looked done and dusted and over. Fallen on 2 HP though, Jackie. A stray bullet and he's a dead man. There is still a way back into this for Legacy.
Kids up on the balcony. Time ticking. Legacy, they know their win condition. They understand what they've got to do, but can they do it when it comes down to the nitty-gritty flash over the top? Doom out going in. Spray's good for the first contact. Yuri just trying to outlive, survive, waste time. Hits one. Response back with a USP. Jumps straight on it. He knows he's not got the time for it, Vince.
Oh, stabbing into the air with pure frustration is Dumao. And as the observer perfectly highlighted, the kit was on balcony. So they needed that kill on Yuri. That kill that Yuri gets in the 1v2 was the difference maker. If they killed him first time around, they would have had time, I think, to jump up, get the kit, go and defuse. Oh my god. FURIA must have a guardian angel watching over them, and it's the form of Fallen. Because that second shot basically won them this round. Yuri stays alive at the end, not enough time. Legacy have to go again. And this is after they got the first pick, wasted about 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock, and still couldn't win.
He really is the fallen angel of FURIA at the minute. Divine intervention, like you say. The second shot, absolute carnage. You're at 2 HP from the opening moment of the round, but still plays like he's on 1,000 health. Utter confidence. He's been through this time and time again. The whole team, they know how they deal with these sort of situations. That gap slightly closes now. 1 round. Knockout blow for Legacy. FURIA, it's another chance to force it into a 3rd overtime.
They've taken hefty damage on their 2 M4 wielding players. Dumao, Lato. Nearly 60 kills between the 2 of them. But around 70 hit points collectively to try and make work. They got 1 more chance. You thought, surely not. Surely it wouldn't be a clean sweep back for FURIA on their T side. But they're on the brink of delivering it.
Push out down through Banana. You catch the rotate from Fallen, and the pressure's being put on. Sadsin, even with just the 5-7 in his hands, hits an all-important frag. He can double back, grab the orb, and then continue to unleash. The scope connects. Skulls shattered. Smoke up on the bomb, but with 30 seconds, the pressure is being added, and Barton, he's slowly making the round-winning play. Cooking it in the backline. Just got to bide his time for the last few moments through the smoke Cello's connected onto, and with 20 seconds, it's KRÜ in a 1v3, sweating, knowing that Legacy are inches away from this game.
15 hit points as well. First headshot comes through for KRÜ, but there it is. Legacy secure the upset victory in double overtime. 19-17. Lightning has struck twice.
Wow. Wow, what a way to start the Americas RMRs. An upset, FURIA goes down to Legacy. I can tell you on the other stream, Liquid went down as well to Wildcard. Predictions of my analysts in shambles.
Exactly as we all assume was going to happen here. Obviously, Sam, as a prelude to this entire thing, we said it was going to be upsets galore. We just picked the wrong teams, that's all. We just picked the wrong teams, that's all.
This is like when my delivery order takes 2 hours to arrive. It's upset city. That's what we've got here in Romania.
That was Maui last night.
That's exactly. I'm speaking from experience. Yeah, no. I mean, on the other stream, obviously, we had Liquid beat it, losing to Wildcard. We had FURIA losing
9-3 lead, by the way.
9-3 lead, and we have FURIA now losing to Legacy. I mean, I'm surprised Legacy were able to hold on to their nerve, and I'm going to say, like, what Legacy did in this game, before we tear into FURIA, Legacy played really well. Like, they had a lot of great ideas. They had a lot of good plans. When they had a lead, they knew how to capitalize on it. They wanted to play aggressively.
Yeah.
They wanted to take some risks. I love that they do that kind of stuff, but oh my god, the individuals from FURIA.
Again, the individuals from FURIA, we saw that full 10-second defuse coming in from KRÜ there in round number 2. Then we had his 4K from Cello coming in. If these rounds didn't happen for FURIA, it would have been Legacy winning pretty comfortably in regulation, right? That's not what we were expecting to see over here. And again, once it goes to overtime, you're thinking maybe, surely the veterans on the side of FURIA should see them through. Doesn't happen. Legacy, sure, there were some interesting rounds. The final round comes to mind. 4 players stack on the B bomb side, leaving Sadzin with the 5-7 alone towards B. Timing works out their way, whatever. But at the end of the day, if you ask me, who are the better team in the server overall, it has to be Legacy. And now let's get into FURIA. Let's talk a bit about FURIA.
I mean, I was going to say, we say Legacy was the better team, but would you not say that FURIA just looked not great?
FURIA, it felt like for the first 20 rounds of this game, we're just going to default their way to a win, and without much cohesion off the back of individuals and their efforts. And we saw little pop-offs here and there. We saw Yuri pop off. I saw Cello pop off. I saw a Skulls round where he popped off. I think one of the only guys that wasn't popping off was Fallen. Like, his shots were all over the place. Like, they were as spotty as the Wi-Fi in here, honestly. No, I'm just kidding. The Wi-Fi's been good, PGL. I'm just kidding. No, it's just, no, honestly, like, everybody was doing their part on the FURIA side, except for Fallen, who kept taking these weird individual risks, and then he just kind of whiffed a lot of shots. Obviously, we got a highlight right when I say that, but I mean, like, no, there were a lot of moments where he was trying to upset Legacy with these kind of aggressive plays and these stances, and he kind of threw away some good stance, or some good defaults for his team.
And that's the most surprising thing. You're looking at the most tenured player in the server right there. And when we did say, we want to see FURIA play like the like the favorites in this matchup, and that's what I wanted to see coming out from them. But that doesn't mean individual, just unbridled aggression, where there's no really rhyme or reason of how we want to approach this. Fallen is running in alone. We saw so many moments from Skulls and Cello as well, where the comms were in there, team flashes galore, individual fights being taken. And I know this is a lot of rounds being played out, but for me, it was mainly how the CD side from FURIA looked so desperate at times.
Totally.
And Legacy, they were like 2 or 3 steps ahead every single time. Fallen's like, all right, guys, we're going to go for a brackets control. Legacy's like, all right, guys, we're just going to go for a 4-man mid-pop, destroys at A-hold, and they had their number every single time. And yeah, I don't know what's up with FURIA. It's not just about individuals being a little cold like Fallen. Just overall, the comms, the calling, it just was lacking.
Do you think they underestimated Legacy coming into this?
I would
actually, when I say that, I think Fallen is way too experienced to do something like that. I don't think that they would underestimate their opponent. So maybe let me reword that question, because I feel like that's probably not what's happening. Almost maybe just weren't quite warmed up coming into this.
So I feel like one thing that FURIA probably felt like they were going to be able to rely on going into this RMR is the fear factor that they're able to play in. And I know that sounds like such a crazy generality and such a narrative type statement, but they really were just dominating these RMRs. They were 15-1 in series.
15-2
now they're 15-2 for the last several years at America's RMRs, and they always, in those kind of tight games, they would always come out ahead. I saw them beat like Party Astronauts. I saw them beat other Brazilian teams over and over again, because if it got tight, the other team would start to crumble. But I will say, I think the setup for this tournament, where they're just sitting in practice rooms, is allowing onliners to just thrive. And like, no shade to like Wildcard or Legacy, but they're kind of onliners to me right now. Like, I've never seen them prove anything, with the exception of maybe like Stanislaw or the odd game from Dumao and Lato. Like, none of these guys have proven anything on land to me. But when they're in those rooms, you're just sitting at home drinking whatever soda you want to.
I kind of agree with Maui here, because the thing about FURIA that's terrifying is, and whether you think he's washed up and old or not, is when Fallen walks out there, no matter who you are, if you're a Counter-Strike player, you're going, oh damn, that's Fallen. Now you don't even have to see him. He's just another name in the server, and you can play. And maybe there is a level of, for Legacy, the nerves are not there, and they can confidently go in and play the game they wanted to.
Oh, absolutely. And you could see in the server itself, right, the way they were dictating the pace of how they want to approach the T side. It was so weird watching Fallen and company just playing reactive CS. It looked like they were out of ideas, and of course, really helped the Lato really popped up. I think all the usual players we look at on this side of Legacy, everyone had a moment, right? Dumao, Lato, obviously. Sadzin was easily, comfortably out-upping Fallen as well. He was hitting some nutty shots with the AWP. But just, yeah, overall, you don't have someone like Cello yelling at you after every round. You don't see someone like KRÜ, the best Brazilian player ever in the past 10 years, well, 6-7 years, coming out and, you know, just owning people. It will make things easier. But again, I don't want to take away much from them. I think they just had a great game plan. And I'm just going to say, they showed lesser nerves than I feel Fallen personally did in that game.
Whereas I felt like in the mid-round, Legacy were coming up with good plans, like they'd throw a good flash for Barton on the short side of A, and then he would swing into people, like they would take space back on the strong side of the map. Sometimes Furia just looked a little desperate and a little bit lost, which was so uncharacteristic of what I expected going into this matchup before I started to really think about, okay, the setup that they're all sitting in, because Legacy were way more coordinated in the mid-round. They were playing on top of each other, and with the exception of a couple little heroics from individuals on the Furia side that brought things back, like, you know, a Cello 4K in pit or KRÜ nailing people through the smoke randomly. Those kind of moments were all that Furia were able to hold on to in this game in what was a more comprehensive team victory for the Legacy side.
I think a couple of rounds come to mind as well where, you know, in the heat of the moment, especially when you're a team who are the underdogs going up against Furia, you kind of lose track of where your opponents are in a 3v3 and a 4v4. And when Legacy realized that, okay, this part of the map is dark, like we have no idea where the player might be, they dot their I's, they cross their T's, their pathing was exquisite coming in towards mid. When they know, like, okay, we have pit, we don't have apartments, they don't come in dry. You know, they're sneaking in through. There's a one round where Fallen gets caught inside of apartments, for example, right? And it just, they seem to be all on the same page. And that's something I won't lie, I wasn't expecting them to put up here, especially against Furia, so kudos to them.
A surprise for the analysts, probably a surprise for you at home. Furia goes down to Legacy, the first upset of the day. Actually, I'm incorrect. The first upset of the day was Liquid going down to Wildcard.
Sheesh.
And it's just the start. We got a stack more Counter-Strike coming up after this.
Changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
It is the Americas RMRs for the Perfect World Shanghai Major. And every time I see that little hi, I want to start the segment with hi, but that's going to annoy you. So I'm not going to do that. That's the one time I'm doing that. We're getting back into
Ohio.
Why is his name
Wrong
Hi
country.
when it's Ni Hao? Why are we changing it up? Why are we switching it up?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I also, what do you say, Ohio?
The wrong country.
Yeah, come on, like, it's a Shanghai Major.
We could still say ni howdy if you're American.
Ni howdy.
Ni
Yeah.
howdy.
Shout out Trace.
For the America's Major, yeah.
Yeah.
RMR.
There we go.
Yeah, ni howdy. Perfect.
Love the deep diving analysis we do on this desk every time. Always impresses me. Right, let's get into it. Complexity up against Bestia. We've seen 2 upsets already. I would have pegged this as the potential upset. Even JT, the IGL of Complexity, said he thought this could be an upset in a best of 1. How do you think it's going to play out?
Bestia are actually been pretty impressive lately.
Yes.
I feel like they have a few players who maybe not everybody's well versed with them, but like Thomason is quite the standout. Luchov is quite the standout. Their op IGL might be one of the stronger op IGLs in this tournament in Noxay. That's the hot take. That's what I got right now.
All right. When we had to pick our teams coming in, like who we thought were going to make it to the major, there was Red Canids. That's your pick. I had 9Z, but there was this dark horse pick. I wanted to go with Bestia. I'm like, maybe these guys have a chance. And yeah, look, again, a lot of the names are going to be new for the casual viewer, even the ones who follow the America RMRs. Obviously, the standout, as you pointed out as well, is going to be Tomashin. And considering what's transpired in the past hour and a half so far here, Sam, I do worry a little bit for JT and Co.
The thing is that, like, because we just saw 2 really big upsets, this is the one that's actually more in the middle. So obviously, like, Complexity is just going to come in and smash.
Obviously.
Like, and also the thing is, Complexity have gone through every single excuse in the entire book at this point of, oh, we had a late start. Oh, we had jet lag. Oh, we missed this. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, you have to have figured it out by now. Like, these other guys don't have all these excuses in their back pocket. Like, Complexity, you've lost in the dumbest ways in the past. Today can't be that day. Like, you figured it out, surely.
As a North American Maui, does it not drive you mad with Complexity that they come in and we have these moments where we see the potential of what this team can deliver, and then it all just falls apart? It's like they consistently raise you up to knock you down if you're a fan.
Yeah, no, I've wanted to unalive myself in Minecraft watching Complexity so many times. They are so consistently finding new ways to break my heart, tear it asunder. But I honestly, I feel like when we looked at the favorites going into this tournament, I have seen a marked improvement in the man in the middle in Grim. That is the one guy who I really think is going to help hand deliver these stickers to Jason Lake himself. Here you go, Jason. Courtesy Grim.
Here's my little slightly lukewarm take with Complexity, right? I wish they failed miserably earlier this year instead of having some decent showings here and there. So they actually went for a change. Now, I know,
wow.
No, honestly, like, I really felt that, right? Because it felt like you have freaking a Legion in a team, man. It should be vying for championships, and I didn't feel like this lineup was it. Now, obviously, with the buyouts and whatnot, maybe they're waiting for a time, right? But every time they found this little bit of like life in them, the moment you see Floppy and Grim starting to perform together at the same time in a game, I feel like it instills this false faith, hope, and you're like, they're back, baby, Complexity's back, and then they just shit the bed again, man. Like,
I mean, this was the thing is, do you think that the players or the pieces around Elige are good enough as they currently stand? Have they seen an improvement? Because I sometimes worry that maybe you've got this incredible performance in Elige, but the pieces around him just can't support.
I think it's the variance in the performance. I think individually, on a good day, all these players can obviously perform, right? We've seen Halzig being absolutely phenomenal with the AWP, just clutching left, right, and center. Grim has been a standout, absolutely. I think he's been way more consistent of late. Then you talk about Floppy, right? Like, going up and down. It's just the fact that while Elige will continue to deliver, and then you have JT as the second highest fragger most of the games. I mean, that's not a recipe for success. It's just the fact that you're not finding consistency from your players. And at some point, you need to find it, as we do have the bans coming in. And did Bestia ban Ancient? That's kind of wild.
Okay. One thing for this matchup in particular that I find a little curious is that so frequently on a lot of the maps for Bestia, Thomason does a lot of like mid-control space taking, things like that. Anubis is a map where he actually lurks towards the A side of the map and just kind of gets to do whatever he feels like. And so that's a lot of pressure on Floppy, who obviously we've talked about a lot. Yeah. So to see a star player versus a guy that's under a lot of scrutiny right now, that might be a little bit of a matchup that Bestia have wanted to target going into this one.
I think those last 2 maps, especially Ancient and Anubis, I think they're maps that Complexity are usually very comfortable on, Anubis especially. I guess they're trying to go for a bit of a punish because Complexity's win rate on Anubis hasn't been great recently, but you got to look at the teams they've been playing, right? Like a pretty decent high caliber teams as well. Yeah. So I'm a little surprised. I think Bestia's Ancient might be the best or second best map overall. So hopefully maybe they have something, you know, in store for Complexity, some targeted harassment.
For fans that maybe aren't as
okay.
For fans that maybe aren't as well versed in Bestia as others, what can they expect from this Argentinian team?
They do a lot of explosive stuff with Luchov and Thomason. That's why I find this map a little curious that they went with it, because of course the fact that they like the Thomason is doing more lurk stuff on this map, that's what's a little curious. Noxe is a guy that I feel like is their third best player in my eyes, and he's just op IGLing in general. I will say, I think if Complexity can stretch some of these rounds, I feel like Bestia is sort of live and die by what happens in the early round, because there's support players that are behind these guys who they have recruited from some of the other LATAM teams. I just don't really have, I just haven't seen enough to be proven one way or another that they're going to be able to carry the burden if, say, it becomes a 4v5, because I like, despite the fact that we always talk about Complexity and their ups and downs, I do want to remind everybody, like, this team usually hovers between 7th best in the world and 13th best in the world. Like, that's a pretty narrow range for even some of the bigger favorites in this tournament, like Fury and Liquid, who have gone through major roster restructuring. And so Complexity, on the other hand, like, I do have more faith in them to just kind of rise above because of the fact that they're comfortable with each other.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. Also, yeah, like even though this is a closer affair compared to the opening games right there, right? The Complexity absolutely are the favorites. Again, Anubis coming in, it's if you're JT, you're feeling super happy. Like, this is a map you've had so many reps on against some of the best teams in the world out there. But I'm curious right now because, you know, Luchov is someone you pointed out as well. And the T side, he is going to be that aggro entry. He's going to be the art of that team. But, you know, a little bit more thought process behind it. He's not going to just throw his life away for nothing. But yeah, I'm not sure which team's going to be starting on which side. But I'm assuming Bestia's T side. That's where they're going to try and wrest this map away from Complexity.
Complexity will be on CT side. So
well, there we go. Bestia, they can potentially build a momentum, as you like to say.
I mean, yeah, I feel like that. I think Bestia in this game, like, the thing is that the player quality is good on 3 people, but to me they're a little bit top heavy. Whereas Complexity they're simply more well-rounded and more well-versed in just World Counter-Strike. And again, they've been together for over a year now. So
this time's been together since the advent of CS2, even before.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's a lifetime, because if you look at almost every team in the top 20 since, you know, CS2 came out, there's been like 1 or 2 lineup changes that's taken place in the past years, so to speak, right? So at some point you got to be like, all right, guys, you need to start
one last ride.
TLDR is that
G2,
Complexity has absolutely no excuses. They can't be an upset here. They need to beat Bestia. Let's find out if they can do it.
Ooh, let's strap in for it and see if they can. It seems like it's becoming a bit of an upset, America's RMR, this time around, Vince.
Yeah, 2 games played, 2 upsets already. It's been crazy. Will it be a third? I think Complexity are normally a team that is a little bit more solid when it comes to the fundamentals. Yeah. So I would expect that they are going to win this game, but Jackie, I mean, all of my expectations have been blown out of the water, especially with the Liquid loss. Like, that really caught me off guard.
Yeah, dude, that was kind of weird news to find out, right? Obviously, we finish our first game, we see that. It's not just the one upset. It's like buses. They both come along at once, or you get none at all. But never a third bus, Vince. So like you say, it should be Complexity's game to open up their RMR run. But for Bestia, what have you got in store? It's JT up close towards camera, dashes out the smoke. They're taking space and rapping through CT.
They've got a lot of information and real estate on the map so far, but no kills. JT, Floppy, both backing out. Headed back over onto the A side. They're going to keep themselves locked into position to watch for any flank. And they've also extended their way outside of B main as well. So they've effectively vacated most of the middle portion of the map. They threw down that smoke earlier on onto the cam. And now Elish is posted up with those Julies. Floppy trying to bide a little bit of time. JT pops up, delivers. Now Elish can go in with those Julies, but it's a one and done.
You're expecting a big connection of kills, but it's all the Glocks dealing damage. They might be low, but they're still surviving unless the Grim Reaper himself can swing the scythe. USP up close, the panic shots, but the headshot's clean. Straight into the back of the face. Ooh, okay. Is there any more to be done here, Grim? Time's starting to tick. It's getting a little bit awkward on the site. They're taking peeks from either side. Split the attention, make it uncomfortable. Finds the track and trace, drops down into the site, but straight into the arms of Noxy. And he'll knock him in the next week. Bestia taking the opening pistol.
Man, Grim was living for way longer than I was expecting for. But like you say, Noxy was there to deliver at the end and put the final nail in the coffin for the first pistol round. I think Lige will be disappointed. He had a good position there. He was kind of baited in from Floppy and JT, watching from heaven. But well played to Bestia, the Argentinians kicking things off in the best possible way and electing a double rifle with triple MAC-10 setup, whereas Complexity have their own force buy-in. That includes a scout for Holzerk, a cheeky little scout. Very capable with the weapon, watching the cross, but spots nobody on the drive. Flashbang in, and Floppy will collect. Oh, a second flash. Everyone blinded. What a move from Complexity. Just shut this round down immediately.
Whew. Well, they get the pistol, that's all you get out of it. Then you just unleash the flop straight in, damage done with the SMG, had backup for the final closer, and Complexity straight in, eyes wide open, Vince. All right, that's the adrenaline shot. You've woken up, pistol slips away, but you reset the game instantly, deal even more damage back to Bestia, make it feel far worse. And look at the reverberations. Couple Deagles, 2 Tech 9s, Noxy on the scout. For Complexity, you're spreading your wings early.
It's a real sublime maneuver, though. Like triple flash outside.
Yeah.
Beautifully crafted by Complexity. And like you say, the reverberations now echoing through the lack of economy on Bestia. It's their turn to try and use that scout. Not that Holzerk saw any action with it in the last one. It was all the MP9s doing the lifting. Speculative shots, but no one is home, and he's going to have to back out here. So, Complexity, after losing the pistol, bounce right back in. You'd expect them to put those MP9s to use here, especially as Floppy is up close on the main side. But he is playing alone for the time being. Holzerk may be up close, but with just a scout, that's not a lot of firepower to supply. But it seems like they may go uncontested here, because Bestia, they're backing over onto the B side of the map.
Take the peek on the scout, see if they can get the quick trades in with the pistols, soften them up and try and take them down, but they don't try, Vince, they do. Oh, Noxy! All right, man's ready for it. The scout's ripping heads. What is this game already? Bestia on the bomb site, Complexity on the back foot again. It's swinging back and forth.
It shows how damn competitive this RMR is. Like, even the teams that you don't really expect to have much of a chance against a complete, like, Goliath that is Complexity. And Noxy just puts the scout down, 2 insta headshots, the round's done. No one is safe at this RMR right now. Floppy, in the meanwhile, under heavy duress, but will pass with his MP9, doesn't even take a bullet in damage. So he can actually trade up to the Deagle alongside it, drop that across to one of his teammates, maybe Grim, on his $50. Yeah, this is a seesaw of an opener on Anubis. I'd love to see those shots again, man. That was a thing of beauty. First one's solid. It's the second one. No hope for Elise. Just gone. In an instant. Heartbeat and he's dead.
Clotheslined on entry. Man, and here's the thing for Noxy as well, Vince. The entire team of Bestia, they've not been able to make it to a major. This will be their first major for each and every player. But for Noxy, he's played in the last 4 RMRs. Never made it. Never quite gotten that glory at the end of the tunnel, right? If he's making plays like this, then boy, you know he wants it this time around. Maybe the 5th time's the charm. For Floppy, it's a free opening pick, and Luchov is forced to trade it back. Weapons cold on the ground. Molotov bounces. How's Zerk holding for a further push? Bestia pumping the brakes now. Slow it down off the first pick.
Well, Maui did touch on this in the pre-game segment, mentioning about the aggression that Bestia like to go for when it comes to Luchov and Thomasin in particular, but that's not really the play you love to see. Like pushing through Molotov alone, dead. not really any impact. But it does condition Complexity now to feel like they're never completely safe from another audacious push. So see if that comes into fruition. Molotov is going to force them out of position, but it's Grim that goes in with his A4. Noxy putting that scout to use again. Another tag, weakening Elige up onto Heaven. And he has to tread lightly now, waiting for JT to help him out, but he's been smoked a second time. May try and push through there now that the bomb is being planted down. HG tossed in, but it clears away the smoke. The Elige will pounce. But they now know where JT is. The trajectory of that grenade gives his position away. Up against Zoc in this one-on-one post-plant. Zoc, so many angles to cover. 6 bullets in the magazine. Will it be enough? Yes, it will. Every bullet depleted alongside JT's health bar. And Bestia extend to a 3-1 lead.
Even the post-mortem swipe of the knife. Yeah, you would be feeling a bit of excitement off the back of that one. That's a round where you look at it and it's thinking suddenly again, it's going to be a reset round. It gets a bit awkward. You put everything into the previous and then it blows up in your face in the next. But even in the clutch there, down to the 2v2, they keep it smart, closing things out with the plays. Smart stuff as well, man. Knew what he needed to do, bides his time, goes for the peek out, makes those bullets count. And they're leading early.
They are now withstanding a lot of duress as well on the approach. It's not as if they've just guessed right, like, you know, Complexity coming through and they're just stacking 4 players on the site and it's just easy. They're actually going toe-to-toe, blow for blow with Complexity, and Grim posted up 2 kills there with his M4. You can see it in the kill feed, and that's where you think, right, this round probably just comes to its conclusion. Elige is still alive, JT's still alive, but Noxy, 1 kill, a second tag on top of it, and Zoc playing perfectly. And that's a really hard angle to watch, by the way, because you don't have angles over on cams. You're not sure if he's pushing through Heaven. You're very unsure, but he guessed perfectly. He perfectly timed that peek round, and JT just couldn't get it done. So, eco territory now for Complexity as they try and lick their wounds.
Perfect show for the power of the scout as well. Like, even just getting that tag right, Elige on 11 HP, man. It's so much of a difference. The fact that it only took 2 of the bullets out of the M4, leaving him with enough spare to close the gap at the end. P2000 plays looking to make some money, but they run straight into the AKs, and one by one they're beginning to drop. Luchov finds JT, and Zoc will finish things on Grim. So Bestia, off the back of that, clean, smooth sailing through the eco. No bumps here, but Complexity finally get a taste of the lavish life as the investment comes back out. Hauzerk donning the scope for the first time. We saw 1 scout, now he gets the big green. Everyone else with the M4s. Couple of gaps in the util here and there, but nothing too bad. And this is a round that Complexity want to put the flag down, try and take some territory here on Anubis.
It is also a map, though, that Complexity have struggled on a little bit. They've played it 6 times, a 33% win rate. That is off the back of beating Imperial back at Rio 13-5. But they lost to Liquid, they've lost to M80, Falcons. So it's not necessarily been one of their sort of power play home maps, so to speak. They do have a 40% win rate on their CT side and nearly 50% on their T side, which is fairly common for a lot of teams on Anubis. So if they can post up, you know, 5-6 rounds maybe on this first half, things will be looking decent. But right now, that's not looking like a possibility, but the Norwegian has struck. His AWP rings out, and Naz on the receiving end.
JT taking space as well. Zoc wanted to go for the fast swing in. Oh, JT, even with the reset, was able to fix his crosshair. Find the cranium of Noxy. And for Bestia, round 6 is looking a whole lot harder to win. Elige has it covered towards CT as well on the walk back around, so it's only Thomas in. And this one should be dead in the water. Low HP for JT, room for potentially a pick onto the site, but is there much more from that? Grim's there for the quick trade as well. Don't even need it. Stay tucked in. Grim finds it on the peek out. Thomasin's down. And Complexity do get back into things.
Plenty of cash, though, for Bestia to bounce straight back with. So Complexity knowing that any CT rounds here worth their weight in gold. Also upgrading to a couple of AK-47s. That's always going to be a nice little boon. Hauzerk also popping off in that last round with a big opening pick after having a slow start. So a lot of things to be excited about if you are on Complexity, but you cannot take your eyes off this Bestia squad. They have come here to fight. They have come here to make this as difficult as possible. Holzerk. That must have been a rapid shot from his perspective, because Zoc barely even spotted him there.
It's good to see him fired up early as well. Take the initiative. See if he can feed that hot hand. Oh, JT. Luchov walks into dark, peeks around the side of the smoke, does win out on the duel, takes heavy damage, but he's alive, and that's what matters. It still gives them potentially room to trade. And a way in for the 7th round. Splits the attention of Complexity, leaving Halzerk as the stationary AWPer back on the site, holding for the walk in. Noxy mirroring that, scoped up.
Slowly just peering his way into the site, which is bereft so far, but Holzerk is there, and now he has struck. Oh, caught with the Molotov out. So frustrating if you're Tomazin. The timing could not have been sweeter for Complexity, and now they seal the deal with only 1 casualty. 2 convincing rounds back-to-back. Complexity looking strong.
Good plays from the individuals. Halzerk, reliable there on the hold towards the site. And the timing on that molly, like you say, man, the walk up, it always happens. Always happens. Tap on the stopwatch. He goes down, molly gets nothing done, and that's the end of that one. Right then, 4-3. Complexity straight back into things. Not letting this one snowball out of control and give Bestia the confidence early. Try and keep them in check and make sure that they feel uncomfortable throughout the flow of the game. A lot of map control being taken early as well, and Halzerk, it pays off perfectly. Opening shot onto Noxy. Fragment the tees and slow him down and get the free info from it.
And they had the bodyguard of Elish as well, just to make sure if they push through a middle, they had one of the best riflers on the planet to watch your back. I'm sure Halzerk felt very safe. So in the hit and run, and whereas Bestia's money was brimming to the fullest, you know, they just robbed the bank, had cash for days. Now they've basically got nothing else to play with. They lose this, they're going to be into an eco, kind of half-buy territory. HE is good, lining up for JT. Doesn't overextend, just backs away and allows the crossfire to come in, but it's backfired somewhat. Grim goes down only with the 1 kill, and there is a way forward now for the Argentinians to get into a post plant.
Feeling the energy on this round. It's the chaos, that's where they thrive, and you see it in rounds like that. Drive-by shot from the tech. Have they got the technique to close it? That's the question. Elish phases through the smoke. The spray's good. Even hits the head. Luchov lopped off. And Halzerk for the final killing blow. The uppercut of Complexity. Oh, Elish, man. So smooth on the movement, Vince, but it's the fact he gets both of them as well.
Guy's just so talented, isn't he? Just like mechanical aim. It's been around for seemingly forever, but still pretty young. Unbelievable flick, allowing Holzerk to clutch. He kicked off the round and he will finalize it. And of course, I can't forget, it's not just Argentina donning Bestia. They also have a Uruguayan as well in the mix, which of course is Zoc.
I do like the name Zoc. I feel like it's quite a powerful name in a weird way, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
It's a fun one to say.
It's kind of like Donk almost.
Yeah.
Zoc, Donk.
Just has reverberations. That'd be a hell of a matchup. Zoc versus Donk.
Maybe we see it.
Yeah, you never
Maybe
know.
It happens.
You never know. Oh, Elish, though, he knows what's going on. As they're touching the tip of his up close, all the way in his face, and he will spray his way through a couple of them. Hemorrhaging players, so you're back down to 2. So chance for much of an upset in this round of forcing cash out of their hands. It's a little bit worse for wear. Still a ton of time, though. See what you can do with it. Obviously, weapon on the floor as well. It's recoverable, so you do at least get the M4 passed over. That's going to be in the hands of Naz.
Yeah, they've got a little bit to play with here. They've upgraded, they've updated, but with Tomazin on 18, and their position's pretty much well known at this point, it is hard to see how they get any success here. Holzerk's also been hitting plenty of shots. Him alongside Grim is a pretty dynamic duo, and Holzerk, another shot connects onto the weakened Tomazin. And the end result is the same. So from a 2-4 scoreline up to a 5-4 in a couple of heartbeats, Complexity now starting to take the reins of this match as we expected. And again, you'd fancy the best is yet to come on that second half. So Bestia already feeling the swarm, the swell of the pressure.
Got to say, honestly, Vince, the whole team's kind of nailed it when it comes to naming conventions. You've got Nasty Naz on the server as well. Like, that's sick. There's a lot we could do there. And see if he starts to ramp up over the course of the game. At the minute, I mean, Noxie's been having some huge plays with the contact. Zoc as well, looking good. And you take a bit of respite early on. 5-4 scoreline, it's really not that bad at all. Bestia have been showing that they're not pulling punches into this one, but Complexity are giving as good as they get. Switching up the tempo, very reliable as well when it comes down to the anchoring at the minute.
I do love that they've got the flags as well in the back of the chairs, representing their countries with pride. South Americans sure are very passionate. That's what you got to love. And into this round, Complexity, who have been very aggressive when it comes to these A-main hits. You go back to the MP9 round where they just shut it down completely. Here we go again. Flashbang into a peak for Floppy, but there is a counter flash tossed in, and that may have just bought up enough time. It's not for the full committal. They just want to have a look for a little bit of information, and Thomas he feels like there may be a momentary weakness, but he could be walking into a watery grave. Halzuk watching, but he just changed his angle as the peak came through, but Floppy is there to clean it up. Bestia cannot get a foothold on this A side of the map.
JT down in dark again, similar situation on the setup. Naz playing just on the outside towards the lip. Seeing if they do go for a bit of a play through. Watching it on the walk back. Luchov ready in case there's an info play towards middle as well. Now Noxie's got the bomb on his back, down towards stairs here. Depends on the timing, really, of the swing from JT. He's focusing on the information towards the back line. It gives them a window in. Luchov swings on that one. Up close, it's good for the first pick. Equalizes at least the manpower, but Alicia's on the bomb site, and that's something that'll elevate their skill ceiling, but it's Grim that slices through the first. Zoc down and out, they're on the site, sure, but they've not got control of things just yet.
Oh, they don't even get the bomb down. Floppy has denied that, considering that Luchov on 8 HP may have got 2 kills so far this round. He can add a third into it as well. Surely his days are numbered. Delaying the inevitable right now with 10 seconds on the clock, and there is Floppy to shut it down. A 4K in the round, and 10 kills on top of it. He is balling out of control, but Bestia, they had no right to get that close in the round.
Would you call that one a cleanup, Vince? Because I'd say he was a flop and bucket.
You may get in the bin.
There you go. That's the first dad joke of the day. I reckon I got more in store. We'll see how the games go.
One dad joke per map. That's his quota.
Yeah, I think that's exactly. I think that was in my contract, actually.
Yeah. Our second timeout's been called as well. Bit of a rough start for Naz here, 1-8. Not really getting started off. And when you think of how a lot of these kills came down, I mean, to be fair, once Complexity have started to win, they haven't lost many players at all. Like one player here, maybe even 0 players there, you know. So Noxie with that scout was looking really exciting, electric, but he's been dulled down somewhat from the economy just being against Bestia consistently. No real post plants to speak of, not really reaching the sites. And there's the man again. Just aggression, ruthless, getting down into the canals already, spots the player, but HE through onto middle. And he would have heard those footsteps too. He's called this info for the rest of his teammates.
They got the read on the round and they're hitting all the shots. That's what matters. Spray's good from Grim to take down the first man. Still 2 left alive for Bestia. Through the smoke, Halzak hits that one. Naz feels the brunt of the damage straight to his lips, and Luchov left as last alive. Seeing if he can slip in and steal away the extra cash off the back of the bomb plant at the very least. They give him that. Gracious as ever, but it's the round. The real commodity that Complexity are looking for, and this will be a 7th.
And I feel like this really does spark a lot of excitement if you are a Complexity fan looking into this. FURIA have lost, Liquid have lost early on, and you're currently 7-4 on the CT side of Anubis, and everybody, barring JT, who hasn't really been required, is playing well. Halzuk's got plenty of picks, Floppy's performing, Grim's getting a ton of frags, Alicia's just doing Alicia things like that double spray when you were casting before. This is making up for a lot of excitement if you are Complexity, because it's not just the Alicia. which has often been the case. It's often been to their detriment. Everybody is popping off right now.
And for Complexity, the importance of the major can't be understated, right? The changes of the organization. Jason Lake taking it all back. You got to try and keep those wins going, qualify for those majors. The sticker money makes a world of difference, not only for the players, but for the org itself as well. So it could potentially be a factor in the back of your mind. So you imagine, though, of how Complexity deal with things. I think they're just focusing on the server. They've always been so good at putting some of that stuff off, focus on what matters in at least the moment. 7-4 here, you're leading. It's looking good so far. Bestia walking out towards the site. Panic shots coming through. Nades being dumped onto him as well, looking to fragment the push in. Site's relatively blocked off. Line of sight being restricted. Hauser looks for the opening play. He reveals his card. Doesn't hit the shot though. Eliege barrels in. Floppy assists. It's Luchov on the site. Let loose with the AK. Floppy gets beheaded, but JT just needs a sidearm.
And they're getting in slow onto the main side. They've allowed the CTs now to post up the crossfire, and that is what happens. Eliege, JT, lock it down, 8-4 half. Considering at one point Complexity were down at 2 and 4, that is one hell of a recovery.
Yeah, it looked worrying early game. Pistol round into the shenanigans with the resets where it's flopping back and forth. Looks a bit worrying. Realistically as well, that's kind of the scary thing, is it could have been a more lopsided scoreline. You could have seen Bestia actually extending that lead further. So it's good that instantly Complexity, as soon as they got rifles in their hands, as soon as they had opportunities to make plays, they were taking charge of the game. You even think going straight into the second round, right? Just the confidence from Eliege with the backup, the way you've pushed out, made the play. Hitting their shots right now. I think individual form's looking really good from the opening eye test, at least from the first half.
Yeah, no doubt. And they came through some trials and tribulations. A turbulent start. You know, they lose the pistol, they win the second round, they lose the third round. It's just back and forth throughout. But then as soon as they got a bit of a stranglehold over their economy, it was one-way traffic. They were in the driver's seat, and they weren't slowing down for anybody. So can Bestia double up and get that second pistol? Feels like it's a bit of a requirement, a bit of a necessity here. Double Julie's in play. Naz and Tom is in. Couple smokes and a flashbang. Do they get aggressive? We saw in that pistol round Complexity were very aggressive on the periphery of the map, but not really controlling middle, and that ended up being what cost them the round. Oh, they go looking on the B main side. I'm not sure if Naz spotted anybody though, but there's 4 players from Complexity outside here, and the smoke comes down. Complexity just going to be biding their time. They don't need to rush through just yet. If they do, though, Naz has now got the opposite side, but he goes down to Grim. No kills, and neither does Luchov. It's collapsing. It's a complete calamity for Bestia.
It's all going wrong. Egg all over the face, and JT continues to decimate as well. Insult to injury as Noxie charges out on his lonesome, gets domed because of it, and it's all on Zoc. A pistol round that Complexity wanted, and it seems like they're going to damn well get it. Zoc scouting out the situation, but likelihood of getting anything from this is minimal. Hauser's in the rear as well, and that's going to be another one claimed. The pistol going their way, 9-4 being the score. Man, the angle as well, with the way he's playing it with the Julies, especially on the quick rotate round towards jail side, right? Everyone looked like they were thrown off by it. It seemed like it was going to be a good play. You think maybe one, at best 2 frags from it, at least set up the team for the round. Didn't happen. Complexity just hitting all their shots.
Yeah, it felt like Naz had just threaded the needle perfectly there for a second, but I think it was that second player. I'm not sure if he was on Glyph or in Con. He also died without getting any kills. You expect maybe Naz goes down, but there is a counteractive element coming through. Never forthcoming. And Bestia have been punished in the worst possible way now, but maybe they can return the favor. We saw Complexity get success in the second round after losing the pistol with MP9s. This time, though, there's no flash and there's no chance. 2 players down in quick succession. The good news is they don't lose the third, and that's going to allow Noxie to back away. But Molotov designed under the feet of Luchov, and he is a dead man walking. And this round is pretty much a done deal. That's going to be 10 rounds for Complexity, barring a miracle play with the 5-7 of Naz.
This Complexity doing their due diligence as well, right? Playing a smart round with the way that they approach it. Obviously, Bestia, you want to get the 3 players over there, one on the off angle. Even if he goes down, it's kind of the bait and switch. You've got the other 2 players to peek out, see if they can trade off the back of it, control towards A main. Instead, it's just a calamity. Easy collapse. But Complexity, they take their time, bit by bit, like you say. Clear the site with the Molotov. It's all smart. Intuitive plays. Complexity off the back of it. Payoff is they're going to make it to 10. minor casualties. You're not too bothered about that with Grim and Floppy going down. For Naz, the best he can hope for is at least clutching on to the AK. That's going to be the one boon. Obviously, you carry that over into the next round. But you talk about rounds and the reality sets in. You're so close to this one already being a complexity pickup.
Oh, but Elige forever the hunter. Naz didn't stand a chance. No saved AK. Also, he had a 5-7, so he could have tossed the sidearm across as well. Won't be happening. Third and final tactical timeout has been deployed, and I mean, maybe some 5-7s and a deagle or something in this round, Jackie. I mean, they've got like mid-2000s. There's really not that much they can muster. Could go for a pop flash play or a nade stack somewhere. Limited available options forthcoming for the South American squad.
You see a lot of the team deep in fort as well. Off the back of the pause, taking their time to try and get a different perspective on things. Don't tunnel vision too much. If there is a way back in, find that opportunity and see what you can do with it. Feels like you are getting outclassed, though, in terms of the individual duels. That's where complexity are just thriving right now. You give them a chance, they're going to run away with it. For the Bestia as well. The way they were playing on T side, I don't know if you're going to be able to mirror that with the cash flow and the position you're in with this game on CT half right now. Certainly going to make it harder. They do go for a bit of a group up on this one. Can't play it like a gun round, so they want to keep them guessing. I see the tank down towards Dark, swinging out together, but the AK's lined up for it, and JT will take those all day.
JT padding those stats, a 4K up to 12. Joining the rest of his teammates on double digits. A real collective effort here. And Luchov with his P250, who has got the one kill in the round onto Elige. Best case scenario is maybe a second frag, maybe try and hold on to one of these rifles, but let's be honest, it's 11-4. And complexity, they're not walking towards the finish line. They are sprinting, and they're only picking up speed as time goes on. This has been a straight-up surgical, clinical performance from one of the favorites here at the Americas RMR, showing us why. P250 does nothing against Hulzerk's AK, and the 11-4 score has now been realized.
Obviously, we were saying this America's RMR looking very competitive. Even JT was mirroring that sentiment. The interview he did with HLTV saying that making the majors could be very challenging for everyone that is in the America's RMR. It's not going to be easy. Obviously, we know that from last time around with Copenhagen, how cutthroat it was as well. Complexity and Liquid having to go head-to-head, of course, for the decider there to actually move through to the major. The heartbreak and storylines that came from that never gets any easier. Noxy had the AWP in his hands. You want to see him shine. Scoped weapons, that's where he can do some divine plays. The back of the bomb site, though, the first bullet whizzes on by. You don't get that opening pick. So Complexity dialed down the pace of the round. Hulzerk looking to walk his way out. Little bit of damage from the nade, 5 HP. Nothing to write home about.
Flash Thomasin deciding against going aggressive. Wants to back off. He didn't have anybody else there to follow through for a counteractive kill, but he's going to get whittled down and sprayed from Elige, who loses a third of his HP, but completely worthwhile. That trade giving Complexity a golden opportunity to extend to a 12-4. And when you consider that you have Liquid and FURIA in that 0-1 bracket, a loss here for Bestia is pretty terrifying. Smoke in the eyes of Complexity, but they can wait that one out. And they also have Floppy that's playing on the periphery of the A main side that can maybe wrap around and try and get some information, but it's actually Zok creeping his way up, but he loses his head. Hulzerk doesn't miss the chance.
Luchov forced back by the flames. Deviates towards Dark and posts up. 30 seconds on the clock. Could be the only saving grace for them, but you still got to find those frags, slow things down. You get the rotate back around from Noxy. He's waiting to make the play. Luchov tries to engage. It's big damage, but it's not enough to finish things. Hulzerk survives with 1 HP. Can still plant the bomb. And for Noxy, you know that your days are numbered. Tucks in up on top of the stairs, hoping they won't spot him. First man doesn't. Hulzerk now knows. Oh, okay. I mean, if you're going to go down, at least do it in style.
He's getting the style points, but he's not getting any rounds. Another one for Noxy. Runs out of steam. A nice try. A valiant effort. Goes down a hero. But unfortunately, it's down on a ship that has pretty much already sunk. 8 match points for Complexity.
Something about Complexity at Anubis, with just some of the way they peek it, some of the way they take these fights. It's so clean in terms of just reading the map, visualizing the peaks. Always doing their homework, always staying up on top of the form individually, man. 12-4 though, Bestia. Their best days in this game are certainly behind them. Came out swinging with a pistol, you had some crazy rounds, some big plays. Since then though, it's kind of just fallen off. We're not seeing the same level of lethality. Whereas Complexity just keeps scaling up.
Yeah, this is more par for the course of what we were expecting when we looked at these games coming through. The Complexity should have their way fairly easily with Bestia and get the W. No disrespect to Bestia. I think they've still got a real good shot at making it through, but they're coming up against one of the heaviest hitting teams. Not just in the Americas, but just overall. Maybe not gave a great account of themselves other than a couple of twists and turns at the start of this game, but maybe they've got a second wind in them. Maybe they can make this closer. Playing for a bit of pride right now. JT. So South African just finds himself in con, looking to try and find some prey, but be careful what you wish for, because Noxie is in form. He's not missing many shots here, and he does punish him.
Information trade as well. Tomazin gets away with his life for the info peak, but there's a tag back. Grim at least is low, so Tomazin should be able to take him down. Finds the shot from camera side. Orbs now on the bomb site though, as Hauzerk's pushing up, looking for the secure plant. Floppy focusing attention on both angles, looking for the flicks. Free fire comes out, stays composed at least. Good assist from the back line with Elige, but one by one they start to go down. Bestia don't want to buckle here and give up the 13th just yet. Response is good. Straight back in. Problem is though, Vince, it's a 5th round out of many. And this is one where it gets so gut-wrenching, right? Because obviously one mistake, it's over. It's going to be hard to deal with the added pressure. You factor in as well for Naz and Zoc, it's their RMR debut. You don't want this game to go down like this.
Kind of climbing Everest right now with a pair of ice skates. You know, if you slip, you're pretty much off the edge and it's a done deal. So absolutely, Bestia have got one, but there needs to be a lot more where that came from. A bit of consistency, which you just simply haven't seen. And even in that round, if I was being sort of maybe a bit harsh, Floppy had a bit of a laboured spray. There was a way that he could have maybe just outright won that one. The Complexity have been stellar so far. Luchov with the aggression. Elige nearly gets 2. A bit off on the spray though, but Hauzerk will punish Noxie. Naz now behind the pillar. Needs to go above and beyond and allow Thomas in to move through on Con. It's a grinder. And down go Complexity. The aggression from Thomas in finally coming through with a bit of success. 6 more required.
Can't make a single mistake. Got to be a clean sheet all the way to overtime. That's the brutal reality of what we're looking at. Complexity still firmly in the driving seat. Distributing the cash, making the most of the economy they've got to work with on this one. Elige with the AK. Deagle's supporting it. How do they switch up the pace as well? Obviously, Bestia have been looking to get a bit more aggressive with some of their opening engagements. Meanwhile, Complexity setting up with the elevated peak. Elige, top of the totem pole with the AK towards middle. If he swung from behind the smoke, would have been a freebie.
Looking for that boost as JT gets up close in the smoke as well. See if they can ambush one of Bestia getting aggressive. We saw Thomas in last round drop down from the window. So maybe anticipating that they'll try that one again. Not the case here. But it is allowing Complexity to move up now. And this could come down to a bit of an aim duel. When you consider that they have Elige, that's not a bad prospect at all. Been forced away though. Noxie's going to have a quick peek with his AWP and finds JT out in the open. And he devours that kill without second thoughts.
Elige on rotation. That's your rifle, that's your AK to play with. Rest of the squad supporting as well, backing up, looking for the overwhelming force. See if they can just go in with the numbers and potentially survive the spray. See if they can get on the bomb site. Zoc, even with the posturing off, he's good for it. Doesn't overcommit on the spray either. Taking his time with that one. Delicious cleanup. And does at least force complexity down to just one man. All on Grim now.
Nice confidence builder as well for Zoc.
Yeah.
Triple spray in. And sure, it was against basically one AK and a bunch of mix of pistols, but he won't give a damn about that. He won't care. Because if he goes down, there's every chance they just explode onto the site and complexity can outright put this match to bed. So 3 very important frags. Bestia, I said before, you got to play for pride. Each round at a time, insert cliche here, but this is the way you got to bring yourself back into this matchup. And so far, they're doing a pretty good job. They've saved 3 so far.
Floppy and JT looking for the first picks, and Floppy gets that one even through the fire and the flames. Easy connection onto the head of Zoc. Off the back of the push out. Thinking it would be JT that was primed and ready for a swing towards Dark. Maybe that's still yet to come. It's a good opening pick though. It's exactly what they wanted going into the 20th.
And that's going to sting for Zoc as well. You Molotov down, Floppy gets you through the fire flames, but Noxy makes sure that there will be no repeat performance. Floppy dead and buried. Bit of damage onto JT. Same could be said for the AWP over on Bestia. But Complexity have enough utility to go for here. The timing may work against them if Luchov decides to peek out. But Grim is watching this, anticipating, pulls the grenade out. The flash is good. Oh, Luchov gets neither. That's criminal. You had to get at least 1 frag, maybe even 2. That could be it. That could be the mistake that cost them everything.
Oh, that might be the final cog turning, but they look to still try and fight back. It's all on one now. Nasty Naz in the back of the bomb site, throwing out bullets, low on ammunition, switches to the USP, but it's just a tag, it's no frag, and off the back of that, they might be known as Complexity, but it was simple for their opening win.
So let's talk about that last round there, because there was that momentum from Bestia, the comeback starting. I'm joking. I mean, that they were starting to get some rounds on the board, and then Complexity shut it down. Walk me through how they did that.
Well, I really feel like Bestia didn't activate till the second half, even though technically I guess the first half they did better score-wise. It really did feel like Bestia started believing in just the aggressive plays. They were playing more like themselves. Thomason jumping down from the bridge at times, the way they wanted to re-aggress to take space. I feel like for Bestia, obviously, that first half was kind of marred by Complexity sort of running away with it, but it was sort of it was competitive in the beginning of this game.
Yeah, in the beginning of the game, but I have to just go back to the fact that we had Anubis come into play, right? I feel like maybe Ancient, if they hadn't banned it, I think they would have been more comfortable on Ancient, because you start in the first half, your T side, you need to have a very solid, maybe like a 9-3 or even an 8-4 half on the T side. And the moment things kind of spiral out of control, but Complexity running away with the CD side, you start getting into your own heads. You kind of give up mentally, you know what I mean? Especially when the underdog's over here. So I feel like maybe the map pick wasn't ideal for Bestia. We touched upon it earlier as well. And also the hits in that first half, when they're hitting on the bomb sites, a number of times Complexity had 3 or 4 players just ready to throw the numbers at the hits coming in. I don't think they did a good enough job early on to kind of force Complexity to, you know, spread them thin kind of around the map, right? It felt like Complexity always had to read. They had a lot of control over the map, and I feel like their defaulting didn't do enough defaulting to kind of force Complexity to, you know, kind of spread their numbers a little thin. Also, it really helps for Complexity looking at a kill spread, man. That looks great.
It's healthy.
And that's what we want to see more from Complexity. Hopefully, they can do that against some better teams here in the RMR.
I mean, we wanted to see a couple people pop off for Complexity, and I feel like, I mean, take your pick at this point, really. I think, like, what was surprising about this one is Hulzberg started super slow in this game, but he actually ended with 16 and 8. T-side for him actually was pretty effective. I mean, sometimes Hulzberg's kind of an interesting case because CT side, like, he takes a while to get the op in his hands because the money was sort of back and forth in the beginning. And then by the end of the game, it really just felt like his rifling was what was doing it for him. And so, honestly, there's so many things you could pick out. When you see a scoreline like that, it's like everything in the game plan's working out for you in your Complexity. And obviously, Elige on top, Grim been his right-hand man for a couple months now, and that sort of continues here in this micro.
And also special shout out to Floppy, because we did say, him being under scrutiny, playing on the A bomb side, and he was getting, stressed a little bit, but I think he came out with flying colors. I think he did a very good job staying alive, working with his team in tandem. So there was never a point in time where they had to go for kind of like a preemptive retake of the A bomb side, because he was always alive, calling for backup from his mid player, from Halzerk, whoever it was. And it felt like that A bomb side, despite the fact Bestia seemed to be favoring it quite a bit, didn't quite find much success.
I'm going to go off on a tangent now, because I've never actually had the chance to have both of you here to ask this question. Obviously, over the last few months, the question mark around Halzerk has come up time and time again. When Complexity renewed their contract, a lot of questions as to why. Do you think that criticism is founded?
I don't think so. I'll say it. I don't think so. I feel like I always felt the entire thing about why is Halzerk getting re-signed or whatever. I'm like, listen, how many top tier operators? He is not a top tier S tier operator like let's say Device in this primary Zayu or whoever, right, or Monacy for that matter. But he is a very solid, capable operator. He might have a little bit of variance in the way he plays, but his peak I feel is way more impactful as opposed to, let's say, a Floppy or a Grim during the struggles, right? So if you were going to be holding a magnifying glass on any of the players, it should be Floppy. It should have been Grim, not Halzerk. I never really got the Halzerk. I wouldn't say hate, but there's so many questions around it. I'm like, dude, he's decent, man.
Halzerk sort of gets the Torzy treatment on Maus, where you see sometimes these riflers pop off on the side of Complexity, and they're actually kind of more likable in some ways, and I feel like that has been conflated with actual performance, whereas Halzerk's been the second best player for Complexity for a year now. Like, I don't really think that he needs to be the guy out the door anytime soon. It was people like Grim and Floppy that needed to step up, and for me, like, Grim has done that. Floppy, I'd say the jury's a little bit still out. Maybe we see what happens here at this major and this RMR. But no, Halzerk through and through. I mean, like, he's clean cut and he's clean with it right now.
For me, Halzerk, if I had to compare him to any player in the upper echelon of Counter-Strike right now, I'd say kind of like Brokey in a way, right? He has that X factor. He's a clutcher. I don't know how he does it. He clutches some ridiculous rounds. We saw it here as well on the B bomb side with the AWP, and he's not necessarily the most consistent, but as Maui said, he's still the second best player for this team if you look across the entirety of CS2, and that's all I have to say about that.
Just a fun conversation to have as we kickstart the Americas.
Yeah, we don't hit on Halzerk in this house.
Yeah. On the back of that, though, when we take a look at Bestia, we spoke a lot about how they could potentially be the upsets here. When you see their first game, what are we thinking? Because I thought they looked less exciting than maybe
I think they had
expected.
moments, right?
I feel like I saw sort of what I've captured in terms of like Bestia is like they have a very top-heavy team to me. Like, I really believe in Nox and Tomazin and Luchov, but then Zoc and Naz, I just am kind of like, it's just looking like a crusty Zoc to me.
A crusty Zoc.
Those who know.
Yeah, I'm
so many
questions. It sucks that I know as well, Maui. But yeah, listen, I'm still not going to count them out. I feel like I feel a map pick. I know I'm harping on a little bit. I feel like Ancient or some other map would have been more comfortable for them. Also, they went up against Complexity, who did wake up with no jet lag whatsoever by the looks of it. I still feel they stand a chance of potentially being a dark horse, especially looking at the way the couple of early games we had early today with Liquid and FURIA going 0-1. So I wouldn't completely count them out yet. I feel like Nerves, a bad map, pick coming out from them, and of course Complexity, just the way they're playing right now of Complexity, they look like the best team so far at the RMR. Small sample size, of course.
Very small sample size. Tiny. We continue with all of these best of ones here at the Americas RMRs, but first, a quick break.
Changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
It is the Perfect World America's RMRs. Day number 1, we are going to find out which 7 teams are going to be making it through to the Shanghai Major. My name is Sam, Blair and Maui are here. And I'm so excited for this matchup because if you missed it at the start of today, these analysts gave their predictions. And the one place you differed was with these two teams. Blair said he saw 9Z going through. You said Red Canids Maui. And here we are. Now they face off against one another. So I feel like this is a great time to set this up a little bit like a court, if you like, and you need to defend your pick. So tell me, Blair.
A debate.
A debate. I like the idea of like a terrible trial where like the death penalty was on the line, but it's fine. We can just make it a fun debate if Blair wants to play it safe. 9Z, defend it for me.
Listen, you can keep it numbers, you can keep it facts and figures and everything. I want to believe in the magic. You know what? I want to believe in what the people believe. It's all about the heart. And I look at 9Z and I look at the heights they hit in Dallas. That's where dreams are made. That's where the Lone Star State, and they made it happen, and they peaked, and then they head towards EU, and they've been grinding it out. They've been grinding out in beautiful Madrid. They're not going out in the sun. They're actually practicing, which takes a lot of mental fortitude. You're like committed to this, and they've struggled, and they've fallen, and they've failed, and the results have sucked. But this is when they peak. They've lost so much that the only way up is above.
Sounds like a lot of copium, my friend. Okay, Maui, let's get into Red Canids.
So the foundation of Blair's argument is that they are so low they can't go lower.
Exactly.
That doesn't instill me with any confidence. Look at Red Canids right here, okay? You have Cold Zera, Blair. You have Cold Zera. Let's just...
Washed up.
Okay, 1.04 on 2.1. By the way, he's got about a 1.09 for the year on land against top 20. Against top 20 opponents.
How many teams?
Against top 20 opponents. Over 20 maps.
It's fake news.
He's got over 20 maps against them, okay?
It's fake. It's fake
all right,
news.
And we got Henny. He's played in a major grand finals, okay?
It's
they
completely
don't
fake
sweat
news.
at the RMR. And on top of that, I'm not even talking about their Chilean prospect in David Deas, okay? He's got Deas in his name itself. It's like he's a deity placed on this very here earth to farm people like Buddha who are false prophets.
That's a stretch.
Okay,
that's a stretch.
Maybe I'm taking this one a little bit too far. This is the Shanghai Major after all, but I will say that when it comes to the people that are on 9Z, player quality in the bin. Not even a question for me. They are not standing up to the people that are on Red Canids. I will say, Nithon, bit fraudulent. Okay, I don't know. You don't
even believe in the team.
You can put a lot of different people in that seat right there, and it would probably work out just fine. But he's calling a good game. Okay, I can't say the same about Buddha on the other side for 9Z. And at the same time, I'd say Red Canids right now they're just moving up. They're slowly chugging along. They're winning here and there. They took down the CBCS tournament. They beat teams like Bestia.
It was in June. It was a lifetime ago. It was a lifetime ago.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. It was in June.
So to wrap up, what both of you are saying is neither of these teams have had a good run coming into the RMRs.
I think overall, like if you look at his two teams, obviously you look at the numbers, you look at the results, and Red Canids have had 9's number, honestly, for the majority of this year, right? Especially recently. And they have, I wouldn't say they've peaked, they've kind of plateaued at a higher level with a slight little incline in their graph. And listen, for 9Z, it has been a complete free fall. Like after what happened after the boot camp they've been doing in EU and whatnot, I think
Dust 2 maybe? Dust 2? We're gonna get a Dust?
Okay.
Okay.
This is interesting. I personally feel, okay, by the way, 1 and 9 for 9Z and Dust 2 so far. But then you look at almost any map out there, and 9Z's results have been quite grim. So I don't think I'm going to read too much into this one. But I personally feel if you're 9Z, looking at a map like Dust 2, quite simplistic, nothing too complicated, this could be the chance here for 9Z to put Red Canids in the bin.
I don't see it, Blair. I don't see it. I think this is the changing of tides. I mean, you see Red Canids right there getting fired up in their prac room or their actual match room. Nice pillow on Venom Zero's seat, by the way, or David Deas' seat, that is. And I will say that 9Z have been in a free fall. Dust 2 was the map that they were trying to make their home map. That's what they were good at Dallas.
Yes.
They have since kept trying to play it repeatedly and to no success, practically speaking. On the other hand, Red Canids, they're a team that constantly innovating, constantly coming up with new ideas. They can bust out the double op as well to greater effect, given that Nithon is totally ready and willing and capable of doing that. And so they have more potential on their defensive side in terms of how they can mix things up.
I feel overall, when it comes down to it, when it's going to be a close game, if it's going to be like a tight affair right there, I feel the pressure's going to be coming on Nithon. I feel that's when it's going to struggle a little bit. It's going to come down to people like Henny being like, all right, I got to just win this game by myself single-handedly. On the other side and flip side, I feel like the stress might actually compress 9Z to becoming a team once again. I think that's what's going to happen here.
Both of these teams have played each other so much. I mean, I'm asking a random question. You probably don't have those figures, but it is a matchup that has happened continually throughout the year. So they know each other very well, correct?
They do know each other very well. But the caveat being, you know, I think the series right now is 4-3 in favor of Red Canids, and Red Canids have won the last 2 outings. They had the best of 5, the CBCS Masters, and one of the, I think, the ECL games. But this was back in June, by the way. They haven't played each other in like 5 months now, and 9Z have been boot camping in EU. They've been in Spain, you know, in Martinez's hometown, and they've been boot camping with all these, scrimming against all these EU teams, playing a lot of EU competition. So they haven't really played each other, I'm assuming, since then. And a lot of these Brazilian teams, when they play in NA in South America, and if they're boot camping over in EU, every time you have an interview with them, they're like, yeah, we haven't played them in months. And I think that's going to be the difference here. They haven't seen each other in months in the server.
A lot of that familiarity goes out the window when there's been this much time between those sort of series. So I would just, overall, if I really want to get down to back to reality here, this should be a very close matchup. History has proven, like Bless said, a better ceiling overall for 9Z, but at the same time with Red Canids, I've just seen a slightly upwards trajectory continuously. And so whatever they're doing in the lab, prepping between tournaments, it just feels like it's bearing more fruit than 9Z, who have, I'm not even going to say plateau. For me, they are falling. They are falling.
Here's a rise. Here's a rise right now, Sam.
They're meeting right in the middle.
Jackie, Vince, my analysts are separated on this. They are not united. Are you feeling the same, jumping on both sides?
Sam, you know what? I think Red Canids got this one, honestly, Vince. I think they're going to come out swinging.
I see both sides of the debate here, actually, because I think that an RMR does bring teams together. We've seen so many times a team in a rut, in a bit of a downward trend, as Maui says, in a free fall. But these are the kind of tournaments that really bring the best out of them. So I'll go for 9Z here. I think in terms of talent, these guys have plenty of it, although the stats don't favor them.
They don't. It's all a bit worrying. It's kind of weird with the veto situation for them. 9Z, you've been on a big losing streak over the course of 3 separate maps. Dust 2, you've lost 4 in a row. So they need to break the streak here. Ooh, for Henny, he takes a big hit early on. But it's not looking too bad in the pistol for the T-side opener of 9Z. A lot of damage done. DGT even catching David Ayers on the walkout through the smoke. And with just Nithon remaining trapped in CT, it's looking like a pistol should be theirs at least.
And he had no real hope, no real chance. Wazza Peak with the scream, with the rallying cries. The pistol, so vitally important, these best of ones, as we've seen throughout the day already. And Red Canids on the back foot. No shortage of crazy amounts of experience when it comes to Red Canids. Obviously, you look at Cold Zera, you look at Henny. There's a lot of players over there on the 9Z team that maybe lacking a little bit of experience, especially at this level of play, going through to the major, that kind of stature.
And for 9Z as well, it feels like they have been a bit of a staple in the RMRs and the majors for a little while now. Obviously, ever since back towards Antwerp, I think, right, where they kind of came out, had a big debut there, kept on moving through. And it feels like you want this team to shine, show what they can do. Like the analyst was saying, it really has been a bit brutal for them in recent form. I think Mirage as well, it's been like a 5-loss streak there. Inferno's been brutal, Vince. It's been a 4-loss streak. It's not looking too good. Veto went the way it did, though. We've ended up on Dust 2. You've taken an opening pistol, so at least establish yourself early. And again, this is another time where we could get ourselves another major debutant. And Martinez, if he can make it through, he wants to make it to his first major. It's an opportunity here, of course, but you've got a long road ahead of you. It's Buddha on entry. Finds the opening pick against Venom Zera. Cold Zera comes back in versus Max. You're down to the 4 versus 4. Firepower at a huge disadvantage, though, and Red Canids know it's not worth the biscuits.
Exactly. Save the weapons. Try again in the next round. You've got the scout for Henny. Plenty of firepower here to make a real go of it into the next one. I think it may also paint a bit of a false narrative as well. I mean, all the stats that you're highlighting there and they were discussing the desk, 100% spot on. 9Z are struggling.
Yeah.
But you have to look at the fact that they are playing EU teams, some of them the best teams on the planet, over this last few months, week in, week out. They've been playing the VPs, Cloud9s, you know, losses against Vitality. Red Canids are not playing this stature of teams. It's typically domestic matchups against South American squads, Brazilians, Bestia as well as another team they've played quite a few times over the last month or two. So although it is very much a case that Nouns have not tasted victory much recently, they have been playing against some of the best teams out there in Counter-Strike.
100%. You've been grinding as well. They're still attempting to obviously try and do as much as they can every competition they're going to, but it's been a string of rough results, kind of 13th to 16th being the average placement. I believe back at Elisa Masters as well, you had a 5th, 6th finish there. So it's not great. Dream run for them was obviously pre-player break. They were having a good spring of form, making it the playoffs back at IEM Dallas. But since then, Vince, things have certainly changed. And 6 months makes a world of difference. First 2 rounds here, though. We'll stick with what we're getting at the minute. Obviously, for Red Canids, it's a matter of just waiting until you can really activate. Held on to what they could from the prior rounds. So a couple SMGs, scout in the hand of Henny as well. And Max getting up close and personal towards lower. Finds the first headshot, but there is a trade back.
Yeah, well held by Davideus. The Chilean's able to at least post up the 1 kill, but it seems like it may be a one and done. Although Nathan with that 5-7 is making a real nuisance of himself, being a pain in the rear end. And eventually he is pushed out of the round, and that should be a fairly clean-cut B-side take. They're not sure of these angles. They're going to be doing as much as they can to flash this out, molly and smoke, but now they're going to find out it is a site bereft of any CTs. Replenishing the smoke on the doors as well will make this a little bit more difficult for coldzera, but he's about to get pop flashed in. Flash is good, fully flashing out Buddha, and that's a clean kill at that. He can trade up to the Galil. Suddenly this round is back open for debate for Red Canids as the 2 veteran Brazilians come with their kills in quick succession, and coldzera locks it down with the Galil. 3 kills in the round, and Red Canids get their first round on the board.
coldzera absolutely erupting as well. You could see the scream coming out of him. Decibels blowing up in the room. Man, still looks a bit scary as well. Little jump up onto the ledge, finds the final frag, closes things down. And that's what you want, dude. World of difference, right? You carry those weapons over from the previous. You're able to instantly get your opener, crowbar open the game. Now you've got a bite to play with, going straight back into things. Henny instantly upgraded onto the AWP. That's where you want him, Vince.
Slightly delayed on the clearing of the smoke, but Max is going to make the most of that one. coldzera from 0 to 0. And Nathan's able to capitalize on his fallen teammates' death and his demise. Buddha opening up the site with 2 entries. Swift onto Davideus. And just like that, this round is out of grasp, out of reach for Red Canids as they have to save. 9Z just turning it on with ruthless aggression up on long.
Damn, I thought this was going to be a bit of a springboard round from them. In reality, it just clapped straight back in the face. And it's all about just holding on to these weapons, really. Keep that AWP alive for Henny, Venom Zero as well. Back at the bomb site, protecting in case they peek out from upper. Again, obviously, investment is a little bit risky. They're going to hunt into this. They don't want to throw away too many weapons, so it's not worth anything more than that single look-in from DGT. So they will get the round. Red Canids survive with the 2 buys, at least bolstering the economy somewhat. Not really the dream scenario from what they wanted, though. It could have been a whole lot better as well, right? Like you said, with the timing on the mid-peak, they had the right idea for it, set up for the opening play. Timing slightly off, it gave them short control, and Max really ran away with the round. Those 2 entries make a huge difference.
That's what 9Z have. They've got so much explosive firepower. Aggressive plays that are capable of locking it in when required. And although there are a couple of big game players over on Red Canids, Henny and coldzera in particular, 9Z have so much firepower to contend with. And they do have the open play. Henny's going to be donning that for himself. Smoke down onto long. Flashes out, shoots down the middle, but nails nothing. No kills forthcoming. Does that sell him into a false sense of security? Well, now Nathan, his eyes have been opened, and he's looking to close those onto the aggressors when it's a 1-for-1 trade. Hoazo Pete taking a ton of damage, has to back away with 6 HP. But Long at least has some control now, falling on the side of the T's. There is going to be an aggressive mid-push, though, to try and counteract this one through on for Davideus, who's going to get up on Catwalk.
Take a bit of space, put the feelers out. See what the late round setup is from 9Z in terms of the rotations. 3 players grouped up inside a long house, bomb on the back of Max. It's how Soul Peak that can be used as a bit of a trading tool if they do go for a stab on this one. And he's posted up though. Playing it cool, classic angle. It's got support from coldzera with the FAMAS. With time ticking away, unless they're given a stab into this one, an opportunity where the CT's push, they're going to be forced to actually make the play. And going off the back of the peak, Henny should be good for that first frag.
So assuming no flashes or mollies land right next to him. The coldzera takes the fight. Henny now pushed out into the open. coldzera's done his job. Henny misses out though. And that's the door left slightly ajar now. As 9Z look to try and stomp it down, pick up that axe, and carve a path back onto the site. Flash is going to delay the push just that little bit longer. 12 seconds on the clock. And now the T's need to get up close and personal. Davideus playing possum, hiding around the box, denies the bomb plant. That should be the round. There's not enough time on the clock. And venomzera can just waltz out of there, knowing his team have picked up a second.
Bittersweet. Down to the closing moments. Bit of a scary round again, but it is a round, and that's what matters for Red Canids at the minute. Just start things off, obviously, wherever you can get a way into the game. They're costly, though, this every time because of the CT economy at the minute. It's kind of constantly in turmoil with the way the flow of the rounds have been going for them. Big play from coldzera, though, even with the FAMAS. He was the one that took charge. It was surprising, really. You're thinking with the setup for Henny with the AWP, he was going to be able to find impact, forced out by the nades, and shot just went all the way west.
Yeah, exactly. That could be a concerning sign if that continues here on Dust 2. He's had a couple of chances and he's not nailed them just yet. And it's uncharacteristic for a player of Henny's standing and his stature. He is a big part of this team, a huge cog in the wheel that gets Red Canids victories. Maybe just a bit of a slow start here. I'm sure he'll warm up. He's a player that always seems to have his moments. Even in games that Red Canids lose, he's typically up there posting some big numbers. So I'm not going to write him off just yet, but a couple of shocks and maybe warnings have been fired out so far.
It's a different beast for some of the players on this team as well. Very stark contrast in terms of looking at coldzera and Henny, the experience the Majors played at, especially for coldzera. Hell, even taking titles as well. Whereas you look at some of the other players on the team for venomzera, for Nifon, this is your first time having an opportunity to make it to a major. Different shoes to fill, different kind of environment. You know they've certainly got the character for it though, Vince. This is the kind of team that does have that sort of air about them. You know they could play some great CS in the moment. And venomzera, even off the back of the dink, at least establishes the open pick. So how so peak down and out?
Oh, here's the fact-finding mission. Henny, that aggression, trying to wrap around the back of the T's. They have no idea about this. The thing is, the MP9 at this range, not ideal, but he still nails Max regardless. And can back off to T-spawn, and this really does apply the pressure now. They're not sure. They're going to constantly be looking over their back. It's going to take a set of eyes away from middle, away from catwalk. At range, he just needs to stay alive. 35 seconds, he's wasting so much time for 9Z. The frustration creeps in and they decide to just push the site instead. And this is where Nathan needs to deliver. He needs to get some kills, but he goes down without much of a fight. And that will open up the access to the post plant.
Can Red Canids find a way back in for this round? Posturing for it at the minute, having a bit of a look in. Martinez as well. Looked like he was almost given an opportunity there, but it's better he repositions. It's the right read, expecting the boost up from the box side as they try and push on to wrap individual fights that are going the way of 9Z, though. No room for trades or really much else to be said and done. venomzera at least gets in for potentially just a snatch on the AWP, and that's all it is. Run away with that bad boy, tuck tail between legs. And for Red Canids, it will be another loss. So 9Z going up to 4 now.
Oh, you've got to be sick to your stomach if you're Henny there, though, Jackie. Like, you played that so well. You got round the back. You wasted a good 30 seconds off the clock. You got a kill at range with the MP9. And then Nathan dies on the site without even doing damage. I think maybe he landed one bullet, goes down, and that's the round over. Oh, brutal outcome. You got the first pick as well. It was a 3v5 you ended up losing.
3v5 with what, like 24 seconds left on the clock when they finally got the pick up onto Nifon. So like you said, a few more seconds of delay, set them up. Even one pick at least would have left them in such a good position. 4-2, find those trays, close it out on the retake. Not meant to be there.
4-2 lead as well, on top of all the other woes coming in here. Red Canids off to a rocky, rough start here at the RMRs. Same could be said for quite a lot of teams though, but again, that 0-1 bracket is already shaping up to be the thing of nightmares early on. Henny has the AWP again, but it's alongside 3 SMGs. And just a 5-7 for Nathan. Needs to have impact and needs to have it early. Play it down in the tunnel. Martinez watching out here, but Henny misses his opportunity. Not an easy shot to land by any stretch of the imagination, but they now know what they're up against. At least one AWP in play as far as 9Z are concerned.
That AWP very well could be the backbone of the round for Red Canids. It's just a matter of can it support everything else in the round. MP9's 5-7 for Knifeon. Take a bit of space, deep towards Longhouse at least, post up behind the door, but it's all about short. 9Z in position. Back of the bomb site, it's Devideus. MP9 from range, not really going to be the tool for the job. If they get up close, he hits them with the surprise antics. Could still find impact here. Revving their engines for it. Get the flash over for the first peek out. Devideus just biding his time for it. First peek's good. Gets free damage out, but on the second face, Max is quick with a tap.
Did damage, but I thought 9Z, the lack of utility was going to harm them. Typically, you want to throw a Molotov to that back ramp position just to clear it out for that very reason that you were highlighting and building up there. But in the blink of an eye, this round is done. Red Canids will be looking to save. They want to keep the open play. Nothing really available for them to try and chase in. They're doing damage control effectively, but Max may be about to gift wrap them a free AK-47 if he's not careful, doesn't clear his angles, down he goes. It's out in the open though, and the T's going to sprawl to try and deal with that one. And although coldzera lands the insta-dink, it's not going to be good enough to reap the reward and the prize of the AK-47. Nathan next up to the chopping block, and the 5-7 goes awry. Another weapon falls by the wayside.
You save the big ticket item. At the very least, the scope survives for another round in the hands of Red Canids. That's Henny looking to activate himself, really. You've had it a couple of times now, but limited opportunities to find success with a weapon. It's a bit worrying. Like we were saying, you know, even a few rounds ago, this is the sort of form you want to see him shake out of early. First half, get it out of the way, get straight back into it. He's a brutal piece of this team. You need him in a map like Dust 2, especially, Vince. He's got to get online.
100%. Can't really add anything to that. Spot on. He's got an opportunity here. Also has coldzera with his deagle to try and be a bit of a bodyguard. Those two veterans working in tandem, but they've not been given any opportunities so far. Huazo Peak may be able to give them that moment. HE and Molotov tossed up, not going to affect coldzera. He may bypass this and look for a peek, but he's not sure as to whether there's any players on middle. In actual fact, it's a triple player push up on alongside from 9Z, and Buddha, more of a lurk roll, try and be a bit of an interference, throw about the misdirection out, but he dies. That's an M4 at Trade's hands.
Oh, even the dink onto DGT on the peak, but it's Huazo Peak hitting him heavy with the jump up. AK taps onto coldzera, gives him a taste of his own medicine. Knifeon looking to chase as well, and the blaze ignites another round where Red Canids can find their way back in to a potential pickup. It's a 4 versus 3. 40 seconds on the clock as the bomb gets thrown down. Martinez ready for the run out from short side, but is he prepared for the boost? Double up down on the lower edge, clears it first, hit onto Devideus, and he just keeps on rolling with the punches. It's freebie frags right now, and there's no room for the trades. Red Canids, it's going down. Venom Zero at least injects back onto one, but Paranoid on the peaks, overwhelmed by DGT, and Henny's got to run.
I love how Martinez played that, man. I love that. He had a player on long watching for the push around his back, and he had a player on catwalk. So he was given free reins. Like, basically, you be a pain in the ass, Martinez.
Yeah.
You keep peeking, you keep getting kills, and he just obliged. Just constant peeks back and forth. Didn't overextend his welcome. Got it to 2 kills. That was the round done. Now, small saving grace for Canids is you managed to save the AWP again. Potentially a hugely impactful moment if Henny can put it to use, but we've still not seen him get started. He's still stuck in the sprinter's block. You know, everyone else has been gone for the last 2 minutes, and he's still there waiting to get unleashed. 2 kills, that's all he's got. One of them was off the MP9.
Yeah, and it's scary, man. Because to a certain degree, yeah, it makes sense, right? Obviously, keep the AWP alive. It's still another chance that you have with the weapon. But like you say, you've got to seize those opportunities, find a way to actually have the impact with it. And those chances are getting slimmer and slimmer. At least here, there's a tag up towards top mid. Strip some HP from Max. Soften them up a little bit in the opening moments, but it's not exactly what you wanted to kick off the 9th.
Red Canids, they are running out of time here. You know, before it was all about, yeah, it's fine, Henny will get activated eventually. Well, this is really the kind of round where you need him to come to life. Get the life support machine on. Molly out, let him Zera, kicks things off. Onto Butter through the smoke. And he is their tunnels player, so that's going to alleviate a bit of the pressure over on B. Just a minute left on the clock, but 9Z do have forward positioning up on catwalk through on middle as well, and they're starting to make a move into long. Bit of an off angle for Nathan, but this is sometimes flashed out. The problem is there's really not that much utility for 9Z. Does this angle go unchecked?
Pivoting on a knife's edge, and it's Nathan that's got to make the incision. Waiting on the backside of the door. Crosshair in the right angle. Halso Pete fast on the swing. It's a wide face. He's good for it. Hits the head, bypasses the one big boon for Red Canids that could have been the spray down, could have been the 2 frags that give them a great chance in the round. Henny, is this where he activates? Firing out warning shots on the re-peak though. Again, it's Halso and Martinez that strike straight back, equalizing us into a 2v2. Time's tight. Tag through the smoke. Halso peak down. Martinez on the site.
Oh, he doesn't. Oh, he thinks someone's back at Gandalf, but they're both coming up from the CT side. Time is so low, he's just got to commit to this. He's going to die. He's going to get shut down in the back. Spray goes awry. Davidea stands his ground and will deliver. But man, I don't like singling out players like this, Jackie. That's the second or third time we've seen Nathan watching an angle and get no damage. Not even like 50, 80 damage onto a player so they're easy to finish off. Like nothing at all. That's a problem.
Yeah, it's rough, man. It really is rough. It's one of those games, you just got to shake it off as quickly as possible. MR12 whizzes by, first half can be over before the blink of an eye and leaves you reeling of what could have been, especially with the opening sequence of rounds that we saw with this one. Started off very different from how the half's panning out overall. Henny, though, I mean, he hits one on that round. Nice frag, but you still need more. He's got the AWP back out again, another opportunity to surprise us. Devadeus on the back of the bomb site, they're all trapped, stuck in the smoke. You've got Venom Zero waiting to strike again as well. Good timing for the reface out. Oh, the nade should be pretty dastardly as well. Little tap on the back. Not too much damage, but pure control of the bomb. And a free setup in the round. Red Canids in a good spot here.
That's a bit of a false start, wasn't it? It looked like they wanted to fully commit. They're going to explode out into the site, and they had cold feet. As you can see there, as you highlighted, Jackie, the bomb under control from the CTs. A very awkward position. Players stacked on top of here. They're watching long just in case alongside mid. This round is as comfortable as you'd want from Red Canids' perspective. 9Z just lacking that killer instinct, it felt like. Maybe that's where some of the nerves, maybe some of the confidence being shaken over these last couple of months, as we've been discussing with the stats, kind of comes full circle. When you've pulled the trigger on that play, you kind of have to follow through. It's basically, look, listen, we're going to bulldoze you down on the site, or we're going to die on our shield. But they kind of pulled the plug halfway through. It's really awkward. Like, 2 of them were pushing, 2 of them ran away, then they got kind of caught on each other, tripped over each other's shoelaces, shot in the back. A bit of a nightmare. But it looks like they may be able to hold on to these 3 AKs, so they'll have plenty to play with in the next round as well.
Obviously, signs of life as well for Red Canids there. But like you say, buddy, it's one of those rounds where it didn't look necessarily like they were given their hardest test yet throughout how things have gone. A simpler answer. But a round's a round. You're going to take that every damn day. 6-4 at the minute. Cash being reinvested once again for 9Z. Figure out the pieces and work out where the weapons have got to go off the back of the saved guns. 2 Tech 9's going to be donned with the rest of them buying into the utility as well. Red Canids, of course, keeping most of the firepower alive. Henny still strapped on the AWP. Last chance, really, on the CT side. Last 2 rounds of the half. We'll see if he can pack a punch on this one. Mid control being called for early. Everyone pushing down. Buddha clearing towards lower as well, making sure there's no one lurking, any nooks or crannies.
Oh, Davideus didn't throw out the smoke. He's back to the site. Could cost them, because now the teams feel compelled to push. They sense that weakness. Gonna try and exploit it. 2 players marooned on an island as a tsunami of T's comes crashing against the waves. But Davideus, he has the dam that's been built up, and he's fending off these T's alongside Henny's AWP. And it is actually a clean sweep round. Considering where the T's managed to get into early on, that looked like it could go very differently at one point.
Yeah, super scary with the map control they had coming up towards B, especially with the extra smoke being thrown out back towards the B site as well. That pays off massively. Venom Zero was able to play around the angle, and Davideus just goes for the heads-up play. Peek from window here. In fact, he gets away with both of the kills and stays alive. Everyone's focusing on Davideus. They're not thinking about where Venom Zero could be. And then Henny comes in to close it up. That's what you want to see.
Oof, that second shot was nice. That was fast on the draw, straight to the dough. Letting his AWP do the talking for him now. A slow start, maybe building into it yet. Bypassing the smoke and the flashes, and they get the reward. There's the aggression that we were lacking a couple of rounds ago. And Quazo Peak gets in. They don't check their angle, though, and coldzera will punish.
Ice cold as always. Davideus with the spray down, looking to assist. They trade the kills 6-6. They do tie it far more back up. I mean, it was looking worrying. This was a game where obviously, you know, first couple of rounds, you're thinking, right, they could do some damage, trying to get into it. And then it just went cold, Vince. They weren't hitting the shots. They weren't being able to pick up rounds. Tail end, though, looking way better. Everyone's starting to come alive a little bit more. And obviously, off the back of a 6-6, you get a pistol, suddenly steams back. Everyone's having far better vibes than what it would have been.
Oh, no doubt. And that's also a 6-6 scoreline where, if we're being honest, Henny was kind of absent for the first probably 10 rounds, 9 rounds. Activated towards the end. coldzera showed glimpses of his previous phenomenal self, but they were just blips on the radar.
Yeah.
But Davideus, he was sharp. He was solid. Getting about 100 ADR in that first half. Well played by him, and we're tied up even. I think 9Z are going to be a little bit concerned because they had every chance there to pull away with a vast lead, have like an 8-4 half. Didn't work out for them. And now they're going to be on the CT side where they know if they get a bad start here and like they can't get the AWP in, we didn't see many AWPs in play for them with Martinez, that could be a problem.
First pistol round had some style to it. Let's see what sort of dressing we're putting on this one. Red Cannon's on the move with a mass grouping towards lower early. Lurking up towards top mid, that's going to be knife on. Straight down, smoke blocking off the path. Spam going out to try and put the seeded out in their mind, but the real plan looks to be the back off towards the B site late. Henny just waiting with a bomb. They got the nades for the setup as well. Smoke and a flash in the back pocket.
DGT going to be called upon alongside Buddha. Need that first pick realistically. Need a crispy headshot to come from Buddha. Bait them in to DGT. He gets it in midair, lining up. Lots of damage inflicted, but Davideus surviving on 28. That's been finished off. Nathan actually shot him in the back of the head. So a bit of team damage done. 3-play-3 as Henny goes in for that post plant. Max from above will strike with his last bullet in the magazine. It can't deny the bomb plant. And in amongst all of this, they still have Wazapeak, who's stuck in the smoke. Just playing alone right now, running out of ammunition between him and Henny. This is such an important moment in this RMR for both teams. This second pistol gives them a huge advantage, and it is Wazapeak that comes through and will clutch.
When the last bullet in the clip went out, man, he's forced into the reload. You're thinking that one's cooked. It looked like it should have been over. Red Canids. They make the play work, get into the bomb site, catch them off guard. Smooth for the first half, but some big plays. 11 frags as well. Like, he's been coming alive in some key rounds. Wazapeak's absolutely giving it. Some of the fights we were seeing on T-Half from him, the wide swings, living up to his name with how he approaches the game. And again here, massive clutch round. Like you said, that's a big one for the RMR. It's going to set you up far more now. We've seen some shenanigans in the pistol rounds there. They're getting traded back and forth. There's a lot of ecos going on. We'll see if something like that's going to happen here. But in reality, you look at what Red Cannons are working with. Playing for the long comp. Investment back into 4 Deagles rather, nearly the full deco. Henny, of course, saving, so he's got the extra cash flow for the big green gun. DGT just hits him with a fast one, swinging out and short. Ooh, the premature reload, doesn't get the second because of it.
HE just slightly too shallow. Looked like it was going to obliterate Davideus, but he's on the right side of the boxes. Oh, he gets caught from Max. The shadow betrays him. Deagle will not see any play from his hands. And considering he was one of the hot hands coming into the second half, you can see even after losing the pistol, 99 ADR to his name. Top on Red Canids by a considerable margin. Now Buddha and Max have the task of holding the fort once more. This time it's a lot easier prospect, the smoke down and superior firepower. So Red Canids are going to pull the plug and back off, but they have to contend with Hoazopeak, who has his MP9 up close in the long doors, and he is hungry to build a little bit of bank before this round is done.
Shifting their way down towards mid, but DGT gets the angle and it's a freebie off the back of it. If they burst on out, it's even worse for Webb. Cash flow is going to be good for Max. Sees the peak on the box. You've got the backstab as well. Everything goes cleanly, make it through with all 5 alive, pick up the round just the way they wanted.
They capitalized off the pistol round. That's what it's all about for 9Z. However, that was just the appetizer. Here comes the main course. Henny's going to have an AWP early on this half. Can it get more use out of it than we saw on the CT side? He was playing very static positions, but kind of unfortunate a lot of those rounds, you know, like losing periphery players. They've gone down for the boost immediately, and Henny did spot 2 players. Tread lightly. You don't want to face him right now, but they get away with it as he gets baited from the grenade, and DGT is pushing behind it. He's getting aggressive out here right now, and he spots him and shuts him down.
Pixel peek back from Henny. Would have been a real bad outcome. DGT took so much map control early, all the way up towards top mid. He's hoping he catches him off guard in the rotate. Obviously, kill the AWPer, do more from that. Instead, at least you find this pick back. You got a bit of control in the round. Slows down the plays from 9Z. Or does it really? Upper control looking to be taken here. Max goes straight in with the MP9. Fights breaking out towards long as well with Venom Zero. At least creating more space for them. So 9Z massively fragmented now. There's the cross from Buddha. Henny gets the tag out.
Oh, nearly finishes his teammate off. Nathan, be careful, mate. There is friendly fire. You will get absolutely wrecked by a teammate if you do that again. So they're actually going to switch positions. Put Nathan on the AWP, but he's going to deliver with it. Buddha gets sprayed up through the doors, down to 11 HP, and a smoke on top of his head. 35 seconds left, and it will be up to Red Canids to start to bypass their way as they start to wrap around into the cap position. Martinez hits and runs. Repositions, shows his hand with the M4, sprays down for 2 more. Aim on point, and now Coldzera in trouble. Unsure as to where the last player is, and Buddha shows his hand. Martinez, though, that's all him. That 3K was beautiful.
Absolutely merciless in the way he played it. 6 shots as well. Great control of the M4. And again, these are big rounds. These are important ones to pick up. Clinical stuff. And a nice one for 9Z. Things looking far better now, of course, in terms of where they are in the game. Keeping it somber, quite stoic at least in the room at the minute. Opportunity again to slow down the game. Put the brakes on. Call out a tactical timeout. See if there's really much that you can do here in terms of the adjustments. Figure out what's going wrong.
Really highlighting and showcasing is why it's so important to reposition. Gets the first pick, drops down immediately. They're checking all their angles, and it allows Martinez to really shine bright. This is so exquisite, like a clinic on being back against the wall, but making the most of every opportunity given, and that smoke just slightly off, costing them everything. Martinez now donning the AWP. For one of the first times, I don't remember seeing him use the AWP in the first half, Jackie. Is quite surprising. He was typically running and gunning with the AK. But that's why he uses it. He's damn good with this gun.
Yeah, takes the fast peek. Hits the shot instantly. Unless you play this one far easier as well. You know they're on the weekend buy. Light investment, of course, just into the Deagles and the Tech 9 for Davideus. You don't have to get up close. Play the smart game, play off the back of the numbers. DGT could be overwhelmed if they want to run for it. Good control of the M4, at least in terms of the spray. The fact that he gets away with 2, oh, that is a bit rough, Vince. It's going slightly wrong towards middle. Can they make this any more costly at least? coldzera, rearmed, hits the head, Buddha shut down, peek from the window coming in, and it's all on coldzera to make the play now. 1v3, minute on the clock, expects to face towards top mid. Single bullet fired out, but he takes a ton of damage, switches to the deagle, but it can't connect.
Yeah, Hwaza Peak landed that dink very early in that duel, and that was always coldzera on the back foot. He's trying his best. It feels like in this half, it's pretty much only him using live ammo up to 15 frags. Everyone else is slowing down, painfully so. And 9Z stealing that last round away. That could have been the backbreaker. That could have been the moment where Red Canids ran out of steam. Let's see, though. We know they're a resilient bunch of players. They've got so much experience on this roster. And this is where we need to see it, Jackie, because if they lose this round, probably a done deal.
Yeah, we need some fireworks right now. Whoa, and at the minute, it's looking a little bit awkward on the encounter towards long. It is a 1-for-1 trade. Hello, venomZera. Oh, okay, he's all Venom. No Eddie Brock right now. He's starting to switch it up a little bit. Taking space towards the site. 2 clean entries. Gives room for Red Canids to breathe here in the 17th. And David Deus lurking down towards lower, murders Max and leaves it all up to Buddha.
Oh, David Deus gets another one. 2 kills in the round for him, but those 2 entries from venomZera. Maybe the antidote to the rot that 9Z were inflicting upon the Red Canids. They can alleviate that just a little bit. That first one was beautiful. And the second, anticipating they were going for a bait and switch setup with maybe a pop flash out along. Love that. Love that play from venomZera. But we have not seen that kind of consistent firepower round after round. Is it going to be a one and done?
Oh, the bait and switch. He was even ready for it. Martinez, though, quick, slick on the draw. Second time he's had a free frag towards middle with no real room to respond. And Red Canids, it could get even worse here. Close setup on the off angle for Max, playing anti-flash. You got the orb covering it, so if there is a peek, one or the other, they're going to get that kill eventually. Clears out upper, gives them the full read of the round in terms of what Red Canids are up to, posturing all the way around towards long. You can back off now, play it smart. Good lead in the manpower.
Yeah, exactly. This is where you let the CT side work in your favor. You don't have to go and get success anymore. You've got that early winning formula. Now back off, set up crossfires. Let Red Canids sweat this one out just a little bit. All the initiative needs to be on their shoulders. They've got to be the ones to break the shackles now. You've imprisoned them in round 18. coldzera, a very capable AWPer in his own right, now donning the weapon. DGT, though, peering over the fire and flames, trying to douse away the oncoming T's. A lot of damage to venomZera. It is the 2 Zeras in play, but only 2 HP on one of them. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, it's going to have to be the cold part of this formula to freeze away these CTs and break it down. He snaps Buddha over his knee with the AWP. They're still going to cross. They've still got to get onto the site. There's so many bullets just being spammed through the smoke, but somehow venomZera finds the perfect timing. Crosses there with his 2 HP. Can go for this post plant as well. Could be a jumping shot from Max. Leaping to success and no hope for coldzera. No time, no health. 9Z, 11-7 to the good.
Looks scary. When it came down to the crunch, 9Z playing it perfectly. Smart reading the jump up. Max deals with it. No time, no opportunity. And for Red Canids, potentially a chance to slipping away. Timeout called in. Hit the quick T. So what's all about, Vince? So you know it's a timeout. Hit you with one of these, straight to the face.
I'd imagine there's a lot of conversation going on right now if you're Red Canids. You had your huge moment with venomZera of those 2 entries. You're thinking, right, it's 10-7, we got a chance.
Yeah.
And then immediately that boosted up AWP shot for Henny backfires and they get totally destroyed by Martinez. This is the moment. Bang. Immediate, instant, snatches his life away. You've got to go back to the drawing board, Jack. Yeah, I'm not sure there's many strats up there left to really delve into that could come out successful.
Try their luck again with the same drop down. Penny just seeing if he could get the shot off this time. But again, it's a whole load of breathing room for 9Z. You're able to push out into mid and set themselves up. Martinez even able to assist if he's required. He strikes. Knife on slain. coldzera buckled. And frag by frag, 9Z get closer to taking a 12th and setting themselves up with a match point here versus Red Canids in the Americas RMR for the Perfect World Major in Shanghai. And Martinez, he's sniffing him out. Expects the run out towards long. You've got support on the close angle as well. Oh, mate. It almost is one of those now for Red Canids. You imagine it's kind of like paralysis by analysis, right? You're sat there thinking, what do we even do to find our frag back in? They're not going to give us an opening.
Exactly. Sometimes less thinking, more doing, Jackie. And when you got players like David Deus that's been playing well, VenomZera getting those entries, there very well could be a call to just let them cook, so to speak. Just let them go out and try and win this game by some individual brilliance. When it comes down to the tactical calls, not really worked. It's not really paid out for you. Henny, he had moments of flashes in that first half, but he's been very quiet in this second one. And that has been a concerning part of the puzzle. And it feels like they've just basically tapped out. They've decided, look, we're not going to have a chance in this round. We have to try and play for the last. That's going to put 9Z onto 5 match points. 5 opportunities to dial their way into that 1-0 important start in the RMRs.
Take it on the chin. Keep the free weapons alive. It's the AWP, the AK, the utility and armor that all comes with it. So bells and whistles survive into the next, giving them at least some firepower to work with. Balance it out. Khalil being donned by Knifehunt. Utility's there for them though. It's the round you just don't have. 12-7. AWP being dropped across. coldzera picking it up this time.
Makes the spawn,
yeah.
Long. Yeah. Let's see if we can get anything with it though, Jackie. It's good to see them. Again, it's because coldzera can play the AWP. We've even seen him primary AWP in some teams over the last couple of years. But he's been smoked out. Actually, the smoke was slightly off, but he misses his chance. And that was a great opportunity. Make no mistake.
Oh, expected the wide swing. It's a close peek on it. Like you say, given an opportunity to strike and find an early entry there. He'll survive, but David Deus cannot say the same. That was the first pick. So again, a manpower advantage for 9Z, finding the opening frag into the 20th. Looking for 13 here, wanting to close this down before it gets out of hand. Halso Peak's been on point with some of the shots. We've been seeing him connect. If they do go for the run out on it, he should be primed and ready. Cheeky off angle on the boost. They were hoping if someone's up close, you could catch him off guard. Noise being made though on the drop.
Love that. Any blue container players get shut down with that boost, but as they found out firsthand, no one was home. Martinez now straight to centre mass. VenomZera splattered on the approach. And this plays Lazo Peak in. It's the double. That's the bomb that's been spilled onto the ground as well. It's looking curtains for Red Canids. It's looking like a 0-1 start for the Brazilians, but coldzera is going to keep the dream alive. The headshot does come through. It's a clean kill at that, but he's about to walk in to an AWP. A couple of M4s. They take the fight to him, down to 25 HP. Surely he can't get any more done, and there is Martinez. 9Z swiftly, abruptly shut down the Canids and secure the 1-0 at the RMR.
Well, there we go, Blair. You called it. 9Z taking that first victory.
Yeah, red can is more like red in the face, am I right? Okay, jokes aside, I think this is a 9Z I wanted to see for a very, very long time. And I don't know about you, Maui, but there are a few rounds I'm watching from Red Canids, and I'm like, guys, like, especially the second half, what are you doing? In the first half, a little competitive. I like they had a little bit of pizzazz in how they're approaching some of those fights, even in man disadvantageous situations. They were playing scared. The retake on the B bombs that comes to mind, flashing coldzera through. But apart from that, you go to the T side, and it looked like not how you played Dust 2. And they were getting caught off guard time and time again by the aggression from 9Z. Great CD side from 9Z. I love to see this 9Z we're seeing here on the server right now.
9Z played with a plan in mind for practically every starter there. And on the other side, Red Canids were just playing catch-up for so much of that game. They were playing much more reactively. They weren't necessarily throwing their own sort of pushes in the fray, whereas for 9Z, they had very well thought-out setups on their CT side to be disruptive against Red Canids. And for me, that was a huge difference maker in this one. On top of that, I will say, I think some of the Red Canids mid-rounding was, like, you can't... I will say, like, on Dust 2, when you know that one person is towards the A side, one person's towards the B side, one of the only ways you lose it is by going up middle and through catwalk without proper smokes.
This round.
And that's exactly what they did. Yeah, they lost this one, which I'm pretty sure was a 4v2 at one point. And for a team where they've been having so much difficulty against international competition, this was a very comfortable victory for me for 9Z.
Yeah, super comfortable. And again, it goes down, it might come down to the fact that the results, you know, it's been lackluster of late, but it's been against mainly EU opposition. They haven't really played Red Canids in a long time, so maybe we could, there is that caveat we have to work with, right? But you know, some of the rounds I was just watching during the latter stages of this map was like, we saw some aggressive posturing and stance coming out from 9Z on a CT side towards mid, towards Cat, for example. And this is a buy round from Red Canids, and they're just dry peeking mid when you have no control to a lower tunnels, you're not defaulting at all. And I'm sorry, you can't play Dust 2 like that. I know it's a simple map, but you need to at least have a fundamental understanding of how you want to approach a T side. And it feels like this map coming through for Red Canids was a mistake.
The Red Canids drop-off, though, is it much of a surprise? I feel like their form hasn't been great leading up to this.
But you could say the exact same thing about 9Z. So that's where I'm kind of like, we were getting two teams. I'd say Red Canids, yeah, okay, they have... Well, the last thing they did was CS, I think, which was a land that they won in Brazil. So
that was a while ago.
It was a while ago, but it's not like they've done anything since then.
Yeah, it's just been a lot of online results, and it's not been like stuff, it's not them really winning much either. It's kind of been okay, decent results. So that's what we said. We said they kind of plateaued with a slight incline going up there performance-wise, and I feel like, unfortunately, I guess that incline wasn't inclined enough.
It was like a tiny little baby step.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You know, we preface this entire RMR saying you can't afford to have mistakes. You know, these sort of wins or losses rather, could dictate whether you're going to make it to the major or not. And what's worrying for me here is, you know, despite the fact this was a close affair, we expected, you know, it could have gone either way. Just a lack of a game plan coming out from Red Canids on a map that they should be kind of comfortable on, which is worrying for me going down the days here in RMR.
When you say worrying, I mean, it's because of this format, right? It's unforgiving. There isn't room to make these sort of mistakes, if you like. You've got to come out of the gates gunning it.
Right. I mean, now that you're in the 0-1 position for Red Canids, it's obviously not going to get an easier win.
You got a Liquid there, you got a FURIA, you got M80 as well.
Like, it's stacked now in the 0-1 group, and so that's why, like, we made our predictions at the beginning of the day, but one thing we said was certain is that this is going to be all upsets all over. This one technically wasn't an upset. 9Z were the favorites going into this matchup, and to just give them one last little bit of praise, I really do feel like some of the individuals on the team we haven't really mentioned too much. Buddha played better than my expectation. He's usually a problem actually for the team in terms of his individual performance.
He had a couple of good rounds.
Boasso Peak actually did pretty solid as well, and I feel like in the op duel, Henny versus Martinez actually pretty much bodied Henny.
And it's kind of ironic because you did bring up, you know, Cole and Henny. They can always obviously duel up, and you saw Cole actually try to op quite a bit, right, trying to play the spawns and everything. But every single time Martinez had their number time and time again. So Martinez clearly the better operator individually and as a team. And I hope this is going to be the turnaround for 9Z because I really liked what I saw from them earlier this year. And if this is going to be the step in the right direction, hell yeah.
Mario, will you change your decision now after seeing this best of one, or do you need more data to go on with regards to calling Red Canids as the one to make the major?
You know, I wouldn't have actually put 9Z as my 8th team. I would have put Imperial, actually. So we'll get to them on the B stream, I suppose. I guess
small sample size.
We're not watching it here, but I just feel like now that you're in the 0-1 position with FURIA, Liquid, and M80, you're probably going to draw one of those three, and you're probably going to be 0-2, unfortunately. And so if I could switch my pick, I would just say Imperial is a team that we didn't talk about a lot in the whole pre-show, and one that I would say it's time to throw their hat in the ring.
I'm going to stick with 9Z.
Fair enough. I'm not going to let Maui change. I was just,
Yeah, no, I'm not
you know,
changing.
dangling the
Yeah,
carrot.
he's not a flip-flop. Maui's not a
He's not a
flip-flopper.
flip-flopper.
Not a
He
flip-flopper.
will-
He might be looking McDonald's,
Except on
but
the
he's not a
beach.
flip-flopper, yeah.
Yeah, just on the beach flip-flopping.
There we go. He
Thongs.
will go down with his team. Right. We have got one
We
more
love
game
thongs.
here at the start of the day before we move into the next matchups. So we're going to take a quick break so you can get some refreshments. And when you return, it is KRÜ up against MIBR.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
wrapping up the first round of best of ones here at the Perfect World Americas RMRs with MIBR up against KRÜ, which some may say is a David versus Goliath. I would argue this is not even David. This is the character that they bring in as David's friend for comic relief in the story. That would be KRÜ, because they are not even near David's level. I cannot see, even MIBR with all of their problems, I will say it right now, I can't see KRÜ coming out of this one.
Yeah, I don't know much about biblical history, but yeah, I would agree with you on that fact. Listen, let's put it out there. I don't think KRÜ's going to win a single map in the RMR. I'll just put it out there. I think they're the weakest team in this RMR, and even despite the fact that we mentioned how there could be a lot of potential upsets happening, we could have some of these close games we've seen so far, some upsets already here in day one. I don't think KRÜ's going to be able to pull this one off, even if they go up against a struggling, struggling Bestia or Red Canids looking the way they did in the server right now. I don't think KRÜ has it to take a map.
Why do you say that, though?
Just look at the results. And if you look at all these teams we have right now, the Americas RMR, right, you have at least one or two names. You're like, all right, I know this guy, right? This is a player I know can do something. You look at these guys, man, and it's recursive for me because I keep thinking back at it. I'm like, who's there in this team where I can look at and be like, all right, this guy can pop off. This guy can do something. I don't see it. I look at the results, even in South America, where the competition isn't the best. The results are middling. So there's really nothing we can really latch on here.
I mean, they're outside of the top 100 teams in the world, according to HLTV's ranking overall. They have two guys that maybe anybody knows who were playing on the Isurus team a couple of years ago, so there is some representation for Argentinian Counter-Strike.
That's a while ago.
But they've been lapped and passed by practically everybody in the LATAM region in terms of skill set. It's almost a miracle they even made it here because they did beat Fluxo on the way to this event through the closed qualifier.
Yep.
But like, that was a team with Art and Kai, and don't get me started. Just don't get me started.
Yeah, let's just move on real quickly here.
Yeah.
Again, like if I look at this team, I feel like the only notable player is a coach Yell, and that's saying something in all honesty for this lineup. I think this one of all the games we've had here so far is going to be the most easy to predict, and it's going to be very one-sided.
So you say that, but obviously at the start of today, we had this conversation. I'm going to bring it up again.
That's the thing. I'm saying it again because
we're going to keep saying
this one I believe in.
We're going to keep telling you it.
Hear me out about MIBR. So we had this conversation earlier. The time zones are all over the place, so I'm pretty sure someone's tuned in now who might not have heard this. MIBR, the big excitement was the Lukowski signing. This was going to change them, was going to give them extra firepower. They were on their way to being best Brazilian team. We saw his LAN debut, and it was shockingly bad. MIBR just completely fell off and lost, and it looked really bad for them, right? And now they come into the RMRs, and I don't have the same faith. I know you both disagree with me, so why do you believe that this is not anything to worry about?
3 words, Sam. Give them time.
I hate those 3 words. I hate them.
It's only been 2 events that they've played with Lukowski, and in the very first CBCS event, he had a 0.86 rating. In the second event, he had a 0.94 rating at that ESL Challenger Katowice event. He's on track to have a 1.02 at this event right now, Sam, okay? The math speaks for itself,
God.
okay? Look at the trends.
Listen, the graphs are how, it's like reading tea leaves, and I have to agree with Maui on this. Also,
I had something to throw at both of you right now.
Yeah, you do have a glass, and I would...
No, I'm not going to throw
I would ask you not to do that, but...
Fired on day one.
Jokes aside, like if you look at his MIBR lineup, again, he is coming to this team where Insani is the aggro player. He's had to redefine the way he plays the game. It's not easy. You're going up against some pretty, sure, you can talk about a team like Monty, for example, the team they lost to in Kato, but Monty's been around for a while. They have been tested, and I feel for them, this matchup is going to be a very comfortable way for them to kind of get into this event, right? This is a game that kind of pretty much have in your pocket. Get a job done, get that 1-0, and then let's see how it plays out from here. Which is why I'm not worried, Sam.
I think my concern is it's not about who they lost to, because it was Legacy and Monty. It was the style in which they lost. There was absolutely no flair there. There was none of that MIBR aggressiveness. It had kind of... They
were playing Monty. It's a Polish team in Poland. What do you expect is going to happen, Sam, okay?
Firstly, why have they allowed...
I know, right? Actually, I think
it's like a South American staple.
Why did they let Vertigo through?
Yeah, that's the one thing we should touch on with this last minute is that the only maps that KRÜ have even looked competent on, I mean, Vertigo is one of the few.
Yes.
And for MIBR to let this through, I'm not... Nah, I still think MIBR is going to win. Don't get me wrong, but I'm now...
It's usually like a second or third, second ban, between that
I'm kind of surprised, yeah.
Maybe they're playing in hard mode, Maui. Maybe they want to make a point here.
What
It is
this
a
guy with
very
the
South.
toothpick?
It is a.
What's this guy with the toothpick? Who do you think he is? Clint Eastwood? What's going on here?
It is a South American like staple, that vertigo play like that. You do see that a lot. So maybe MIBR is feeling pretty confident.
This town ain't big enough for the two of us, MIBR.
There is
now he's having
confidence.
some fun there.
There is confidence, Sam, and there is just throwing. Right, I hope that's not going to be the case for MIBR. I still feel they have the pedigree, they have the players to still be able to get this win pretty comfortably. But the fact that bringing Vertigo in a best of one, have you been watching some of the results we've had here so far today?
Yeah.
You really want to try this, Matt? I don't get it. I really have no reason why they would allow Vertigo through, honestly.
So I've said my piece. We've seen what the map pick is. Are we sticking with this? That KRÜ doesn't have a. Are they still the comic relief friend, or do you think they're starting to move into the shoes of David here?
It's stick to Valorant, crew. Stick to Valorant. They're good in that game. Okay,
Are they?
that org.
I don't watch that game,
I don't
so
even
I had
watch
no.
it.
Yeah, I was like,
But
I
I
have no
believe you
clue
now,
what's
you
happening
like it.
here.
Yeah, they're better. They're
Yeah,
better.
all right, cool.
Yeah.
So you believe in the MIBR dream here?
Yeah, I mean, I still okay. If we want to talk about it just a little bit more, like you're against Lukowski. You literally hate him, Sam. You think he should be off the
None
team.
of which I said. This is like every one of my ex-relationships right now. I'm being gaslit right here.
I am gaslighting the viewers right now. You don't actually hate him, but you weren't impressed with what they showed at ESL Challenger, and for good reason. Obviously, they came in last place. They lost to Monty, which is another team that's been struggling too.
And Legacy?
And Legacy,
And
yeah.
Legacy.
Yeah, that was a rough one.
But at
And
the same
badly. My thing is they lost badly. It wasn't like
that's fine. So here's the thing: Lukowski's gonna come in here. He's gonna farm.
Yeah, I
this
think
is
he's
your
gonna farm.
opportunity
I actually
to
think
just
he's gonna
farm.
farm.
And I feel if I'm MIBR right now, just tell him to just let him off the leash a little bit for this particular game. Be like, hey, listen, man, you've had a bit of a rough time so far with us. You know what you want to do. I mean, you are on the same page, but this is a game where you can just pop off, just go in, get some frags, get that confidence going, and I think that's exactly what they should be doing here.
So just go click heads. That's going to be the strategy. Let him off
I
his
think that's what
leash.
Liquid should have done earlier as well today.
I mean, there's lots Liquid should have done.
I think most people that are watching this game probably couldn't name all 5 crew members on the team, and by the end of it, they will still not be able to do that.
Jeez.
Can you name all the crew members? I mean, that's the real question.
Reversive.
Hold on, I have a list. Let's
Go
check
on.
if you're right. Okay, here we go. You got one?
We're not doing this.
Okay, we're not doing it. It's Reverso, Deco, Les. I'm reading.
You're reading it out. You can't do that. You can't do that either.
Deco's like their only other player.
And it's because it's close to Deco from Aurora.
No, it's because he was on Isurus before.
Okay,
he was
fair.
on. He was
Yeah.
on. They were Reversive and Deco were on.
Are we being a
Isurus.
little bit unfair, though? I mean, have we seen enough from KRÜ to be able to call this way? And
No,
be this harsh on them?
I think we're being real here. And if they're able to pull off an upset like we've seen upsets today so far,
Yeah.
we're gonna have a foot in our mouth, and I think that's fair enough, right? They would have surprised all of us. But from all the data we have thus far on this team, I think they're the one team. If you had a tier list right there, Maui, you love your tier list.
I do
They're
love
the
them.
team right there. It's like happy to be here. I think that's great.
Happy to be here, too.
Yeah.
Happy to be. They got the cool jackets, and
Yeah.
that's going to work for them.
Yeah.
Jackie and Vince are actually going to join us in studio now on the big screen. We get
go.
to chat to them. What's up, gents?
We're good. How are
Hello.
you guys doing? I'm enjoying the Maui Snake vibes. You coming in doing the classic vibe. It's good, mate. I'm
classic-
enjoying it.
the classic
Yeah,
vibe.
it's vintage. It's vintage.
Do you think that they've been a bit unfair on KRÜ?
No.
I love it.
This guy right here.
This
This guy
freaking guy.
Vince right here. He's a gem. I tell you, he's a gem over there.
This is cool. This is really cool.
We should do this more often.
Yeah.
I
Hang
like
out
this
with
shot,
Vince.
actually. Hang
That's
on.
a camera angle right
I quite
there.
enjoy what Jackie can do with his hands around Maui's head.
I'm
here.
trying to figure out where he is. Oh, no, hang on.
yeah.
I've moved.
Okay.
I've moved now.
No, it looks
No,
it's all gone wrong.
Yeah, KRÜ are as crazy as the pattern on both of their outfits.
I quite like the style
kind
they're
of-
bringing, though.
Yeah, they're bringing a good look.
I kind of thought.
Are you guys in Shanghai?
We're here
Yes.
right now. Yeah, we
Yeah, we
flew
are.
out this
Yeah.
morning.
Okay.
It was a pretty quick flight, direct. So we're here.
That's awesome. I'm jealous personally, but okay.
So get the next flight. Come over.
And I'll be in there. We'll do a TriCast.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, if you can get here in time, we'll do it.
Why not a quad with Blair as well?
Yeah.
So-
Bring
good.
everyone.
Never been a quadcast ever before.
Let's bring Lukowski too. 'Cause
Get him in.
Sam apparently hates this guy. Sam thinks this guy's terrible. I didn't think hosts are supposed to have such strong opinions, but all of a sudden.
It's kind of crazy.
I think Lukowski is a fantastic player. I do not know if he's working in MIBR. That is my current concern. I believe on paper he should bring more firepower. I'm trying to defend
You are
myself
right.
here.
You
because
are absolutely correct.
You are correct. Sam.
Someone
You
is
should.
going to clip what Maui said.
Click what Maui
the whole
says.
of Brazil,
Chat, clip it, chat.
The whole of Brazil is going to be after my head.
Chat, is this real?
Chat, is this real?
Chat, is this real?
Let's pass Kyson chat for subs, guys. Let's do it. We can do it, chat.
soon
You
as we
won't
have-
believe what Sam said next.
I'm cancelled on day one.
We just need like a top 10 list right now. That's all we have.
We do. Let's
got
start a
a
hype train
whiteboard.
though for PGL.
There we go. Jackie, Vince, how do you feel about the MIBR pickup and what we've seen with the new roster change so far?
I'm liking the look of MIBR. I think there's a lot of, good signs of life, at least. I think, again, with the matchup here, they should come out and probably do a bit of pummeling, I would imagine. Fair bit of pummeling.
I think this is a good tournament to see kind of what their limits are, if they're going to be able to chime together or not. Because when you have like Lucas, as you mentioned, you have Insani as well. Like these are really good players, and I don't think we've really seen kind of like what they've really brought to the table just yet. But I'm really curious to see if this is going to be the tournament where we get to see everything kind of like match together and click.
I guess we're going to find out because we're about to jump into the game. Boys, this one's on you now.
Oh, thank you very much. All right, let's strap into it. It's a bit of vertigo on this one, which I'm a fan of. I know it's polarizing. Everyone hates it. It's not really like Marmite because it's mostly hatred. I love it, dude. I'll take vertigo all day.
I do too. In actual fact, I hope it's played loads at the RMRs and the Major, just so all these people, it's not been played at all. It should be removed for Train. there may be something else gets removed. If Train indeed is coming, which we don't know 100%, but there's a lot of speculation out there.
That's the thing about trains. They always get delayed.
Yeah. Two can't come at the same time, of course.
Because there's only one rail.
Exactly.
Unless they're on opposite sides.
That would just be a really bad accident. So
yeah, not ideal. Not ideal. So we'll avoid that. Keep the train crash to one side. Focus on the game itself and see what we're going to be getting out of it. I mean, I think there is a lot of potential for fireworks, at least, right? Again, obviously, it's kind of the unknown quantity in terms of KRÜ, of how they're going to turn up, how they're going to play. Entire team looking for a first major, potentially. Of course, it's a brutal run. It's going to be hard. Bit of a gauntlet you've got to get through. On the flip side of things, for MIBR, a couple of players have been there before. They know their way around the situation. You're going to be coming back out swinging. The weird one is for Insani, obviously not attending a major just yet. He's looking for his first, but he's been posting up some big numbers. Incredible ratings at times, keeping himself in some great thresholds, looking good individually. Vince, want to see him come out swinging, but we get a nice POV to kick us off. USP in hand. Let's see if there's going to be some damage done. Of course there is. Ataraxia smashed in the face.
Look how, see, there we go. That's what we're talking about. Blair said unshackle him. And so far, he's put the chains to 2 players, but Deco is going to put an end to that kill streak. Looks like the round is still falling its way, and Sadi does come through with his own as well. Laser, dulled down and drop, wants to go in with those Julies, but it is going to be a consistent trickle of frags to MIBR, which should see them take this pistol, and Safe is the man for the job. Another player as well, we're talking about some of the sort of hard hitters on MIBR. He, of course, their Orpa, very solid player in his own right. Interestingly, had kind of like a late bloom in his career at the top level. I think he was already into his mid to late 30s when he was first picked up by a pretty big team. So he's kind of a bit of a mainstay now from the Brazilian region, but certainly one to look out for here for the RMRs. I think if MIBR are going to make it through to the major, he's going to be a big part of that too.
Yeah. Safe's got a big following from fans in South London as well, Vince. Every time I go back to London, everyone's saying Safe all the time. They love it.
Just realised that if someone is in English, they're like, what?
What is he? What's he? Why does South London love him?
Yeah. Safe, bruv.
Yeah, Safe, mate. Could be a bit of a big round on this one then, yeah, Vince? You got the time, big man. Are those your shoes? All right, that's enough of that.
There's not really too much to play with if you're crewing this round, though, is there? P250. I must be honest, I didn't have any idea that they were a big team in Valorant either. Do you follow the Valorant scene at all?
No, not at all. That's just a Maui Snake move, isn't it? He loves it. He's always there. Constantly grinding the Valorant, that guy.
Unbelievable.
We won't stop talking about it, Vince.
Keeps asking me to play with him.
It's so weird. He keeps telling me he wants me to be a duelist. I don't know what that means. Ooh, a bit of dueling here, though. Freebie frags with the M4. Do what you want, keep it clean. Reversive's the only one that flips the tables straight back. But it's easy pickings towards the end. So second round quite clean for MIBR. And they started off the way they'd want to, at least. CT side vertigo here.
Yeah, I think, discussing it on the desk before. I just wanted to see these guys click together. And I think, honestly, I don't want to call this a layup match because it's disrespectful to KRÜ, but if we're being honest, like they are the massive favorites in this game. Not just on name brand value, but also statistics. Like pretty much every single barometer heavily favors MIBR to get the W here, even on Vertigo. I think this is a perfect opportunity for them to get a really good performance, like a 13-3, 13-4 or something is a possibility. Build that confidence up, and then we see what they really have to offer when they get into those 1-0 games. Not looking past KRÜ though. Still very much a threat to contend with. We've both casted Deco and Reversive quite a few times. Very solid players individually.
Yeah, we've seen them over different iterations. There's always some nice plays coming out of them. It's more the overall team, how KRÜ as a core are looking, and the way they're going to be playing throughout the course of this one. Like we said, odds are certainly stacked against them. It's 1-for-1 trades here, but Deco straight back out with the AK. Ooh, it looked like it might have been a way in, but Insani switched on. Good with a fast adjustment, hits the head of Deco, doubles up as well. Araxia down and out, and he's even looking for more. Insani switched on right now.
Oof, thought he missed his chance for a second there, safe. Able to put it to use though, Reversive, stuck behind the smoke, 45 seconds left. And the bomb also spilled out on the site. It's going to be a real rough ask. He's got a smoke, but ideally he would probably want to pop flash himself in. Maybe a Molotov designated to the back of the gens. And Insani will not be playing with his food. Shuts that one down immediately. And so they keep 3 players alive. 3 AK-47s traded up to about as clean and nice a start as you could ask for if you're MIBR right now.
It was a nice 2-piece on the bottom side. Insani looking switched on. All in all, round locked in. That's where you want to start things here. For KRÜ, obviously, it's a bit brutal. Cash isn't really there for him. Deagle's being brought back out. Tech 9s as well. Got 2 smokes, flashbang to play with. Ataraxia looking for the opener, at least with the Deagle. Couple pot shots going out, but no joy from those.
Smoke over onto the mid portion of elevators. Trying to lock that one down, but it's all a ruse. It's a bit of bait, trying to force away a rotation, and Drops having none of it. Locks it down with the A1S, using all 20 bullets. And there will be no counteractive playthrough on mid. Laser once again meets his demise. Not really any hope here with the Deagle. Lucas G will shut it all down for a 4-0 start. Just the one casualty. KRÜ can come back with some AK-47s, even an AWP if they should choose, but I don't think many people are prioritizing the T-side AWP in this kind of a situation.
Stick with the rifles on deck. Draw for the tool. See what they can get done with it. So guns out. Armed at least. We'll strap in. Round 5's where things could start to change. KRÜ, obviously, now this is your opportunity to give a good account for yourselves. Back round towards ramp. Boost up on the top. Ooh, it's drop again. Looking for control of the stairs early. B side's locked down with the first pick onto Deco. Everyone else funneled round towards ramp side.
Yeah, he's utilizing those spawns really well, actually, pushing down on the staircase. But Laser's found a way. Bypassed any defense whatsoever, shuts down the site, and opens it up for business for his teammates in the doing so. Nate gonna be thrown into the smoke. Laser pins it in by Safe with the AK running and gunning it down, but the bomb's still yet to get onto the site. They haven't got any post plant anytime soon, and they're also isolated from one another. Brian needs to come through, but it's Safe again. Has the lock and key and is keeping KRÜ in his back pocket.
Weird round with the opportunity presented out through middle. They shuffle it back towards B eventually, but the response is clean from Safe. Small gap in the smoke after breaking it with a HG. Commits to the first kill. Reversive. Big task ahead of him now. Got to hold down the wave. Waiting for the time. Want to swing together. Overwhelming. Doesn't even get the first frag. Ataraxia in the back of the bomb site. Only good for one. And Safe. That's 4 frags to his name in the round. Big kills to that as well.
But most of them, I'm pretty sure we're about to see this on the replay, most of them were rapid headshots.
Yeah.
I reckon that's going to look amazing on the highlight reel. Unbelievable. 8-0. He's yet to die. So drop kicks off here, and then it's all safe. This first one, aggression. Headshot snatches across, and it's these next couple. There's the first and the last. Beautiful from safe. Typically the AWPer, not necessarily like a rifle specialist, but right now he is performing whichever weapon you put in his hands. He has the AWP. It could just get a whole lot worse for KRÜ.
On his signature weapon now. But yeah, weird one. You find the bleed out through middle. Like maybe there was an opportunity isolating the bomb site. Rotate almost looked a little bit timid as well, where they weren't quite sure if they did want to hard commit. Obviously, knowing all the CTs have rotated off, such a fast rotate, they're back towards the A side. So even if you do hedge your bets and wrap back around, MIBR would have been there before you. So it is what it is. 5 rounds in the bag. Ataraxia with the AWP. Khalil's and AK supporting it and surrounding. Battle of the AWPers potentially as well. Pre-scoped up, looking for the same fight. Safe wants to walk on in. Nade's coming down. Good bounce on the nade. That's what you want.
It's like skimming stones, you know, in the pond.
Yeah.
There's just a C4 strapped to it for some reason.
It's a really explosive stone.
Oh, Safe is going to miss out when the AWP gets punished. Ataraxia is going to stop the Immortal dead in his tracks, his first death. Maybe he should have stuck with the rifles after all. We might have jinxed him, Jackie.
Could be. He'll have to sit back and spectate for the rest of the 6th round. And for KRÜ, they're starting to cruise their way up towards the bomb site. Riggy with the AK, ready to rock and roll on contact, but Insani instantly dinks down onto Reversive, looking for the follow-up fight as well, expecting the swing out. Molly in the back line. Oh, that's a quick peek. Okay, Riggy starting to warm up here. You've got an edge for once. 4 versus 2. Slipping into the bomb site, and Drop looks to wrap back around. Deco could be a late linchpin as well. They're on site now. Molly goes back in to force them out. Bomb is planted, tagging them up. They're going to be quite low off the back of it. Potential room, if they can find their frags, they could still make a play on this one. But exit now should be caught. Deco's coming up in the rear. He suspects the peak. Couple pot shots go out on site, but this one looks like it's too much of a tall task, eventually found. So KRÜ do get their opening round on the board.
Yeah, I can see from Exit's perspective, he was very aware this impending doom that was flanking around him, but could do nothing about it. Really off the back is Safe, missing an opportunity down there, uncharacteristic. Picked off by Ataraxia. I do love that name, it just kind of rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? I have no idea what it means, but... Ataraxia. Nice one.
Ingenuitive names, Vince, that's what we like. Only boring people would call themselves like Jackie or Vince.
Imagine using your first name.
It'd be so weird.
What a loser.
What a nerd. None of that here. All good names. And potentially some good plays to come. I mean, it's the first round for KRÜ. What more have they got in store for us? Fight on top of the wood isn't good as Drop will shut down Reversive, and Insani's able to assist. Even blows, though, at least. Back and forth down into the 3v3.
Ataraxia's will for choice, shoots right down the middle. Hasn't been punished with his life just yet, but he's stuck in a corner. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Riggy and Laser have already bypassed up on the stairs, making moves through on mid. Laser needs this kill onto Safe. This is going to be a jump scare for Safe. He made just a third, but he's going to instantly get smacked down around the side. And finally, Laser gets a little bit of revenge. He's been on the receiving end of Safe quite a few times already to kick this map off. 2-play-2. Bomb yet to get planted, but good positions assumed by KRÜ. They're waiting for Riggy to join Laser, who's playing that forward position right now, as a smoke is going to plume in front of his eyes. It won't stop the window push, though. But he fires out a few warning shots. His teammate goes down, and Lukaji will finish off the rest. It is an abrupt end. Just the 1 round for KRÜ before back into winning ways for MIBR.
Hurts so much more. Finally get one on the board, trying to get the energy back up. Everyone feeling like, right, let's see how far we can go with it on the T side. Chain a couple rounds together. It's always the sentiment you try and put across, and then instantly you get slapped in the face. So MIBR in a position where they can quite comfortably win out the half, put themselves in a good position. And KRÜ, it's getting a little bit worrying. Cash flow's there. AK's back out at least. you're not dead in the water in terms of the weaponry, but MIBR just winning all of the individual fights, Vince. Every time there's a retake, it just looks like they're ready for it.
Yeah, exactly. There's quite a gulf in terms of like individual mechanical aim I think you're seeing come through here, and the tactical side of it for KRÜ isn't quite good enough to make up the difference. Riggy, though, catches Safe. That was flashed off the side. Haven't seen this boost yet from MIBR. May catch KRÜ off guard. Spots him, goes for that wall bang, but nothing really sticking on the landing.
Barbarians at the gate, banging on the door. Looking to find that opportunity here, and the molly will at least force them off the headshot angle, so Insani can't play from the peak that he wanted. You do have backup though, you're not on your own. And the rotation's coming back around, everyone ready for the response. Insani good with the opener, Exit able to spray back down one by one, everyone's buckling. Riggy fighting in a demons on that one, lost in the smoke.
I think that kind of encapsulates what we were just discussing, right? Like a lot of individual duels, a lot of kind of flashes and uncomfortable 2v2s, all going the way of MIBR.
Yeah.
Unanimously. Timeout called as well. You can feel the strain is maybe just a little bit too much here for KRÜ to deal with. Ranked 105th in the world. I know you had a couple of stats as well, Jackie, about their lack of sort of top flight tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, 0 LAN events in 2024, as far as I could tell, looking through things. Obviously not much to go off there outside of that. You played 136 games, all on HLTV. Decent amount, but you've lost your past 6 maps, 4 of which are best of ones. Obviously, again, here, you have that same issue, right? Another BO1 to contend with. All players looking to make it to the major for the first time. It's very different kettle of fish between the two when you look at how these teams are performing, what they've been up to, recent events. You know, everything points you in the way that MIBR should be looking pretty comfortable. So far, they've been matching that.
MIBR ranked top 17. And that man on the highlight, once again, is Safe. Lighting up the scoreboard with 2 more frags, moves to 10 already. A big difference in this game alongside Insani, also on 10 kills. Lukashi moves up to 9. And Riggy can't do too much with this Deagle right now. Feels like a little bit of deja vu is creeping in. MIBR are just having a very comfortable, happy go of it. And the thing is, there are no easy matches, especially the first best of one. Just ask Liquid, just ask Furia. Doesn't necessarily go that way. So all credit to MIBR for actually showing up here, turning up and really twisting the knife and making sure there is no mercy being shown to KRÜ. They want this is done as fast as possible.
Some nice shots at the minute. Everyone's looking really crisp coming into it. I was a bit worried as well because we saw the player cams going into things at first. MIBR were looking a little bit sleepy. Like they almost looked tired in real life, obviously going into it, getting some micro sleep, but I guess it's paid off. The REM cycle was there, Vince, even in that 20-second interval. Hitting some great shots. Teamwork's looking good at the minute.
I think it was Safe, wasn't it? He just had his eyes closed, like he was properly in the back of his shell, like fully relaxing.
He was ascending.
Yeah, exactly. Ascending to a different plane, and it's worked out for him. So far, at least. Back 10, AK's in play. Trying to burst through onto the ramp side here. Lukashi is trying to have a quick peer through as momentarily the smoke wall is demolished. Has been built back up again. And yeah, Safe had opportunities to go for another up, but just the size of rifles. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Drop setting himself up for the play here. He's been hitting some crisp taps, but this time around it's not going to work. Almost a response straight back as well. Quick shot out from Deco. Would have been a blinding connection if Insani peeked into it a slight fraction earlier. Instead, we'll stick with where we are in the present. 5 versus 4, bomb site control in favor of KRÜ, but the response starts to arrive. Insani takes the first step into the site, trades out with Safe. Another headshot found as Laser literally gets beamed, and you're down to 3.
Still no post plant either, so one of these 3 players has been momentarily inactive in the fight. They dial in the digits. Safe perched up, waiting for that smoke to clear. Reverse it finished off. A player in amongst the smoke, though, is going to be Ataraxia, but he's kind of baiting his teammates out here, and that's not going to be good enough for the 1v3, more than likely. Spray, not quite there either. And it will be yet another round to MIBR, who are unrelenting, taking no prisoners again. A slew of bodies littering the floor. Almost like he's got giving a thumb up to his teammate there. It's more like a Terminator, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like he's going into the lava.
Comes out.
They won't be back, Jackie. They won't be back.
I don't think they will be. They will respawn, but they certainly won't be back. And I mean, I don't know, bud. It's going to be worrying out there. So we can come out and upset a little bit, take a couple rounds, get a bit of momentum. Well, we're yet to see that. More and more is just being proven. Obviously, MIBR coming out swinging at the minute, looking pretty damn good in terms of the individuals. No cruise control, Vince. They can't maintain a speed.
Probably hard to on top of a skyscraper, to be fair.
Yeah, true. You probably go off the edge.
Yeah.
Still mad they haven't finished building it.
It's been, yeah, classic.
20 years.
Are we sure this isn't in the UK? So I swear, this actually wouldn't be unrealistic in the UK.
I don't think we would have got this high.
Yeah, that's true, actually, yeah.
Yeah, we'll start working on the job back next week, I reckon. About 20, 25 grand per brick.
It'd just be like a small hole in the floor.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. It feels a bit desperate right now, doesn't it? Like, Insani just pushes into middle, aces by himself. He's been there a couple of times, a bit telegraphed. The rest all falling into place. Maybe Riggy can catch a stray Lukaji if he gets aggressive, but he's backing off. Credit to MIBR as well. They're not getting too crazy here. Sometimes when teams have a vast lead, they kind of take their eye off the prize a little bit, lose focus. Ataraxia nailing the AWP shot, giving a little bit of a lifeline to KRÜ, but they need to grab onto it with both hands.
Ooh. Spot out onto safe at least. Bullets are going to spook him so he doesn't overcommit to the peak and look to try and get the entry, but vision does not matter for Exit, showing them the door. Oh, through the smoke. Exit popping off. Ataraxia, he's the only one to find impact in the round. It's all on him to close it. Gets another 2, but he isn't ready for the fast adjustment. Insani's out and hits the shot. Shuts it down before it can get out of hand. And MIBR climbing rapidly. 1 round left for the half inch. This could be an 11-1 split.
It's looking like it, isn't it? I mean, you're going to have Mac 10s with Galils. That's about it, really, for this round on KRÜ. 1 lonely round, and that was round 6 they picked up. Since then, it's been back to winning ways for MIBR. Ranked 17th in the world, looking to get in that top 10, top 15 spot if they have a really good turnaround here. I don't know, Jackie. I always want to believe that a team can come back into a game, but this has been so one-sided that, like, I'd just be lying at this point.
And if there's one thing you're not, Vince, you're not a liar.
No.
Doesn't suit your character, mate. Yeah, I don't know, bro. It feels like it is kind of flatlining a little bit for them. Especially here, best case scenario, even you squeeze a second round out of it, or if the pistol blows up in your face, it could all be over. They're fighting for it in this one at least. Out through middle, Deco takes down the first. It's a big pick to find as well, but Safe is still alive and he can always be a problem. Oh! Whips out the Tech 9 and unleashes the pain. Chops his way through 2, fragments them and sets it up for Exit to once again capitalize. Ataraxia, he's been in this position before. 1 versus 3 on the site with a Galil this time.
That was delicious from Safe. I mean, there's no other word that comes to mind. It was just disgusting. And now Ataraxia, who has posted up a fair amount of kills, is going to go 1 more. Safe wanted to get all of them. Get that 4K again. Denied. Ataraxia's position is known. 2 healthy adversaries to fend off against for 25 seconds. And MIBR only concede 1 time in the entire first half.
All right, give me the Safe replay. Let me see that. Let me see that again. Run that straight back. That's mad. Oh, mate, he's gliding through the air with the Tech 9, hitting him with a schmovement. Everyone's panicking. Oh, dear. It does feel like, Vince, that's kind of the story of the rounds as well for KRÜ. Every time they have actually had an open opportunity, right? Like you find the bleed out through mid, you're able to get onto a site to retake sort of 2v2. Hell, even in the clutches, everything just seems to go against them in those final moments. It's that last hurdle.
Well, that's the thing. Like when you look at the opening duels, they've had 6 favorable opening duels. They've got the first kill 6 times in the half. They converted 1 time.
Yeah.
It's a pretty damning statistic because against teams like MIBR, you will not get many opportunities. If you have an advantage, you've got to make the most of it. And there it is. You ask Jackie, that's naughty.
It's the fact he gets the second as well. Oh boy. Thanks for that one, production. I did enjoy that. I'd print that out. If I had one of those little e-reader type photo frames, Vince, put that in as a GIF.
Well, KRÜ, needs to be second pistol. Oh, it's rough. It's rough, but Laser's got it. 2 kills, back to back. KRÜ have to make the most of this now. I mean, we have seen these kind of comebacks before. It wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility. We've seen Brazilian teams concede from this point. And Insani is going to make sure this pistol is not going to be an easy task, even though it's a 2v4. He's still healthy alongside Exit. They still have control over the bomb, and they've even got a little bit of utility sprinkled in. And Insani is wiggling around the back, trying to make a nuisance of himself. An important trade here will go in favor of KRÜ. Looking good that they'll double up.
Oh, Insani running dry, but still hitting the final shot. I mean, time on the clock, and he's been having some big plays, but it's the awkward situation of the layout of the bomb and the rotations from KRÜ. Oh, Laser. He's gone to the laser gun show, Vince. He's out there playing around with everyone, but he's brought a real deagle. He's got himself to Julie. He's just spamming his way for everyone. It's not fair.
He went for laser tag, but just brought a desert.
That's what I mean. You can't do that. It's not acceptable. You have the one standardized gun. He's got 2. He's rinsing them. Fair play, though, right? Like, at least around there, double up the tally, give yourself a little bit of energy going into things in the second half.
Can't fault the aim. On point with that delivery. So there is a way now. There is a way for KRÜ. Maybe get up to like 11-4. You reset the economy one time. Play for a bit of pride. You know, we were saying this earlier as well. I think it was when Bestia were at like a 12-4 deficit. They managed to bring it back to like a 12-7. Just get that confidence built up. I mean, MIBR, really solid team. There's no shame in losing to them. It's pretty depressing though, isn't it? I'm like, you're probably losing, but you just don't lose as bad.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I suppose it is like a silver lining in some ways. I know some people kind of take solace in it a little bit, and it does help. Other teams obviously would just prefer, like, it is what it is, we'll get it over with.
Yeah.
Obviously, in this kind of environment, it's way harder to sort of do the mental maths of figuring out what's worth it. You still want to play, obviously, to the victories best you can, but it does get a bit brutal.
I've spoken to a few players about this, and it was surprising to me how many of them just said, I'd rather lose a game really quick.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to fight back to 12-8, 12-9, expend that energy, invest in the game again, and then lose. So I suppose it depends on the personality type, who you speak to. And also, to be fair, on an RMR, you'd expect it's a bit of a different breed.
Exactly, right?
Because there's way more on the line as well.
Yeah, you can see it like a best of 3. You know, the tournament generally, right? It's one of those where maybe you take it on the chin. Here, of course, you know, you've got to scrap to the death, round in, round out every game. It's a hell of a gauntlet run. Like you said earlier, right? It's not going to get any easier for KRÜ because the results we've had in the previous BO1s today, already things are looking kind of scary. If you go 0-1, there's a chance you get a really hard draw.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you could be drawn against, like, Liquid, FURIA. I'm not entirely sure on the way that's going to work out. Obviously, we need to know the rest of the results as they take place. But what we do know is that KRÜ have dialed in a 3rd round, and they're going to keep those 2 MP9s, a couple of FAMAS, and also the A1S up against the AKs and the Galil. MIBR picking up the pace, headed straight onto ramp. Molly gets extinguished.
Blood in the water. Seemed like that was the opportunity for the first tap. Still makes up for it. Low on health though. Nate shouldn't finish him. Backed up enough. You can tuck him. So you get the first pick this time around. MIBR. It's the way they wanted it to go. Deco going to set up on the drop downs. You've got control towards the B stairs. Oh, actually peeking into it as well. Timing's going to be so rough on it. There's only one pickup back in favor of Deco. Safe and Drop able to come together in unison, close that one down. It's just the Pharmacist on the bomb site. Ataraxia. He's going to have some backup from Riggy on the rotate, but Ataraxia wants to do it single-handedly. Sprints on in, looking for the pick, knows he's got to take the initiative. Tucks into the close angle, bit of chip damage. Could be the frag at least on the drop.
Yeah, it's a really solid grenade he tossed in. The problem is, though, because they only have 2 players left, they've left large portions of the map uncontested, one of which is mid. And Safe is wrapping around at the same time from sides. They're going to have A control. Exit watching. Probably should have had the kill there, but whiffs out onto Riggy. Information gathered and attained. Relayed to his teammates. They're now going to try and wrap around, but that's additionally the bomb that spilled down. 15 seconds to try and pick up the straggling CT players. There's one, and Riggy's hiding in the smoke. 34 seconds on the clock. He's going to bypass that one through. Knows the time is of the essence right now. They need to get the kill, and he's able to just run off. He should be able to survive. KRÜ pick up a 4th in the strangest of ways.
Oh, what a weird sequence of events. The fight from the stairs. Drop down into the chase. Realizes 8 seconds left on the clock. There's no plant coming. Got to bail on it. Turns tail and sprints out of there. And the wild goose chase doesn't end well for MIBR. It's a little bit of a lifeline. It's another stepping stone put in the path at least. But for KRÜ, obviously, it just doesn't get any better. It's still just round after round. And you've got to grind these out, keep on winning. It's the only way they can start to focus back up. Timeout going to be called in as well.
I think that was the 2v4 that they ended up winning as well. It's such an odd one. It's a real head scratcher. I mean, I guess for MIBR, you're so far in the lead, it's like, whatever. But imagine that happens at like an 8-8 scoreline or something, and it really sets up KRÜ to deliver. Those are mistakes that if you make against some of the best teams here at the RMR, you will get punished for them. So, got to be careful on this one, MIBR. They're going to call a timeout straight afterwards, make sure it's a bit of a detoxing period. Get it out of their system. And go again.
Here we go then. Difference being the stature of firepower that KRÜ are contending with this time around. For MIBR, it's a bit of a different flavour. Mac 10s, Tech 9 and the double AK setup. Laser looking for the first contact. Pepper and the bullets on top like he's looking to season them. And they just hold. No real establishing damage. A little bit of chip on the drop, but other than that, everyone getting through relatively unscathed. Take some control towards the stairs of B, make it a bit more uncomfortable for KRÜ's hold.
Oh, flash didn't affect him. They're on the wrong side of the box, and Laser gets punished. They're not going to pick up the pace, though. They're going to bide their time just a little bit. Let Insani do his thing in mid. Try and draw away some of these players. Now moving in. Deco already withstood for 1 and adds a 2nd into his pocket. And although Ataraxia gets peppered through the smoke, he should be able to survive. Reversive had his back covered. MIBR looking like they will concede again. And if they lose this round, unless Exit's able to clutch a 1v4, they would be into an eco. KRÜ slightly started to work their way back into this matchup. Exit's days surely are about to come to an end, and it's Deco from above that pivots in and takes him out. It's a KRÜ with 5.
Turning the needle as much as they can. See if they can start to raise the decibels a little bit, get themselves back into it mentally. Money's obviously still going to be a bit flubbed and all over the place for MIBR as well, so similar sort of quasi-buy going to be coming out. There's nades brought in, Tech 9's mostly invested into as well. See if they turn the tempo up. Seems like maybe just a fast play. Default molly off onto the right-hand side, get the nades in as well, try and force them out. Ooh, triple nade for the peak. Riggy doesn't overcommit into the swing though. Far enough back, Shrapnel won't be able to tag him, so he's not softened up as much as they expect.
He took 1 point of damage from each of those grenades. If he was like literally half a meter further forward, he's a goner.
Yeah.
That may make them think that no one is on side control. However, enough time has elapsed that someone could have filled in the gap. So they should be cognizant of this point. Reversive, bit of a different angle here to watch for the push in, shielded from the flashbang, but Safe still drops him anyway. And now Riggy, oh, he gets caught. Drop on the drive-by with yet another kill. And KRÜ coming apart at the seams. Just when it looked like they could build their way back in, they've been slapped back to reality. And although they have the flanker from Laser, he misses his opportunity. A bit of damage has been thrown into the mix, but a third of that time already ticks away.
Fast peak, not quick enough though. Shut down in the 1v1. And again, it starts to swing, favoring MIBR. Ataraxia looking to make a bit of a bait play. Runs out, taps the bomb, wants to force the peak. Shot goes wide though, no connection. And there's the follow-up from Exit. That's the way they get themselves their 12th round. Sprinting in with basically nothing to their name. They take the encounters, and bit by bit, Vince just build that one back up. 12th round now locked in for them. Oof.
That can only keep MIBR suppressed for so long. And he nailed it. He said they're going to mix up the pace and get aggressive. That's exactly what happened with those Tech 9s. And it's the turn for KRÜ to feel that economic sting and burn 257's MP9. And drop the side, so he's going to get aggressive through that smoke, bypassing the HE that was tossed in, and has the angle as well. If they go for that re-peek, they'll find themselves in the thick of it. Spray finally nails Deco. You see that KRÜ are so desperate for information as well. Plenty of players darting and dancing their way in to jump peak for a potential pixel. But the overall stature is looking grim, to say the least. The picture is bleak.
It all feels a bit petrified right now. And tucked in with a 5-7, close range. If they sprint into you, give you a chance. There's still an opportunity. Even past the utility back. It's the flashbang for Riggy, but it won't matter. No chance for Laser to even go for the swing as Drop continues to decimate. It's 2 pickups for him. Ataraxia, he's been making some A-class plays, and this one with the MP9 will result in another 2 frags back, even one further. Dives up on the peak, on the safe, finishes him, tucks him back down towards the stairs, and suddenly there was only one man left. 37 seconds on the clock. Still always an opportunity, Vince. You could close it here in the clutch, 1v2.
Lukowski with a chance to finalize this map. May have the element of surprise. It looks like both players aren't aware of this possibility, but now Ataraxia course corrects, looks up. With 20 seconds on the clock. Lukowski would love to find somebody to just exploit and expunge. There's the first frag down, and the second as well. Riggy peeks in and gets laser beamed, and MIBR take it 13-5.
What a fantastic pick for MIBR to bring Lukowski into this lineup. That roster move was just genius. He needed a little bit of time. He got it in the last two.
And we saw it right there. Like, wow. He just needed 30 seconds.
Hey,
he needed 30 seconds. Just look, would you look at that? 30 seconds. He knew how to play it out. Took a sweet time, cleared all the angles. In the end, 1v2, easy. Dunzo for Lukowski.
There were people on this desk that doubted him.
I didn't
There were
doubt
people
him.
on this desk that had qualms, questions, and concerns about Lukowski, and he has silenced the haters. He has humbled Tech Girl.
I said that on paper I thought it was a fantastic move for MIBR, but in reality it hadn't quite worked yet.
If it's on the internet, it never dies. It's there.
It's there, you can watch it,
find
that's
the
what I
VOD.
said.
And I'm just saying, but no one really goes back. People just believe what they hear. They're not going to do the due diligence and find out what really transpired. But what did transpire was what they kind of expected. MIBR making it quick and easy. There was never a point where it felt like KRÜ were really in the game, in all honesty. And yeah, man, we might have had a few questions with Vertigo pick coming in, but I guess they didn't really care about the map.
No, I mean, if we're going to bring this one back down to earth and be a little bit more realistic about what transpired here today, this is more or less what we expected. I mean, KRÜ, the question isn't really almost, are they going to win any games or maps here at the RMR? It's like, how many rounds are they going to get in all of these sort of series?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a lot, in all honesty. Like, it's kind of a bit egregious as well, because we saw Lukowski. I think it was Lukowski, and most of the time, getting boosted right there above yellow. I forgot how many times it was boosted.
Oh, yeah,
there.
that was crazy.
And not, I don't think I saw a single time where he got cleared in that entire first half.
I mean, KRÜ went through this game with, like, goldfish brains for dying to the same position multiple times consecutively. Credit to MIBR for saying, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But I honestly, I mean, I think this is the form for MIBR that really is just more expected. Like, I'm not going to even get too excited and say, like, look, they're putting it together. Like, that was a joke at the beginning, guys, if you weren't aware. Like, I was just trolling Tech Girl.
We know. So for context, KRÜ is a team that I think the organization came into Counter-Strike like in March or April this year. two of the players have played together for a long time, but everyone else, there was lots of roster changes, lots of teething issues, and also just the level of opposition I would say that they've been playing coming into the RMRs is just not where it needs to be. So when you go up against an MIBR who does have this incredible firepower, who when all of their individuals are on form are going to be able to just take you down with experience and just a little bit of calmness and understanding how to read the game a bit better, Blair, which is, I feel, what happened here.
Yes, I mean, look, listen, you have 16 teams coming in from a region which isn't EU, right? And obviously you have some of the big names. You have your Liquids, you have your Furias, you have your Complexities, all these guys. And then you, of course, have some dark horses and middle of the pack teams. And obviously you're going to have some teams who are just, as we said earlier, happy to be there.
Yep.
And unfortunately for KRÜ, there's no other way to paint this in any pretty way whatsoever. They're just happy to be here. I don't see them really having a chance, even on a single map, against any of the teams we have here playing in America's RMR. I'm talking about Kasi, looking at Boston, looking at Boston, in fact, even beating M80, by the way. So I don't see them winning any map, and it's unfortunate, but they did a great job qualifying for the America's RMR, but that's the biggest achievement they're going to have this year. Maybe next year
RMRs
as well.
are always exciting because of the upsets, but what we're saying here is KRÜ's not going to be upsetting anyone right now for what we can see.
I mean, they're upsetting their fans, I'm sure, but that's about it.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
No love for the KRÜ.
No love for the KRÜ. Let's focus on MIBR. What do we like about this team? I mean, both of you feel that they are going to make it through. There's 7 spots available. You think MIBR is one of those 7 spots. So what is it that we like?
Well, I mean, this game, you could just pick anybody.
This is production.
We could pick
trolling
Mikowski,
me.
by
You
the
could
way.
just love anybody, but I feel like one thing that we, in the mix of everything in the Lukowski talk that we've had in the discourse before the match, we didn't actually even really talk too much about Insani. And I feel like he's the guy that's on the tip of everybody's tongue when it comes to MIBR. He is, by all accounts, in my eyes, a top 5 Brazilian player, period. Hard stop. Like, I don't see any entry fragger player that is better more consistently than Insani at this point. And he's a big reason that MIBR has had success in the past. They won an ESL Challenger event before. He was the best player at that one earlier, either at the, how long ago was that? Do you remember?
It was like 3 weeks ago.
No, the one that, the one they won.
Oh, no, that was ages.
That was ages ago, but
quite a
he
while
was
ago.
the best player at that event as
Beginning of
well.
the year.
And I also feel like there's just a good understanding for roles where Drop has just been the support player. I've always felt like he was weirdly scapegoated on Furia when he was let go by that team. Now, as the in-game leader, it feels like he's actually been a pretty good leader. He's even grown facial hair, so he's clearly grown up quite a bit.
Yeah, and I remember having a conversation with some of the Brazilian players back in Rio when he was, I think it was in Major, when he was still part of that particular lineup with Uniform Furia. And it was said, take it with a grain of salt, obviously, that he was, I wouldn't necessarily say the secondary caller in the team, but he was the one giving a lot of ideas, being very vocal in the team and whatnot. So for a lot of people who might have been surprised to see, who only know Drop from his getting dropped from Furia, and might be like, why is he calling? And he seems to be just a support player sort of thing. He does have a pedigree of, at least chipping in and calling for that team when Art was the IGL, when it had Gary and everything, and you had a lot of question marks about leading on that team. He was at least pitching in some ideas, so he does have that little bit of pedigree, so to speak. So yeah, overall, I think I wouldn't really call this a test, in all honesty, but they got a job done.
Yeah.
And they got it done very convincingly, which is more than I can say for a lot of teams we've seen here today.
Can we just point it out that I do think MIBR, when you take a look at all these players, if they figure out where they fit, and like Maui said, you give them a bit of time, this could arguably, for me, be one of the best teams coming out of South America.
If we go band for band, role for role, I do feel like I'm looking at the players, and there's nobody on Furia, for example, that matches Insani's explosive firepower. Like Cello, come on, that's not
Especially
even,
especially when it comes to his particular role, right? The
Yeah, for
aggression
role,
coming
that's what
on.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, Cello absolutely can't. I agree, but yeah, that's the thing. Like, you of course have K-Sarad and Yuri. Obviously, K-Sarad at the very least, right? I
Yeah.
don't think they have that equivalent. But if Lukowski can start to
That's the thing.
mature in his
Yeah.
role, this is a team you can keep an eye on for the future, and that is fantastic for that region.
Let's take a look now at some of the results from the start of today here. Lots of upsets. So this, of course, was the B stream. Look at that. Liquid and M80. What the hell is going on?
my goodness.
It's all about NA teams, man.
Jesus.
Just stick
Hey,
with it.
They got beaten by NA teams though.
True, which makes it a bit of a circus, I guess. But if you look at the Brazilians, the South Americans in general, I think the results have been kind of what we expected. Imperial,
that's true.
Taking care of
Pain.
Kase very convincingly.
Yep.
Pain dismantling Nouns.
What about Furia?
Yeah, cool. That's
We'll get there in a bit.
Not trying
Let's
to poke
talk
holes.
about.
No, but it's true. It's one.
Yeah.
You know, it's a narrative I'm going with.
And like, you know, you didn't let me flip flop, and I wasn't gonna flip flop. But Imperial's matchup versus Kaze, like Kaze is probably also one of the worst 3 teams at this event.
Yeah.
And Imperial having qualified to the previous major and only really changing. Actually, I don't think they really changed anything. They haven't.
they?
No, I don't. Oh, they changed. They changed Henny for Try. Henny for Try,
Yes.
or Try for Henny. And Try is, in terms of like 1-for-1, I'd say that he's probably a marginally better player. There were times when post major where I just felt like the team wasn't clicking the same as when they had Henny, who's kind of more established and as a late round opper, and Try kind of like he'll pick his battles at different points in the round. But if they can play around Try, there is more potential there than Henny, who does want to end the round usually for Imperial.
And you got to remember, it was a bit of a surprise for everyone, right, when Henny got removed coming in for Try. And it has to be something, you know, in the team, maybe not in the server, so to speak, but could be something, you know, more intangible, so to speak. So maybe this is the line they want to go with. And also Try, he's a younger player. And for me,
Intangibles?
Yeah.
Henny said he's changed.
Has he changed?
He said
though?
he changed.
Has he changed?
Henny
though?
has literally gone on record saying he changed, and that record, that whole history behind him needs to be in the past.
But what has he changed, Maui?
He's no longer playing with his brother. That's for one.
That's true.
He's not playing with his bro no mo.
I kind of forgot he had a brother.
Okay, quickly before we look at the results from the A stream, Maui, you mentioned the 3 worst teams. So who are they for you?
I would have said going into this, and this is, I'm not even using hindsight or anything like that. I would have said Boss. I would have said Kaze, and I would have said KRÜ. Yeah. So for
2 out of
Boss
the
even win
3.
one, that's surprising. Good for Boss already, you know?
And I think also it paints it in such a nice way. The fact that Boss, even for me as well, coming in like, all right, this is another one of the teams who are just going to be happy to be here. The fact they're able to get that upset win over M80, that kind of convincing a fashion, I think, goes a lot to say about that 5-man unit. They're coming in, playing on land, high pressure environment, going against one of the better teams from your region, able to pull off that upset. Good on you.
My understanding is the only team in the Americas RMRs with no financial backing as well or support. So that's quite a...
That's an underdog story right there.
That's
And America loves an underdog story, Maui.
America
We
loves
do.
the underdogs.
We do.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the results here from the stream you've been watching. Of course, the big upset starting the day. FURIA going down. What the hell is this? I love the RMRs. I love the chaos.
Honestly, I feel even though, yes, it was an upset and we saw some ugly rounds from both the teams and whatnot, I think that was the most exciting map we saw.
Yeah.
I think Legacy had a great game plan coming in, and yeah, the brilliant game plan being executed on Inferno and getting that win over there. The rest of the games kind of played out the way we expected. 9Z, okay, I won't lie, even though I picked 9Z, I thought that would have been a way closer affair
So
than what I
did
saw
I.
in Dust 2.
I think Dust 2 is the one map there where 9Z can just kind of bring it back a little bit. Sure, they've been shaky on the map.
But against good teams.
But yeah,
I mean,
again,
decent teams.
yeah, they've been playing better teams. Well, they've been playing European teams, you
Yeah.
know, so, you know, when you put a European team in like this kind of RMR, they,
I mean, look what's happening in the Mongols right now. They lost map 1 to Drillers.
yeah, I was getting there.
Like,
yeah.
jeez, okay, all right,
Exactly,
you're going there.
yeah.
All right, fine, sorry, man.
Yeah,
I
they just
do-
smurfed.
See you
They
later,
smurfed. They
yeah.
just
You stole his thunder.
Sorry,
right
we're
there.
just on the same wavelength.
Exactly.
That's the thing.
You're already completely in sync. I mean,
Yeah.
it gets quite exciting now, right? When we start looking at the teams that are losing, where they drop, who's going to start playing. Now things get really hot very early on. I wasn't expecting this on day 1, but that's where we're at.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how the bracket breaks out. So someone's got to get the spreadsheet together. Someone's got to pull the numbers, because as it stands, we have a couple teams that have dropped into the 0-1 who I'd say are, well, I mean, there were teams that were on my list to
Our
make
list.
it through. Our list, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously Liquid, obviously
Furia.
Furia, M80. That's already 3 teams right there that are down in the 0-1. And for some of the fringe teams, like Bestia could have been on people's lists.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been mad about that one. Red Canids was on my list to make it. So actually, I mean, there's just a lot of strength right now in the 0-1 scene right now.
And
or
maybe,
0-1 category.
and maybe, you know, JT was onto something when he gave an interview at HLTV where he said, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if all the NA teams make it there, because, you know, Boss made. Listen, I won't lie, we were kind of like laughing at it in the green room. We're like, you think Boss is gonna
Fruit
make it?
Cup? Who is this guy?
Exactly.
Who is this guy?
Well,
Fruit Cup.
he just took down M80 right there, right? So he's going to be someone people are going to be, hopefully, at least keeping tabs on in the near future as well. But yeah, some of the. We said there were going to be some underdog stories here, Sam, but I didn't expect it this early, and especially from a team like Boss, honestly.
I always wonder though with best of ones, because it is always fun and you get the upset and then the Cinderella story starts appearing and there's these dreamers that think it's going to happen. But the meat and potatoes is in the best of 3s. I mean, does a team like Boss, are they able to take it all the way when you put them in a proper series?
In all the America's RMRs that I've watched, which has been almost all of them, you always notice when it comes down to the final day, the best of 3s, it doesn't matter who the favorites are, it gets scrappy. The pressure is so very on that even if, let's say, like, I agree with you, Boss in a best of 3, I think the map pool is going to be exposed, the pressure is going to be there and whatnot. But let's say they go up against, I don't know, maybe Complexity, maybe an M80. Okay, they can play M80 again, but let's say one of the Brazilian teams, for example. The pressure is going to be so on these teams that there's going to be so many mistakes being made. It's going to be scrappy. And even if you look at the previous RMR, look at some of the teams that didn't make it out to the major, right? And that definitely is going to be something on the minds of a lot of these favorites, so to speak. They don't want to battle for their lives on the final day, even if it's against a team like Boss.
Okay, boys, so you're obviously done for the day. Your shift is over. So I know you're going back to the hotel to watch a bunch of Counter-Strike. And my favorite part is we actually have the schedule now for the next 4 games. This is what's going to be happening on the B stream. First time we're getting to see it as well. We get to see these matchups. What do we think about those?
Oh, look at Liquid. Look at what they get. Lucky boys.
Lucky little
Lucky Liquid.
Is this rigged? Come on.
But, okay, the third game, M80 Red Canids.
That
that's
could be
one.
fun.
I think M80 are definitely the favorites going into that one, but Red Canids, again, like, I'm telling you, they're going to take a scalp here or there. They're going to surprise people a little bit, and I hope it's M80 that doesn't fall victim to them. But also, in terms of, I think the first matchup is maybe a little bit even too. It's fairly even, actually.
I'm going to go the way of Bestia. I know they didn't put up their best showing here in the opening game, but I think, I don't know. I didn't really see the Nouns game much because I was on the B stream, but I don't know. I don't have much faith in them right now.
If I take a look at the favorites, right? So the FURIA M80 Liquid conversation. I think FURIA and Liquid are probably fine.
Yeah.
I'm very concerned about M80 now. I do think that that's going to be a difficult matchup for them.
They are slow starters, but again, I feel for Red Canids, what I saw from them in the server was so lacking. And I do wonder, will they be able to turn it around in such a short span of time? I think I'm going to go the way of M80, honestly.
So let's take a look now. If you're staying with us, what you can expect. This is what is coming up right here. So, though there's some nice matchups there. I think the Pain Wildcard one could be quite fun as well.
Imperial MIBR.
Yeah, Imperial MIBR is
That's
a banger
spicy.
to end the day.
I mean, I think that a lot of these matchups are. I think the first and the fourth ones for me are the most interesting because again, like I think Legacy showed me a side of themselves today against Furia that I wasn't necessarily ready for. The amount of preparation, the amount of great openers that they had versus Furia early on, I feel like that could actually catch 9Z off guard. And then Imperial MIBR, to me, that's just actually going to be a bloodbath. I think both of those teams are incredibly familiar with one another.
Yep.
I think that for the Imperial side. Yeah, they've kind of like found themselves in a weird position, like the slow integration of Tri, but and MIBR are kind of in their own version of that with Lukowski, and so they're both meeting at each other at a good time.
And I feel like for Complexity and Boss, look, Boss, great win over M80 earlier, but I think Complexity is just going to run away with this one.
You say that, but I mean, this is a team that JT himself has said people should be concerned about. He said, oh, you know, the North American teams are quite good. Boss could...
I don't care what JT said. I think Complexity should just win this very convincingly.
Shut up, JT.
Or else I'm going to be very, very disappointed, Sam.
You can't say, I mean, don't be so harsh on JT. We have another South African here. Like, they have to watch out for each other, you know?
I have a story about Sam and me and JT and South African teams, but
You can tell the story
I'll
if you
tell it
want.
later on. It's fine.
I'm ready for you to tell it.
Let's
hear it.
We can
Let's
talk
hear it.
about it when we're filling. Are we filling right now? We still got time?
We've got time to
Let's
do
just
this
hear the
quick
story,
I
Glenn.
would like to,
Stop being a tease.
give some context. There was a time where I worked in South Africa and there was absolutely no hope of ever leaving South Africa to work anywhere else, which turned me into it didn't actually turn me into it. It was who I was. I was a little bit of a toxic Counter-Strike fan, much like you watching at home. I was in the Twitch chat talking about how terrible everyone was. And now Blair can tell his story.
And well, you know, Bravado, South African team, famously, they had an incredible run in the DreamHack Open. They reached the finals.
JT was there?
JT was there. Sonic was there. Lovely guys. I love them. But I'm like, listen, it's just get a little lucky. They were a little lucky. They reached the finals. They didn't win it. They got knocked out. And then dear Sam over here, you know, the lovely person that she is, just like tags me on Twitter and just shit talks me. And like, these guys don't know what they're talking about. I'm like, all right then.
Wow.
But here we are. We're all friends. We're all
I think
friends.
I said something
All
along the
mates.
lines of, you didn't do any research on this team.
Yes, they do that too.
I
Yeah.
like to do that publicly. It was a good time. And then I thought that was it. Years later, I had to work with Blair, and after the whole event had gone, he was like, I don't forget. Remember that time you tweeted me?
Yeah, after all the targeted harassment, I still forgive you.
We've been through a lot together, my friend. So
lot.
much together. All right, gents. You get to leave and watch the games from the hotel. You get a bit of a longer break now as we get all the teams ready. When we return, Dust and Yanko are going to be joining me, and we'll take a look at the next 4 games here in the America RMRs. Make sure you come back very soon.
The world is changing quickly.
one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Welcome back to the Perfect World America's RMRs. And you saw there our Shanghai Major mascots. They're so cute, so squishy. You can imagine if you're playing CS with them, they're those teammates that they constantly support you. Even when you have a bad round, they tell you, don't worry, it's okay, good game, we just go again. And that's what they really embody, the kindness and the joy that this game brings us. And I actually believe that they were modeled on the kind traits of one of our analysts here, Yanko, joining us today alongside our American representation, Dust.
Much like those teammates you described, those mascots are not real.
I'm so glad you guys are here. We're going to have tons of fun. Obviously, Dust, you're the American representation. You're going to be seeing all of your countrymen fighting it out. You've had a chance to watch some of them this morning, I'm sure, or the afternoon, depending on where you're watching. Been surprised by some of the upsets?
Surprised and disappointed, I think, would be a good combination of words that I could use at this moment, particularly with Team Liquid, which is a team that, yes, they have had their struggles. We all are very aware of it. But typically that's come against FaZe, who seems to be their kryptonite. And then when they play fellow, like, top 5, top 6 teams in the world is where they get their losses at. You don't usually see them lose to teams ranked below them. So to see them take that loss to Wildcard was certainly a little bit disappointing, but also cool for Wildcard, a team that's been kind of coming up in the region after they picked up the 2 Swedes, to see them be able to bring that to the LAN environment and prove that they can actually, do big things in a bigger stage than just the online circuit.
I mean, we got Drillas over there in Asia closing out games against Linvision and against the Mongols. Liquid can't close out the game against Wildcard. It's concerning in its own right. They're going to have to play the last game of the day after playing the first game. That's going to be just one more thing added to some of the stuff we've seen them mention on social media. So hopefully, they have that mental fortitude to push through, because you don't want to be in that O2 bracket.
The problem here is the format is brutal, right? There is no space for mistakes. So Liquid Furia, another one that's now been upset right at the start of the day, they're putting themselves in a bit of a precarious position.
Well, less brutal than what it usually is. Now they can lose more than one game and still be able to qualify. But yeah, Furia is a weird one too, just because they're usually so good at the RMRs. I think they've only lost one game over the last 4 RMRs, really. So we saw how well they played in Rio, okay, in the groups at the very least. But I think for both of those teams, actually, you're just thinking this is a bump in the road, right? Like they're going to be able to bounce back. The worst part is now they have to play 2 more best of ones. Right. I mean, if they don't lose the next one. So favorites always prefer playing the best of 3s, especially in MR12. You get to put the map pool on full display too. So yeah, not the best start, but I think they'll still be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think in America's CS, the guarantees we have are that Texas and Furia will somehow screw over the North American team to still make it all the way over. As he said, they usually are always successful in these regional events, despite how bad everything else might be going. And you thought they would have some momentum off the back of Rio, but I do think that Legacy is a team that has looked very strong in regional play. I feel like them alongside Wildcard and M80 have been kind of the teams in the Americas that have been doing really well in all the online league play and qualifiers. But you always wonder, is that going to transfer to LAN, right? Because a lot of these guys don't have as much LAN experience as, some of their counterparts. But I think maybe part of the help is that they're not on that stage environment yet. Bro, they get to be in the more comfortable.
Over there in NA, you're some dirty dudes, man. I read the interview with Sonic on Wildcard. They have a couple of Europeans. They can't be in NA all the time, so people are always banning East Coast servers against them in those qualifiers, so the Europeans have to play with like a bazillion ping. Like there's a bit of a fair play there. That's why you don't see them as much. They can't win in those qualifiers. Then when they were at Pro League, they had to play with the stand-in. So a lot of issues for them, but really solid opening game, obviously against Team Liquid. So they might be one of the surprise packages in this RMR.
There's 7 spots available, and when Blair and Maui were here, they were talking about some of their favorites. Do you think there's any teams we've been sleeping on? The team that you think could maybe cause an upset here in these RMRs?
Maybe Legacy.
Yeah,
I think Dumao and Lato, obviously I think they're really good, and I think in a conversation about the best Brazilian team that you could in theory form, I think at least one of them has a spot there. They play in North America, not in South America. That's where they're based. So unfortunately weren't able to qualify for as many of the tournaments in some of the other teams, and then when they did in Katowice at the Challenger, they end up losing to Payne in a best of 1, Monty in a best of 3, so they weren't really able to break through and have some more showings. But I think they have a decent amount of firepower, and taking down Furia, especially for a Brazilian team, is no easy feat.
We've got 4 best of 1s here on this stream and then 4 best of 1s on the B stream. Let's take a look now at that B stream schedule so you know who's going to be playing and when. You can check that out. Or alternatively, you can stay with us and watch the A stream. There are some bangers there, but this is what you're going to be seeing right now. Of course, I think the Imperial, MIBR, and the Wildcard Pain are interesting ones. We are starting the day with Legacy up against 9Z. I thought Sponge was trolling me earlier, Yanko, when he said you're a big Legacy fan, but there you were mentioning it.
I'm mostly a fan of Dumao and Lato. I think they are really good, and it's a team that's flying a little bit under the radar because you don't see them as much as, let's say, Pain recently, or even 9Z. We saw a lot more of them, but I think they have their chances, especially in this sort of a format. Obviously, beating FURIA is massive, not just because they're 1-0 up, but because they can't play them anymore. So, in a potential 2-1 game, or I don't know, maybe even a 1-2 game, wherever it is in those brackets, like they'll have to play someone else, which might be what gets them, that last win.
What do you think about Legacy here, Dust?
Yeah, I mean, I think Genko is pretty much spot on as far as where their firepower comes from. I mean, Dumao is probably one of the best aggressive riflers in this tournament as far as the amount of opening attempts he's going to take on the T side, his success rate. I do think he sometimes punches above his weight as far as, what types of teams he could be playing on in the future. I definitely think he is a star. He's still only 20 years old as well, so he still has a lot of room to grow. And then Lotto, only a year older than him, more of a flex rifler, can play some extremity roles, but also can get into the mix and be a good entry and trader as well. And honestly, Nekis is one of the better fragging IGLs in this tournament, to be quite honest with you. I think that's what makes this matchup interesting, is that it's going to be kind of Nekis versus Max as those entry fragging IGLs that both can not just be sacrificial lands, but they can actually create openings with frags, not just rely on their star riflers all the time. So it'll be interesting to see as, Ancient will be the map that we play, which is pretty expected. I feel like this has been a common ground map. Both teams played a ton in online regional play and are usually pretty successful, so I'm not too surprised to see this.
Yeah, I think initially, like, both teams veto Vertigo, so I was interested to see, I thought 9Z has to sort of make Legacy maybe ban it to try to get an upper hand in the veto, but they just get rid of it themselves. Ancient, most played map, really, for both teams, both will be comfortable on it. So I think Legacy could have maybe tried to punish a little bit more if they wanted to, but they're just feeling like, hey, let's just go to our best map to, we can take these guys down and just make the players go on something that they're comfortable on.
What do we think about 9Z? Blair is confident that this may be a team that can claim that 7th spot, one of the potential upsets of the RMRs. How do we feel about that?
9Z is just so hard to read because I feel like they had such a strong start, right? I mean, they came top 4 at IEM Dallas. It was really the first time we had seen a South American team that wasn't Brazilian make a deep run in a Tier 1 tournament and look very well for themselves. And they move over to Europe, to Spain, to try to, be in that European Counter-Strike and kind of build up from that. And it's really just been miss after miss since they've done that. I mean, struggled in EPL, struggled, in Cologne, and then even a smaller tournament like, Alyssa Masters Espu, where you feel like this is their chance to bounce back against a smaller competition. They lost to the brand new Ints team all 3 maps they played them and got knocked out in the group. So it's like, at some point you have to turn the tide and get results for me to believe in you again. But I certainly think that they have the talent. I think they're a well-balanced team. I think they look good when you watch them play. So I feel like they can make something happen here.
We're feeling the vibes, or we're just warming our hands there on camera. Yanko, what do you think of 9Z?
Yeah, I mean, haven't shown us much after that Dallas win. Had plenty of opportunities, a lot of time spent in Europe online and LAN tournaments, just couldn't really replicate that level of performance. Individuals a little bit struggling to find some of that form, but we'll see. RMRs are always a little bit different. I think for Legacy, I'm just looking, I want to see how Sadzin does, because for these Brazilian teams, man, it's been years. You're like, how do you guys have like 20 really good riflers and you don't have one op? You don't have one opper. So this is another like young up and coming guy that first RMR, all of that, first major potentially. So to see if he'll be able to be the next big star.
Both of these teams have a victory under their belts. We're about to find out who will claim a second. Legacy up against 9Z. Let's get going.
Yes, indeed. Getting going is exactly what we're doing as we fly straight on in to the pistol here on Ancient. Legacy starting on that T side, 9Z to receive them on the defense.
PT50 in the hands of Dumao here. Yanko mentioned, and all just running. Straight up the gus, straight up mid, back turned. Hostile with a few misses. They're into red.
I call this one the Portuguese, and well, Brazilians as well are going to be charging through. Buddha responds comfortably. 2 from him, 2 from Martinez on the dual Berettas, and just like that, the pistol is falling through their fingers. I like the idea.
putting pressure on Red Room, but well handled by 9Z. Lato's kicking up a fuss. A nice quick one, a goosh onto Huaso, and he gets away. The 1v4 now becoming a little more interesting.
Especially because they're all still postured in mid, seeing if he's going to swing back out. Bomb down enemy territory deep within red. They get plenty of time to retool. Lato into A, going to play through Temple, but the first port of call is the low player. This should be a free kill.
And it is. Huaso converted. DGT now and Buddha.
For the ace.
This would be a crazy one to start off your campaign. Oh, the Shadow. He knows exactly where you are. He has a good go, a good shot at it. Buddha leaves with 3 in the pistol and saves them from red faces.
Nice to see Buddha letting out a roar. Obviously, with the tournament rooms that they're in, they're separated from their opponents. Yeah. But still bringing the morale for the squad. And yeah, that one got damn close, didn't it? What was the tell for Legacy? Just to start pegging it out middle, right? You see Dumao, he's posted up with the P250. Then there's just a go. Everybody starts sprinting. And it all falls apart. But we will see a force, and, well, force without the plant. So, Lato with a Galil. Tech 9 P250s, Mac 10 in the mix. Heaven Smoke, that's going to obscure the vision. Also, a quick one to deal with the molly, but nade damage onto Barton, looking for this cave control as Max close to the screen and deals with 2.
That's lovely. That's the bomb down as well. This one's just fallen straight through their fingers. That was an aggressive force buy attempt and not a single frag to report.
Oof, and now a Galil in enemy hands as well. That's such a poor round from Legacy. You understand they wanted to do a B explosion. It feels like they're worried about the mid presence. You drop that Heaven Smoke. They also have the smoke towards lane to deal with the molly. You can see there was a long smoke down as well, but they're running through a block smoke from B. Just a really limp second round force without the plant. It's definitely not the approach you'd be looking for.
And I mean, we all know that feeling when your pistol's been quite an open and shut case, 3 and 4 of you dying in the opening stages. The same for your first gunny, or rather your force.
And they just want to get a plant here. You see, well shot on the cams there from the Obs team. They're just hoping to run up B lane and get the plant down, but well dealt with by these MP9s. Beautiful. Spotless, 9Z, great start.
It's clean. I have to admire the idea as well. Lurk Smoke, trying to get it through, but just being able to be stalwart on the site. The MP9, despite the flashes, finding that moment to pick off the bomb planter, or rather the bomb carrier. Didn't even get to the chance of planting. But 9Z, a 3-0 start as the AKs do come out.
Yeah, say 3-0. Let's talk about 0-3, because so far we've got 4 players on Legacy yet to get out the starting blocks, and the pace of those rounds playing into that. So let's see if they operate with something a little bit more default heavy. Red Smoke's missed.
That's real awkward, and it's going to give them sightlines over. They don't choose to use it or utilize it, but a 3-man mid start from the CTs.
And it is more default heavy. Just take a look at the radar top left of your screen. A main presence being dealt with. Hold up, aggression.
Yeah, he's throwing out the door smoke and spams into Barton, putting him down to 12. That's a very nice little touch of aggression. And look at this, layered aggression. DGT comes up, throws up some bullets, shows that he's not shy. And he's going for a re-peek into Lato. This is hyper-aggressive on the CT side.
I think the term you used there that was bang on is the layered fact, right? They get the mid-control, but it's the tempo. They don't just run themselves into the fights. They take their time, and now they're taking duels. 1:10 on the clock. Oh, and there you go.
I'm pissed. I am pissed.
You're not
if
even
I'm
through
Legacy.
the doors.
Like, okay, smoke's there, but I'm getting spammed. I'm getting pushed from heaven. I'm getting pushed from every angle.
Look at Martinez inside the screen.
Oh, he is.
Look at him.
He's been watching your kinder.
What's going on, mate?
He hasn't always been like that.
I don't think so.
That's in contrast to Max, who actually couldn't be further away. He's had to crank his neck to get closer. Oh, mate, this is a disastrous start for Legacy. I mean, you talked about the 0-3. I think it's time to start talking 0-4. Can Dumao or Neckers leave with a frag before the 4th comes through?
Well, they might want to leave with these AKs. True. I think they're just going to stay over towards T-Spawn and hope for the save. But if 9Z start to get wind of this, you can allow Huaso to start searching on this MP9. The Galila Buddha, why not? You get yourself an upgrade, have a look. And best case, after time, that'd be great.
Yeah, if Huaso does, I mean, he's definitely going to take a little bit of a cheeky glance and confirms presence towards elbow.
Cinch the noose. Tighten this one up.
Yeah, DGT is edging further towards this position. Dumao is going to have to fight his way for survival and has done well for the first, but a quick burst puts him on 20. They will continue to force the issue. DGT going to start to close the gap. There was a supportive flash and Dumao down. That's $650 in his bank account. It couldn't have gone worse.
This is a miserable start for Legacy, isn't it?
Oh.
You get a crazy 1v4 attempt on the pistol, and then your next 2 rounds are flat. The first gun rounds, not much to speak of either. Neckers saves an AK, so he's going to have financial woes going forward. Fortunately for him, the lost bonus building. But great work from 9Z and a bit of conversation on the desk regarding 9Z. And yeah, we had that Dallas little pop-off from 9Z earlier in the year, but since then it hasn't been, well, the follow-through hasn't really been there.
I mean, this is the legacy that just upset FURIA.
Yes, in an overtime, I think it was double overtime affair on Inferno, I do believe. It's one of our opening games and one of our opening upsets alongside of the Liquid loss. But here we go, over towards A. Lado's already down, but they're in, kind of ish.
Easy, Ryder. That's too comfortable. Bartin does go down. Martinez trying to track a very evasive Tech 9, but swiftly dealt with, and a 5th round already on the board. A distinct absence of kills for Legacy, a distinct absence of deaths for the boys of 9Z. Buddha still yet to go down. Same can be said for DGT.
Well, we're 9 minutes into this game.
It is fast. It's moving a little too fast.
And I wonder if 9 minutes is from when they pressed ready, because
that's true. We had an extra minute or so.
Yeah, there's a minute or two, because this is just flying away. Bomb yet to go down. Players dying after time. It looks like communication is flowing for 9Z as well. They're identifying, hey, there was a player pushing Temple, can only be one on the site. Let's swing, let's fight. So showing that they are definitely on form as the individuals.
Direct approach.
Oh, Miss Molly, not likely to be the end of the world.
Okay, this is actually going to be an all-or-nothing gambit. Trying to get that bomb down, at least they feign it. So we've got short, long smokes, double Molly, and up the ramp.
Now they're blocked.
Yeah, but they'll commit through. And Max, he's dealt with Lato, trying to pincer in through cave side. Comfortable from Buddha, comfortable indeed. He spams 2 through that long smoke, and another one. Oh, not far off on the Tech 9. Max will finish the job, and it is a 6-0 start. Look at Martinez, absolutely popping off, raising the roof.
Understandably so. When you have 4 out of 6 rounds where you haven't conceded a single death, you're going to be making some noise because you are steamrolling Legacy right now.
I don't know the geography of where these 2 rooms are located, but he wants to make sure if they could hear him, they can. Down the corridor.
Wouldn't this be the best start for 9Z, right? Day 1, you win your best of 1s, you put yourself in that position, just a best of 3 away from locking yourself in for the major. Get it done as easy as you like.
Legacy, they're not deterred from some of their earlier failings. Aggression still on the menu, and it's 86 for Nekis.
Can't be stopped.
So, he's already got some serious A main control. He's pushing. This is audacious. You have a man advantage, you cheeky bean. He's gone and got another. Takes down Doom out and pieces out with the advantage.
Team's in flow state right now. This is beautiful.
That's exactly what we're seeing. Hey, I've got A main. You don't need to push. You've got a man advantage. Doesn't matter. He just twists the knife, confirms that this advantage is theirs. And right now, if you're Legacy, Chad, I mean, what's the dialogue? You're at a 2-man discrepancy. You've got no answers about where the CTs are pushing. Right now, grouped up, re-clearing middle. You're in a spot of bother, as Winnie the Pooh would say.
Well, they're trying the cheeky little triple boost here. So let's see if they can find anything. As we can see, player in cave, nobody over towards that long side. And was scoped up. Sadson might get a chance. Spots 1 crossing towards long.
I have to say, I admire it. I was asking what they can do. I wouldn't have had this at the tip of my tongue. You are vulnerable to that long player. He's caught a glimpse. He worked it out. And Sadzin, who was, of course, a player to watch from our desk, as one of the new rising talents, of course, as a AWPer. Yanko highlighting the absence of Brazilian AWPers despite such a deep talent pool.
Yeah, what Henny could have been, huh?
Oh, mate.
Well, the Red Canids, they're playing again today as well, so don't worry, we'll get to see more of that. But this will be another save.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah, Red
on
Canids.
Dust too. And there was a highlight from Martinez that really caught my attention. There was this round where they were sprinting, coming out cat, and Martinez rotating up CT. And it's that headshot angle, which, you know, oh, you're only aiming for the heads, but as they're sprinting across the street, he had M4, just burst, but it was beautiful. Nice little round from Martinez earlier in the day. Understandably, if you're just tuning in, most of our viewers tend to be from Europe. Maybe most of you are awake now.
Good morning.
Yeah, what's the time?
In Europe?
Take an hour from where we are.
10:30.
We are casting here from Romania. So
I'd say most people are probably just about getting out of bed.
You'd hope so. It's a Tuesday and people have school and work.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I would just be getting out of bed.
Precisely.
Okay. I should be specific. TAC pause called, and I understand.
It feels late, doesn't it? It's like,
I completely
guys,
understand.
we're 7-0 in the hole. We're not even close. Chucky's going, boys, you having a laugh? Is this the horror film that I featured in?
If I was coach, just like Owner.
You're taking inspiration from Owner Pixel.
If he can do it.
If he beats Mongols, yeah.
I would just say, you know what? 7-5, it's a good half.
Hey.
If we get 5, it's a good half.
You bang on.
I'm not wrong. You can't dispute that. And we've got a young gentleman there rocking black bars. I can't believe this trend is still going.
Of course.
Can't
Less
believe
to look at, Alex.
Yeah, okay. and less seen as well. The black bars trend continues, man. I thought Halzuk was going to be an anomaly. But we are going to be getting into this, and as I'd said, Legacy, they need to start winning, and they need to start winning now, to state the obvious. Otherwise,
that's the thing. You can't even really make a crack now. Nope. You've got 14k on Max and Buddha. You'd have to win back-to-back-to-back gun rounds. Yeah,
it's really, really... I mean, it feels too far gone, to speak candidly. And look how comfortable Max is. The fact that he's not even concerned about taking this cave fight. This is brave! And that is sad for Sadzin.
0-7.
Oof. Oof, that was your AWP as well. Smoked off on the doors. You've got two players already out lane, and you're the one that dies on the push, and now your elbow player goes down. So...
A couple of boys installing GoldenEye on the back of this one.
Yeah, a license not to kill.
Now, I will assure you, that's Neck is on the cam right there. Lato is not playing with one hand off of the peripheries.
Yeah, poor Lato. Not getting his camera time. Oh, and he is! He should! As he turns heads, pops two. And Barton, if he could just get one into the site, he's got a chance, but covered nicely. DGT catches the cross. Bomb down into the 1v3 for Doomau. Uncomfortable, not impossible, as he demonstrates. Takes down DGT. Wasso's here as well on short. He has time and that smoke to play with. I love this passive nature from Max. He needs to... Oh, Wasso doesn't commit to the spam, not foolish enough to fall to that, but upon the fade could be revealed. A nice try. A valiant effort from Doomau. Does get some bullets down range towards Wasso to try and isolate the 1v3, but it will be an 8 for 9Z.
Alex, you can't be 8 rounds deep into a game and have 3 players yet to have a kill.
No, and I'm tilted for Sadzin. Like I was saying, if you've I know, so that door smoke, right? Door smoke lands.
Yeah.
And it's from Chad Birchall's School of Counter-Strike. You don't have to play in front of it. You can go after with a flash. Instead, 2 players a lane. I'm the third guy coming through the smoke, and I'm the one that's dead. Can we have a conversation about this?
Yeah, it's not going well. Might be an understatement.
Mate, you've got a Glock and nades if you're Sadzin. I am...
They're giving him a chance now.
Okay.
They're missing elbow smokes just so they have an opportunity.
Yeah, guys, I'll go glass cannon util.
Guys, we know you can execute. We've seen this one before. You throw the 2 sides... you throw the 2 smokes.
2 smokes, 2 mollies.
And you flush them out of the site. And it's all a fake.
Mate.
Next.
Thank you.
Come again.
Thank you.
Ah, dear.
Oh, you went for like Quickie Mart and I went for Ariana Grande.
Well,
2 different angles.
Oh.
Well, Sadzin, this Glock and Molotov combo hasn't gone too well. No. You know how you said there might be some stomps today, Chad?
Yeah.
I didn't expect it to be...
Well, not after Legacy upset Furia.
I thought this was a bangaroo. Yeah.
Well, look, this one seemed a little bit exciting.
It did.
Later in the day, I think there's more exciting.
What are you most excited for today?
MIBR Imperial, I think, is one that it definitely sticks out to me.
Do we get to cast the Boss Boys? You know I'm a bit of a Boss Boy fan.
Yes, they are on the winners stream, I do believe. So
yeah, because they won Vertigo.
And that's not because we're here.
No.
We didn't know where we were going to end up.
Oh, okay.
Guys, when B doesn't work,
I like this.
Go away.
And they have yet to be detected. Wasso is going to call for backup, but the cavalry is quite far away. DGT going to have to pull up his socks. Looking to block. And they have to go through it. And they will. Comfortable for Wasso. Double kill. Round over. I say that as Neckers and Lato try and make a strong case. Martinez has rotated through. Manages to find a way to contribute. Sadzin 0-9.
Neckers, where you at, bruh? You were B lane.
He was on a rather late lurk.
The in-game leader lurk. All right, guys. Well, we have full main control. I have somebody in donut. We have to worry about spawn, and it's the AWP posted.
Hang on.
He did miss.
He did. This is why you don't even need to really play anyone A. Because Wasso was donut. He was helping ready to help mid. All he had to do was turn around, throw an incendiary and a smoke. Or rather, just an incendiary. And the jobs are good and gets a lovely double. And the round is theirs. 10-0, folks. This is a speed run. Let's have a little check on that time.
Max is 14-1.
Of course. 18 minutes. Bloody hell.
A quick game's a good game.
Well, for 9Z, most definitely. Just so comfortable for them. I wondered how Martinez got that shot, because I thought CT was smoked, but regardless, the round falls apart.
Maybe clear with a HE?
Yeah, that's probably it.
It's possible.
Well, you're not going through mid. That's a certainty. Lane util
You'll
Brave.
take one.
And he is going to try and put pressure onto Wasso. They have got some pressure here onto mid. It's DGT and Wasso to try and deal with it. And DGT forced into the open. He needs another good damage onto Dumao. Leaves him on just one. And we've got ourselves a competitive round here.
Well,
now,
Max has full B lane control.
Yeah,
right. So that information is great. It's actually freed up the rotation. Buddha's gone over towards red. Martinez has gone over towards A. And Max is just parking the bus. He's not playing aggressively.
Valid.
Wonder if they'll clear him over towards pocket. Could be a bit of a pincer in from doors, which is where Sadzen sits with the bomb. Lato out middle. Dumao checking for any A aggression. It feels like they have to finish B.
I mean, there is a chance that Buddha will kind of overlook the possibility of the lingering Lato. Just tucked in behind that box on mid. Will he go too deep on his clear? Martinez responsible for A, but main focus here is Max, as he is about to be tested. Will they clear him? That was the question Chad posed, and it seems the answer is no, but Sadzik, good reaction. Catches out Max. Buddha will clear out the mid lurk. Now a 2-on-2 retake. Both have kits, and both using their util early to try and get in, and in they will, beautiful. And out they go. Legacy, despite having probably the most competitive round we've seen, unable to convert the post plant.
This is the best I've seen Buddha look.
Yeah, right, 14-2.
I know that they're dunking on him right now, but Buddha with a lot of conviction in his decision-making, which is nice to see. And like you look at that setup, and you question all the gaps they're trying to fill. Buddha tucking deep into red is because Max had sold the B site. By playing in pocket, cave's a possibility, right? And also, he could have had a mistime and they could have slipped past him into B. So Max goes, well, I don't want to be open, Buddha goes, I don't want to be open to a flank potentially through the B site, tucks himself in towards red, finds himself a more aggressive angle, and it all works out in the end. All right, final round, first half. Legacy, give us something.
I'll tell you, there's a lot of clubs you don't want to be in Counter-Strike, but the 13-0 club is a rather nasty one. Max with 3. And DGT's here. Likely overlooked as they cross to the bomb. He should have got that one. And now damage. It's only damage. Dumao and Nekiz, they're bleeding. But a chance to at least put one on the board. At least not leave with the goose egg. Nekiz puts his head in the vice. Martinez, a comfortable collection. Can Dumao come up clutch?
Clearing.
Bang. 13 points of health remain. Martinez doesn't have actually seems to have a good idea. Swaps to the pistol. Spamming the smoke. Wasso investigates. This is really uncomfortable for Dumao. Good timing on the push. Catches Martinez with a nade in hand.
To the orb?
Is it planted for him? Oh, he's picked up the incendiary. This is brilliant.
Smoke
Not only planted for him, smoke will surely come through. Wasso does, commits to the defuse. Nade is late. Defuse comes through. Nothing going right for Legacy. Nothing. Zilch.
0-12 half, 0-11 for Barton, 1 kill for Sads, and 2 for Nekiz. At least Yanko's boys, Lato and Dumao, gave it a crack.
Yeah, this is depresso.
Well, look, we're going to sing the positives of 9Z. It's a day to celebrate, right? Obviously, this is quite a mix of nationalities. And, well, what do you win? You win best of 3s for the rest of your RMR, and you get a crack in the 2-0 bucket without Liquid or Furia because they were upset in the first round. Maybe you get a Cole.
Oh, I see you.
Maybe.
Yeah. There's always that one.
Maybe you get a Pain.
There's always that one, isn't there, where they have a great couple of best of ones and you watch as their hopes and dreams of over 3 best of 3s.
And I think the thing with this RMR is if you look at the field, there's a couple of names. I call them Case. I know that's not how we say his name. Famous footballer. Sorry, everybody. Not into normie sports. KRÜ.
Yes.
And Boss was in that too, but Boss won their opening against M80. So for me, they were the bottom of the barrel.
Fair.
And then everybody else was like, well, actually, they could win in a best of 1, or they could upset this team, and it all seemed possible. Whereas my sure bets would have been a Liquid and a Furia. And, well, they're currently sitting in the 0-1 bucket.
Yeah, I mean, you start slow at the major, it can fall apart quick. I should say the RMR.
You don't want to get to the major.
Yeah. 17-3 for Max, quietly farming up. And this could be the last round, folks. Let's see if they can get a pistol and a round on the board. Lato starts strong. Barton surely going to be overlooked. And he does manage to deliver onto Wasso.
First kill.
Here we go. Sadzin looking for his second. Sadzin unable to do so. Doomao does. Doomao delivers. Legacy on the board and now only have to replicate a 12-0 half.
Anything you can do, we can also try and do.
Well, they certainly have to. Goodness me. I mean, to be 12-0 down in a best of one, it certainly is probably where the... I mean, I know they say hope dies last, but it's dying. It's dying.
And here you go, 9Z without the plant, taking an eco. Probably where Legacy went wrong within the first half.
Yeah, Doomao gets a chance to farm up. Or give away an M4.
All the info though, saw 4.
And Sadzin maybe, yeah, I was going to say, I can confirm that no one's committed towards A, because they'll take a rifle. That changes the whole dynamic.
But if I was going to spin you a yarn, Alex, of how you could possibly bring back a 12-0 first half, winning the pistol cleanly, winning the full eco as clean as possible to retain all your weapons and be able to bolster that with utility going up against the gun round, that would have been the starting point. Now that there is an M4 in the mix, I know there's no armor, but if you find another kill, if you find 2 more kills as 9Z, that's a round success.
I can't help but also, attribute the Doomao aggression there to the star factor of it has to be me. Even against the ecos, he kind of just wants to get the round done. Also get himself situated and feeling motivated. Now, I like this idea. They've cut enough noise to be, B doors by now.
I think a part of it comes in as well where you want to bring aggression, fight fire with fire.
Yeah.
But you've been sat in your ass. Oh, boys.
No, Sadzin's got the round here. Sadzin's got the whole team behind or overlooking his position. Now he has to activate and it gets awkward, but quick. Lovely double. Make it 3. Sadzin onto the USP. Max brings him down. This is uncomfortable.
He didn't have head armor.
Oh, yeah.
But
I mean,
got gooshed.
Regardless, Sadzin did actually save their hide there.
But they gave away 3 kills.
Most definitely. But the round, the most important. It could have got worse. Let's not forget, you're losing to a full eco to lose your best of one.
Imagine.
Yeah, no, I can't even. Okay, well, as you said, as you highlighted, it would have been nice. So instead, we're going to have a couple of Fami into the first clash with the Kalash.
Hey, you've been working on that one.
I have. That's all I've got, though.
Tune in next week.
Oh, Neckers, MP9, good range for it. Oh, no. What is going on with these sprays? It's a windy day. And that's an aggressive push out of Lato already. Clears out the pylon. He wouldn't push through the smoke. He would. And clashes with Wasso. Oh, God, that's a nasty way to go. Jump scare for Wasso Peak.
Well, they're completely boxed in, aren't they? 2-player A main aggress. I do like it. Pretty unorthodox, but I like to see it.
Well played by Sadzin. Good shots. Punishes DGT's first bullet inaccuracy.
Well, they are working back into the game. I know it likely only looking to be a 3rd round, but still, it's got to start somewhere. Get yourself a couple of AK upgrades. Could be a partial buy for 9Z into the next.
This is
unless
I would consider and assume that this is more of like a Sephora comeback, cosmetic.
I was thinking how many makeup brands. Actually, Alex, this is a little bit dangerous.
It is.
This is quite dangerous.
They've given him a lot of room. Buddha, if he gets another, the 2v4 falls apart. Oh, not like this, lads. A 2-man advantage squandered. And Buddha with more impact, 17 frags and counting. Martinez by his side, 30 points of health, so susceptible to the body shots is Lato. Coming in through Speedway. Doomao up ramp. Martinez nails it. And that's surely it. It ends with a 2 versus 4 on the B site. Lato doing everything he can. No kit, no hope. No time, headshots hit, he's got just enough. I think we go again. I thought Martinez had done enough. I thought that headshot onto ramp had sealed their fate, but Lato has sealed the deal. We will go again.
Damn, all right, well, Buddha. Masterful little double there, but you were bang on about that Martinez shot. They're aware of Lato's position. They didn't know where the final player was coming from. Martinez deals with it, and then you think that's more than enough, but it was this double A main aggression, dealing with the mid push. Sadzin bad with the Famus, but Lato steps up with the clutch, keeps them in it.
Yeah, that low HP on Buddha, like you could have played it safer.
Just the real difference between how 9Z's first half went and Legacy, right? If we just look at these halves in isolation, 9Z were brimming with cash. Legacy are the walking wounded round after round, right? 9Z have them right where they want them.
Oh, hot toes, very scary for Nekiz. Pressure applied, Mac 10 charges, Max opens up with a double, DGT catches the back of another. This is already high pressure for Legacy. Okay, so Martinez is out on A. This is a lot of room for the T side to have. Sadzin's got pressure on both fronts now from Donut.
I think DGT just made a step in middle, so that'll keep Sadzin investigating this while the bomb slinks over towards A. Now, there is a smoke and a HE on DGT. I don't think they need to wait for it, but they could.
Sadzin might just pip this gap. Martinez spotted out! Ouch! Leaves a mark, takes down Sadzin.
Barton's turn to clutch.
Yeah, already. Just round after round, the pressure doesn't stop. Mac 10's out mid. What a tilting way to lose it. Max just charges out with the double kill, gets his 20th frag in just 16 rounds of play. And Barton, a dead man, 13-3 the scoreline. This best of one, a speed run, 20 minutes. And a loud roar from 9Z, victorious. Let's hear what the battle have to say.
What happened to your boys, Yanko? Where were they? Didn't show up.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that wasn't really good. I think it was just, I mean, Max ended the first half with as many kills as the entire Legacy roster, right? Like, they just didn't come to play in this game at all. And on the other side, you had 9Z, who was incredibly motivated, as they should be, right? Just got off to a great start, never looked back. Might have been that first half, might have been the fastest first half I've seen, you know, in MR12.
Yeah, I think 9Z weren't coming to play the RMRs. They were coming to play Awesome Games Done Quick on Twitch early this year for charity because, yeah, they, like you said, just speed run that first half. And while it is very easy to just look at this first half and just say, oh, 9Z absolutely dominated, Legacy looked terrible, I do think that it was very evident from watching this half that 9Z did their homework on Legacy. Legacy has a lot of film on this map, and they really only open up their T side two different ways. They either go for a B-heavy default, or they go for early mid-aggression. And I feel like what you saw from 9Z was perfect counters on both fronts. Max was very good at controlling B-Cave and never giving them that room. And then DGT, even though his like overall numbers won't leap off the page, the amount of times that he stuffed their mid-aggression and gave them an early man advantage was incredible. Just the consistency at which he was doing plays like what you just saw there really never let Legacy find any footing. And unfortunately for them, they just don't have a deep playbook. They don't really have many adjustments they can go towards, and that's ultimately, they ran out of options.
I think the problem is also you look in the Vito. I mean, Ancient is the best map for 9Z in the last 3 months. If you look at the statistics, and it's like obviously best of one. Why are you letting them have that? It's, I think, Legacy going a little bit out of historically. 9Z, you know, very good on Nuke. In that Dallas run, right, they were undefeated on Dust 2 when it initially came out. It hasn't been that great lately, so they're going mostly off of historically what they've been good on, despite struggling on the maps lately, where you're thinking maybe they overcooked it in the Vito. Like, if you just get rid of Ancient and force them onto something like Nuke, people will look at it and say, yeah, but why did they ban Anubis? They could have played Anubis instead of Ancient, but Anubis is a little bit deceiving for Legacy. You know, their wins come from like very much lower tier North American, South American teams. Whenever they faced off a proper team, you know, that's where they really couldn't come up with a win. So we don't often see interesting choices in best of one vetoes, but this one I think definitely that Legacy would like to have back.
9Z had 12 rounds uncontested. I think it was only the 7th or 8th round where Legacy finally called a timeout, and even then nothing changed. Is that just a lack of a deep playbook? Like you said, they did not know how to adjust to 9Z?
Yeah, I mean, I've watched a lot of Legacy Ancient games, and again, I've really only seen them open those two different ways we discussed earlier, either mid-heavy or B-heavy. Yeah, they'll mix in the occasional A execute, but that's usually more in the mid to late half once they've established themselves at middle and B, and they never got to do that. They got shut down both those fronts. So I do think it was a lack of having any sort of real adjustments that they felt comfortable calling. But I think it's also a situation on a map like this where CT mid-aggression can be so prevalent. If you keep losing those initial engagements and keep going, you know, a man down and never giving it any footing, it's very hard to make anything happen on that attacking side. And, you know, I think a big thing is I mean, they didn't get mid until the 11th round of the game. That was the first time they actually broke through and got some map control. So yeah, you got to at least get some basics going, and they never could.
I mean, the big problem was also their spacing wasn't great. I mean, you have Max there having a great game. He gets a double kill from K with an MP9 the first gun round, right? It's like two guys are coming one, then he gets to reset and get the other as well. I mean, you have to trade that kill. That's them actually having the jump on him in a way, like positionally, but they just can't convert on it. And it's tough because you're seeing, okay, how the rounds are going. Perhaps the coach is not minding the calls, it's fine, but then the the calls aren't being executed as well. You can't find the openings. The problem is the team just didn't come ready to play, and that cannot be helped during the game, right? Anything other than a couple of rounds in a row, some hero round from a player that's going to lift everyone up and give you some momentum, like it's very hard to snap out of it, especially when a team like 9Z was so locked in. They were flying all over the map, over-rotating, just playing with 110% confidence and dismantled the Legacy completely.
Are you surprised? Like, so for me, Legacy coming into this, I saw them in Challenger. They were starting to peak, and it looked good. And I had my doubts about them. They come in here, they beat FURIA. Are you surprised by the drop-off all of a sudden, or was this something you were expecting?
I mean, I think anytime you have a team like Legacy who primarily has only played regional play online, different leagues like Challengers or, just different qualifiers for big lands, but they don't have the actual LAN experience under their belt. I mean, again, I think the only LAN that they got to play with their full five was maybe Katowice or something like that, maybe one other event. But, obviously they had that whole situation with Coldzera going out. They had the Stewie 2K stand in. They were trying to find that fifth. So I think it's always a question mark of whether or not you're going to be able to transfer that regional experience into the LAN environment. And unfortunately in this match, it didn't happen. I mean, 9Z is the more seasoned team. And despite some of their recent struggles, they were still able to take care of business here where it mattered most.
Kind of hard to tell. I would be surprised if they got complacent after beating FURIA. I mean, that was a tough game to begin with, and 9Z are no slouches either, right? But just some of those things where it starts going bad. And listen, in the first 7 rounds, Lotto had 3 kills. They all came in the pistol round, which was like a 2v4 to begin with in a way, or a 1v4. And then the other 2 kills were Dumao in the first gun round while they were saving. That's it. Like, they couldn't get a single kill. That's how dominant 9Z was. And when that happens, like, it's hard to play with confidence and to feel good and, to be like, yeah, we still have this, or for the coach to say anything. And obviously it becomes way difficult to play too. The other team is playing with full confidence. You might be, there was a half buy where they had the correct call down a lot, right? Like you're faking a B execute, you want to come out mid, they are over rotating to B, and it's just DGT alone in elbow just wrecking all the players, right? Maybe you should have saved that one for a gun round or something along those lines. But anytime a game goes that way, the best you can hope for is like 2-3 rounds. Just give us something and maybe we win the second pistol and the gun round, which they did, and then all of a sudden now they might be starting to feel the stress a little bit, and we are going to get loose and actually play our own game. That wasn't the Legacy, that you're used to seeing.
I'm going completely off on a tangent, but this is a conversation I've wanted to have for a long time about Legacy. Obviously, Brazilian team, they choose to move to North America to play. Is it the big brain strategy? You go into North America where, no disrespect us, that the level of competition is a lot lower than what you might be getting in Brazil, so it allows you qualification to more tournaments? Or does it put you on the back foot when you come to the Americas RMRs and all of a sudden you're now facing off against much better opposition?
I think it's a two-edged sword because, like, on one side, yeah, you can qualify for more things, which they kind of failed to do. But what happens? How much time does Liquid spend abroad? Complexity spends abroad. Even M80 for good chance. Who do you practice against when they're gone, right? So I think their level of practice actually also isn't as great as any team based in South America, because they have to go back to play these qualifiers, guys like Pain, MIBR, FURIA, well, maybe not FURIA as much, 9Z, right? So you can play those teams more often. The pool is a little bit deeper there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point, but on the flip side, the teams that you mentioned, like Made in Brazil, and so forth, they aren't there that often. They only come back for like very specific things. So I think Legacy have to be a little bit strategical, because it seemed like they're, before 9Z made the move to Spain, there was maybe that opportunity to have that kind of that sparring partner, so to speak. But I think either front that they were going to go to, they were going to struggle, because if Legacy goes back to South America, yeah, really the only teams they're going to be playing against are going to be like Sharks, Hype, Kase, you know, KRÜ, Bestia, like some of these other regional teams that really aren't that strong either. In North America, you know, at least you get to play.
But Boss, Wildcard, Fluffy Aimers,
Listen, you can
Party
say what you want,
Astronauts,
but
the cream of the crop.
Yeah, but M80 and Wildcard are in North America at the very least, and now
M80 is half of the time they spend in Europe for Pro League, for Challengers, for a bunch
I think
of
what
other
I'm getting at is no matter where they go,
And they
I
boot
think they
camp
would struggle
more.
to find good practice.
It was a fun conversation. That's all I want to know.
Yeah.
I just wanted some thoughts, some food for you to think about while we take this quick break. We'll be back in a little bit.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Welcome back to the Perfect World America's RMRs. We are jumping into a bunch of different games. You might have not seen the earlier best of ones because it was very early if you're from Europe, or if you're from the States, you might have gone to sleep. Wherever you are in the world, though, all the Counter-Strike action is here, and we're getting into our next matchup. Wildcard up against Pain, and of course, a lot of attention on Wildcard now because they just upset Liquid. Everyone's going to have their eyes on them.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard has certainly been one of those teams ever since they picked up the two Swedes and tried to reformat this team. They've been pretty successful in North America. Like, outside of not doing well in Challengers League, they've qualified for a couple of different LAN events from the North American circuit. They've won a couple of tournaments as well. They have a mixture of kind of young and upcoming players, like, you know, J-Bob being one of the main ones, but then someone like Stanislaw, who's obviously like a veteran IGL from the region. So it's a good mix, and obviously they pulled off a big upset today over Team Liquid. So yeah, definitely eyes are going to be on them because of that. And even Sonic, who's kind of a veteran, is been in pretty good form lately. So yeah, they have a good little mix here.
It's kind of been the only way North American teams can find success lately. You know, import a couple of Europeans, hell, even South Africans at this point, right? Sonic's their best player. He ain't even opping anymore, right? He's just a pure rifler at this point in time. So yeah, we talked about some of their difficulties in online play. The Europeans actually playing from Europe, having to field stand-ins for a couple of tournaments, not having their full lineup. So I think that's why they've been flying a little bit under the radar for this one.
I would say, and I'm going to throw my very uneducated opinion out there with Wildcard, I feel like the one thing they do really well is handle pressure in a good way. I saw them at ESL Challenger Atlanta. One of the Europeans couldn't get there. They had to play with a stand-in. They made it all the way to the playoffs, and no one expected that. They caused some upsets along the way, kicked M80 out. Earlier today, get into overtime, are able to beat Liquid. What is it about this particular team, do you think, Dust, that gives them that resilience? And is that going to be enough when the opposition on the other side is Pain, who I think is on a much higher level than what maybe they've been playing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of, one, you have veterans like Sonic and Stanislaw who have been around the scene for a very long time. They've been in those situations many, many times. I think that they, you know, don't get frightened from those moments. Like, they're able to handle them, particularly someone like Stanislaw, who has been in IGL in high-press situations for top teams at different points in time throughout his career. So I think that helps. And it's also, I think, the young fearlessness of some of their other players that are just now getting their first opportunities to really play at this level. Someone like J-Bob, for instance, they put a lot of faith in him and try to help him out. So I think it's that. And I think they also have a lot of confidence to ride off of just because of how well they have been playing in North America, despite some of the things that Yanko was talking about, where some of their Europeans have to play with high ping. They're still putting up pretty good results. They know that they're capable of good things.
Do you think they can beat Pain, though? Because for me, Pain is one of those teams that we should see in the major.
Why not? It's a best of one. MR12, I think, of course, they can pull it off if they can take down Liquid. Why not Pain? They might even get the same map. We'll get into that a little bit later. But for me, it's also about what Big Uzera said in his interview. You know, in-game leaders matter a lot at the RMRs, right? It's important that you're calm, that you're poised, that you're always thinking about the next move, right? Because that translates a lot more to all your players, particularly since it's such a high pressure situation. And, you know, Sonic talking about Stanislaw compared him to JT, saying that he's super level-headed, super calm, right? That he keeps everyone in check when it comes to their work ethic as well, that they're a very hard-working team. So that's all good stuff that you're hearing coming from the interviews. We saw it translate to the server in the first game. Can they do it once more, right? Pull off 2 upsets in one day. A lot of the times when we see these underdog teams make it through the RMR, it's off of the back of the 2 best-of-1 wins.
We've got the veto now. Obviously, you can see they'll be playing on Nuke. To touch on the IGL question there, Yanko, both of these IGLs experienced, both of them considerably calm. Who has the better pieces around them, though?
I think you'd have to go with Pain at the moment. But I don't think it's as big of a discrepancy as maybe people would make it out to be, right? Like you're seeing them a little bit more. Maybe they're a little bit more flashy, but I think the wildcard players can also pack a punch. Fuzi is a very interesting one, right? Having to fill in for Device in that NIP roster to begin with. Obviously, huge shoes to fill. Bounced around, trying to make Asian RMRs then, and now in the Americas one. So I think he's definitely extremely motivated. A completely different player, much improved since those NIP days. So yeah, could be the difference maker in this one.
Dust, for you?
I tend to agree. I mean, I think just starting at the IGL spot, Big Uzera used to be the star rifler of this Pain team years ago, and he still is one of the better fragging in-game leaders in the world to this day. Takes a large amount of their opening duels on the T side and puts up way higher success percentages than most other IGLs out there in the world. So I think he's fantastic. Then you got Lux and Kawes, kind of the new younger riflers that are upcoming. Lux being more of an entry guy, Kawes being more of a flex rifler who can play extremities but also can be a good trade fragger. And look, we were talking about oppers earlier today, and like Brazil may be lacking them, but I'm going to be honest with you, NQZ is only 19 years old. He's only been playing since 2022, and he's done pretty well, honestly. Like online competition, he's fantastic. The few lands he has played outside of maybe one, he's looked good. So I actually like the talent on this team a lot.
It's Wildcard up against Pain. It should be closer than the last matchup, so let's find out if that is the case. Machine and Sponge are ready to take us into game.
Yes, we are. Wildcard. Already starting strong here at the RMRs. Chad, you expecting them to replicate?
Well, I think the win over Liquid, there's a lot to dissect and discuss about that one right there. But going up against Pain, I put them in a similar category as I do with the 9Z. They've had their pop-offs throughout the year. They're on a bit of a downward slide. But in this type of an event, I don't think they're a shoo-in, but I think that they're better than the competition around them. Right. So going into Nuke, look, I have them as the slight favorite. But if Wildcard can do it against Liquid, why can't they do it against Pain?
That's a good question. We're going to find out on Nuke of all maps. You've been digging and diving into some of the setups that they're running here?
CT side for Pain, that's where they get to start on this one. They got to select after the veto went down. We're going to have Big Zero as the outside rifler. Makes a whole lot of sense, right? He tends to do that on a lot of maps, being the in-game leader, and he has the frag capacity that Dust was talking about. NQZ the AWP, well, we all know where he's going to be. Over towards Heaven, towards Yard, here, there, and everywhere. Likes of Snow is going to be holding that top site with Lux, and then over towards Ramp is going to be Kawes. Now, they're trying to exploit some of those rotations. Let's see what Stan and Co have been cooking up. They got, well, I don't want to call him new coach, but Coach Vins behind the team. They had Horvey, who's a Brazilian, as the coach a little bit earlier in the year. And another thing that's plagued Wildcard has been some different events requiring stand-ins. Horvey stood in, Klasia stood in. They had, most recently, I think it was Friend, Polish individual stand-in for Fozy. Yeah. So Wildcard have had their turbulent times this year, but it's good to see Stan, Sonic, some of those more standard names for the region, even though he's South African, back in the server as we hit topside.
Honorary North American.
Is at this point. I think he's married someone from that part of the world.
There you go. So let's see. Lux to receive and a quick click. Make it two. A pair of frags onto Suspend Sonic. And really, it's falling apart. 3. Lovely on the USP. Snow will steal away his chance at the 4th. And just like that, already, Pain Gaming's pistol is in the bag. 5 alive. Clean sheet.
So just some details with that type of a pistol. It's not to do with how easily it went down for Pain. It's the fact that they didn't take a lot of damage. So you get to upgrade your Kevlar for cheap, and that means we're likely to see more rifles invested than SMGs. Even though it is Nuke, you want to block up, they're going to have some extra cash to splash. So really, really well done there from Pain on the pistol. And Wildcard are going to see what we saw Legacy do, which really came back to bite them in the arse within that first map. Well, yeah, of the second stage. I am right. It was Ancient. Now, main smoke deployed. Waterfall down. Good info there on main. What's the rotation going to look like? Kawes posted up towards ramp. He's not going to move a muscle. They are lacking vision. Now, how do they respond? Because Wildcard, after sowing those seeds of doubt towards outside of now rotated back heavy lobby, it's going to come down to Stan's flash, and I'm expecting a ramp pop.
Kawes tested on the ramp side, does manage to dispatch of Sonic. Aggressive was Fozy, trying to push through. JBA, good work, and Susp Deegs there. That's massive. That could define the round. Weapons to be retrieved. JBA gets his hands on one, Stan the other. And now rotations are the name of the game. See, Lux has already managed to get himself down towards B, but they cut noise and pause. A bit of a freeze. 45 for them to try and get that bomb in, or the 3 frags required. They are starting to head towards that low site, and it's going to be Lux making no secret of his occupation of the double doors. Low HP on Susp, so an easy one. Finds the headshot regardless. Bomb plant from Stan.
Oh.
Yeah, that's risky, and Lux will punish. Straight through the smoke. Comfortable double from Lux. JBA, despite his nice Tech 9 opening, it's not looking too good for the close. 15 seconds to try and retrieve that bomb. And Lux likely gets himself another one. I mean, he's had a fantastic start, hasn't he? 5-0, could be 6. He's going to swing out with a couple of seconds to spare. And it is 6-0, multiple kills from Lux in just 2 rounds of play.
Yeah, not only the mustache, but I really like that play right there. The fact that you just... all your job is in that scenario is to be a bit of a ward and a bit of a nuisance. You just want to make sure he doesn't plant that bomb. He has to deal with you. And then you can allow your teammates to play off that information. So lovely couple of rounds there from Lux as we turn into what should be an eco round from Wildcard. A Deagle upgraded for JBA. There's a HE and a smoke in the mix for Sonic as well. So if they can try and get down the vent for a plant, give themselves a little bit of extra cash. There's the door lurk smoke that's been thrown out. So this is another way that you play with the CT rotation. So obviously denying vision. Lux has been able to keep that by peppering through the smoke. Big Zero with his humorous... oh, what can you say about this one?
It just makes it look like a different game.
It does. Some people like it. So does Immer's guys. Look at his little tchotchke on there. It's sitting so weird.
It's so freaky.
What is that?
I think he does it to trick his brain, you know. It's so hideous, but it makes him focus more.
He's got an AK on his M4.
You see, it's all deliberate. I'm convinced. Big Zero, you can see he's not shy as well. We talked about fragging in-game leaders there on the desk. Dust bringing up just how effective Big can be. Oh, the shadow was there. Lux did not catch a glimpse of it, so that's a nice one from Sus, but all for naught, one would assume. Main has been occupied now, and still trying to take these pot shots, and that's nice from Fuzi.
Good for the Swedes.
Solid work on their sidearms. It's going to be hard to translate into something substantial without another. Nade lands. JBA converts. Body shot with enough onto Cowes. NQZ, can you pick up the pieces? As this pressure onto Pain. I mean, essentially just a couple of pistols. It's still scary. Snow's overlooking this timing from Stan. Nice adjustment. Snow locks in the round unless Fuzi can come up clutch.
Gotta get a move on.
Yeah, 19 and he's walking.
Thing is, he saves the M4. He can still buy armor and everything around it in the next round. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, they have.
But he is the AWPer.
10 seconds, bro. What? He's still just running and gunning.
Yeah, wanted to go down, right? Wanted to get that loss bonus because now he has 6,300, can definitely get out the AWP. Otherwise, that would have been a real conversation to be had. So you can understand why he's offering himself up to Pain. But the Brazilians 3-0 to kick things off on Nuke CT side. Wildcard now with the full buy. AK-47s across the board with that Fozy AWP, NQZ into the same. And I think the amount of casualties that they've sustained in those 2 rounds is keeping Pain on notice. You know, scoreline short 3-0, but Wildcard can break you.
Yeah, they've really managed to keep him humble with their work on the pistols. Here we go into the first gunny. Opening util, same again, trying to sow those seeds of doubt. That front squeak smoke is irritating for Lux. And he'll play ahead of it. This is a ballsy maneuver. Wow. So is that. Swings in to try and clear out Squeak. Sonic under pressure. Good nade puts him onto 40. And look at the amount of damage Lux has managed to get away with there.
But also the info, just so many bodies spamming. It's not just the squeaky play. He's been donated another HE.
Fortunately, Sonic got out of there. That would have been the end of him.
Nice little flash there from Lux as well to continue to be a jarring presence. Door smoked yet again. It's clear they want to maintain that control as we will get a rafter boost. Top side, here they come.
Snow, good find. Only the one. Good find back from Fuzi. Top side taken. Snow and Lux down. Molotov delays the Heaven retake crawl.
Difficult retake.
I think Wildcard might have done enough there. It looks like they're backing away to save.
And that really is all backed up by the damage done in the 2 previous lighter buy rounds from Wildcard. The force buy into the second, the pistol upgrade into the third. And you really leave Pain with no choice. The top site to retake with a man disadvantage. Not going to be an easy time whatsoever. They'll call this one off. They'll hold on to their guns. And now we need to take stock and look at what's going to be available into the next. With 1,400 lost, Big Uzera is going to be able to drop something. Lux with 900, so it's the 2 top side defenders that died, which means MP9s aren't the end of the world. Actually, pretty good weapon for the job. Bomb goes off, round secured. Wildcard start their T-side campaign. Now, the T-side was where they did their better work against Liquid until they got into overtime, and then they just drubbed Liquid. Liquid got nothing done. Both teams with 9-3 halves. The CT side of Inferno letting both of them down earlier today, but Wildcard come out victorious. And this is another team that's North American, but has the eclectic mix. 2 Swedes, South African, a Canadian, and, well, someone flying the USA flag, so Jason Moses O'Toole is proud. That's JBA. But there, they got the drops. Snow into an MP9. Famous for Lux.
NQZ throwing aggression into the mix, and Orp pokes his nose into lobby. Yard test onto Big Uzera, and with the smokes down, he has no idea about that secret cross. JBA tasked with holding Hut, and this could be paying dividends. Sonic returns from ramp, not anticipating an AWP to be posted, so patience prevails. NQZ with an opening.
Well, Sus might have to activate now. It probably wanted to get to this position and play on the lurk, because they were going to return towards what was probably going to be a top site split. But have the plans changed? There's util to work with. The position of Big Uzera might rustle Sus if Lux doesn't catch him first.
Oh, good adjustment. Shot. Really quick flick onto Big Uzera, but Lux instantaneous trade. Stan, loud about this with JBA as well. He has the info. Cowers, can he get one of them? Oh, he can't. JBA keeps the round interesting. It was 2v4, now a functional 2v3.
And take a look at the util. They can smoke decon, they can get the molly in towards stairs. They can actually deal with this lower side.
Oh, I don't fancy Stan here. Look at his shadow advantage as well. NQZ knows what's up. Jiggles from Stan. And a missed shot. Miss. That's awkward.
Time to rotate around if they'd like. Still 28 seconds.
Or you just walk in the path of least resistance. No AWP line here for NQZ. Smoke is up. Molly as well. Love that. Should be able to get the bomb down here. NQZ's not going to go for a one-man army. He'll wait for the rotation. Lux coming in from ramp side with Snow. Holds his line. The HE covers his cross. Stan has done an awful lot with that. So now powerful positions for the two of them. Can this 2v4 materialize?
This is a trustful setup.
Flash. Turn comfortably.
Beautiful.
Headshot provided. Stan and JBA are closing it down. Lux in the 1v1. Knows where he is. Trying to isolate. Time is sensitive. And Stan pulls it across the line. Wildcard 2v4. Money broken for Pain Gaming.
That's going to get a big nod of approval. That's Counter-Strike, baby. I loved every little detail of that. The jiggle, the missed shot from NQZ, well done from Stan. Doesn't actually... you could have dropped back, but you go into the unknown. They identified what the problem was down towards the lower site, and they dealt with it handedly. This one here from Cowers is the questionable kill. At the time I'm sitting there looking, I didn't hate it, because a lot of players will turtle up after that opening. The fact he stayed a little bit more staunch, I thought it would have caught them off guard, but a fantastic shot from JBA, and the two of them in combination break Pain, forced them down to an eco, and that one was worth 2.
Yeah, man, these echoes of just the fact that they kept their money so humble with their pistol frags. Broken backs for Pain Gaming to tie this one up at 3 each. What a turnaround.
Now, you can kick your feet up if you're a Wildcard fan in a round like this, or at least you should be able to. You're only dealing with a couple of digs, really, and they've already been able to get across for that secret control. So should be able to usher in quite an easy round. Once you establish this outside space, you have plenty of options. You could try and commit lower, obviously getting closer ranges against the pistols, or also you could just start to take that warehouse control, make sure you're taking the longer range duels with those AKs and AWPs, or AWP, plural. I don't think that would... really apply on the T side of Nuke.
That would be crazy.
Oh.
Ouch. Yeah, well, a couple of Ds. And Stan... Come
on now.
Stan has gone down. It shouldn't be a problem. Commitment to his spray. JBA from behind. Forced to Snow. Traded by the Swede on the AWP. Double from Fuzi. But a rifle retrieved. This is a 1v2 that NQZ has a little bit of a shot at. He knows where Fuzi is, anticipating Sonic. Oh dear. Fuzi all to play for now. It was essentially an eco. They did the hard part. They won the 2v4. Now Fuzi walks into the 8K and NQZ steals away his AWP. A triple kill. Pain Gaming. Daylight robbery.
That's a case of speaking too soon, I
tilted.
think.
I'm tilted.
I can't quite believe that. That should have been a walk in the park.
So he gets this one onto Susp.
He's aware of Sonic,
yeah,
right?
this
The
walk
lobby
up.
lurk.
So he makes the steps. Fuzi's saying, yeah, he stepped out main near yard. Sonic crouch peeks in.
Oh, dear.
Mate, that's massive. Absolutely. Bora.
Is that a bad one again?
I think that's a bad word. Yeah,
Sorry,
I forgot
everybody.
about that. So I just saw snow. I know what he's saying. I heard it enough.
That aged poorly.
I mean, you can see the coach is actually scratching his head. Like, not even just like metaphorically.
I was like, oh, they got secret control. It's fine. They can turn. They can take the longer range duels. It shouldn't be a problem. Lux's deagle, bang.
Mate, especially after you just won such a sick gun round.
Right.
You broke their economy.
2v4.
And you even
a
started
feel-good
like,
moment.
guys, if you're Wildcard fans, go take a drink.
Get your feet up.
Relax.
Ah, dear.
Okay, but you know what? You feel a lot better if you win this one. You fight back. You get your Tech 9 pick. Maybe Sonic gets his first frag. Oh, I just realized that was a chance for Sonic to get on the board as well, and he, against the unarmored opponents, didn't manage to do it. So a rough start for their highest rated player in the last 3 months.
Yeah. They're going to explode A.
Lux has got safe haven despite the hut molly. Will he be overlooked? Oh, that HE looks like it's destined for glory. Instead smokes out. Sonic down for a 0-7. JBA, that's impressive. Manages to get the Galil onto Lux. Snow in the smoke. Does maneuver past him. And a nice two-man hold from the squeaky door. Sus takes a lot of damage, converted now by Cowes. Snow's there as well. This is looking good. JBA, the only real glimmer of hope, but with 13 points of health, I don't fancy his chances, and that's ballsy from NQZ. He didn't need to push that AWP, pushing through the heaven smoke to secure the 5th. Well, Wildcard, how quickly things have gone south.
Yeah, what could have been a tied game, and then Pain Gaming going into the next gun round, I want to say understaffed, right? Like they had everybody in the server, but their weapons, they would have had M4s, but it would have been light on util. I don't think there would have been an AWP available.
It was shaping up so nicely for like a real, like, raunchy T-half from Wildcard. You get that gun round converted, you humble the economy, but one slip up, especially in MR12, Chad. I mean, how often have we talked about you lose one of them, it's even worse now.
I guess both of them technically have had slip-ups. The 2v4 loss and then the eco
Which
loss.
one's worse, though? I think I know which one I'd prefer.
Yeah, well, it depends. Are they going to hemorrhage or are they going to bite back? Sus with another deagle opener, so some tidy shots being hit from the Wildcard boys.
There's no doubt they can aim. But Snow, he can too. Multiple kills available, but he's fallen now to the Deegs. Damn, these Wildcard players, they are putting the thumb screws on to Pain Gaming in these lighter buys.
That smoke does nothing.
NQZ, that's a horrible miss. Yeah. That is a horrible miss. Sonic overlooks it completely on the repeat.
Why is he not dead?
I don't understand how this has gone so wrong. Lux is alive, and Lux is clutching. 1v3 now, 1v1. Stan,
oh,
the man.
Noisy.
The loudest he could possibly have been.
What's that about?
I don't know. He's just screamed at the top of his lungs, "I'm Vents!" And now, oh, Lux. If he turns. Oh! Stan with the reads! The pre-aim nails it onto Lux, and now they fought fire with fire.
Even got the AWP back.
Yoink!
So back and forth we go.
What's going on? Bang! Yo! This one as well from Sonic, important. Wow. Wow, it looked like he had so much time.
Right?
On Lux's POV, it looked crazy.
I guess left eye.
Yeah, wow. Wow, just as we're talking about which one you'd rather have, Wildcard get an eco win of their own.
Yeah, so I guess we're going to find ourselves in a similar situation.
Okay. I'm not saying anything.
They've done more with less.
Yes.
But both teams have been able to pull off some big moments.
All right, we got a game, folks. NQZ going for early secret. MP9, though, probably going to just stay crouched down. Locker smoke. Actually, he's forced forward by that utility. Takes a heavy lick of flame. Wrapping into Big Uzera. I don't fancy their chances if Big Uzera does get overlooked.
What are we playing? Dodgeball, boys? So many nades. Back and forth with HEs.
NQZ
it's off the leash.
Activating. Yeah, he's going wild with this one. Standards Law, however, He's covered. JBA provides the overwatch, and just like that, 5 alive against the forced buy. I mean, we are just changing hands of who's in control of this game.
Well, I don't want to say it.
Don't do it.
I don't want to do it, because if I say it...
Yeah. It makes it real. You have that power.
In a traditional game of Counter-Strike...
Yes.
Played at the highest of levels, a round like this, Wildcard should win 9 out of 10 times.
That's 90% for those of you playing at home.
And they've also already lost a round akin to this.
Which I would argue makes it even less likely.
Exactly.
Yep. Call it 95.
9.5 out of 10.
Yeah. Deal.
9.75.
Okay. And it would have, you know, maybe been 9.5 had they bought a Zeus, but no Zeus is...
Or a Lux Eagle, who's having a great game. He's had some huge multi-kill impact.
He did start 6-0 in the first 2 rounds.
That's not too shabby. And if he had won the clutch against Stan, he'd be celebrated.
Yeah.
Be a big night over there in Brazil. I'm sure Golez is watching.
Well, I'm not going to praise him too much. I'm hedging my bets.
There we go. They waltz in to an open bomb site and plant the bomb. Just going to check in on some of the action.
The Americas.
We've also got the Asian RMR going on.
Yeah. Did the Drillers Mongols game end?
Now, if you don't want to hear the result, we know that there are some viewers out there who like to save the VODs for their bus rides. So mute now.
There's probably like 3 dudes that do exactly that.
I'm sure. Yeah. And they'll be very thankful. Yeah, you've had your time to mute. The Mongols did come back against Drillers and have qualified for the Major 2-1.
Amazing.
Now, they owned them on Ancient and Anubis, dropping a total of 7 rounds over those 2 maps.
Okay.
We also have the secondary stream on the Americas, which is being cast by Hugo and Harry. They were taking the first action of Bestia versus Nouns. I won't spoil that result. You guys can go and check that out yourself. Their next game will be FURIA versus Case. And later, or coming up hopefully very soon, will be Rare Adam taking on Talon for the Asian RMR.
Who have you got on that one?
Look, I think it'd be great if Rare Adam do qualify because it's a Chinese team for the Chinese Major.
Oh, yeah.
The first one we've ever had in Shanghai. This is perfect world after all.
Yeah.
But obviously, as a former teammate of mine, I'd love to see him succeed.
Absolutely.
All right, well, back underway. 2 rounds left, first half. Wildcard kicking up a fuss. In, I would say, pole position right now. 5 in the half, Alex, that's great.
No doubt about it. Audacious from Big Uzera. I mean, he's right to be looking for JBA on main roof. Info is flowing.
Navigating through the smoke.
Fading, pushing. Sus, back turn, no trade available. Massive start for Pain Gaming into this one. A 2-man advantage extended by NQZ. BA finds one back. The Flames combination with the Kalashnikov has led it to a 2v2, and now we can slow things down. Cowes through lobby. Fuzi not ready. Lovely find, and now up to JBA to do it all. He's having a great game too. 13. Almost parallel with Lux on the other side of things. Swing out! Oh, brave. Very brave from Snow. Immediately gets that trade. The potential was there for the transfer. But it will be 6 for Pain.
Plenty of cash for Wildcard going into this final round. The same can't be said for Pain Gaming with only 1 player staying alive. Retained AWP. NQZ is going to be happy about that. The upgrades as they start to come together. MP9 for Big Uzera as the yard holder. Less than ideal. Maybe he goes aggressive. Famis for Lux. M4s for the rest.
Yeah, I mean, it's an odd half in the sense that...
Big Uzera starting round?
Yeah, Big Uzera and Sonic, 2 of the players we probably had the highest expectations for in the frags department, neither of which have really showed up. 3 frags apiece. Last round of this half. Let's see what they go for. Wall of Smoke's erected. 2 starting lower. What do you make of that? That's like a gamble off
I guess
spawn.
if they go, like, you could do a little bit of like the clown car.
Oh, huh? NQZ must have just, I don't know, pierced the ear of that player out yard. Will not make the same mistake twice. Catches Stan on the cross.
And it's the in-game leader, so information.
Yeah. Was that the bomb? I think it might have been. Info all the same.
There's some more.
Sus. Tested. Those pesky SMGs. So mobile. Hard to track, does convert, but leads to his demise. Lux will convert with the FAMAS, 15th frag.
Oh, noisy.
Yeah, loud on his progression towards Secret. There is the bomb towards Secret, so a run boost is going to be the play.
Well, style points.
Yeah, broken ankle for Fuzi. More of a sprain.
Still can walk as they get control. Looks like they're going to head top.
QZ onto Sonic. Snow does deliver onto JBA. And a 5-7 half. Very happy with that one. I'm sure the South Americans will be feeling good. Lux and NQZ in flying form. As we reflect upon that first half, I think, considering some of the faults, Wildcard can work with 5 very happily.
It looks like JBA's getting out of his chair. Maybe it's a bathroom break.
Ain't got long.
Oh, well, maybe the admin's going to give him a few extra seconds to get the business done.
Fair enough. I mean, if you're in a hotel room as well, it's a little different.
Well, yeah, if people have been paying attention on some of these cams, you catch like the bath in the background. Yeah. You know, hey, look, it's, having a good time.
Sweet life of Pain and Wildcard.
Hey. Looks like a cozy little environment that they've got going on. But yeah, I think if we reflect on the half, obviously there's 3 rounds that stand out. It's going to be the 2v4 from JBA and Stan. Yep. Then the round that they got the job done with the Susp opening Deagle Sonic with the follow-up. Stan coming down to the 1v1 for the clutch. And then the Eco victory that fell in the favor of Pain. Right? They were able to swarm outside, players coming up Secret. NQZ had to clutch that one out in a 1v2 scenario. So those are the, I don't want to call them highlights, but those are the defining factors of the first half alongside of Pain with the pistol and the conversions. But they were kept on the ropes, right? I think if we do reflect on that first half, it wasn't like Pain weren't putting up resistance. They were getting kills in important rounds, which if people joined us for the Legacy game, they'd see Legacy weren't doing that, and so much cash was accrued for 9Z.
That game was, ridiculous. JBA back in his seat. We can get this second half underway. Wildcard. 5 to work with. We'll see the recap of that final round. Yeah, Stan losing the bomb early. And I think just Lux having such a fantastic half. Felt like he was always in the right place. At the start, of course, dealing with that top site with his USP, a nice 3K from him. And then QZ, as always, quite a stylish AWPer, at least from my where I'm sitting.
Lux was very annoying towards Door early, wasn't he? Like that first gun round, he thrust himself past the smoke, isolated Sonic, who needed to get bailed out. So, yeah, look, a back and forth half, but I would say that Wildcard with 5 to their name, let's just wash away how the results happened. Yeah. You're happy with 5, right? I think this is a good half for Wildcard to work with. Pain, 8, they probably would have been quite content with that, but they can work with 7.
Technical pistol coming in here. 2 smokes, one's already left the fingertips of NQZ. Big Uzera with another, and a Molotov for Snow. What's the play here? So they'll do the, I call it twist smoke, top main smoke. 2 on Hurt. This is going to be very hard to get past. Yeah, dual Berettas. 30 bullets of Wrath ready to unload as they do stream into that top site. Fuzi gets himself the damage. The damage is done, and Fuzi leaves with 2. Just as easy as that. They needed that. A pistol. They trade it, so a pistol each for Wildcard and Pain.
So you look at what you're hoping to achieve in a round like that, Pain. You drop the Waterfall Smoke top main. If there is a main player, then the choice for that player is, do I play outside of the smoke to spot yard, or do I play inside of the smoke and give up vision, and then maybe your Heaven player has to deal with outside? So kind of pressure those rotations. But actually having 3 players in A and all the dual Berettas ready to go, they just shut things down. Pain aren't going to go for the force buy. They'll take a almost full eco with just a flash in the hands of Big Uzera. You'll take a plan.
Well, that's all you're going to hope for, but you've got to run through flames here. Snow just jumping, trying to keep his toes away from Stan. Nade, catches him, finishes off the job. And now, if you're really lucky, JBA and Stan get to farm with their MP9 some more.
Come on.
Anytime now. Hey, the bait is switched.
Nice, though, by the AWPer.
For the AWPer. It was all part of their plan, Chad. Write that one down.
Knifed by the AWPer, who will now have enough money for the AWP if Big Uzera wants it to be so.
That's the coolest thing I've seen so far today.
Well, I guess...
eco strap for a knife. Bait him in.
Yeah, I guess that they had to pivot on what they were planning to do, because the idea was get everybody else flooding out of Hut, and then the bomb maybe drop out Squeaky if they get a kill and focus is drawn elsewhere. Drop out the door, down the vent, get the bomb down.
I'm always a little lost as to what the T-side AWPer like his opening gambits can be. Do you go yard and go looking, or is there other options?
Squeaky door pick for a main player. Ramp if you want to harass if they start Fuzi with a molly.
Okay, Fuzi, you're going to be tested, but I mean immediately, smoked off, kind of nullified, at least in the opening.
Yeah, he went molly and then instant smoke on top, so quick dispel of the util. Big U0, how good are your clears?
Yeah, that's the question. Interesting angle here from Susp. Obviously susceptible to a clear from Silo, but unlikely given the vulnerabilities. Oh, and shoulder out. He still takes a hefty amount of damage, but opening kill nonetheless.
Oh. What did Fozy see there? X-ray. Lux just stays mounted top Silo and sits Fozy down.
Clean, very nice.
Sharp.
Yeah, he's looking very good. 16 francs so far in pursuit of Shanghai.
Now you likely gamble if you're Wildcard. Standard wall of smoke landed on yard. Information for Pain. Squeaky smoke has landed. A boost up in towards the rafters. Ramp's the right call.
Oh, that's nice. Gets the low HP player down. Now Sonic, if he can live, it's everything. He needs the wild to wild card.
Round's back on in a way. If Sonic gets another, there's a real chance that JBA and Stan will give this one a go.
Yeah, so 3 coming down that ramp. With 30 seconds as well, Sonic anticipates this is going to be the commit. Oh, hang on. They're still not committing. I mean, with 20 seconds left, the Dark Molly's great. Sonic still has angles. 15 seconds. If he gets one more, Sonic has done so much work. Cow is low. They can get the bomb down. Rotations required. NQZ to provide the cover. This is already looking good for Pain. Look at the plant spot as well. Should be safe to punch that one in. JBA making his way.
Ramp felt like the least fortified position because you had to play a drop vent. So I guess they're worried, is there somebody double doors? Because they had early info, but Wildcard were gambling the rotation was going to be back up towards the top side.
I always admire a team that can keep a cool head on their shoulders with low time. Like, I'm stressed at 16 seconds
For sure.
with only ramp. I mean,
especially when it's the bomb that is that death and it's loose. JBA looking to punish, see if he can get himself an upgrade. 17 kills, he's been having a great game.
Well, there's an upgrade. Will NQZ be able to deny it? Good awareness from JBA, expecting a second. Oh, NQZ with the jump. At least puts NQZ down, doesn't get the save, forces the rebuy. Finances definitely stretched thin for Pain regardless, but Stan saving the AWP as well. That's a valuable asset.
Yeah, it changes hands, and one's not available for Pain on their T side. So now, as far as that weapon is concerned and what Fozy can do with it on the map, it's a one-way street. So a big save, investments coming through. Looks like the M4s for everybody. Khalil's in the hands of the likes of NQZ and Big Uzera. This is a breakpoint round for Pain. If they can win this one, Wildcard will have to take a bit of a save. Depending on saves.
Love this. Some CT aggression off of the rip. Susp clears out Trophy and thinks twice about clearing out Lobby.
So they have 2 players down towards B as well. So it's quite an unorthodox setup. They are going to completely biff yard. 2 players will fight from secret. They might even flash and fight through the smoke if there is one.
Brave. It's just about timing here for JBA. Big Uzera, close, very close. Hard to track, but trade is there. Stan, a necessary equalizer. Lobby occupied heavily. Sonic main side's going to have a lot on his plate. Smoke obscures his view. Fuzi on the site with an AWP close combat.
Coming through.
Oh, that's a nice incendiary from the vent player. It does manage to set them up. Distraction and distraction. Sonic with 3. Pain sent back to spawn. Unless Lux can do something all alone. He has been fantastic so far here on Nuke.
Heaven has to be a consideration. You can see Fozy from backside looking straight up. Sus also investigating, but Stan will be the man to get the info. Can he get the kill? A couple of missed shots, but Stan will make good as we tie things up 8-8.
Mate, that's Sonic online. After a round like that, after what was it, 0-7 I think he started, didn't have a good start in the first half. This is him coming back with a vengeance. He's equalized now with Fuzi Susp 8-9.
Well, it's talking about the fact that it was Wildcard losing that round, having to go down to a save. The same to be said for Pain. So, a very important round, and the opener did go in favor, but not expecting the unknown entity of Stan on the trade, and then Sonic taking care of business.
I mean, it takes some real confidence as well. That main smoke lands, you know, multiple bodies are coming your way to push through. I do think the incendiary was a nice little touch, and ooh, didn't quite get his toes to touch the main roof there.
Oh, I think that Zeus might be quite useless now, to be completely honest with you. He's actually, yeah, completely rerouting.
He fancied the stylish, like, you know, surf
The
into
rock
main.
maneuver.
Yeah.
He's trying again.
All right, second time's the charm.
Here we go.
And we're off.
There we go.
Yes! NQZ with a double kill. Goes down to Fuzi, but he's opened up an opportunity.
They got the gun.
They got the gun. They got a chance into round 17. We can't have another eco
Why
win.
not?
I mean, we've had two already. One each. Kawes looking at someone else's screen. Yeah, so he's not going to be reacting to that clear from Susp.
You take the plant, though. Good info.
You certainly will.
Oh.
I'd be uncomfortable about the post plant if you get one more as well. That rifle is in Lux's hands, and Fuzi's just been spotted on the jiggle. Okay, info, 2 ramp. Fuzi fires off a shot. Biguzera closing the gap. This could go wrong. Fuzi, nice to find the headshot. And Biguzera needs to go down, and it gets even more awkward for a second. Okay, well, that's stressful. That was a stressful one for Wildcard. At least they prevail with a 9th, but 3 casualties and a bomb plant for Pain Gaming.
Also ridiculous that NQZ misses the drop, goes, you know what? I really want to have a go at this.
One more time.
I'm going to go again, and then actually sticks the landing.
Amazing.
Insane.
Wow, it's satisfying.
Cheeky. He's had a knife kill, a Zeus kill. He's doing it all.
Yeah, he's just running around playing matchmaking right now in the RMR. He's main. Guys?
I'm dead.
Yeah.
Well, this looks like a bit of a timeout.
Is that tech or?
I don't know. I need tech help.
It's attack. First from Pain. Can I think this one through? An important round in the grand scheme. It was a 7-5 half on Wildcard's attack. And with the side swap, Pain boasting just 1 so far.
This one, I think, is going to go down to the wire unless one of these two teams makes a case to really separate themselves from the other.
Well, I think if NQZ can get this glass cannon orb to provide anything early, it's going to be impressive. The markings of a very impressive player. Fuzi's taking his for an early peek towards the lobby. See how restrained Kawes is in his lobby hold. Very passive for now. He's walking it in. I like this from Fuzi.
Whoa, look at that jiggle. So conservative.
But they'll turn it. Ooh, okay, well, the jigger's up. And Fuzi's down. Drops fence immediately. Susp has main covered. Lovely setup.
Oh, had main covered.
Oh, it's a nasty death for Stan. He'll be frustrated, but Susp, he can redeem himself with a double. Clears out Yard, takes down the double kill on Lux.
Oh, there's something to work with.
Hang on, he's got a little gap he can punish. And what is going on? He's got paintballs in his orb.
I think that he's still
a little bit of movement in accuracy.
A little bit, right? Yeah. From orb to orb.
I mean, it's with these fancy new keyboards. Your actuation point's so low. It just bang, resting your fingers on the keyboard can lead to some inaccuracy.
Fozy not moving there. 2v4 situation now. Wildcard looking likely to hit that double-digit point first. 40 seconds left.
Oh, Kawes. Yeah, that's a nasty way to get caught out in the open, in the mud. Sonic brings him down, and we discussed no Kev on this orb, so didn't have much of a chance. And QZ goes down. 10-8.
Now, is this the turning point, right? We've had a couple of moments, obviously, with the lighter buys. We've discussed it. Pistols being split either way, but Wildcard forcing Pain Gaming into another awkward situation regarding the finances. There's enough if they wanted to justify like a hero AK. We can see them starting to smatter together some pistol upgrades. So they're going to take a partial investment here. The guns will come back out into the next. Going to be getting the loss bonus of 3,400. So it should be a full buy next round, no dramas.
But with intention, you know, with serious intention, serious util behind this one.
You even want just a round where you can force some rotations or get some space off the back of your opening. But it does look like very top. Oh, Fozy. He's been so active on this CT side with the orb.
Yeah, he's been a real nuisance for them. In combination with Sonic, forcing Pain Gaming. Oh, actually, a bomb plant is on the agenda. They've managed to get down the fence.
Away.
Yeah, hang on. I mean, a round perhaps out of the realms of possibility, but the bomb plant's massive. Ensure they have all the bells and whistles into the next.
There's too much utility, I think, for Wildcard to lose this round.
It's just, I mean, there is still grounds for like a trip of their own laces here. They can mess this up. It shouldn't be too much to worry about. Wildcard just need to go through the crawl. JBA coming from secret side. A clean headshot would have made things awkward, but 3 body shots gets the job done. Already a lot of ground retaken. Wildcard on that defuse and knocked off it. This is awkward. This is awkward. Disastrous. The double from the Tech-9. Snow needs another. They're on the defuse. Down they go. And oh no, Wildcard fumble.
Another one of these crazy rounds.
How have they done that? Slipping down the vent.
That's a 5v3 situation with every player with at least something regarding utility.
They're on the site. They're on the bomb site with about 30 seconds left and still can't pull it off. A Tech-9 in decon is all it takes. Oops. I mean,
what's that, 2 apiece now?
Going for the defuse instead of just running and at him, it's cost them dearly. Snow, what an incredible play that has been. 3 kills with the Tech-9 and Wildcard just when things were starting to look like you have full control. The reins are in your hands. Pain Gaming steal it away with a half partial.
The caster curse is at an all-time high today.
No, man, we need to like be very careful. We're clearly voodoo masters. That's crazy.
These rounds.
How many is it now? 3, 4?
I think it's 2 apiece.
Yeah. Okay. 4.
Regarding.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. Because of Well, let's get into it. We've got an interesting one where 2 players are up down to just 5-7D.
I was just saying that looks like breakpoint. You know, Wildcard.
Precisely. Whatever you think is going to happen, expect the opposite, but then you'd think...
Yeah.
Sonic. And Fuzi looking to hold out on this yard clear. Big Uzera is going to be clearing him. It's up to the aim duel, and Sonic has that shadow advantage. Nice find on the first. Silo puts the pressure, draws his crosshair. Snow will convert. 4-on-4. Pressure onto top side. Stan's got all the nades. He can't afford to go down. Dumping them right now. HE, smoke. Susp investigates lobby. This would be a perfect time for him to take further control. And he is going to do so with Fuzi's help. Posts up on the line. JBA, more of a ward here. He just wants to get some information.
He'd have to hit some absolute giga zingers.
And there's a banger. Fuzi. Instantaneous shot, stabilizes. JBA will find the headshot onto NQZ. Awkward, very awkward. Cowes and Lux trying to recover this one. JBA does walk into Lux's crosshair. Will he overlook the potential for a second? Stan's legs betray him. Cowes finds him out, but Susp, he's good for Lux. Up to Cowes, quiet so far here on Nuke, but not able to find Fuzi posted up comfortably. Just this game is unbelievable.
Boy, oh boy. Like, you look at the detail of Fuzi mantling up, finding that kill, draws all the attention. JBA gets a freebie.
Which he wouldn't have if Fuzi hadn't hit
Exactly, because there's 3 guys coming straight at him, and he probably deagled between the wickets.
And having some dude say heaven, all attention drawn. JBA gets himself a comfortable one onto the AWPer, and now you win the Tech-9, you lose the Gunny, you find yourself eco in for 12.
There's an AK in the mix, sure.
Yeah, okay.
Well, anything's possible.
Yep.
Counter-Strike, where anything's possible. That would have been a better tagline.
That's strong, that's strong. I think Battlefield have got that one, though.
Oh, okay, sorry. A Hail Mary smoke wall to try and make some magic happen. Nothing behind it, no follow-through. It's all smoke and mirrors.
Is there anyone from Wildcard that can tell them that?
Stan.
Oh, hang on, Fuzi. I'd be getting out of there now. Pistols are coming. He sticks around. It's worked out well. He's got JBA turning tail and covered. Look at the team play here. Wildcard have got everything covered. Cross T's, dotted I's. And eyes on the prize.
Well, they've been able to scavenge Fuzi's AWP away from him at least. Because when he's had it in his hands, he's been aggressive ramp, he's been aggressive squeaky door, right? He's been a little bit everywhere as the forward force of this defense for Wildcard, looking for picks. 19 kills, the Swede having a great game, and now it's Susp. Should have been able to close things down, Snow, with a trade.
Yeah, I mean, this AK has to do more than just that.
Volley forces Stan into the fight. Actually, it's a CT incendiary, so not going to spread as far.
Oh, he's just a dead man. Booked as he tries to plant that bomb. 8k upgrade for Stan, thank you very much. 12-9 and 3 opportunities for Wildcard to take this one in regulation.
And I was just discussing Fozy and his impact, right, in terms of aggressively taking space and really being able to close off these areas over towards lobby. The AWP was just retained there over towards ramp, so he wouldn't have had it otherwise for what could be the final round if it wasn't just picked up. So, little detail there. But with the back and forth nature, the smiles are still on their faces as a timeout has been called, a conversation being had, and Wildcard 1 round away from putting themselves 2-0 up on the first day of the Perfect World RMRs. That's beautiful. Liquid, FURIA, they're not going to be in that bucket. You have a real opportunity of getting things done 3-0, the cleanest possible way to get yourself locked in for Shanghai, even though they're already in Shanghai. It's continuing your stay in Shanghai. Let's say that.
Let's say that. Wildcard, man. I mean, it's, yeah, 2 Swedes, sure, but North American Counter-Strike starting strong.
Oh, someone get the bomb, please.
They're all turned around and said, someone's got to do it.
And then QZ, he'll be the man.
Let's see if there's any more twists and turns in what's been a very turbulent game. Smoke wall out. Sonic's already used his HE, which will limit his contributions.
Fozy aggro again.
Yeah, he's not
How many times have we seen him push ramp or squeaky, even in hut?
You got to respect it.
And they could just park him if they want. Feeling himself.
Yeah, no harm in that. In fact, they'll go further. Now, this is awkward. A hard clear. Lux is ready. Fozy, does he react to that or just stay posted? Why not? Keep ramp control. Now JBA to be tested. 2 have crossed. They're going to be jiggling in. Biguzera wide and delivers. Takes him down. Stanislaw potentially going to be overlooked here. He's already present, and a nice clean headshot. Trade potential there. Kawes delivers. 2-man advantage. Sonic, though, has a chance. Positioned on this top side. He's getting overrun through the hut position. Fozy dead. Nice shooting from Snow. Pain past their first test of the 3.
Oh,
trying to get the AWP.
Where did it go?
Nice attempt.
Yeah.
It landed on the rafters.
Had to think quick there, didn't you, Snow? Gave it a go. Oh.
It's fun. There's there's good Counter-Strike being played here.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the finances of Wildcard, trying to work out what option they go for. Stan gets the double. If he got that second kill, I have a feeling Wildcard get it done there and then.
Do you know what's funny as well is like 3, maybe 4 times we've seen them go for that similar like 2-man ramp start, but Susp hasn't pushed lobby, hasn't gone that extra step. This time he does it and is immediately punished.
Alex, a lot on the line here for Wildcard. They lose this round. They have basically no money in the bank. Next round's going to be pistols and MP9s. If they don't win this, this is going overtime.
Yeah, they heard the ladder. The squeaky players know that there was an early rotation. And so Sonic, with his position noted, he's even concerned about potential vent flank. Oh, Biguzera sitting duck. Didn't catch him on the jiggle. And a second is crazy. NQZ down. There's only 2 M4s in the mix right now, and he's managed to find a double. Wildcard, they really laid it all on the table here. This is an all-in maneuver to try and close it in regulation, and it's working. Can still go wrong. JBA. Onto Kawes. Would be massive. Doesn't overcommit. Doesn't overcook. Sonic down to Snow!
Lost
Nearly got awkward. Yeah, 50 HP for him. Crossing becomes awkward. Smoke will obscure. Oh, he's planting. In a 2v3 for survival here. Pain Gaming to keep their head above water in Nuke. Oh, that's a scary sound. Snow's done it once with a Tech 9. Now a rifle. Does get him awkward. Look how far away Lux is. He's still on red. Throws out the volley. Buying time as best he can. Lux will be heard shortly. The defuse is coming in. Susper's found a safe haven from the flame. Fozy converts. And it's Wildcard's game. Magnificent game between Pain and Wildcard. Gotta say, entertaining for sure.
Oh, twists and turns throughout. The type of rounds that both of these teams were winning, but Wildcard with a statement of a day. They find themselves 2-0 up in the Swiss, and we got the panel ready to break this one down.
I'm sure Amaranth is smiling wherever she is, because like Sponge just said, 2-0 up for Wildcard in the Americas RMRs. What the hell was that, Dust?
That was, if we're being nice, we'll call it a nitty-gritty game, but if we're being honest, it was just kind of a sloppy game, honestly. And it was really like that the whole way through. very first close half, I think, for the bulk of it. You had Stanislaw with like a big 1v3 clutch or 1v2 clutch or something like that, but then immediately the very next round, NQZ gets a 1v2 clutch. And obviously you give credit to the clutcher, but you also have to look at how did they make that happen? There's clearly something that's going wrong if they're able to pull those plays off. And that really persisted throughout the rest of the game. I mean, it felt like no one was really able to settle in. Although I will give props to Sonic really quick because he started out 0-7, but then on the CT side in the second half, he started clicking and was really able to have some impact. So this is a very, very scrappy game is, I guess, the best way to sum it up in a sentence.
Dust says scrappy, the caster said entertaining. Where do you sit, Yanko?
I think they're both right. I mean, obviously sloppy, not great CS in some of these rounds. The anti-ecos just taking it a little bit too lightly, right? Didn't seem like the players were as focused as they needed to be. They have pistols. It's not even pistols with armor. It's just a straight up eco, a couple of upgraded pistols. That's all there is. But can't take any rounds for granted nowadays, especially in MR12. And I think Pain did a really poor job of keeping track of the economy, to be honest, because the round in the first half that they lose the anti-eco, like why are you going up close yard on the CT side? Like that they are going to be on an eco. Why are you giving them that opportunity to get an opening kill, right? Like just play with a little bit more discipline. Even in the final round, again, that if they buy, it's not going to be great. So either it's an eco or a poor buy. You're dry peeking, not using your utility as much. It's just for the situation, not really the best of calls. And in MR12, it was just enough for Wildcard to close it out. Yeah. Not to talk about this round. This round was ridiculous. Like
this was Pain's chance back in the game though when they won this
You're losing a 5v3 anti-eco where what they did. They did a vent dive, so you even have the information. You're just a little bit too slow to get engaged. Miss smoke for decon, right? Like it was just a mess of around. But if anything, to be honest, like props to Wildcard. Usually some of these underdog teams or NA teams in particular, you lose some of these silly rounds, it just spirals out of control. They lost a few of them and were still able to keep their head in the game, reset, grind it out, and ultimately win.
That was something we spoke about in the build-up to this, is that Wildcard has a way of kind of resetting in the middle of the game and figuring it out. So credit to Stanislaw there. On the side of Pain, though, we've seen them go up against, I'll say it, much better opposition in the last few months and perform much better. What do you think happened there, Dust, that they were allowing these mistakes and playing the way they were?
Well, first off, I think Big Azera just had a poor game in general throughout. I think first off, when he tried to play aggressive on the CT side on the first half, he really struggled to have any impact and often created openings for Wildcard to have a decent T side of it. And then when you flip sides, it just seemed like, as Yanko was kind of alluding to, like they weren't really reading the CT economy as effectively as they could have been, and therefore they weren't really positioning themselves in a proper way to kind of avoid some of the pitfalls that you can fall into against an ecoing team. Again, they kind of got gifted around after in the second half. We have, Wildcard going up 10-8, looking like they're going to control the game. They get gifted that crazy round that we were talking about where it looked like it was going to be a bomb plan at best. They wound up winning it. They make it 9-10. This is your chance. But then they just kind of completely fizzled out from that point forward. Meanwhile, I have to give credit to JBA. The young guy, hasn't played very many lands, was huge this game. 21 kills there, as you can see, topping the charts. And also, I want to give some credit to Fuzi. We've discussed a little bit of the sloppiness of the game, but Fuzi was very mobile with the AWP throughout the course of the game and definitely had tons of impact in his own right. So definitely props to him. But yeah, JBA, big standout performance for him.
Has Wildcard done enough to impress you, Yanko, or do you think it was just one of those situations where the team that made less mistakes was able to clinch the victory?
I mean, sure, but it wasn't pretty, but it was better than what the opponents had. And of course, you have to be impressed by the fact they're 2-0. Like they're just one best of 3 away from actually making the major, and that's on day one. And as I said in the pregame, that's the highest chance of success for these underdogs is when they are able to just win 2 best of ones, and then you have 3 opportunities. Now, sure, they're going to go up against a probably really good team in the 2-0 game. Perhaps there's a FURIA or a Liquid there in the 2-1 game, who knows? But eventually, 1 out of 3 should be a team where they're like, okay, we can play against these guys. This is more of an even matchup, and that's the one that you're hoping you can win and make it to the Major itself.
I mean, you have a wildcard team that came into this tournament before we saw anything as a team that's like, maybe they could get the 7th spot through. Like, maybe that's about the best they could hope for. Now, they've beaten Liquid and Pain, 2 of the best teams in this RMR, in my opinion, just based on recent results. And yeah, now all of a sudden they're 2-0 and they're looking like they could make it all the way to the major, which would be an incredible story for them. So yeah, tip my hat to them. Like, they were impressive today.
I also love that a lot of the players from Wildcard, like, they trash talk a lot. So there was a lot of conversation online, trash talking M80, being like, because they beat M80 in Challenger, and they were like, that was with the stand-in. Wait till we see you in the RMRs. We're going to destroy you. Very, very big mouths. I kind of like that they're following it up now and actually performing. So credit to them. I mean, they've spoken a big game and they're delivering on LAN, which is what we want to see.
I mean, it would be sick if they played each other for a spot in the major. You know, like, that would be the highest of stakes. So definitely whoever gets away with trash talking, that's what gets out on top after it, would have all the bragging rights.
So there you go, Wildcard 2-0 up. Not what was on the bingo card at the start of the Americas RMRs today, but here we are. Pain takes the loss. We'll be back with another best of one right after this.
Quickly. Clear. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
The road to the perfect world Shanghai Major on day number 1 has been marred by a couple of speed bumps, a few upsets and shakeups, and now we move into the final 2 best of ones of the day here on the A stream. And it is Complexity up against Boss. Now, JT, Complexity's IGL, did an interview where he said all the North American teams need to be feared. He believes they're quite strong. Do we feel that way about Boss? Because I would maybe say coming into this, possibly a team that no one's really expecting to make it through into those 7 spots.
Probably slipped his mind that they were also in the tournament, I'd imagine. That being said, they did beat M80 in the opening game, right? Who we're seeing as one of the teams that should probably make it through all their experience competing in EU. They go over for boot camps pretty often as well into the region. For some reason, decided to play Vertigo in the best of 1, and that came back to bite them.
This team is interesting. No salaries, no sponsors, no boot camps they mentioned. I mean, I think they're the only team in the Americas RMR that are coming in here with zero
They're the only
backing.
team in any RMR that doesn't have any organizational support. Just to put that one out there. What we have 56 teams between all the RMRs. This is the only unsponsored one. This is a team that has been through hell and back throughout the course of this year. They've been through tragedy with one of their players. They've been through lots of roster changes outside of that as well. And they have been able to kind of keep a level head. I think some of that is, some of their players are a bit more experienced in kind of the tier 2 NA scene. Warden, their coach, obviously is a veteran of Counter-Strike. And I have nothing but respect for this team because of what you mentioned, not having the organizational support. I know what they've been through as a team as well. And so the fact that they've been able to battle their way back to another RMR is it's just kind of fun to see.
It's always like that magic story, right? The band of brothers coming together, forming this team, playing at home, and then you find yourself on the way to the major. But in reality, doesn't quite work out like that all the time, Janko.
Yeah, and they're not going up against the Germans. They're going up against another North American team. So we'll see. Complexity, first of all, our great Vertigo team, if that's what you want to do. But the one big favorite that didn't get upset in the opening round, which is a great sign, considering Complexity more often than not are prone to getting upset and playing some sloppy CS. Like it's always been the story about consistency with them. Are they going to be able to find it? But yeah, opening game, no problems for Complexity.
Before the opening game, I put this question to the 2 analysts there, and I'll do it again. What does Complexity have to change to be more consistent? Because Janko, like you said, they have these moments. One, they have one of the best players in the world in this mix-up, right? Elige is there.
A very good player in Elige.
Okay, fair enough. They come in here, you'll see them play, and they'll do these moments where you go, damn, this is what we need from Complexity. And then they will break your heart and just completely fall apart. Like, how do they fix this? Can they fix this?
I'll start it off. So obviously Elige is certainly kind of the pillar of this team. A very strong aggressive rifler, very good at entering, very experienced talent, no doubt about it. The problem is like he has not really had much of a consistent supporting cast. Like, sure, Halzerk is a fine opper, but he's not one of the best oppers in the world. And then the other riflers on this team are so up and down, it's not even funny. Like, you never really know if you can rely on them to be able to support Elige in those tight moments. I'll also say this about Complexity as a team is, look, I think that when I watch them play, their game planning looks good. Like, JT seems like an up-to-snuff in-game leader. I think their openings look very good. Like, they seem to have some pretty good defaults and strats they like to run. Here's my problem. Despite looking good in the early phases of rounds, they have by far the worst 5v4 conversion rate of any top 20, top 25 team in the world. And they also have a horrible 4v5 conversion rate. So it's like, even when they get opening picks, they don't seem to convert them very often. And if they get put behind, they really struggle to come back. So that's my biggest factors on why they're failing.
It's just rounds with advantage. It's not even 5v4s. They're losing 5v3s, 4v2s, and it's just communication breakdown. Like, their communication is not on a good enough level, or at least it wasn't, right? Because there's gaps being left open where there shouldn't be. I think that maybe they don't update stuff enough during the round. Like, they get maybe a little bit relaxed when they find those openings and comes back to bite them. Then you go the opposite way. You overthink it when you have an advantage because you're stressed about, oh my God, we're going to lose another 5v3, and all of that stuff. It looked much better at Pro League, right, in the group stages. Like, that was sort of like seeing Complexity, how they can be when they're at their peak in a sense, but yeah, struggle to keep that level.
In their defense, we're talking about a Complexity that plays the best teams in the world on the regular basis. When we talk about that form, it's normally up against some of the best teams in the world. In the case here in the Americas RMRs, and in the case of going up against Boss, it's a very different level of opposition. So it should be a textbook victory for them on paper.
You can say that, but some of their losses in EPL this last season were M80 and Big. Those are teams that they definitely should be beating with the caliber of players that they have. You're right, though. A lot of their other losses will come to teams like a Nouns Sports or something along those lines. And they did beat Nouns Sports in FaZe in EPL this last season. But yeah, they've also dropped the ball in a couple of moments where I feel like they probably should have succeeded. So you're right. They obviously compared the boss. They have a much tougher schedule, but I do think they've slipped where they should have probably gotten some stuff.
A lot of it is just mental and preparation, right? And just having the belief that you'll win no matter what. Because if you go down 5-0, not to start panicking, not to stress, right? To believe in your practice, in the playbook, that you'll have the correct answers. That's the most important thing in these best of ones, especially when you're playing against a massive underdog, right? Like I don't think if they play 20 times, boss beats them maybe one time, right? But the main thing is, like, even if things start going against you, to keep your cool, because you are by far the better team.
Also, the ability to pivot, right? When you're Complexity, you have so much more experience that when things aren't going your way, I'm presuming your playbook is a bit thicker and you'll be able to change it up?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what differentiates these teams. Sometimes it's also a little bit of an adjustment when you are playing a much weaker team, right? To know that their decision making isn't going to be the same like what you're used to. Some of the plays they might go for are going to be different than what you're used to seeing. But again, mentally being prepared for that. In terms of your preparation on the server, like, hey, they might do something fishy here or there, right? And also just not letting it get to you, even if you die to that play or it works out, you're like, well, this is silly, but worked out for them, right? So you have to just maintain that focus throughout the game.
I had a question for Dust, but we're actually going into game, so I'm going to pose the question to Sponge and Machine. Gents, who is Fruit Cup?
Who the hell is Fruit?
Let's learn together. No, earlier in the year, we actually had Steele join us in one of the broadcasts, and we were getting him to build like a North American team of, I don't want to call them leftovers, but players not already in established rosters.
But
right?
you didn't have to buy out
from
for hundreds
Liquid
of
or
thousands.
Cole or M80. And Fruit Cup was one of the names that Josh was willing to take a bit of a punt on. And he's, playing with these guys over there in North America in their FPLs and whatnot. But I'm excited to see what Fruit Cup can offer us. Jello pudding alongside of him, as well as peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Fruit Cup's capable of, and excited to see what Boss can do, as the desk have discussed. Certainly an underdog up against the Dallas Cowboys Complexity. It's going to be interesting to see.
There's a link there, Alex. Warden is the coach of Boss. Warden used to be a part of Complexity back in 1.6.
Yeah, and even into like 2019.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
So, Cryptic, a nice opening. That P250 has connected on Alicia's peak, and same onto Grim. It's Freshie that finds him.
Had a lot of Glock practice as Freshie. We know that one for a fact. Henry G, smiling down.
Don't bring it up round one. But yeah, Freshie, I mean, if anything, he's got a couple that's not gone to plan. And Fruit Cup has, however, found another onto JT. Cryptic just looked away, but Halzak didn't clear him. And Complexity's pistol on Anubis going by the wayside. Nothing really for Floppy and Halzak in this one. The two dual Berettas, get nothing done. They haven't even got the chance to fire their pistols as this suspicious-looking waterfall has achieved nothing other than looking cool.
Now, look, guys, if we block that little window, Halzak won't be able to retake.
Yes, it's all part of their plan.
Watch it pay off right here. Darty about to smoke Halzak.
It's going to hit him with that left-right good night. Halzak just looking for exits at this point, trying to keep his Kev as well would be in his best interest. Instead, he gets nothing done.
It's ugly.
It's not pretty. And you can see, look at that, you can see there's already energy flowing, Slight there, G'ing up the boys.
Do you know what was entertaining before we got into the game was the pleasantries being exchanged by each other.
Yeah, I did like that.
Complexity were very good boys. Obviously, we know that because Graham Messioso Pitt is in charge over there, and they were all in the server. Plenty of time. And, well, the question was asked to Boss, you all joined the server at the same time to avoid being spawn trapped. And they said, yeah, we did.
And Halzak said, I respect it.
So some respect being shown either way. CT side force buy. Don't hate this one as much as the T side force buy, especially without that plant. MP9s are plenty. Scout for Halzak.
They start completely absent on A. It's Understandable choice, given the force buy. You want to try and hedge your bets.
You see what's curious, though, about this start from Boss, and I understand that you are up here. I want to see if this continues into the rifle rounds, because something that underdog teams can get away with, or sometimes when you see them having victories over teams, Yanko said they played 20 times, you could see Boss not even beating them once, right? So just to set the kind of contrast there for everybody, is momentum-based calling, right? Is to be forcing the CTs into these different positions, and you're having these nice pace changes. It's so tempered from the pistol to this anti-eco. We've had 55 seconds transpire, not a single bit of damage being done either way. But also Boss with no information. So this is where it becomes scary. If they execute into a stack, which they are, things could go very wrong.
There's definitely a possibility. Long range, and Galil favored in that exchange. Grim, close quarters, ready with his MP9. They are in the right place. What a clear! Cryptic was ready. Halzuk leaves his safety of his pillar. And this, despite walking into the Lion's Den, now they're wearing their hide as a cape. Okay, flying high. Oh, Boss, they take that one comfortably. Just the one casualty up against the force buy, despite walking into 4 of them.
Now, that's a round as an in-game leader where you go, look, I wouldn't say that we got lucky, but we called into the stack and still won the round.
Shout out to Cryptic.
So,
Shout out to Cryptic.
That's one of those rounds where you're definitely feeling good just because you only take one casualty. But in terms of the stat complexity, you had read that situation, or at least gambled correctly. Now they're going to have to take a eco. We've seen some upgraded pistols, P250, a couple of flashes, smoke in the mix, but Boss, I am considering another tempered start from them.
Smoke, middle, flash, A main, push! That's a nade. I love that. Wow, counter nade towards camera. As Grim's lining himself up for that flashbang to get him out A main late, trying to catch a timing onto Darty. Still rugs.
They're so safe, though. Look at it.
Yeah, and if anything, Cryptic's going to distract him with this sexy new Galil. Really one of my favourites from the new collection. And no, Darty gets to activate, running down Elige. Yeah, overlooks the corner and is punished. Elige has got the aim to back it up with that P250. Only a Mach 10 recovered, and JT with a P2000 to defend the B site. Not gone well.
Get him, Fruit Cup.
Fruit Cup X. It just sounds like a... Excuse me, this is a niche reference.
Here we go.
It sounds like he plays World of Warcraft Arena.
Okay.
Fruit Cup X. It's almost like Fruit Cup QT. He sounds like he's like a warlock.
Okay.
He sounds like a warlock.
Not a druid.
Oh, a druid could be a good Fruit Cup name. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
And Fruit Cup in bear form.
Yeah. Oh,
Lance
okay.
Stun.
Okay.
It's the Ice Frost Wizard potion.
Oh, you were doing so well. You were doing really well.
Yeah, I'm not so
bear
good.
form? That really caught me off guard.
Not really so good with the wizards and pixies.
Went to the library the other day.
Sure, it was
Believe
quiet.
it or not. Yeah, no, I did, yeah. And asked the librarian if they had any books on Pavlov's dog and Schrodinger's cat. She said it rings a bell. I'm not sure if we have it or not.
I should have known it was a joke when you said you went to a library.
Yeah, you should have, really.
Yeah. The fact I humoured that for as long as I did.
Appreciate you. Okay.
Now, look, Alex, Elige scavenged a Mach 10, and he's actually going to continue to wield said Mach 10.
And I suspect that that's going to be in the favour of Boss up against AKs and Galil.
Unless they use it aggressively. Right now, Elige is just donating some util. He's also playing close bids, so actually being able to close down some of these positions. Smoke's, well, not landed where you'd have hoped. And again, this passive default stance, really quite ready. If you take a look at the radar for B pushes, they've started 2 players outside B each time. You can see this setup.
Yeah.
So ready, and they're also ready for the Halzerg AWP peek out B main. So Boss have geeked out on their prep for this. They're not going to play or dance with the devil regarding any complexity early aggressions with a static stance like this.
Which, I mean, to their credit, has led to a real rifling of their utility. That is what? The penultimate smoke? No, there's 2 left, excuse me. Grim and JT both equipped, but still early days and early util fades. Elige, that Mach 10, he is going to have to take some close quarter engagements, does clear out mid, says nothing early, but that's just the Boss way. They're keeping it slow, they're keeping it methodical.
Yeah, precisely. There's been no pressure across the map at all. Complexity, you're going to be questioning where this hit's going to manifest. Well, pressure towards B,
This
now
is smart.
mounting.
Elige is already on the way.
It's a B fake. It's a B
ahead
fake.
of the curve, and yeah, B fake through mid is the play.
A split.
they've got Alicia's rotated off mid.
Halzer's AWP could be the difference
I wonder
maker.
if this is a tendency, but the fact that they're just walking straight through mid on contact.
No one's looking
There's
camera.
no warning. There's no warning whatsoever.
No one's looking camera.
It's a gap. We knew it's a gap. Elish said. He said, mid's open, guys. Be careful mid. Yeah, Floppy knows. Yeah, this is awkward. This is so uncomfortable for the A anchor. And Halzerk, what are you supposed to do? AWP getting overwhelmed here. Just the one frag, and Boss take the first gun. Outstanding Counter-Strike coming out. Loved it. Simple. Default into a contact mid, and it works. It works flawlessly.
Yeah, I don't think you can give this one a go. Elige hanging around maybe to see if he can find an upgrade, but the likes of Grim and JT should hold on to what they've got. But fishing right now, rods in the water, waiting to see if they get a bit of a bite. There's a kit to go for the retake if someone oversteps the mark from Boss. Well, it's Elige who oversteps said mark, and that save will continue as expected. This is a fantastic beginning. We've had a pistol round and a anti-eco both finish towards B. The eco round from Complexity was then throwing aggression on the CT side into the mix, and now a B fake into an A split. Now, I know I mentioned, you're getting things done. You can be quite pacey regarding the changes and how you get it done as an underdog team, and but they're still doing that, but just in a slower fashion.
Question, Professor. When a team is playing this slow default where it's unlikely you see anything in the first 30, 45, what is the punish? Is the punish just holding on?
Hold on to your util for longer, but this is where you might get popped upon, right? Yeah. So you're setting up, you're waiting, you're going to hold on to your util, you're going to be a little bit more resilient with it. But if Boss find a good call and then pop from there, then you get punished for not using your util as part of the early block.
And that's the conditioning mind game.
Are they going to go for this boost? Because this time round, right, they're not actually set up with the two players. It's a bit more mid-pressure. And I guess the shallow mid-smoke is part of Boss's plan.
They're taking B main.
Yeah, so this boost is what they were ready for last round.
And he's pre-aiming it. Ooh, nice from Halzerk. Wins the AWP head-to-head. Slight down. Opening kill goes Complexity's way. Elige maintains mid-control. Incendiary now burned. Re-aggressing. Flash. Good work. Fully blind was Freshy. Gets away with his life. But this is nice. Proactive CT side from Complexity. They're starting to find the recipe for success.
And it does look like a B finish is on the docket as we do have Cryptic close towards Con.
That's a really hard smoke to walk through. I mean, it gives them nothing.
But still enough utility for a B execute. Fruit Cup and Darty with smokes. Could go Temple on left side site. Molly's available as well. If you want to go close pillar, platform over towards the ninja position where Grim finds himself.
It's hard to Molly Glyph when Grim is so active here.
They go on contact.
He's ready for this biff. Reaction, flash, underhand and jump. They're into the site. Grim has a go. Grim finds Darty. JT down on Dart. This is awkward. Elige has been overlooked. A double kill. Fruit Cup finds him, but it's not enough. Grim and Elige with the multi-kill.
Wow, that is so fortunate for Elige because Cryptic wants to help out towards site side. I think he heard Elige drop, but didn't expect him to push through the smoke in that fashion. Oh, that's tough, but massive work from Elige, and that comes down to the Halzerk opener number advantage converted, and that was something that Des touched on. Complexity with number advantages not converting, 5v4s, but Yanko even said 5v3s, 5v2s. Well, they've gotten going. Still money for a Boss buy. A little bit of residual depending on plants and saves, so we'll keep our eyes on how this one shapes up. This time round, Halzerk ready for the boost. Will be smoked off again.
Halzerk's opener in the last, compounding into a round. Takes the AWP elsewhere to try and do the same. Still that slow default. Can't help but feel there's definitely opportunities for Darty to start testing Floppy as well towards A main. Once that smoke fades, it's going to be a head-to-head. I would be intrigued to see how he fares. Elige active in middle once more. And by throwing that smoke as well, it keeps the Canal player Cryptic on stairs just hyper aware of that potential window aggression. He's already found the double kill with the last mid push.
Boss have limited options with this round other than a rotation back through canals towards connector. They've left no B lurk, and Complexity have stacked over towards A now with 3 players.
This is ballsy though to be re-aggressing. Halzerk catches Cryptic, cycling his nades, a quick scope for a second. Takes down Darty, comfortable for Cole, and Halzerk impact reverberates through the server.
And now the pace change is going to seem obvious. Can Slight hold on to the AWP? Scope potentially heard up towards Rugs.
Lovely jubbly.
They're going to try and close this down on him. You can see Elige starting to poke his nose out of main. So Slight having to be worried on all fronts. That should now enable the push from Grim, and if he can get across towards T-Spawn, there's a chance, but now he's noted. They're going to run him down. They want to take this AWP away. More bodies being thrown at the problem as Slight wants to hold on to this with his life. After time would be miserable.
Yeah, and it's so brave to like fake the steps that he's gone T-Spawn and stick around rugs. If anyone, like even if they just don't expect him and start jumping up, it's still awkward. He's got 5 seconds to live. No one's coming up, and he gets away with his AWP. I mean, that's something to celebrate. Should mean that they have a relatively full buy.
Yeah, Cryptic and Freshie will have no problems. Fruit Cup with 6.7 to his name. It's Darty is the biggest question mark. I think he could get a delivery.
Look at this second shot, bro. This is dreamy. Bang!
Yeah, beautiful. That's what you need. Halzerg with 2 impactful rounds in a row. But Complexity have gotten the read on Boss in these last 2. And now it feels a little bit too late for that pace change, because what would you expect next, right? Because they've done this quite slow, crawling default. Now, if I'm Cole, I'm thinking, okay, there has to be something with a little bit more aggression. TC on one side, Ward on the other. Conversations being had.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like there was a moment where pace change was the perfect call.
Yeah.
Now that's the first thing I'm saying to my boys is be ready for something poppy.
So do you just stick to it and try and grind this out on the T side? Obviously looking for the lion's share of your rounds here, Boss, on the T half.
And for Halzerg, I can't help but feel these last 2 rounds have been very affirming for him. It's going to put him in a good headspace to continue to set Cole up for success. The fact that you gambled on A early, they come your way, you leave with 3. The round before, boosted up, and it finds the opening kill that leads to your first round. I mean, those are really big rounds for Halzerg as an individual.
You see, that smoke in middle is so annoying for Elige because it's shy of landing within the window. Right, he has to worry about the potential for the slip through the doors or to come through that smoke, and it could be with a flash combo, could be with a molly combo.
It almost forces him to ask for a second pair of hands.
It does seem like, so you can see he's just had to use that molly to clear out door side. Now he can flash and fight middle, right? But it feels like such a risk for Boss to try and go for that. Alicia's now noted the temple side smoke.
Interesting. Same lineup as it's always been.
He will have support from Halzerg, right? Whether Halzerg takes contact first or Elige bops up and then Halzerg tries to come over, but there is support.
I mean, a lot of players call that position Elige, and for good reason. He is going to peace out, though.
They're through door side.
Oh, that's an overextension. Halzerg's lucky to get away with his life. Puts Freshie on notice with a P2K to the head, but Elige finds Freshie in down. Fruit Cup trade. Floppy needs the double, and it's massive from Floppy. A turgid hold of the A site.
And another save.
Fruit Cup and Slight, yeah, going to have once again to play Save Simulator. Not my favourite mod.
No, no one's really. Wish they'd patch that out of the next version of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's a tough game.
Look, as far as the X's and the O's go and the geek level, understandable. As far as the entertainment.
But we've got retakes, we've got executes.
That's true. Oh, you want a mod for saving? A save mod.
Yeah, one guy.
Wow.
Versus 5.
You find Jame in there every day.
Absolutely redundant and pointless, but people would enjoy it.
Refrag going to have that next.
You just spawn your rugs and there's 5 people.
Presenting our new mod. Save.
It's like, it's like a kind of zombie mod. Twist on zombie mod. Hunt down the survivor. Okay, well, Cole, 3 in a row and humbling Boss. Those saved weapons are going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting here. No Kevlar really besides Darty. And the saved rifles. Halzerg, is he really fancying chances in the head-to-head? That's a one that's whistled past the hips.
Now they're using the smoke.
Now they use it to advance through door side.
So this could happen quick.
Yeah. I'm intrigued to see how Halzerg approaches this. He is going to think twice about standing his ground. He'll hold a more passive line for info.
Slight outside of B. Is this going to be a B split? Are they going to try and force through Temple?
I mean, Elige's jail, so you're not ready. Oh, unless he peeks! Doesn't matter. Oh, that's a tough one for Slight. He got given a real opportunity, but Elige just too damn quick on the trigger. And now Halzerg under scrutiny. Rotation on the way. Can he delay? Doing his best. P2K. Nice headshot onto Freshie. And a spray from Floppy goes awry. It has led to a bomb plant. Post plant set up for success. Cryptic scavenges away the Norwegian Zorp and puts it to good use. He's low HP. Double kill from Cryptic. High impact frags. Elige goes down on the retake as well. Complexity crumble. Just the saved weapons and Tech 9s break in. They needed a bit more support perhaps from Temple's side. I can't believe that's gone so comfortably, so well, and Slight got nothing done either, so...
I think the one positive to his death is it showed them where Elige was.
Fair.
So they knew Halzerk's AWP was mid. They now know that Elige, out of position playing with the B stack, Floppy A anchor.
So you assume, yeah, 2A,
if
let's go.
If you overrun the AWP, you just have to deal with Floppy.
You're laughing.
And Halzerk missed 3 shots within that round.
Cryptic. Okay, yeah.
Cryptic had no ammo in the Tech 9 at that point, right? He was just jousting towards camera.
As someone that's tried to be an A anchor, that position for, like, I've been there so many times where mid we have no answers mid, our mid player's gone somewhere else. And as an AWPer holding camera, as soon as you miss that first shot, it's really awkward. You don't know about main unless you're pushing main. Floppy's in the open.
And that's the thing. You know that you're probably up against a lighter buy. So do we want to play aggressive in A main against Tech 9s? Right? So there's a lot of questions to be had. As Slight's AWP back out, we'd love to see him start finding some success. And this time, aggression.
This is good. This is good. JT's jiggling and a freebie. An opening onto JT. Takes down the leader of Colt and Grim is alone. Elige activates. He's done it once. But this time, Darty was ready. Trade is there from Cryptic. Impressive that Elige even gets one. Grim's getting aggressive. Flash push the smoke. Lovely find. Isolates Fruit Cup. And now we've got an interesting state of affairs. A boost over the smoke. That looks like it could find an angle. The jump doesn't reveal him, and so Bomb can go down safely. Freshie punches in the code, a 3v3. This is all to play for still. Edge towards boss, perhaps. Awkward retake now. Still on the site. And that's a free frag for Slight. He opened up this bomb site, and now he might very well close it down. Do you keep going? Floppy is. Halzerk's trapped on the site and still there with his AWP. He ain't getting out of this one.
Oh, he might be out of back.
Or is he?
Hide and seek. Did Freshie spot him?
Oh, he's in trouble. Yeah, nice try, I suppose. He had the kit, had the smoke, hoped he'd been overlooked, but I think spotted out. And 6 now on this T side of Anubis.
There's 2 things to keep in mind with that scoreline, right? One is it's Anubis T side. So if we were talking about, 2 comparable teams, I think you'd be looking for 7 or 8 rounds if you're on the T side. So they're not far off of that, and they have a great opportunity to do so as Complexity will call their first tactical timeout. The other side of this is they are going up against Cole, a team who should be so much better than them, right? This is a full North American... Well, actually, no, it's not. It's got a Norwegian and a South African. But this is a North American team of some variety. I guess if you want, you can even call Liquid and Wildcard that. Who play against the best opposition. They're a salaried team. Dust pointed it out on the desk. The only team in all of the RMRs competing without any form of support is Boss. So this team here, they're just... 6 dudes.
They're grinders, right?
Like 6 dudes. They got a jersey.
Yep.
Right? So there's something for them. But as far as it goes, these are just a couple of guys playing Counter-Strike.
Exactly. Which is, that's the foundation. That is the foundation of how Counter-Strike got
wet
here.
Dream.
It is. It is. And look at them go. Understandably, up against what most consider to be a shoo-in for the Americas RMR to make it to the major in Shanghai. I mean, they're already in Shanghai. How do I frame this?
I'm not sure. To make it to the coveted stage.
To make it to the perfect world major. Full stop.
Full stop.
End it there, because they're in Shanghai.
To be in the top 24 teams.
Of the perfect world major.
Yeah.
Full stop. Okay. Glad we worked that one out. Chad, you always tell me about double molly mid takes and how good they are. Why is no one... They haven't done it once.
Yeah.
Is it because they're scared of Elige?
I don't know. I just think the pace, they know that a fight is going to come their way.
Slight, this time no boost. He pulls the trigger on the flash. Fair play. Fair play. Peeking it is crazy, but jumping, spotting it is even more so. Okay. Yeah, double swing. JT removes the Canal's opposition. Cryptic's gone.
Interesting to see Complexity go for the buy in this round as well, right? Of course, they brought out the AWP. There's M4s in the mix, but it's MP9s to complement that. The fact that they have this opener, let's see how they hold on. Time's starting to become the biggest ally for Cole, 35. A resmoke from JT right now would be perfect.
Brilliant. I mean, I think this is JT's revenge after the AWP punished him on the jiggle last time.
Well, they're going to go with 10 seconds left?
Walking through this smoke is a death trap. Freshie and Darty, you better nail this. Here they come. And, ooh, Darty with a transfer. How's he done that? He makes it slightly realistic, but with 14 seconds, you just mollied yourself. And Darty goes down. A valiant attempt, no time. Bomb needs to be picked up, 5 seconds, no chance to win the round. Fruit Cup runs past him, ships in the night, T's in the smoke. And preserving his AK-47. Man, this game's got some action, for sure.
I'd love to see that Darty second if we could.
Yeah, that looked ridiculous.
Beautiful, didn't it? So JT opener that stalls them out. He grabs another for his troubles. Flicked it. Okay.
That molly. He was trying to molly Glyph. He just whiffed it.
Yeah, with the time pressure in that environment as well. But Complexity, they're not out of trouble just yet. 4 rounds, CT side, more than workable. They can win the game from this point.
Yeah.
But it was more the buy that I was referencing. Elige operating with an MP9. Aggression.
Oh, I love it.
Noisy in the water.
This is a very aggressive setup now. Look at this.
Oh, the lurk smoke.
Yeah, JT, he has one gap. They don't know about Darkside. Freshie hasn't cleared jail, and it does lead to the demise of Fruit Cup. Halzak not ready for Freshie and Dark, and that's important. He finds 2, opens up the B site. Elige first to rotate, but an MP9 in Temple. What's he supposed to do? Slight gets that bomb planted. Lovely reaction from Boss. Despite that jail player finding first blood, it's still lovely from Freshie.
You can't be frustrated with JT there if you're Halzak, because that smoke operates by opening more doors. We've even seen Eternal Fire drop another smoke just in front of that one and literally walk a player who lurked towards A, right?
Yeah.
Oh, hold up a second. We might need to focus in. If everything gets ripped away for Cole, it definitely can be that 8-4 half in favor of Boss.
Lovely.
It's an MP9. Elige was already showing some of his classic signs of frustrations. Now it's Floppy. They know he's traditionally the A anchor. They just need to find him. And they will. Big round from Darty and Freshie. Freshie's double to get things going. Darty's to close it down.
Love the framing of the lurk smoke opening more doors. I mean, it does force either a third player or no one holding dark. I mean, you have to acknowledge that there's two exits to that smoke. 3 if you include the middle of it.
And JT's done what you'd expect a player to do, which is play close to deal with one of those potential gaps. It's like the B lurk smoke on Dust 2, but much harder to deal with. B bomb site's a cruel mistress as the final round, first half Complexity, working with MP9s and pistols. Good luck.
Yeah, these are the rounds, though, where you'd expect a team like Complexity to have a good fighter's chance. Good flash, aggression in, Darty down, Cryptic controls the spray, finds Elige, Grim's on jail, cleared out nicely, nothing for JT here. His Deagle and a dream, and down. Halzak remains, and an 8-4 half has taken shape for Boss. I mean, par for the course in 2 comparable teams, as you said. But for Boss, I mean, it's certainly enough to work with coming into their CT side. It's going to be interesting to see how their CT side fares against a well-drilled squad like Cole.
And the approach, I think, the fact that they've come in and they've played such a tempered, slow default approach to deal with Complexity's aggressions, I think it's thrown them for a bit of a loop. One of the keys I wanted to just make sure we brought up again was how prepared they were for moves. I understand that Halzak got away with that B aggressive boost later, but the round prior, they were literally scoped up ready for it. So they knew what type of moves that Complexity were going to be throwing their way on the map of Anubis. We're talking an 8-4 half with the pistol round going in favor of Boss. Complexity going to need to do the same if they want to start the dialogue about bringing this one back. Warden has a minute worth of time now just to set the scene. You get this pistol round, you make sure the bomb doesn't go down for Complexity, and you are so damn close. I can't believe I'm saying it, for Boss to be 2-0 after day 1. We've had upsets for Liquid and Furia to start off the day. This would be Complexity dropping down to the 1-1 bucket, which is where I assume we are going to see the likes of Liquid and Furia, because they're going up against KRÜ and Case, and those are games that they should be winning every day of the week.
Okay, well, strong start, compulsory for Cole into the second half. Credit to Cryptic, he definitely put a good shift in that first half, some impact on the Tech 9 as well as on the defaults containing any A aggressions. This pistol is going to be very telling as to what kind of second half we're in for. So dual Berettas a priority. 2 pairs on the armored Freshie and Fruit Cup. And the call is B. Rare to see a full all-in on B in these pistol rounds.
Where's the util being used for? Temple Smoke, Flash, go.
Dual Beretta is not going to be perfect for this kind of dark fight, but there's 2 of them. This might be easy to overlook. A second, nope, never mind. 2 Glock headshots and round over.
Well, there's a kit. There's a smoke in a kit.
Hang on.
And Cole have been having a tough time.
Yeah, I mean, yes, these are the rounds Yanko said they can't afford to lose and have been historically. Flash to get them across. Elige, Anti, and Vision present. Takes down Darty comfortably. Elige looking for 3 and clean. Mobs them up. Complexity starts strong on their T campaign.
All right, well, I think we've done a good job of keeping it realistic in the sense it was an impressive half from Boss. We like the approach they were coming with, but as far as rounds are concerned on a map like Anubis, both teams can work with the scoreline ahead of them, and Complexity know that. This is where they need to really switch that mental on, because the opportunity for them to bounce back into this game lickety-split, you watch how quick this is going to happen.
Throughout our first half commentary, we discussed how nightmarish it can be to anchor A and how difficult it can be to defend B. I mean, that's why the CT side, that's why we're saying 8-4 par for the course. This is not a comfortable half of Counter-Strike, especially when you're up against a team with moves, with regimented approach, and with also, I suspect, a penchant for a bit of disrespect. By disrespect, I just mean they're going to back themselves in aim duels. They'll take some space. This is a real comfortable T sign for Cole. And an aggressive A flash, this could catch Floppy. It would be exciting. And it is. A team kill. Slight takes down Freshie, but the rifle is theirs. Oh my god. Cryptic! He's got 2 with the USP! That's ridiculous.
The bomb can get out. The bomb can still get towards B.
Go B. ASAP. Grim screaming.
Yeah, but he's so worried to drop because they already pushed out towards A main. That information is flowing. Guns are going to get picked up.
2 AK. Oh, sorry, AK Galil. Cryptic still beat, so they'll get the post plant set up. No kit, obviously.
Oh, they're worried about everything.
Yeah,
the map is a mystery for Cole.
I mean, this could still go wrong. It still favors Cole, but it can still go wrong. Crazy to find 3 on this round. Can they find any more? Grim, set for success. Cryptic, an easy frag. I say that wasn't the headshot I was expecting, but Grim, he'll get 2. Halzak puts the cherry on top. Onto Fruit Cup.
That would have been it.
Oh, yeah.
We know Complexity is mental. That would have gone down the absolute drain if they lost that round. And I don't understand the decision to commit towards A after the information. I know that Floppy was flashed, but you know that there was 2 players because they TK'd, and you know that there was a 3rd because somebody threw a flash.
Right. And where's that flash guy going to be throwing it from? Oh, heaven, storage.
Right. So the fact that they do so much damage, Boss, you put Complexity in a tough spot.
Damn, Cryptic really gave them something to work with there. Still, it's time for the guns. Now we'll see if they can do it when they have got a bit more of a fair fight. Fruit Cup, our dark player. Keep your eyes on his test here with JT. JT, as we know, was having a bit of a rough shake of the stick on his CT side and dark.
Just look at how they've been able to level this out, though, Alex. The fact that there's 3 Galils in the mix in the first rifle rounds, right? Traditionally, that would happen maybe if they were saved from the second round, but they've had to be invested into.
Darty. Wow, he actually started to wallbang that and adjust the spray. He's got a good understanding of his sprays. We saw it on T side as well.
Oh, no immediate response from Cole. Starting to work on a little bit more territory short. Window smoke, door molly. But nobody close middle, so Slight is actually hedging towards the A site right now. It's going to come down to these B defenders, Fruit Cup and Freshie, to get this done.
Yeah, diligent util, but they have got that clear cooking. Freshie to set Fruit Cup up for vision. Waiting for a sound cue, waiting for their instincts to release it. The T's throw one out themselves. It catches Fruit Cup unawares. Nice work. Good damage onto Elige from that spam. It's still a 4-on-4, but bomb now going down. Halzak punches in the code. And 2 coming in from dark side.
I don't see a kit.
I do see a way. Grim, good find. Gets Cryptic, gets them both. Grim steps up to the plate, delivers. Elige low. Same for Grim. This is still awkward. This is still highly uncomfortable, especially now the smoke comes in. Grim still finds another. And now onto the defuse. Light. Oh, he's done it! Catches Elige on the jump spot. His earlier damage converted, and Cole cannot hold on.
Did Elige shoot and then jump? Or did he jump and then
I think
shoot?
He jumped then shot. But either way, Slight quick to react to that jump information. I want to see that again if we can.
So this was the opener. Great work from Darty. JT swung out from Platt. Grim does a really good job here with the Galil. Fantastic from him. JT's actually gone wide. Try to give himself a bit more of an off angle as opposed to hard clear. So he's sitting, spots him, and then,
Oh, wow. That's massive. Yeah, look. Oh, the room is full of fire. They know how good that feels. They know how much that means.
But think about it. The damage they did on the eco, and then that was the first rifle round. Complexity with the plant, they get enough to cobble together something. Galil's again, some upgraded pistols, but a conversation, and it's being had by Boss. They know they're in a position to start putting Complexity away. You win this one, it's going to be tough. They only had one player survive as well, but something that goes through the mind. This with these regional type qualifiers that we get, the players on Boss aren't scared of the names of Complexity because they play pugs against each other, right? They live in the same place. They compete in the same tournaments. And if you're ever going to be a competitor, you're going to back yourself.
Oh, absolutely. Especially when you're like a disruptive underdog like you are, like Boss. In your head canon, these guys are overrated, and you're not the underdog.
Not giving us a look. Yeah, not letting us have a slot.
Exactly. You get to kind of prove to them in this game, in this server, that you can hang with the big boys, and they're doing it right now. This round is everything. If Boss can convert this, hit the double digis, break the bank of coal, we are cooking with gas.
Again, mid-pressure from Elige with the same combos. Forced the rotation of Slight, who was at B. He's now headed all the way back through spawn to sort out A, and it's going to be a B pop. Again, the same defense. Fruit Cup and Freshie have to stop them.
Oh, he commits to the spray. He just stands and bangs, and it is going to cost him his life.
They're blocked for now. Rotation can hustle on over.
Good nade. Chips further away at Halzak. Fruit Cup, no nades. Going to have to be his bullets here. JT crosses through, trying to make some space. Does go down. Comfortable from Fruit Cup. Elijah there for the double. Ooh, and Darty, long range with the MP9, is contributing nicely. Cryptic's quick
Another
to trade,
clutch.
and it is a 1v1. Can he do it? Cryptic! Oh! 20 points of health in it. Floppy will save Complexity from red faces and an awkward best-of-1 result.
Whew, all right, both teams throwing some big punches.
Yeah, that would have been the first nail. That's massive from Floppy. He's given him a little lifeline there. Whether it's 50-50 or phone a friend.
What was the third lifeline?
Ask the audience.
Oh, you're never doing that.
No, why would
They'd be on the show if they were...
Yeah. Well, there was that one guy that had the audience helping him out. That was a whole controversy. Controversy? Controversy. Controversy.
You say potato, I say potato.
And I say tomato. Ooh, good flash onto Fruit Cup close. He knows exactly where you are. Ooh,
I've got something for you. I've got something for you.
What have you got?
Playtime's over. Fruit Cup ate your lunch. Something like that.
Yeah,
you
kind
know,
of schoolyard energy.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
So when he wins the clutch to get 13 for him.
Yeah, okay.
You've
I'll
got
say it and everyone will be really impressed.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. Nice. Steals your lunch. Yeah, well, I mean, Boss and Complexity now with just one round to separate them. That T-side advantage is still being felt, despite some close call. 2 rounds have gone down to 1v1s. Carl have prevailed in both. This is different. JT's calling his boys to a more of an A-lean to start. Dark, testing. Brave, Cryptic gets JT. Fruit Cup gone.
I like Cryptic's confidence in a lot of these fights as well. He's not backing down.
Yeah, I mean, the fact he's still jiggling this, he knows there's no AWP, I suppose.
He's pinned now.
Yeah, got him locked in.
Fresh, you could bail him out with a B block smoke.
They've just thrown smoke dark, though. Instead, they just stand and bang. Freshy's not shy either. Like, that's a head-to-head with Elige that he's just willing to take and does convert. Awkward now for Cole. Like, really uncomfortable. Floppy's making his way with very low HP. Darty activates.
On the fade.
Yeah, this is a hard fight. Halzak gets the info. Controls his taps. Good, clear. Cryptic, he's active, he's aware, and he's not shy. He's got the confidence. You're seeing it in all of the boss members. Look at that. You're not breaking through that. We know where you are. Halzak, 10 HP. I think a dink came in from Darty, or it's at least some chip damage. And no way in. Cryptic, another multi-kill round. 16 frags for Cryptic, top of the tables, but it's a team effort. Everyone in the double digits. Darty 14, Fruit Cup, unlucky number, at least for some.
Yeah, it's felt like everybody's had some good moments for Boss so far.
I really like their proactivity. I mean, we always talk about how you have to, it's a necessity to have a successful CT side is confidence and proactivity. We're seeing both from Boss.
Second tactical timeout called from Cole. Last chance, well, not last chance, but feels like a game could be heading that way quite quickly, doesn't it? A chance for TC to try and do some damage control. I think one of the big criticisms about this format, and it carries across in towards the Major as well, is the best of ones, and now that we're in MR12. But when you're looking at this game in isolation, well, there's clutches in the mix, sure, but we're talking about the type of CS that we're seeing. They're not getting it done in like a coin-tossy manner or anything along those lines. There's some good approaches. There's an idea to everything that they're doing. The T side was reserved. It was very considered. So you have to be, I guess, excited by what Boss are offering, considering the circumstances. So good stuff to Boss, regardless of the outcome.
Oh, we're getting a B flash straight off the gates, I guess, just to try and force out early util. Freshies threw that out. Lurk Smoke and Dark Smoke. Early doors.
I just feel because of the nature of this half, how many full gun rounds have we seen? It doesn't feel like a lot. And when I say full gun rounds, that doesn't just mean the rifles in your hands. That means all the utility, because the utility is how you make moves. There's a bit of a gap in this smoke.
You might just go for like a timing shot. Oh, even better. A HE clear, but safe from it. Floppy and JT occupy main. And Slight silently slinks away. Plays a fullback angle towards Tarp.
I do love how quickly they'd pieced that together, though. Like, it was straight. They knew that was going to be the option.
Is he? Yeah, he's just going to hold close. Okay. Well, he seems like destined for one. He has Darty to try and finish off the rest of the play for Killer.
Problem.
Cryptic is spotting. Oh, that's a deep camera smoke. He just has to let them have that. Concedes middle, forces a reaction. Freshie has to acknowledge the temple slip. Oh, this is it. This is the fight. This is the head-to-head, and Darty gets them both. A double from Darty. Through cam pressure from Elige. It's felt. Swung from heaven. Darty in a lot of trouble. Freshie pushing the smoke. Audacious maneuver. Puts Fruit Cup into a 1v2. Clutches have gone complexity's way. Can Fruit Cup deviate from the norm?
Bomb has been planted.
Elige's first target. Can't isolate, can't control the spray. Elige pulls it across the line, keeps it a one-round game. Halzak and Elige, 2 frags apiece. I thought Darty's double had set them up for victory there.
It felt like he had done a lot as well, and then even got time to get the Molotov off in towards the site, which meant they were a bit more displaced and in the open when that Freshie push came through the smoke. But Fruit Cup was a little bit more detached. So this is a great double. You've completely removed the pressure of one component, but they tried to play the number advantage, tried to help out that of Cryptic over towards the camera smoke, and it's all fallen apart as it will just have to be the eco for Boss. Well, they were pretty threatening in the earlier eco, remember?
Yeah.
The A main push,
That's
and then Cryptic with a double USB kill. This time round, wrong site.
Yeah, which it seems like Col have kind of called their bluff.
Should be the Heaven Smoke and Molly site combo from that Halzak position. A Bricks Molly from JT. This is beautiful. Textbook as far as an execute's concerned. And just look for exits. Right, see if you can do damage and grab yourself an AK to carry through to the next if you are Boss. I was just checking to see if they had a smoke and a kit. Remember that Spirit round where they all came through Heaven and waited for them to exit main and ran in and smoke defused? I don't even know if there's a smoke, but they definitely all came out Heaven.
But it's probably, you know, something that manifested through a review period where they're like, oh, we're all waiting here. And you add $600. If we just had a smoke and a kit, that actually becomes something quite potent, quite threatening, despite Anubis's bomb radius being microscopic, you know, in comparison to other maps.
Sure. All right, well, third tactical timeout called now from Boss. And back and forth we've gone.
Where's the finances at? I mean, that was an eco, so how bad is it coming into this one?
Their buys shouldn't have too many problems.
Okay. No AWP or...
I think just slightly off on utility.
Okay.
Right? Because Slight has enough to go for AWP armor, so that won't be a problem for him. It's just, right now, for example, Freshie's bought in with an M4, but no incendiary, right? So some block utility likely to be lacking across the board.
But is it safe to assume that for the CT side, they have to have some sort of opening move like Complexity had. Are we boosting main? Are we going to a main? Are we doing are we giving them middle? Are we taking...
Definitely when you compare and contrast the halves, Complexity had more ideas looking for opening fights.
Yeah.
So I think that Boss would need to turn to something like that, but that's where the problem with depth in playbook or comfort going for those fights, you can't just sit on the site in this static manner and hope that you gamble correctly. You're running out of rounds.
So you start 3B, you flash B main, but you actually play double dark, and Halzerk is posted for this. Nade's good, fantastic. Oh, he's in trouble. He missed his AWP shot. Floppy takes a lick. Halzerk and Floppy with what, 55 points of health combined? Not comfortable.
Well, they didn't get the space, but they got some damage. So let's see how that manifests into the round as Halzerk slips up through water, going to peer in towards Con. Molly to be sure.
That's very diligent. Cryptic's pieced out. He's gambled A. Ooh, look at the flame. Can't do
They
many
have
more
no
of
info.
those. He's got
Boss
9
have no
HP.
info. This is like playing Inferno with no banana or no top mid control.
Just in the dark.
Yeah.
And now they commit into B, and you've just at the back of the site. Oh, the flash is good. It does force them back. Grim finds a safe haven on the pillar. Quick adjustment from Fruit Cup. Can't find it. Grim with the double. And Complexity to take the lead.
Has to be a save. Boss, you can't go for this one.
They are.
You can't give this one a look, boys. Hang around, see if you find anything, but don't overstep the mark.
No kit either. Like, this is a done deal.
Oh, we're starting to see the differences.
What are you doing, boys? Good walk. Darty down. Halzerk finds him. Takes down the AWPer at least. Cryptic trying to piece out safely. And just in the nick of time around the corner.
Yeah, you were bang on in terms of what they need, an aggressive opening maneuver, but they'd already gone for that connector play before. They sure did a decent amount of damage, but it's not an all-in, right? It's just a look for a kill, which is fine. But you'd want to try and enable the AWP like we saw Complexity doing.
Yeah.
Maybe Slight doesn't have the same... Oh, yeah.
Ooh, that's a nasty way to lose out on the rifle.
So if they saved, right, the 2 rifles, they could have easily dropped because of the loss bonus, and it would have been another full gun round. But this is what I'm talking about, the differences, right? You're seeing the class difference between the 2 level of these teams right now. 8-4 at the half. You know, if you're just looking at the numbers at the top of the screen, you think maybe Complexity are done. They haven't come to play, but that's par for the course for Anubis. And now they're showing just how strong their T side can be. And this is for 12, right? If they had saved those rifles, it would have been... And they force bought in anyway. It's just subpar decision-making.
Yeah, that's something in the review I'm sure they'll be screaming at. I'll tell you what's nice. B's clear, boys. Fruit Cup's already pushed. Calls it clear. They can hedge their bets. We need to have someone ready on A to help Darty as he's going to get flashed out. Double molly, no on pillar for sure. Cryptic, he's about to be exposed. Still pulls the trigger, controls the spray, gets away, makes it a 4v4. Massive from Cryptic. They're continuing to push, forcing the issue into Freshy. Cryptic next victim. Elysian Grim refusing to surrender. This is brave from Slight on the repeat. 20 HP. Bomb planted. Molly limits his options. No kit. They want to give it a look in. They want to just poke the nose in, of course. I mean, this is for 12. Molly looks good for pillar. Alicia's going to be forced into... Oh, he's not going to be forced into the open after all. Fruit Cup should have an eyes onto JT, but he's not spotted him out, and now nothing for him. Just save the AWP if you can.
At this point, I'd just like to see him go for it, but he would have had to get a wriggle on, right? And the fact that, yeah, you bang on, he's just going to save that AWP. Lost bonus about to be injected again, but that's 12 for Complexity. They have seemingly weathered the storm of Boss.
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think that they had moments, Boss, to be able to string consecutive rounds together. They just weren't able to pull it off. Now, not done just yet. Fruit Cup will retain it. Can drop that across by himself. Slight can drop an M4, so there'll be at least 2 M4s and an AWP into the mix. Cryptic can actually buy M4 Kevlar for himself with 4K. Oh, they're prioritizing U2. Okay. Just 2 M4s, 2 MP9s. Good spawn for Slight if he wanted to jump in towards Connector and have a head-to-head against Halzerk or push out B main. So there's options. There he goes.
And there goes Halzerk. Slight delivers an opening kill. Exactly what Boss needed. Can Darty hold on to A main again? They're actually setting him up for aggression. He's going to run into the whole team and no one's blind. It's a horrible way for Darty to die. Cryptic, they know where you are or where you were through that flash, and they're already swarming into the site. He's overwhelmed, and so are Boss. despite the opening from Slight. Ah, he's found another. Keeps us interested, keeps us locked in.
Bomb's not planted yet. Plenty of util kits in play.
Pushing. Oh, catches Floppy on the plant. Slight has given them a chance to go to the final round of regulation. Elige is not interested. He catches Fruit Cup. They know where Slight was. And now the bomb plant fishtail fakes it out, hoping for an overextension from one of the two of them. And there it is. Slight pushes his toes out. It comes down to this. Oh! And Freshie takes us to the final round. Long range MP9 to finish the job and scavenges away the AWP that started it all.
That's what they've been looking for, the AWP to get activated early within the rounds. He has the spawn, he uses it to great success. The second kill, that was the highlight, but here's the opener. In towards B, Slight hits a banger onto Grim, important, keeps the rounds alive. Again, another smoke push, and a 1v2 for Freshie. They're still in this, they can force overtime.
They have just got their claws on the wall, just fingertip hold. That really came down to everything. Quick pause from Cole. Final one, may as well use it coming into the last round of regulation.
Get it done here and now. Don't let this go to overtime. Don't allow Boss to reset. You can see after the celebration, Slight trying to communicate as quickly as possible to Freshie where the AWP lies.
That's an art form in itself.
Yeah,
yeah, really. The AWP's down on site, and then it's like, what does that mean?
Yeah, where?
What does that mean?
It's a big bomb site.
Here we go, folks. Strap in. What's the call from JT? Does he keep it conservative? Relatively restrained to get out of the starting block. Elige lines up for door smoke. Cryptic forced to relocate.
It's the double mollies. They've been given mid control pretty much every time they'd like it. They just don't know Boss's setups.
Yeah.
But they've started 3B. Most of these rounds, Boss have been hedging.
This feels quite quick. Grim comes in, Slight misses his shot, Trade's not there. Oh, it is! It is in massive capacity! Fruit Cup and Freshie find 4. Halzerk up against it all, a 1 versus 3 for the Norwegian to try and seal the deal, but surely Boss have done enough to take us into overtime. Cryptic holding the smoke push, converts! Another MP9 frag, and Cole forced into overtime with the underdog.
Yeah, I can't believe that. That was the one round that they had 3 players over towards B. A lot of those gun rounds, you just see time and time again, it was like 2 players A,
Absolutely.
and Cryptic was playing over with camera and also hedging on towards that side of the map. And this time round, they were ready. They lose the opener. But Freshie and Fruit Cup, they've been tested throughout. It looked like it was going to be Grim again. He's been waltzing into B with multi-kills.
Let's go. Let's quick download. What are your takeaways? I mean, I haven't watched a lot of Boss. We've just seen 24 rounds.
I'm impressed.
Cryptic.
For where I had them pegged, I'm impressed.
Yeah, no, legit. This is a lovely hand.
Pro League season, right? And it was like, well, thanks for coming. Yeah. See you later.
In and out. Revolving door. Man, the energy must be absolutely electric in that room right now for Boss. It's not done. The job is not done.
And that's what it's all about, right? And this is it. It's a perfect example of an underdog team, how much it means to them, getting fired up, using that momentum, going up against a regional team, some big names.
But also fundamentally sound. Like you said, I think it's not gimmicks, it's not like cheese, it's Counter-Strike.
They look well prepared. That's one of the positives you have if you're a complete unknown. You can almost tailor your game plans to the opponents that you're going up against.
Which, if I'm Cole, I would categorize as cheese, but it's the game.
You take what you got.
It's the game.
You're one of the favorites. You do have a target on your back. That's the way things go.
Here we go. First round of OT. Let's see what we're cooking. Starting off with a more equal division of labor. Cryptic going to support Darcy on A main. Floppy alone in his progressions. Will they go for more, though?
They've rumbled him before.
Yeah, and Darty's won this duel before with the A1, now with an A4. A luxury of overtime. Early util B. Does it force an overreaction? Freshie was piecing out of B, but does rotate back in. Slight has caught Elige. Where was that?
That was middle.
Okay, yeah, Elige goes down on his progression mid.
I think it would have been a clear of the smoke.
Must have been. You can see it was still up there for T-side smoke on window. JT's got con control. That's nice.
Well, they really made sure that would be the case. They did pillar molly as well as dark molly.
JT's about to be cleared. He can easily have found 2 there. Risky maneuver, but this is fine. Freshie finds the trade. So man advantage still held by Boss on this CT side. And don't forget, T-side bias, a CT round in overtime is massive. To get the first, even more! Oh, but you gotta get past Floppy! 2 quick headshots on the transfer. Quick again from Freshie. He delivers nicely, pushing Temple. Smoked off now into the 2v2.
Orb's gonna come through A main.
Yeah, okay. Slight gets his eye to the scope early, so he can have the element of surprise here. Oh, big, important, finds Floppy, humbles him, and now up to Halzerk. Maneuvers into heaven to be safe from main. Cam's still occupied. He's not got any idea as to where Freshie's coming from now. Perhaps a sound cue given. Yep. Halzerk, he can win this. This would be a disruptive 1 versus 2 clutch on the defuse. His back is exposed, and yep, too easy, too comfortable. A nonchalant 1v2 coming in from Halzerk. Look at the plant. It's perfect for the clutch up. Halzerk denies a chance for Boss to get on the CT board early.
I don't know if they needed to go for the sit the first time round, but a big clutch for Halzerk nonetheless. Really has to be credited to Floppy's double. The transfer into the second was a thing of beauty. Here it is again. In case you missed it, sits cryptic on his ass, but Halzerk, Philly's given so much room to work with. Could have been a tap on the bomb, a recalibration. Elige, he's going to sit up in celebration.
That's the plant spot. I mean, like, just to be exposed from bricks and from heaven, it gives him so many opportunities. I mean, you're right about the hold. That really set him up for success. Elige not going to be deterred. He's going to start for an early walk mid.
Cryptic's not expecting this timing.
No, it's a molly instead.
Oh, I guess he is now. There was a flash at the ready for Slight.
Still, I don't know if he's going to be anticipating such an aggressive mid maneuver. Elige burrows in, flash through, massive! Cryptic dead on the reload, and Elige is now noted. Getting the double early is something.
And there's no reaction available for Complexity. Bomb still floating on the back of Grim. It's going to try and come through middle and join up with Elige. Floppy, pressure A main available. Can he be the hero again?
That's the question. That is the question.
Oh, huge miss.
He's going to hate that one. A real opportunity.
They're going B.
Pivoting through. Freshie and Fruit Cup have just pieced out Beach. Yeah, Fruit Cup just penny drops. Boys Temple gap is open.
Still floating back.
Okay.
They're selling the site.
They're playing retake. Wrapping around Temple could be a play. I mean, if I'm Grim and Elige, I'm not worried about Temple so quick. Oh, but they're not even going.
Mid clear.
Hang on. They're taking their sweet time. It's given time for Fruit Cup to be in a very disruptive position.
They're worried about B main push.
Yeah, hang on. Grim. Oh, not the fire of the shot. Penny drops. Elige delivers the headshot. Oh, Fruit Cup had a real opportunity there, but the trigger discipline just not there. Lets a bullet fly, and Elige quick on the knee-jerk reaction. Punishes. Retakes on, though. Still a 3v3. Smoke looks good. Flash even better. Grim will turn it, but Darty not clearing. Goes down to Grim. Elige combines, and it's a perfect second round for Cole. 3 kills in this one from Elige. 25 frags and counting. He is delivering in the capacity we expect.
You can see their complexity. They think there's no way they've completely evacuated the B bomb site. They're worried about the B main push, and just ring around the rosy. The timing not working out for Boss, and well, with 10k in overtime, the final round is going to be MP9s aplenty.
That is hideous, isn't it? After being so close in both of these CT rounds, you just ended up with 5 SMGs to try and post around. We just said it, CT rounds are going to be important. Wow, over flick, way over the mark. And Cryptic's allowed to get away with a frag. Well, Halzerk kind of feeling guilty about the death of Elige there. He had an opportunity. And Freshie, he's got one too. He's holding mid from Canals. Slight can focus his attention here on main. This isn't terrible.
I think the bigger issue is at this moment for Complexity, you just call a hard reset on the round. You can see how spread out they are, so worried about the potential leaks. They know that Canal's an opportunity.
JT's just smoked B. Grim's going to be just sitting here for the rest of the game expecting a re-aggress for info, and the rest can just retool for an A push. Darty is even flirting with some aggression of his own.
If Darty gets one, then you can see Freshie activate.
I like this from Cole. Darty in the dark. Timing is everything on his jiggles. He anticipates close and nails it onto Floppy. Can't find the second. JT trades. Grim activates.
Coming back to B.
And now Freshie. Oh, so much time waiting for his chance. Now Slight picks up the AK. Gets the first. They're off to A. Time is of the essence here for Cole. The faster they can get set up, the harder this is for Slight on the way back in.
Smokes and mollies to block. They'll have plenty of time to set up this post plant.
Low HP on Halzerk, so missing the shot is a death sentence. Has to be a wide swing. And Halzerk catches him walking round the corner. 15 on the board, Cole. Just needing 1 on their defense.
And going to be wiping sweat off the brow after this one. Likely to be joining that 2-0 category. Just 1 round away. And if you're Cole, you have a pretty good idea of what this round is going to look like. A pretty passive stance on the default.
But if you had massive cojones,
you would do a rush.
You wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would. But I don't
That's
think
a
Boss's
crazy
balls
thing
are
to be
that
calling,
big.
man.
I don't think they're that big.
No, that would be like, you know, gravitational pull level of
Precisely.
spheres.
It'd be a planet, or maybe it'd be categorized with Pluto. I'm not sure. But Complexity, they win this 1 round. They join the likes of Nouns and Wildcard, who find themselves in the 2-0 category. Have the draw of matches after all of today's games conclude. And we have Imperial versus MIBR coming up next. That'll be the 4th and final team joining that category of teams.
Sign me up. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, MIBR with Lukowski. It's been more miss than hit for them, but this would be the perfect time to turn things around. Teams looked not too shabby under the leadership of Drop. Elige going to bring out the AWP. And that is pretty good choice of weapon if a team is going to go for a slow default.
Double AWP in. Do you know what double AWP's really bad against?
A rush.
I'm begging.
It ain't happening, Alex.
No, it's not.
Because at this point, their bias is going to be, hey, let's just return to what we were doing.
Yeah.
So Cryptic will be T-stairs.
Slight's about to walk or crouch peek into Elige.
Hello.
And we're off. Slight goes down comfortably.
It is unfortunate to see it crumble in this way. It's like a sandcastle and the waves are slowly just lapping over. You know what's going to happen. The tide's coming in. You can't stop it.
Or a disruptive tourist just ruining a nice sandcastle. Oh!
That was a nutmeg.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Halzerk down. Floppy looks to reaggress. He does swing through. I think he missed the vision on that, but gets the info now. Darty forced to extinguish. Cryptic!
Oh my giddy ass!
Ooh, he's hit a banger there. JT didn't get much of a chance on the second bullet. Cryptic needs to clear out Grim. Nice positioning, but traded.
2v2.
2v2 for all of their hopes and dreams of another double win day. Floppy and Elige with everything they need. Oh, mate, this is not comfortable. I mean, Elige on an AWP is an interesting twist. And the fact that they're not doubled up on B main does give us some hope. Smoked off now. Fruit Cup ideally takes first contact. This is great. The HE might cause enough of a kerfuffle. They smoke dark as well. Now this HE is everything. And there's not much time. Not much time! If he could have just connected, gets him off the bomb. It's not easy. Gotta run him down. Gotta run him down. Gotta be fast. He can't get the bullet. One more bullet could have done it. Cole survived the underdog test, and a test it was. What a game of Counter-Strike as the North Americans clash. Let's hear from the panel.
So Complexity goes to 0 up, expected, but not expected for it to be this close up against Boss. What a fight as Machine called them, the underdogs put up, Yanko.
Yeah, first thing that has to be said is this wasn't like Complexity throwing away the game completely and then just coming back at the very last minute. This was Boss playing some really solid Counter-Strike throughout the game, making it difficult for Complexity, and it really took everything Complexity had in the playbook, some of the individuals, some big plays towards the tail end to get it into OT, and then unfortunately in the OT, Boss seems like they ran out of gas.
Credits to Complexity. JT did call it. He said that Boss shouldn't be underestimated when he was doing his pre-match interviews before the RMRs began.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, a team that even pulled off like a couple of really cool like upsets on Ancient, I believe it was, at the last RMR with their old lineup. And really in the North American scene, they've, you know, at times won some of the smaller little online cups against some of the, you know, better end teams in the region. And they've often kind of been somewhere in that 5th to 6th range, so to speak, in NA. So yeah, they can't be underestimated, because I think the big thing about this team is, despite the fact that, you know, Fruit Cup is new to the squad, he's, you know, very much a rookie, they have a very cohesive play style, and you saw it on this T side in the first half. Like, they have a very well-balanced playbook. They can play default, they can mix in faster executes, they have players who are willing to go in and sacrifice, they have good spacing and trading efficiency, and so they definitely made this game hard on Complexity. But, you know, as Yanko said, you know, once you get into overtime, where CT rounds were a commodity to be had, Boss just wasn't really able to find them, unfortunately, in that first half of the OT.
I think also we talked about it in the pre-game about complexity, right? It's important, like your mental is really important in these best-of-1 games. And they did deliver in that department, right? Like they were down 8-4 after the first half, you know, losing some tough rounds. A couple of rounds that they won, but the buys weren't great. So there's a lot of pressure. You know that if you don't win that round, well, then you have to eco. Maybe you need to win 4 or 5 rounds in a row just to get it into OT from that point on. So they showed some really strong mental game for a team that, you know, tends to unravel fairly often when things don't go their way.
Do you think that that is something that for Complexity needs to be a win condition, is fixing the mental in that team? Because we have seen them kind of fall apart numerous times, as we've mentioned. It does feel to me like it's getting better, but do you think it needs to improve drastically if they want to go toe-to-toe with the best in the world?
I think that goes hand in hand with the communication stuff that we were talking about and not losing rounds with advantages, right? Like losing bad rounds puts players in a bad mental state individually. Then maybe that's like a virus, you know, it spreads to the whole team, you know, goes on TeamSpeak, everyone's energy goes down, you start playing worse. So it's a vicious cycle. So just getting ahead of it, right, and not letting it affect you and upset you as much, all of a sudden, next round comes in, we're right back into it. So that's super important.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it happen a couple of times in that second half when they were trying to make their comeback on the T side, where Complexity has this knack of having very good openers, like very good understandings of how they want to approach around the early phase and put themselves in winning positions, but then sometimes will just kind of crumble in the heat of the moment in like those mid-round 3-on-3 type situations and such. But you saw them shake that off when they got into OT, come together and grind out a good enough T side to get the job done. So I think, yes, when you look at larger picture, what Complexity must fix is they need consistency out of their other players to support a Liege. And yeah, they need to figure out these communication mid-round situations and tidy those up, because against the best teams in the world, when you slip up in those situations, you're going to lose more often than not.
In the pre-match, we spoke a lot about the pros and cons of Complexity and what they bring to the table. And I think there's some examples that you have, Janko, specifically from the first half that kind of highlight what we were saying.
Well, some of the stuff is like, you know, the focus going down a little bit in some of the key rounds. It really allowed for Boss to get to 8 rounds. Like you'll see here, Elige in jail, he's gonna see the Opera, right, find the kill. Obviously, it's a saved gun, so not the great buy. Halzerk is still double scoped after this and holding a tight angle, right? Like there's no need to do that when the Opera is already dead. Misses 1, misses 2, dies. Here's where Floppy as well can't get anything down, like sort of overpeaks the angle, right? And then a 5v4 turns into a pretty easy round for Boss, the one that they had no business being in. So it's just like sort of keeping track of what's going on. The casters made a great point of, yeah, you know, they know it's a Liege, right, as the mid player, so on A they can probably guess that it's the Opera plus Floppy, but it should, the same thing should ring for Halzerk. Okay, a Liege got the kill, so this is where they might speed up, and then you need to be one step ahead.
Dust, anything to add to that? I mean, when you take a look, in agreement with Janko?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, again, that we've kind of discussed time and time again, is like the mid-round communication, understanding of who's covering what to watch out for. Those are just areas of the game that I think Complexity could very much clean up. And I don't know if it's a matter of a change in how they view rounds and how they lead, how they practice, or if it's just I hate to make excuses because they've been together for so long at this point that you feel like this stuff should be figured out by now, right? And I know we're kind of harping on it. They won the game at the end, so it's not that big of a deal now, but we're just talking about looking at the larger picture for the entire year, and what this team will have to do to get through this RMR and to get through to a good placing at the major is they need to be able to figure out the situations. As Janko illustrated, that moment right there with Floppy and Halzerk, they should be able to manage that moment better. They should have a better read of the round. So it's definitely something that they have to figure out somehow.
Sometimes I wonder, I mean, I presume they know as well that they need to fix this. They're all experienced players. It's got to get frustrating when every time you watch these demos back, you go, damn, like, why do we keep making the same mistakes, right?
I mean, Hal's going to put that on him. Floppy a bit of in a tough spot. You know, doesn't know if someone's maybe A main as well, so
right.
It has to pick his fight. Picks doesn't win it, and it collapses really quickly for them. I think this is another round where you're like feeling really bad for Boss, because you can see Cryptic, right? He's going to throw the deep smoke. He knows they use this as a lurk smoke. They have 3 guys there. They're going to react A main, find 2 kills, and he's just so unlucky with it. He's holding the smoke. Here's the guy on the right. The guy pushes on the left. He dies. Then this fight is a little bit of the inexperience, you know, not being able to fight together from A main, find some more kills. This is another buy where Complexity spends all their money, right? If they lose this, they should have probably lost this round without getting the bomb down. That's 12-8 for Boss. And who knows if Complexity is able to come back from that. So, you know, a little bit unfortunate from Boss because they had the right to read, just couldn't find the kills at the very end.
Your standout player is Elige, and I mean, the question has to be asked, is he good enough to carry this team through to the major? Because I always wonder if Elige is really the kingpin in this lineup, does he need to carry them all the way through?
I mean, he's going to have to be one of the main characters, right? I mean, there has been some recent tournaments where even he hasn't looked himself, I feel like. And this is one of those things where if you're Complexity, you cannot afford to have Elige have an off game. Like, he is your win condition. As much as we like to gripe about how other players need to step up to be the supporting cast round of Elige, Elige himself also can't falter. Otherwise, then you have nothing, right? Like, that's kind of your foundation. And I do wonder sometimes if that puts the added pressure on Elige, like Elige maybe being self-aware that, hey, look, sometimes I'm going to have to try to go make the play happen because if I don't, no one else can. And there is a responsibility to that, like taking the reins of the team. But sometimes it just becomes too much, I think. And to be able to hold that up, I mean, most players out there have at least someone else they can lean on. And I feel like a lot of times Elige doesn't always have that.
Floppy had some good moments. Spray transfers, a couple of good rounds, you know, the clutch. So guys contributed just enough for Complexity to scrape through. But yeah, I mean, in today's Counter-Strike, there's no one guy carrying a team, right? Like a map here and there, sure, if the stars align, but you need performance across the board, really, if you're going to have any success.
Which is pretty much the summary of what Complexity needs to do if they want to make it through to the major. We need everyone across the board to stand up and perform. We've now seen them, though, go 2-0, so maybe they can do it again. We'll see that tomorrow. There is one more best of one here on the A stream. It is MIBR up against Imperial coming up next.
Quickly. To clear. Shoot it. The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
The RMRs for the Perfect World Major are currently underway. The Asian RMRs are running as well as the America RMRs. Day number 1 here, which is what you're watching right now. We have one more game for you. It is a Brazilian matchup, Imperial up against MIBR. We had a chance on the stream to see MIBR earlier, but a team that we haven't really been able to talk much about because they were on the B stream was Imperial. So, gents, what do we think of the Imperial lineup that has arrived here at the qualifiers?
I think very talented team, right? They made the switch in the summer, removing Henny to bring in Try, right? Who's been the Argentinian opper playing for Brazilian teams. Again, the lack of Brazilian opper, so we're importing guys left and right. You know, a couple of guys they brought at the start of the year in Desenchi, No Way, that have been playing pretty well. You have a guy like Winnie fitting into the in-game leader role. It's been a while now. It's been a year, sort of really coming into his own. And the veteran player in Phelps, right? So the pieces are there, and we've had them have maybe a little bit more consistent success than some of the other teams, but they haven't had the peaks of your, you know, 9Z in Dallas, of Pain Gaming in Cologne. So that's why people really still don't put them in the same category, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with Imperial is like they do just enough online in South America to look like one of the best teams there, but they are just sometimes unable to make it to the big land sometimes. Like they'll just miss out, you know, maybe like in the semifinals or the finals of a big qualifier, but they kind of got, you know, that opportunity to go to Rio because Rare Adam was unable to attend the event, and so they kind of got that opportunity, but weren't really able to do much with it, losing to Navi and Complexity. Within this region, though, they're kind of, you know, somewhere in that top 5 spot for sure. I mean, I think on the right day, they have enough talent to do a lot of damage. And the team they're about to go up against, Spain and Brazil, they've gone toe-to-toe with them all year long. It's been very close. Like, I think it's like 8 maps to 9 or something like that for the year. So this could be a very tight race here.
This is something we see a lot with the Brazilian teams because they play each other so much. They do know their opposition very well, Yanko.
Yeah, I think also for MIBR, I'm just thinking about it, you know, they didn't even make it to the RMR last time around, you know, so for them there's a lot more pressure, I feel like, riding this time around to just get to it, and obviously the addition of Lukauzi, but even more so the swap to drop as the IGL, then freeing up some of Exit's position, moving him, his uptick in performance is also massive. So with MIBR, it's just a matter of, you look at Lukauzi, yes, you got an upgrade in firepower on paper, but how long is it going to take to really gel together and for that to translate to the official games?
This is my biggest thing about MIBR, though. I love what it looks like on paper, but I am concerned because we're not seeing that yet in the server. And I mean, like Yanko said, how long does it take? You don't really have any more time. It's the RMRs right now.
It's tough to say, right? Because, I mean, they've only played like 3 or 4 online tournaments since they made this move, so not many maps under their belts with Lukosi on the squad. But I think what you have to understand that it's not just a one-for-one move Lukosi for BR Inzian. It's also the fact that, as Yanko already mentioned, Drop became the IGL of this team, so he's moved away from an extremity rifler and support player that he's normally played into now being a part of the pack, being one of the main entry guys next to Insani. So that's a big shift for him. Exit now moving to those extremity roles, and he's performed well in them, sure, but Lukosi's in a whole different world. I mean, let's not forget he played a similar role to what Insani plays for main Brazil when he was playing on Fluxo with Art, and prior to Fluxo he didn't really have that much experience, so he's coming in certainly a little bit rough around the edges, but I do think over time, if they can figure it out, the firepower on paper does look incredible.
And he played with Art, so it's going to take him some time to get used to playing actual CS.
Yeah, that's a good
now on MIBR and how things were. I think Drop and Save can really help him out with that and sort of speed running through like what's the difference.
There we go. Let's find out if he can play some real CS. Imperial up against MIBR. Sponge and Machine are ready to take us into game.
Yeah, we're very looking forward to this one. Heading to Nuke for another best of 1 clash.
Yes, indeed. Looks like we're going to be getting the T-side start from Imperial, CT-side start from MIBR. The Dust was just discussing, obviously, the newest addition for the MIBR roster and how long it's going to take to gel. Well, I couldn't think of a better time. This is the culmination of 2024. The perfect world major on the line. A 2-0 bucket for one of these two teams, joining the likes of Complexity, Wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, these are two teams that are, you know, no stranger to the major circuit. This RMR, though, stock full of talent. And that's a nice example of what Safe is capable of. Going to be seeing a lot of that throughout the CT side. No way and try pull us back and actually give Imperial the edge as they want to try and test Heaven. Exit missed his chance, and Cheeky from No Way. Using the ladder to bait. Insani all the way from downtown on ramp. Now, Exit deleted. Try has really put him to bed there. Lukauzi, new boy on the block.
I'll point this out later, but let's see if he can find a frag.
Interesting. And it does deliver. Takes the head of Decent.
In the vent with the bomb, Vinny cheekily could try and slink his way up.
It's actually the play, isn't it?
He's not going to make it.
He waited too long. Ooh, 25 points of health. Vinny's away. Bomb will be planted, and Insani actually opting for main. Try back to back, back to back. Okay, 1v1 is locked in, and that earlier damage onto Vinny is going to make this all the more difficult. Goes flying. That plant implies hut. Does have to do his due diligence and clear out the potential of backside as well, but he seems to have worked it out. And he's going for a very cheeky maneuver. This would be the most insane start to the pistol. Vinny's going to try and call the bluff, and Insani, he wins it with a 10-second defuse. That is so naughty.
Oh, Vinny's probably... He can't believe it.
I wonder if, like, them saying he's low has led him to commit to that, or...
Maybe. Look, it definitely could have been a factor to play in, but that's insane that he's just stuck it considering the amount of time he had to work with. This is another thing that factors in when you have players who play against each other in pugs a lot and against each other a lot, is you know players' tendencies in 1v1 scenarios, right? You know if a player is going to tap and draw you off. I remember I used to play against the same guys in Oz all the time, and I was like, well, this guy never peeks, right? He always he never thinks I'm going to sit it, and so you'd sit it against them, right? So there's a lot of factors that could have played into that, but with the plant, 4 rifles invested, 3 Galils and AK, Deagle for decent, and safe. Well, he takes first contact again. Sani up. Oh, and the first one melts. Phelps' head pops.
Confirms another, and it's Lekowski that finds him. Taking down try, yard expedition cancelled, cut short. I mean, drop, as long as he gets one,
no support.
The round is locked in. If he doesn't, it could be interesting, and a lot of damage, but yeah, empty-handed. So there is still a bit of a round to be played out here. Juggling rifles, making sure everyone is equipped, as well as putting Vinny on the SMG, given the low HP.
Look at the over-rotation on the radar. MIBR have 3 players down to B.
That is a bit of a problem, unless you start to reactivate and push. Not looking like that's the case. Free smoke on Squeak. Exit here. With Lekowski holding the right side of ramp, it is still not going to be easy to get through this. No way he's going to have a little look. Just catching Lekowski holding W. Vinny in the open. That's an easy pickup. And ooh, good find back. No way. Connects onto Lekowski, but it's a double from Exit, finishing off the job. MIBR convert, weather the storm of the second round.
If somebody, like maybe we'll get a big picture of the room so we can actually see the way that Lekowski is sitting. Obviously, he's got his monitor on a tilt, but it also looks like he has his head turned to one side, so it's like a dominant eye looks like it's more focused on the screen, which is curious. I'd be interested if anybody at home has any lore regarding that. Send me a tweet. Let me know, because look, I've seen the way that like Bondig does it. All these
Everyone has their quirks, right?
Right, but this is I haven't seen anything quite like this before. It's obviously want to wait till I get a wider shot to really see the orientation, but it does look that way with the way his head's tilted.
It does.
All right, Insani speaking a lot. You can see it here.
Yeah.
Well, they can always leap down into main. Lekowski behind the smoke is safe.
Sheesh.
Gets deleted. Vinny, drive-by.
Yeah, we can't have another nuke like we did before in the, was it Legacy?
Yeah, no, Legacy got owned on Ancient. It was the Wildcard game.
Wildcard game.
Vinny!
Yeah, this has already gotten crazy. It's a double from Vinny, but he hasn't got anyone with him. He's just single-handedly managed to open up the account twice. And now we're into a little of a uncomfortable 3v5. Certainly still a good chance for MIBR here, as all it takes is something like that. Just a demonstration of 3 from Exit. Insani softening him up. Oh, but hang on, decent. Gets another, takes down Insani. So now a 1 versus 2 for Drop to finish off, and yet to see him frag. So a clutch demanded of him against the Eco.
Looking like he does adult entertainment with that stash right there. Drop, doesn't he?
Most definitely. Oh, the timing is actually crazy. What a lovely little window of opportunity he finds there. Try was holding heaven, averts his gaze into Hut, and now decent. He could get down fence in time.
He could. Oh, Drop's reading it? What?
That's crazy. He just lets him have it. 10 as the bomb goes in. Drop. Still quiet. Yeah, picks up the pace, confirms it, and away.
Oh, spotted.
Single. Okay, there's the info.
Decent has no idea that he knows.
Okay. So now, does he push or does he fake? Like, he could just walk it, but
the fact that he's here already, right, this is something that is going to catch Decent off guard. But if Drop chases this, it's going to be like searching for a ghost, right?
Yeah, and you don't have kit. You might be better off faking it and forcing him. Yeah, he's going to start making loud noises. Decent. Forced to react.
Call the bluff again.
Calls it away. Oh, an agonizing round to lose. Painful. And the 1v1 as well from Drop, and Decent. Decent just books him. He gives him a lot of space there, a lot of respect.
It looked like Drop had the read. He was ahead of the rotation. But look, the fact that he's being quiet at that point, if he is planning B, he's not going to be able to hear you from that distance, I wouldn't think. But it's really all about Vinny.
Look at this one.
2 absolute pearlers on the dig. Beautiful shots from, wow, Imperial across the board as they get their first round.
Damn. I mean, that 1v2 felt really manageable for Drop. It's a big one from Decent. Not only a nice deagle shot, but also just playing the time, calling the bluff on the fake defuse. So we've had a 10-second defuse, and we've had a Clutch calling the bluff of one on the fake.
All right, well, a force bite from MIBR. It's going to be MP9s as the predominant weapon, but the outside smoke wall is a bit of a ruse. Nobody is going to rotate down towards B from MIBR. They're not, I say that, just as Lekowski does exactly that. So there is somebody sent over to deal with the leak. Vinny will have been heard dropping top main. Util towards the top side, but ramp could be the port of call.
So main smoke, lockers smoke, implies yard fights. Vinny was heard main roof. Vinny drops in to find Insani unbreakable. Safe, can he hold on the boost position? It's magnificent from Safe. Gets the double, gets away, puts the bomb on the floor, and finds another onto Decent as well. Round over. Stick a fork in this one. It is done. Try alone in the 1v4, and, well, try as hard as he might. This 1v4 now 3. Drop his next victim. Just crouch peeks in. Lovely pre-aim.
Time for this.
Most definitely. Have I cursed it again? I mean, they've got the bomb.
Yeah, they're sitting on top of it. I would love to get a replay if we could of what that molly was at ramp as well as part of that situation. I'm not sure exactly where that came from.
Yeah. It would be awkward if they mollied themselves.
But he's going to look towards the bomb anyway, so we'll see the guy on the boost.
Oh dear. Oh dearie me. The clutch from Try is imminent. 1 remaining. Look,
oh,
he's flashed himself! 10 seconds, you're exposed on the boost! And Safe will take it! The easiest of the bunch, and he goes fumbles. Safe leaves with a quad kill. He did all the hard work, but I mean, he's a sitting duck, bro. What's he supposed to do? He's coming up ramp. He knows he's booked.
So there's that molly. Where did that come from?
Not Safe.
No.
So
was there a player on ramp that they would have helped Safe?
Yeah.
Did they molly themselves?
I think they did. Because it was a team molly. It wasn't blue.
And then the way
Yeah,
Try with his Lion's mane. You thought he was going to let out a roar. Check out the hair on Try when we get a chance.
It's a mop.
He's got something going on. Talking about stashes and hair. Should be talking about these heartbreaking rounds.
Yeah, he said he'll cut it when they qualify. That's what he said.
Oh, yeah?
No, I made that up. Oh, we're 4 rounds deep, bro. Yeah.
And they also flashed themselves coming out of ramp 2. The first player, he's pathing. I'm glad that the conviction was there. It had to be.
Oh, man. I mean, that is, you know when
What's Gorles saying? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, good question. But when you boost an MP9 up on ramp,
it was a Team Ollie confirmed by production. Oh, it gets worse.
Team Ollie and a Tri-Flash. Crazy scenes. In the second round of our America's RMR here at the Perfect World Major.
Imperfect is
yeah.
The unfortunate factor for Imperial. Blocked for now.
That kind of implies it's not an AWP. Why would an AWP have smoked himself off, they say?
Well, early information down towards Secret from Drop.
Here they come.
Boys.
Here they come. And Safe gets out. Makes a wise decision there. Next stage, Insani under scrutiny. They're actually piecing out. This is going to really rely on if they re-clear it. It's unlikely they do. And so, yeah, who's the top side defender?
And Lekowski.
Okay.
Both with MP9s. Vinny's going up onto the rafter. It's either going to be a top hut or backside molly. Top hut. They were both heading top hut.
Kowsey forced off, forced to reposition, breaks his legs on entry. Decent finds him. Exit. So much to do. Finding the first is great. The second as well. Onto Decent. Pressure applied on every front. Does get some support, but it's held. Try nails it. Vinny pieces it together. And Imperial will look to make their second round a reality.
Yeah, not a rotation up the vent that Safe wants to trifle with the AWP. Going to hold on to this. I thought Exit did a good job there. Staying alive behind the backer side, but the support just couldn't assist. And Imperial, they ping-pong back and forth, and finished towards A. At one moment there, Exit and Lakauzi were both getting top half. So it could have been worse.
Yeah, I mean, Exit did a good shift there. What are your options when you molly top up for Lakauzi jumping off that? I guess he could have gone Tetris side, tucked in.
I think dropping off and fighting either side is fine, right? Especially with an MP9. It's not like he had an M4 and he did it. He has a gun that is made to be moving, and the amount of bullets that you can unload.
It was just the sound cue I wasn't a massive fan of.
Oh, of course.
It just gave Decent such a lovely lead time on what to expect.
But also, if he tried to pivot more open, he gets caught off.
No idea about squeak. It was uncomfortable either way.
Yeah, it's just the fact that with that key piece utility as well, Vinny's taken the time to go back up the ladder and go for top high. Easily could have just used it CT vent or something out of squeaky.
And I think, you know, one of the main reasons that worked and looked so good from Imperial is I love that they're restrained. You get ramp control. Very easy for that to spiral into something like, oh, we're going. You take the space, reset, have the time and presence of mind to set up the util. It's impressive. As is this boost. Very prominent at the moment, very on meta.
Oh, safe. You're going to have to go huge because they're setting up for what is looking like an A play.
Miss Molly elsewhere. Full investment around this. And he nails the shot, dips down the vent, perfect. And now Insani can pick up the scraps. Smoke on Squeak, Decent trying to clear out T-Vent, but Safe's long gone, excuse me.
Yeah, they are going to have to reset Imperial. You're not going to be able to just waltz into A.
Drop. Barrel spotted and a nice find. Takes the AK-47, Vinny down. That's really uncomfortable. If he gets another, they are in trouble. No way, trying to bait. Nice moves, but Lukauzi's only got the one. Decent impact again. Still at a disadvantage. Try. How does he find a way out of her? It's a terrifying Z-axis to clear, but Insani just silently dismounts.
Might trade places.
Decent. Oh, more impact. Can't control the spray. One bullet shy. Insani traded. Try delivers. Safe. Last seen taking that opening pick, but he's already managed to make his way into his lobby. Did he hear him? I think he did. Yep, most definitely. With the Molotov down, Safe's going to push through it. Oh, no. Try will take it. Not interested in the AWP. There was another option there. There was a passive option, but he wanted his blood.
There's two 1v1s between Try and Safe now, so going either way. Try making good on the fumble that he had in, what was it, the 1v4 attempt. That's Vinny with the bomb. Some good spacing and ability to draw shots from Imperial in this round. Yeah, I can't quite believe that. What do you think? He's going to be back turn running away? He was prepared.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's expecting. He's expecting like a knife-out strafe, airborne
No, you're not running through this. Or maybe you are.
Yeah, trying to subvert. And it's led to an early death, but it's Try's Mac 10. Rest can peace out.
Run through this one.
Yeah, good luck. HE lands right on his doorstep, and actually Phelps was a little exposed, a little vulnerable there. He's handled it well. Nice anti-eco, handled with a couple of casualties, but fourth round for Imperial. And Vinny, big smile, ear to ear. He's always been one of those players that, you know, in the face of adversity, he smiles.
Yeah, he's always carrying it with him. Doesn't leave it at home.
No, not often.
A message I think I could take, but
yeah.
How does he do it?
It's like if you kind of...
What's the secret, Vinny?
Yeah, what the opposite day? It would be Vinny and JKS, and they'd have to swap.
Or it would be even just Vinny and Phelps, really.
Yeah, true.
The same team. Light on util. MIBR.
Here we go. An aggressive AWP maneuver. Love me one of them. But good restraint from the silo player. It's Vinny with a bomb, so not going to overcommit.
Well,
Safe gets out.
Well,
not every time.
Not every time.
Is that heaven?
Yes.
Geeky. That's a chance for the AWP. Decent. Gets away with his life there. Feels like he's dodged a bullet. I mean, he did.
Literally. Quite nice, though, how they did that, right? He peeks off of the nades, but the nades are for a player, but still uses the smoke. I like it. Little details for Imperial. Vinny's always been calling an interesting game. He's got Zach as the coach. Feels like they've done a lot, and there's still 50+ seconds on the clock, so Imperial with time to work.
Oh, and a missed shot from the AWPer. Safe. It's 2 missed shots so far on this round. Round 8.
Yeah, the pace isn't anything crazy. It's
Slow.
definitely not like that wildcard game.
Is this not a little uncomfortable, though? You've got the smoke wall late, 40 seconds, now top util arrives, so
This
you
is
don't
technical.
rotate. Yeah, it's really deep. 30 seconds, they're cutting it fine. Who's down there?
Drop.
Okay, Drop, you've got the world at your fingertips if you can disrupt. If he can make this awkward, if he can delay them in any capacity.
Single door, really?
17! Vent Molly, Drop knows what's up. He has Safe as well. That's the shot he had to hit. A third missed shot from Safe, but now the bomb's on the floor. 8 seconds,
No
they've
time.
won it. Despite the shortcomings of the AWPer, he does mop up. And no way the last victim after time seems likely. Back turn, dead man, and awkward bank. That's nice. They'll take that one every day of the week, just 3,400.
Maybe too technical there from Imperial.
Very layered, my goodness.
And the reason I'm causing concern when it comes to going single door is you see that approach when you have the smoke to underarm out or set throw, because players from Megaton, the ramp position, can just hold that line.
Right.
So I would have expected them to try and swarm double door and window. At least you can double pick.
Which Safe did too, understandably.
Yeah.
He's pre-aiming that. Here we go. So, Tech 9, Mac 10, pace. Ooh, taking the wind straight out of their sails. Exit delivers a necessary trade. More aggression as they crunch in. It's resulted in some casualties. Safe and Insani going down to those close range weapons, and there's more where that came from.
Bomb's going to go down.
No way punching in. Plant's open.
Jesus.
Drop could kill him. He's not expecting that. He's not ready for that at all. No way he's gotten away with murder there, and now spots him out. Gets some info. Decent 25 points of health. Drop and Exit. Trying to forge a path back into the site. Audible here from Exit. They have the info. They have a good idea as to where this retake's coming from. They've got to isolate these jewels as best they can. How is Decent still alive with 3 HP? The nade lands on No Way. 50 HP for him. Playing that dark position cautiously. Time is of the essence. Someone's got to get on that bomb. Decent with 3 HP can come up clutch, but drops there. Just in the nick of time, the defuse comes through. MIBR, by centimeters, get away with that one.
Yeah, down to the wire. If you want anybody cool under pressure, is Exit, because he doesn't mind saving. I know they were giving that one a crack, but this guy always a little bit late to the party, but this time perfectly timed. And a 1-round lead now for MIBR.
I can't quite believe the audacity to call such an aggressive round into Tech 9's Mac 10s. Like, you're going for a lobby crunch. Were they not expecting that?
Well, and also Imperial's approach, you could see that smoke that had actually popped just in front of Tetris to give them a buffer from site players for them to like dive into main or down the vent. So, yeah, it did turn out to be a bit of a Brazilian brawl.
Yeah. This one, not so much. Hang on, wait. No.
Vinny has a deagle, does he?
I need to be careful, because the Deags...
No, Vinny doesn't have a deagle.
Deags today have been outstanding.
It's the Vinny Deag. It's not the Phelps Deag.
You're right, yeah. Phelps Deag is one and done.
It was a thing. That was back when he was in SK.
He must have been a real young...
There's definitely players that we talk about like a Phelps, right? But with European teams. There has to be a bunch of them.
Players like Phelps?
Yeah, like who were in a good team early and they're still going, but they never really hit those heights of success. Imperial's been a pretty good crack though. Like they came together with Fallen, right? And it was that was Antwerp.
Yes.
I think people thought Fallen was going to retire back then, didn't they?
That's right. Yeah, it felt like it was like the kind of last dance.
Yeah, he's still going.
Yep. With a pretty good buyout as well.
Yeah, apparently so.
It's a really good conundrum. I'd love for other people to...
There's definitely names.
Yeah, of course there is.
I'm just blanking.
I'm blanking here. Europeans that had that kind of Phelps arc.
Yanko will have a couple for us.
Of course he will.
Second tactical timeout for Imperial.
KRU doesn't count, does he? Because he never really did anything after. Oh, actually, he did North, and that was awkward.
So, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's one.
Maybe.
Partial.
But is that a bit rough to KRU, who was a major MVP and major winner?
Yeah, Phelps didn't do that, did he?
No.
Cager by. Shout out to him one time.
Is that Corey Dunn?
That was what I was going for you.
Okay.
I like that the coaches have got their own little kind of desk station. Not that they're going to spend much time there, but you can see that.
No, but to keep your papers?
Yeah. It's available to them.
That's NAC, in case you guys were wondering. Brazilian 1.6er. They also have Bit on staff as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of banter in the org between the two of them about, who
had the better career.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. One more round for Imperial in this half, and they'll be happy with it. Try into the AWP, but save 2. And aggressive. Try's going to get the better of him this time round.
Yeah, he was so nimble. First a boost, dismounts, ready for save. And hang on, this is crazy from Insani. He is
kind of like it.
Yeah, I mean,
Kinda
to
love
try
it.
catch him? No, not at all. He's still got his eye to the scope.
Oh, Phelps, man.
If he gets silo of all things first, this is going to be sick.
He might get it. Multiple kills.
Hello? And see you later. Wow, that's a lovely find from Insani. I don't know if
That's an X-Factor maneuver.
Yeah, Try can't explain that. He's, I don't know, garage?
Yeah, that's kind of wild. Huge from Insani to draw things level.
What a baller maneuver. Okay.
Can they stabilize on the CT side? The T's plenty of time to work with.
Lacalzi, is he going to go up secret? He is moving that way. Okay, no, he's just going to be passive on lower. Okay. So they won't have answers yard.
There's no information. So they know yard was clear. They know nobody. Well, I guess there would have been a small timing window where somebody could have crossed, but Insani kind of. Actually, I don't know. I think it would have been the wildest timing possible.
Yeah.
So I think that MIBR are pretty well informed at this moment. Now there's questions, but already prepared for them. Lacalzi jump spotting. It looks like it might be an A split. It kind of has to be with the 25 seconds on the clock.
Yes, sir. What have you got, Drop? Support arrives up heaven. Cleared out. Lovely from Vinny. Good awareness of the position. Oh, Messi from Insani. Couldn't build a round out of it. That, well, you want to talk about Messi, yeah. Ladder and accuracy. Not in the favor of Lacalzi today. Forced away. Looking to tie this game up, our Imperial.
Now, there was that one round I was talking about they'll be happy with. So we'll call it 6-5. Now we just have to assess what the buy is going to look like for the final round for MIBR. It's going to be 1,400 as a loss bonus.
Does this drop become necessary?
For exit, potentially.
Cowsy to save.
Yeah, exit only has 850. Everybody else will be in buy range. Drop's going to get put into that 4.5k mark. Safe's going to have plenty of cash for his AWP. Lacalzi with 3,100 can drop an M4 for exit. Just means he'll be light on util. But they should be able to make this one work. Oh, no wonder he was nimble. Had the little run boost acceleration off the head.
I wondered how he
moved so quick, didn't he?
Yeah, he really arrived rapidly.
Well, that was accidental and fortunate.
Nice combination. But yeah, it does lead to essentially full buy for everyone. A couple of omitted flashbangs, but
6-6 for Imperial. They'll be celebrating. That'll be a fantastic first half of play. Can they do it?
Well, safe starting ramp, so yard's going to be a challenge. Whoa! And so is ramp apparently for No Way. That is a drive-by from the AWPer. Now it's Try's turn. Decent
push the molly.
The molly nade's got his name on it. Oh, the bounce. He fumbled it. Didn't quite nail the trajectory for the bounce.
Oh. Insani would have spotted Try.
Yeah, okay, so info in that way. Lacalzi tending to secret. This time more active. If Insani spotting that cross, so it does give him some freedoms, but peeking into the AWP of Try is scary. Timing. Oh, beautifully timed. Awkward, but Nade does the job. Oh, no, it doesn't. 9 HP in it, and Vinny flies into action. Mantles up, catches Lacalzi. Wasn't ready for that movement.
Had some hang time.
Schmovement.
Well, Phelps going to be up heaven.
Yeah, well, that's like a round-winning position, is it not?
I think exit's in hard, and they've also doubled up ramp, so at least nobody's susceptible. But it feels like you can just turn the screws in towards A.
Vinny,
that's
not
a fake.
Ready for drop. Clears him out all the same. Okay, this is all coming down to how
That's so wild that Vinny cleared that because they just smoked double windows.
Still anticipates it. Now look at this. Decent goes squeak. Exit has no idea.
This is a wild round.
Safe comes up heaven where Phelps is, but not looking. Now he turns around, Exit trades it. This is madness. No, this is Brazil. Bomb going down.
Can't be denied.
Loud. With a nade, he knows Tries low.
Oh.
Does it find him? He's still alive and kicking and pulling trigger. Can't pull it in time. Exit gets him. Decent alone in the 1v3. Can he do anything to get Imperial that 6-6 they so desperately seek?
Not planning for him.
Dropping onto the bomb. Going to be holding this one now. Get off with the double swing to line up. It could have been the 1v3, but MIBR will lead. On the half, 7-5, hard fought. What a game this has been, especially from Exit. 16-7, quite a quiet 16. Impact felt. 4 is the bar. It's been set. Excuse me, 5. Do excuse me.
Down to the wire there, wasn't it? That could have gone either way throughout that round. Try surviving multiple nades. Lakowski not finishing his meal outside, having a bit of a tough go of things is Lakowski. Phelps as well. But a pretty technical first half of play that Vinny has demanded of his team. Now they get to swap sides, defend their honor on the defense. Zach with some final words before we get things back underway. Now the pistol in the first half did go in favor of MIBR. Let's see if they can split them down the middle. Will require Imperial to kick things off. Safe wasn't deterred either. Like after a couple of rounds where things didn't necessarily go his way, he was more than happy to keep going with his aggressive little maneuvers. Both AWPers having decent impact. Some clutches, try with one, Safe with another. And then at the end, an opportunity for No Way. But here we go. The buys are in.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Try, I'm still thinking that 1v4 should have been mine.
Yeah, flashed himself. Yeah. Well, he's actually been donated a smoke, so there will be dual Berettas on that of Decent. There's going to be a flash in the hands of Nowhere, a smoke for Try to work with, and one out the gates that's going to land top main from Drop. There it is, waterfall over. We've seen this in all three of the 4 pistols that we've seen on Nuke today, at least on our coverage.
We all know this one. The Zywoo Go Kill pistol.
It's always a little bit underwhelming when you get the space.
And that is underwhelming for Drop. Yeah. Just overlooks the corner. Phelps occupied. Decent's Julie's good for 1. Safe puts him down. And comfortable is Vinny. Just taps away onto the head of Insani. So keeps him humble. 2 on 4. Heading over towards No Way's location now. No Kev.
He can let them slip. Try's already lower. Yeah, that's okay. Try's already down towards B.
No silencer on that one, and he makes his presence known. Takes the head off of Safe. Exit, very aggressive, just charging into him to punish. Try will comfortably collect. Takes himself the double kill to close it out clean.
All right, no bomb going down. End up splitting those pistols. And I am expecting Drop to call his team into an eco. This should be an easy as you like round, just like this kill for Phelps. Great work from Phelps and Decent to kick off the campaign. A little bit of resistance, but Vinny up in the rafters, the unknown element, and then Try doing his best Monacy impression.
Yeah, all of the expert opinion that I have summoned about removing the silencer is style points.
Because you can.
Because you can.
Well, actually, if you take a look at the stats, it is 0.36. I'm just making it up, but I'm sure someone will have something to say.
Statistically worse in every way when you remove the silencer.
Just for everybody who might be tuning into the mainstream, there is... Oh, look how's he ducking down his head. Doesn't want to get spotted. There is one more game to take place on that secondary stream. If you want to go check out Liquid versus KRÜ, Harry and Hugo will be bringing you all that action.
It's got to be Liquid dusting themselves off, right? That's the anticipation.
Yeah, I think so. I think FURIA were able to do that earlier within the day. The same to be said, I think, for Liquid. And it was a close game against Wildcard, who we saw put on some quality CS in their second match. Oh,
delicious. Nothing like a bag of eeks.
Didn't even crouch. Was so confident.
Get the job done.
All right, well, the rifles come out. Now, there was a lot of MP9s in play for Imperial. They're going to retain a bunch of them by the looks of things. Now, this can be a risky maneuver, but Nuke, if they want to try something aggressive, Heart Lobby Squeaky can really maximize these weapons, boosts that you can do. If you can just block out the round and wait for the tease as well, you can really put yourself in some good positions. So even though the firepower looks heavy one way compared to the other, I think Imperial are in with a good shot.
Interesting start. Is that 3 dropping down? Yo, interesting. Really interesting. So they leave ramp open.
I think this is something with MR12 in best of ones as well, where you can do the kooky, crazy maneuvers like this.
Especially if you're Insani, right?
Look at the gaps on the map.
Yeah, but still, it's working. You're running into a stack. And Insani, if he goes down, still, they're going to overlook Try.
It's double.
Swings in. So much damage. They're not ready for another one. Knives are out. And there's a third down here. I'm mad. If I'm anyone in MIBR, I'm furious. How have they done that? Surely there are gaps for the rest of them to react to.
Well, like, why have they done that? Well, it's worked.
Yeah, that's so good. now you all use the vents and change it up. It's gambles on gambles. Look, Cowsey, good find. Catches Phelps.
They should have stayed together, don't you think, Imperial, in this moment? At least the likes of No Way and Decent work together to clear out lobby. The bomb is actually coming back on Safe and back turn from Exit.
I've lost
Safe's
track.
hearing this. Safe's hearing this.
He's got to be ballsy.
Well, they're going to line up.
Yep. And he does them both. This is a round of Counter-Strike that you could... I don't know if that's ever... We've seen a round like that. Exactly like that? Never before. That's brand new.
He copped a dink there as well.
3 start Secret, 2 top site, push Secret, or rather catch the Secret Descent. Look at this. You clear this one. At this point, knives out. Of course they do. Nowhere gets 2. You peace out into lobby. You catch this guy, Trophy, and then Safe gets 2 in the back. That's brand new, man. I'm telling you, Counter-Strike fingerprints. Every round has got that unique flavor. That one in particular.
Well, that was the bonus round from Imperial.
The coolest bonus I've seen in some time. Even if it didn't necessarily translate to a win, it was very costly as well. Here we go. Testing. Phelps. Ooh, empty-handed. Exits found the double entry. They can get out hut now, but they're a little hesitant. That Heaven player is going to be Molotov forward. Drops into the site. This is powerful. Beautiful. No way down after 1. Insani has the chance to plant. Safe setup as well to provide the cover. It's not fun to retake with the AWP main side. It's onto Vinny.
And they just replenished the main smoke. Insani's just lobbed that out, so it's bought another 20 seconds. The bomb, a fake, seeing if anybody wants to push and fight.
Which they do, Vinny. Oh, timing on the...
Oh!
Peak is perfect, just as Safe averts his gaze. Now Insani, another fake. And this 2v2 has become awkward for Insani. Vinny not overcooking this, not overextending this. It's Try that goes searching. Well handled by Try and Vinny. Vinny in particular, the climb silently up Heaven, catches the timing onto Safe just as he looks away.
That's so frustrating for Safe as well, because you think, oh, I've cleared it, I have the time to just see if anybody's slunk their way out squeaky door, and just getting caught. Timing is one of the most frustrating things I think that really plagues players in this game, and that's just the way it goes.
But it's one of those things that I think the very best players in Counter-Strike get timed a whole lot less often.
Yeah, okay.
There is something
I like that framing. Oh, extinguish. That's going to... I don't actually think that was intended to be an extinguish. I think that was meant to be first smoke.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it was meant to be first. But a huge gap. Vinny with so much information.
But now, yeah, they know they haven't gone yard, so No Way's on high alert. Okay, I like that. Drop the sacrificial lamb, but the rifle only gets the 1.
Well, this is what the missed smoke allowed, right? For Try to be there immediately.
Good point.
They still get down.
And they still maintain the rifle on Kevlar. Exit has some. Phelps, a very important position. A big role to play in this round. And you want to talk about timing? Want to talk about timing, Chad? Vinny swings over the doors. The distraction, I like it. They activate windows upon the sound cue. It's fine. Well handled here by the Imperial CT side. And Vinny finds his 17th frag alongside with Try. Both of them at the top of the tables, looking good, looking well drilled.
Slightly unfortunate there if you're MIBR, because you were just throwing that to be first smoke. Vinny's gone, he actually had a T molly, so was able to get that out, and it was a bigger spread, and the smoke lands directly on it, and well, then there's no force of the rotation.
Yeah, like accidentally a brilliant play.
A happy accident.
Just, yeah, a happy accident. Bob Ross would be proud.
Drop at Mac 10 again. Poor guy. I think 2 of these rifle rounds. Whoa! Insani! Run boost, hops around. I think they know exactly where you are.
He suspects the same.
There's only so many places you can be.
Well, I think the rest of his round is just going to be spent here.
Can confirm he is not in the smoke. Try also has a nade. If he knew how low Insani was, maybe he'd give it a go. Would have to overextend, but hey, the AWP works better. It's a guarantee. and outside clear. So MIBR, no space, no room. Imperial should have a good idea of what's coming.
Very good idea now. The flash is great, but the cover is better. Look at the rotations. They're all here to help. No, he doesn't even need it. This shot from the AWP, maybe he does. I've changed my mind.
Tries low.
I mean, if MIBR turn this round around, I'm baffled.
These are the two high flyers. Oh.
Yeah, flying, for sure. Safe. Boots don't touch the ground as Phelps plucks him. Lovely from Exit, does isolate.
He can win this. They will give over the... Oof. If he went in, a chance. Now he's going to waltz back. Has to be so ready for both fights.
He's going for the plant, which leads to an isolation of another. Takes decent slobby push down. Now Try. Low HP, suddenly the most uncomfortable of clutches for Try.
Oh.
It's into the side, didn't hear that. I don't see a reaction out of Exit. So now he can get that bomb down. A second smoke recovered to do so safely. Here's the vent drop. That was audible. And charging, Try, so low HP. He has to just hit the craziest of AWP shots now. Exit, distinct advantage in this for a 1 versus 3 to turn this round around. Opts for windows and Exit gets the read of it. Playing this actively. Try every trick in the book. Clearing through. Exit times it to perfection. Clutches up for MIBR. A massive round. A game changer. 21 frags, dude. 2 players haven't even got 10.
He's having a great game. I think that right there, the fact that I think you bang on. The smoke he drops towards the lower side lulls that player pushing in from lobby to think, well, there's no way he's pivoting back. He's looking for an opportunity to get that bomb down. And then once that kill comes in, I think that's the problem. They should have allowed him to play. Right? You let him make the next move. They were too eager to try and take that space off of him and offered him a winnable 1v1 against Try. And then we were saying, oh, it didn't feel like the ramp player needed help, but then they're bottlenecking each other over towards elbow, a couple of missed shots, and you can see just how quickly it can fall apart. Exit punishes them, and we tie things up, so this one still has some twists and turns available.
I am baffled. That's, yeah. I mean, we went, for a moment, it looked like one of the more comfortable rounds, seeing those 3 POVs ready on ramp. This was a great start, but this smoke bait inspired. Because what it does is it validates what they've already anticipated, right? In their heads, they're going, okay, well, low sight's open, he's going to plant. You hear the smoke, and it just gives you that, lulls you into that false sense of certainty.
Yeah, and that's tough. Now you look at Imperial's buy. MP9's around these M4s. A couple of A4s in the mix.
This looks pacey. It feels that way as that molly comes through, the nade on the door, the early pressure towards that top site, at least in the utility department. No one's actually stepped across that threshold.
Looks like a double pump. They have a lot of info outside. If they respect this util right now, MIBR, it's either going to allow a push from Imperial to get into the backlines or an over-rotation. So right now for Drop, he knows that he has to try and force their attention elsewhere. He's dropping back to...
He wants another smoke?
Yeah, I think they'll do a smoke wall, but still, Insani will have to clear Phelps up close.
Yeah, that's going to be the hard part.
Who's throwing the smokes, boys? What's going on?
It's a toss-up. So
it's taken a very long time to get this together.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear that this is just like mid-rounding, right? He's trying to piece this together. He's going to flash close. This flash better be perfect, because Vinny's still going to be able to provide some support. Phelps. Oh. Insanity. Flash is good! It's so good! And finds himself in an MP9. There's the Vinny trade, belated, but there. Exit, what can you do? Decent as well on the rafters, spots the toes.
Not needed,
no way. Spam. Decent gets one, gets out. Tries to activate, goes down. Decent, a double. Now up to a 1v2.
Drops very low.
Yeah, certainly he looks attainable.
Oh, is he saving?
Or...
He's saving. He's already headed spawn.
Wow. They'll take it. I mean, considering, as you said, a very laboured mid-round where it kind of took a longer time to get your pieces in a row.
I'm just curious, like there's a couple of things that could have been a tell for MIBR, right? The fact that they threw that flash as well, that was extremely diligent, especially considering at what point we were within the round that flash was thrown. So I do like the fact that they proceeded in that fashion, but you also think about the way the round opened. So they naded open door and they mollied and harassed the site, made it look like it was going to be something aggressive towards top. They could be doing that just to look for the picks of the CTs transitioning into positions they want to hold, but they didn't see a lot through Squeaky. You didn't see anybody running across from main, so maybe they were expecting heavy yard because of that. But you could have just easily played 2-3 players through heaven.
Yeah, like
you don't have to play through main.
No one's spamming the main smoke. No one's.
There just wasn't a lot of resistance or a lot offered.
Exit is having a game. Okay.
Yeah, the Des did touch on, right, obviously Drop's been in-game leading for a decent chunk of time of this team now, and it's kind of freed up Exit a little bit, especially with the type of player he is. You don't want to have to focus on micromanaging the rest of the team.
Yeah,
and I do like the way that Drop carries himself as a person, so I think that he has some qualities that definitely fit an in-game leader, but the poor guy has had a Mac 10, I think, on almost every gun round.
Yeah, but we're also seeing his calling here on this T side. As,
but he wants an AK, Alex. You know he does.
Yeah, well, for sure. I understand,
he might get Zeus.
You know, the IGL advocacy here.
Justice for in-game leaders. Oh,
right.
I think he just fell asleep.
Did he lag out? Or?
No, he was just... he looked at his radar.
Yeah, do hate that.
Two spotted. Good info for Drop.
Fantastic info.
Well, if they can make sure that that AK of Decent isn't carried through, that's Drop. He wants that upgrade. So he's trying to sniff them out. Now, while we wait for this very slow hunt to go down, we'll get the context of this. Winner will go through and they will be in the 2-0 bucket alongside the likes of Wildcard, 9Z, and Complexity. And then they'll get matched up tomorrow. There'll be a best of 3, and we'll have 2 teams locking themselves in for the major alongside of the teams who already qualified today from the Asian RMR. Oh, Drop gets stinked. He was hunting them down ever so slowly, and Exit's going to get them off of a couple more.
So it's Mongols and Rare Atom.
Yes, indeed. And then one more spot available for the Asian RMR, which you have the likes of, I think, Linvision, Talon, Drillers, and FlyQuest, all within that lower bracket. Okay. So I think FlyQuest are the favorite out of that bunch.
For sure.
But the loser of this, sorry, that's what we're doing, is the context will just drop down and they'll play a 1-1 game. So they'll still be in best of 1s.
But there's some big monsters in that 1-1
That's true. You want to give yourself as many best of 3 opportunities in the winning side of things as possible, as well, Zach wants to stay winning today. They're going to take their 3rd and final timeout.
Phelps, a man after my own heart. 3 different drinks on the go. You know, you got your
It's
caffeine.
good to have a selection of beverages.
You got your water for your hydration, your caffeine for your caffeination, and then maybe like you've got like a sports isotonic kind of a vibe.
So maybe some electrolytes in there.
Yeah.
Also for the hydration.
Yeah, but kind of less of a sipper, more of a
chugger.
Chugger. Didn't like where that was going, so I stopped. But we've got 11 and we've got 9. 2 rounds away from them putting themselves in that winners column.
Maybe a lot more chug jugs going on these days, obviously, since Fortnite have re-released the opening season that they went with. I know that you're very excited about that. You're watching Courage's stream when he was obviously there with Ninja, and they were so excited about it.
Drake.
Yeah, they had the Eminem rap god gun, and it was great. We all love Fortnite, don't we?
Yeah, man.
All right, Imperial. What do you got for us? This game could easily go overtime. And Imperial are going to have to work hard to get it there. Decent top hat. Phelps contributing on the top side, playing a bit of an off angle.
Distinct lack of util very early doors, isn't it, for the CT side here. Vinny, nothing to report, but just working on secret. As was Insani. Drop once again on the juggles, just constantly. Leaves out. Actually, it looks like someone else is going to be throwing the nades this time. Lukowski tasked with one.
Don't mess it up, son.
Yeah, really need to get this one right. So far, so good, though. They've been hitting everything. We'll see what the judges have to say about this one. Looks good.
Will it be 10s?
And it's a 10 across the board.
Well, they're happy with that. And the Canadian Valorant player too. Is he Canadian?
I don't know. Sounds North American.
Flash and a kill for Vinny. Opening kill for Imperial. They'll still get the space, so down secret with the bomb. Time suddenly become an issue. 35 seconds. No smoke available for the single door play. Look at the room.
This is a gap.
Oh, here's
a crazy gap. Oh, Vinny's lucky to get away with that one.
Vinny's everywhere.
Oh, 21 and counting. Yeah, Vinny and Exit both just going tit for tat. Lukowski in. Drop puts it down Vinny. 2 more for Lukowski to try and trifle with. He's been having a tough day in the office as Lukowski, and it continues. Drop, however, delivers. Could have been a second. Phelps Does find another, and no scope from Safe in the 1v3 for 12. This would be a crazy clutch to come in. Big trap! What a flick! Safe delivers onto No Way. Now it's uncomfortable for Phelps. He hasn't got a kit. Time is ticking. He has to get onto the bomb. It's miles away. Safe gonna go for a flashy play. Calls the bluff with the steps. Phelps, no kit. This is it. A 1v3 for Safe. Secures it for MIBR. Vamos indeed as they secure it. 3 opportunities.
And the clutch factor has been the X factor for MIBR in this game. Exit with the big one. Safe now throws his hat in towards the ring, and it's just one round for MIBR to stay undefeated on day 1 of the Perfect World RMRs. The qualifiers for the Major. And around with 2 opening kills going in favor of Imperial. You think it's enough, but Safe, some style points and some passion being unleashed.
Can they finish it cleanly? Will there be a bump in the road, a hurdle to overcome on the close? Vinny trying his hand at the aggressive, high-octane position we saw Insani profit from previously in that first half. Now he's the one up against it. Is it in his clears? Can it even be cleared? I mean, the way he's positioned now, it is just for the silo player. Insani just parks himself red.
2 more bodies to assist and 1 spotted. Vinny, no man's land, does get away. Saw the bomb there.
Dangerous, yeah, info. 60 seconds. Lakowski exit, hold on to lobby while they start their crawl.
Lots of nades remaining for MIBR's finish. Plenty of smokes, so this is great work. Wait out the protocol utility of the CTs, and now drop can call you into a finishing maneuver.
Yeah, they got nothing to defend now, bar the incendiary on decent.
Oh, they're not scared of an AWP. You can just see the way that they're going for these peaks outside. No worry whatsoever.
That smoke to it really going to put the pressure onto main. The top side players are going to be screaming for help. Spam from Vinny indicates just how vulnerable they are. Start to swing through. Vinny does actually catch Safe on the smoke. Spams Phelps. Oh, another enemy overlooked. Insani, double entry. And Imperial's hopes starting to wane of converting here. 3v4. Exit ready for the lobby crawl. It's going to be No Way coming in from that side. MP9 at this range. Maybe he's got a chance, but Exit's ready. And MIBR, a comfortable finish and conversion. Safe's clutch, setting him up for success. And this is a very bleak opportunity for Try. He's got nothing, can do absolutely nothing. Staring at a smoke, flashes in his face, 4 players gunning him down, and MIBR take it. Winner, winner. Brazil is here, MIBR take it. Imperial humbled, we'll hear what the panel has to say.
Well, there you go. MIBR 2-0 up after day number 1. What did you think of their performance, Janko?
I think it was really strong. I think, unfortunately for Imperial, they definitely had their chances in this game, but a couple of, clutches from the side of MIBR in the second half really swung the game in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, they had a 5-round run, basically, to end that game. I mean, that we're tied up at 8-8 at one point, but it was Exit who had a 1 versus 3 clutch, I think, that tied it up at 9-9. Then he continued just to have massive impact throughout the rest of the game. I mean, just so many entries. I think he neared a 30 bomb by the time it was all said and done. Then, of course, Safe has that crazy 1v3 clutch with the AWP and the lower bomb site. So, yeah, that run of 5 rounds made the world of difference, and, 2 of those rounds were off the back of 1v3 clutches. So, just those tight little moments are where made Brazil found their edge.
I had some question marks around MIBR coming into this, but I think what I saw now was kind of what I expected when they made this very small roster change, which is the incredible firepower. The individual pieces can pop off at any given time, so if they all work together, there is something special that could be seen in this team. Is it enough, though, so far? Have we seen enough to call it as MIBR being one of the strong Brazilian contenders?
I think we can say that. I mean, they had a good run at Pro League, but that was also knowing that they're going to have a roster change. So I think with that, you look at the players that they have on the team and how long the core of this team has been together. I mean, it's a really long time. So yeah, you change one player, it's not nothing, but still you're set on how you want to play the game. players are familiar with each other a lot, so you should be able to progress a little bit faster than some of these other teams. And it seems like they're finally clicking with the in-game leader change first and some of the role swapping and, you know, the addition of Lukauzi, not really necessarily bearing fruit just yet, but I think with time they'll only get better and better.
And like you said, Dust, I mean, 2 kills away from hitting the 30 mark, a really nice showing for Exit, made all the difference for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, and it comes from like the veteran of the team, Exit, you know, 27 years old, the former IGL. This team used to be a solid fragging IGL, but now gets to focus fully on just being a playmaker as Drop has taken on that role. And, you know, Exit, who is used to kind of being one of the more aggressive riflers on the team, has had to kind of take maybe some more of the extremity roles, but still when they get into the thick of it in those mid-round situations, he can still kind of shine through, maybe throw out some aggressive lurks. We saw that happen a couple times, and now we're seeing him thrive in late round situations. You know, that 1v3 clutch was massive in the second half. So I think it's been nice to see him make the transition, because yes, it was one player move, but 3 things basically changed on this team, Exit being one of them, and he's flourished in it so far. So I mean, props to him.
Probably one of the better examples how much a role change can, you know, mean to a player, especially switching from in-game leading to not.
On the side of Imperial, not all bad for them. I feel like this is one of those takeaways where you can look at it and go, listen, there's some positive stuff coming out of this team.
I mean, it's tough. They're going to look at it and say, wow, Winnie was our, you know, had the most frags. Try had some really impactful rounds, but, you know, you're probably missing a little bit of firepower here and there in some key moments, right, where you're not able to close out games. You're playing sloppy CS. I mean, look at this round. So Try gets a kill on Insani. The reaction from MIBR is going to be, okay, they know we don't have anyone yard. Let's just go ramp. Try is already going to be there. I mean, Imperial is pretty much in position. They're still leading at this point in the game, right? Like, they have sort of a bait setup, a player on the right, Vinny here. Try misses once. He's going to miss one more time, right? And this is going to end up being a sort of a 3v1 for Imperial, right? But then Phelps, for some reason, he gets the bomb. Instead of just shoulder peeking with the knife and sort of trying to find info, he's going to, after this kill, commit to the angle, right? So he gives the first 1v1 to Exit. Then Exit after that is going to see, you know, the ramp players. So he's just isolating dudes. Why are you here, bro? Just go back. Like, look at the time, you know, like, just play the percentages, right? He gets the bomb, throws a great smoke sort of to bait them a little bit, comes back. Now the player on ramp is going to be caught, and all of a sudden from a 3v1 and all the information, you leave Try, who is low HP, of course, because he ate the molly and missed 2 shots, to have to clutch it in a 1v1, and it's just a really difficult situation for him. And that was the round that kickstarted the run for MIBR to just close out the game in regulation.
What would you take away, though, if you're Imperial now? What would you take away from today and specifically this game?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that they were able to put up a pretty solid T-side in the first half despite losing Pistol and going down 3-1, you know, they were able to battle back and put themselves in winnable position. They were also able to win Pistol second half and put themselves in the lead and keep the game very tight. Again, it comes down to that 5-round stretch. That's the stretch you have to go back and look at and figure out what went wrong in those, like, key moments. Obviously, Yanko just broke down one of those rounds to kind of show you where things went wrong on just how they handled that whole ramp situation. But it's just about tidying up those mid-round situations, right? And that's really going to be the big takeaway for me. You know, they certainly look bright in some moments, but just a couple of little mishaps, and then, you know, Phelps just having a game that you don't really expect him to. Seems like he should have been doing a little bit better. So I think that's the big thing for me.
Final question about this particular matchup. It's probably a little bit unfair because we're slap bang in the middle of the RMRs, but hell, I'm going to ask it anyway. 3 months, Try's been on this Imperial lineup. Was it the right call for them to put him on there?
I don't know. I don't know if they're like things. It's not like Henny was blowing anyone away, right? Like, I think when you make that change, it's not necessarily strictly to the on-server performance. Maybe just a better fit in terms of like team atmosphere and whatnot. But Try has been on a couple of these Brazilian teams, and it seems like, oh, he is the one who's going to get it done. And then, yeah, I don't want to put it on him, but it's just like the ceiling for all of these guys just isn't that high. So I don't think it's fair to necessarily put too much spotlight on them and be like, oh, is he the reason why they're not doing better or something along those lines.
It's tough because, you can't know what the intangibles are. You can't know about the environment. And, obviously we've heard certain rumors about Henny over the years and some of the different...
He's changed now, though.
Yeah, changed now, though, of course. So if that is the case, I think the one thing for me that they miss with Henny is Henny could be such an X factor when he didn't have an op in his hands. He could be such a good aggressive rifler on the T side to help create openings for you in some of those situations where maybe an op isn't even really necessarily going to be useful. Whereas I feel like sometimes Try isn't as flexible in those moments where he doesn't have an op in his hands, and then you see situations like that where he's missing shots that you feel like he should be hitting. So, I mean, strangely enough, that used to be Henny's problem too. He would hit all the flashy shots and miss the easy ones.
Listen,
so, I don't know.
It's the RMR. There's a lot of choking going around. We saw it today. It's not the cleanest of Counter-Strike. Players just sort of losing focus, forgetting about the big picture, what's going on in the round, just having missteps, sometimes being too passive, then overcompensating, being too aggressive. Doesn't work out either way. So, yeah, even though the setup is a little bit different and it's more familiar to some of the guys who are used to playing online CS, the pressure is still there.
Of course, it's the major, right? That's going to be sitting over the back of your head, whether you're sitting in the hotel prac room or on a stage, you're going to know exactly where you are. When you take a look after day one, America's RMR is like, let's make a call because we've got 3 more days of competition. Strongest North American team, strongest South American team. Where are you sitting?
Wildcard.
Wow.
Yeah, and who else we have in those groups? And MIBR, the 2-2-0 teams.
That's where you would be leaning if you were to choose the South American, North American. Because the stats say it, right?
Yeah, because they've won their games.
Simple as that. Dash, you with Yanko on this one?
No, I don't. Look, I think that Liquid are still the strongest North American team in this whole situation. Yeah, they lost a wild card, but it was an overtime match, best of 1. Generally speaking, when Liquid does struggle, it's because they're losing to their Kryptonite phase or they're losing to a top 5 team in the world. Like, they very rarely lose to teams ranked at or below their level. So I think that one little mishap in the best of 1 isn't going to phase them. I can definitely see them coming back. It'll be interesting, though, if they have to cross pass with like FURIA or Complexity at some point later on because of that one loss. That could pose some interesting situations, just like we saw at the last RMRs, where they missed out because of that. But I still would hold Liquid as number 1. And for me, I still think that Pain is the most well-rounded South American team, in my opinion. So I'd probably put my hat there.
I want to poke so many holes in your Liquid argument, but it's our first day working together, so I'm going to play really nice. Also, I've got 3 more days to do this, but we'll have that conversation when Liquid is about to play. Let's take a look at the results from day number 1 here, the last 4 matches that you just saw. I would argue no real surprises coming out. Maybe the wildcard Pain, some would say, but I always thought that was going to be pretty close. Would you say there were any drastic upsets in these last 4 games?
Not drastic, but yeah, I mean, wildcard Pain, I think for a lot of people, perhaps they view it as drastic. Complexity playing a close game against Boss. If you just see the result, you're thinking, what the hell's going on? But Boss played a pretty good game. So, yeah, I think the first block of games had the bigger upsets. Yeah,
sure. I would have hoped Legacy would have put up a little bit of a bigger fight against 9Z in that game. But outside of that, this doesn't look too crazy to me, no.
Pretty much went the way we were thinking, which obviously earlier today, not the case with those big upsets for FURIA and Liquid. The B stream is still going on, so we're just waiting. I think Liquid might make quick work of KRÜ, and then we can update on there. But do you think it'll start evening out when we get into the best of 3s? Will we see some of those favorites kind of step up and be able to handle the pressure a little bit better?
Well, I mean, the interesting thing is like some of those favorites are going to now run into each other in these best of 3s and maybe not have the easier time that they thought. Like you said, Liquid could be on a collision course with a team like FURIA at some point in the future. Depending on who Complexity draws in their best of 3, if they wind up losing that and they kind of start coming down, then all of a sudden things get really interesting. And teams like Wildcard, could maybe even slip through. That team that we thought was maybe going to be fighting for like the 6 or 7 spot may all of a sudden be getting some of the first spots. So that could make things very interesting down the line.
I mean, the 4-2-0 teams are Complexity, Wildcard, 9Z, and MIBR, right? So sure, Complexity is a favorite whoever they go up against, but whatever is the second matchup there, I mean, that's 2 teams who you're probably looking at being on the fringe for that 7-6 place, right? That have a chance to book it immediately. So that's going to be their maybe even best opportunity, seeing how we have all these teams lurking around that are going to be, in the conversation.
For sure, they've set themselves up really nicely. We have the results now for the secondary stream because those have just finished. Obviously, Liquid making short work of KRÜ. That is a good thing for Dust and for any Liquid fan out of there.
It's a very good thing because Liquid played the first game of the day, right? Like I can't remember if I've seen a team play the first best of one and then the last one. Like, so just, sure, they've been in the time zone, so they're not jet lagged or anything like that. It's just a little bit strange, right? So on top of everything happening, getting upset in the first round, good to see they have a nice, clean victory, right? No dramas and just, back on track.
And M80 and FURIA, those were two upsets at the start of the day, both of them winning their games, so they'll feel a little bit more comfortable going into day number 2, Dust.
They will, but Nouns, on the other hand, having a really tough go of it. This is one of the teams in the North American scene that I actually had a little bit of hope for coming into this. I thought they could be one of those teams in the mix fighting for like that 7th spot. Losing to Pain, no shame in that, but I really thought that Bestia was a team that they would have a good chance against. So to see them lose in such a one-sided fashion and not even make it competitive is a little bit disappointing. But now they're right there with Red Canids and Kase, and KRÜ, who are on the verge of elimination.
Super interesting, though. Did you not expect that from Bestia? Because I felt coming into this that Bestia was maybe the dark horse that could cause the upsets.
I mean, they have a couple of really good players in Thomason and Lukov for sure, but it's just like their results have been so inconsistent within their region, whereas I feel like Nouns have been pretty close a couple times to breaking through. So I thought they had a chance in that game to go 1-1, but I still don't foresee either one of those teams making it through in the end.
I think there's a number of NA teams suffering from the fact that Liquid sucked so hard in the first half of the year. They dropped so much in the ranking, they actually had to go back and play the qualifiers. So Liquid had to qualify for a bunch of tournaments they would usually be invited to automatically, and took away a spot for some of these other teams, right? Like who end up losing to them, whether it's Nouns sometimes or M80 or whoever it may be. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate, and I think the lack of opportunities really hurt them and hurt the progression of the lineup.
Don't go anywhere, because we are just waiting. Obviously, as the secondary stream finished, they're going to be doing the matchups for tomorrow. So we're going to chat a little bit here so we can get those matchups for you before the day ends. Not surprised by the upsets. I wasn't. I feel like RMR's first day, this particular format, almost always provides that sort of entertainment. Do you think we'll have a shocking finish, though, at the end of the week, like what we saw where Liquid didn't qualify for the last major? I mean, is that potentially something that could happen, or do you think the level of teams is just a little bit higher this time?
I mean, there's always something like that happening, right? Like, although you do feel with how well FURIA and Liquid have been playing and the level of opposition they face in general compared to here, like, they should still be fine. They'll lose a game maybe here or there, but they should still make it through. I think still that will be the case, right? We didn't have as many upsets, so that a lot of these teams will meet each other. I think they can still make it without maybe facing each other once and then still having one opportunity after that.
We do in fact have the schedule now for tomorrow that's going to be here on the mainstream, so let's pull it up. This is the first time we get to see what's coming up as well. So these are the matchups: FURIA Boss, Liquid Bestia, Wildcard 9Z, and then Complexity MIBR. What are we thinking about those, boys?
I think for FURIA and Liquid, pretty straightforward. Like, you look at those games, you're like, these teams have to be 2-1 after tomorrow.
For sure.
Right? Like, massive favorites in both. And we get it. Wildcard versus 9Z. That's going to be for a spot at the major, right? Like, for these two teams, you might be feeling like, yeah, that's your best shot. I feel like whoever loses that game, they're going up against either FURIA or Liquid next. So basically, it's between, being up 3-0 or having to play in that 2-2 game. And even if you win that one, you might have to play one more best of 3 after for that 7-spot decider. So, oof.
Yeah, it's interesting because I would probably favor 9Z in that wildcard matchup, but I think the good thing for a wildcard is even if they do lose that matchup, they will not have to play Liquid because they've already beaten them in the best of 1, and they'll also not have to ever play Pain because they beat them in the best of 1. So they knocked out some of the bigger teams they would potentially have to play against later on in the best of 3 to get the job done to book a ticket. But you're right. I mean, doing it now is probably your best way forward, but I think they certainly still have some options even if they were to lose to 9Z tomorrow, who in my opinion is certainly one of the favorites next to Complexity to get it through tomorrow.
I rate Wildcard could actually cause a little bit of an upset here and make it through. I think 9Z was the perfect opponent to get. This is their shot. If they lose this, that they're going to have a tough battle because it'd probably be a FURIA matchup, right? So this is actually their one shot to, I can't believe I'm saying this, Wildcard making it to the major.
Yeah, it's not impossible, definitely. And sure, 9Z looked amazing against Legacy, but Ancient is their best map as well, so it's going to be a best of 3. They've been lacking some depth in their map pool in the last couple of months, so there's a chance for Wildcard for sure.
We do have the schedule for the secondary stream as well, so these games will be running concurrently, and they're coming up on your screens right now.
Oof.
What do we think about that?
Legacy M80 and Pain Imperial. Like, those are a couple of bangers in the best of one. I mean, that's going to be tough, having to, you know, play that and losing that game in a 1-2 bracket. Wouldn't want to be in their skin.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like essentially regional matchups, right? Because Legacy plays North America, M80 obviously there as well. So, you know, you're going to see that matchup again. I'm sure they face each other in plenty of scrims and online play. And then you got, you know, Brazilian battle there between Pain and Imperial. So those will certainly be interesting. KRÜ and Nouns, obviously, that's an elimination match right there. And then, you know, Kasi versus Red Canids, also going to be an elimination match. So,
bro, we should swap these best of ones for real. Like, these are going to be the better games.
Right? I was thinking the same thing. Oh,
although
well.
you don't want to miss another Liquid disaster class and, you know, or Furia, right? Losing a best one going in the 1-2 bracket. But I don't know. These are spicy best. A lot on the line, right? So there's so much pressure riding on it. Like, you're down to get some entertaining CS.
And mental that it's only day 2 of the RMRs. That's where we're at. This is only the second day. There's 4 days of this that you can expect if you are a fan, especially of the Americas region. I love the upsets. I love the chaos. And I think tomorrow we're going to have some banger games.
No, certainly. I mean, I think the matchups look really close tomorrow. I think, you know, you're right. Wildcard could easily upset 9Z in that matchup. Complexity versus Made in Brazil. That's no walk in the park for Complexity at all. Like, Made in Brazil has some true talent. We've seen Complexity at times crumble in pressure situations. So, yeah, I think these games are going to be pretty awesome.
Right, so my job now is to tell you what time we start tomorrow, but because some of you are watching from South America and North America and Europe and China, I just can't remember all the time zones. So here's what I'm going to say. You have to be back here the same time tomorrow that you started, because that's when we start, and we'll see you then tomorrow. America's RMRs will find out who will be going through to the Shanghai Major.